This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: Traveling Through Time to Become an Emperor. Lu Yuan, I treat you like a brother. And you actually betrayed me. Yang Mucheng roared and rushed forward. But missed. Yang Mucheng is a soldier. To be precise, a special soldier of the Dragon Group. He was an orphan and was bullied since childhood. When he was 17, he unexpectedly got the opportunity to join the army. During his 2 years of training in the army, he relied on his superb military qualities to join the Dragon Group, the strongest special operations force in China, and became the ace of this special operations force. During his several years in the Dragon Group, he completed countless difficult tasks for the country. His name even makes the leaders of the United States, Britain and France fear him. It can be said that as long as he stamps his foot, the entire dark world will tremble. But if you often walk by the river, there is no reason why your shoes won't get wet. In the end, during a mission, he was betrayed by his most trusted brother and had to die together. This is where? Yang Mucheng looked around. He found that this was not the Earth he was familiar with. Everything in the room was decorated in a very antique style, with a bed gilded with carved dragons, a magnificent hall, and a simple incense burner that was still slowly smelling of sandalwood. What exactly is going on? Yang Mucheng couldn't understand it, let alone imagine it. Could it be that I have traveled through time? Ah! It hurts! Just when Yang Mucheng was thinking about where he was, his mind suddenly started to hurt, and a torrent of information crazily poured into his mind. Under the impact of this huge torrent, drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his whole body was shaking violently. I don't know how long it took, but Yang Mucheng let out a breath and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It turns out I traveled through time. At this moment, Yang Mucheng, who was lying on the bed, was in a very complicated mood. In the past life, there were almost countless novels and TV series with various time travel themes. But you don't have to be an idiot to know that it's all false. But now, he has really traveled through time and into a different world. According to the information in his mind, the owner of this body is also named Yang Mucheng, and his identity is not simple. He is the emperor of the Dacian kingdom. However, although he is the emperor of the entire Dacian kingdom, his identity and status are not as noble as imagined. Just like those young emperors in China when they came to power. Because they were too young to suppress the ministers, they became a puppet emperor over time. In this harem, even the eunuchs can bully him at will. What's even worse is that Yang Mucheng is still a waste who cannot practice. Being unable to practice in this world, where the strong are respected, is tantamount to being sentenced to death, with no hope of turning around for the rest of your life. A few days ago, he even died on the bed, because he was severely beaten by several young eunuchs. What a pitiful creature! A majestic emperor was beaten to death by an eunuch. Yang Mucheng smiled bitterly. However, the next moment, his eyes suddenly regained their vitality. By the way, I served the country and the people in my previous life, but was betrayed. In this life, I will no longer serve anyone. I will be the emperor myself. In this life, I will kill all corrupt officials. In this life, I want to make Dacian Kingdom the largest country in the world. But soon, Yang Mucheng became decadent again. In this world, the cultivation levels of warriors are divided into 6 major realms: body tempering realm, chi training realm, pill condensation realm, spirit transformation realm, nirvana realm, and tai realm. But his new body is unable to practice at all, and cannot sense the aura of heaven and earth at all. How can he practice? Damn it! I was killed in an embarrassing way on earth just now. Will I be killed again after traveling through time? It was as if God heard Yang Mucheng's cry. Boom! There was a loud noise in Yang Mucheng's mind. The host meets the requirements of the Mad Emperor system. The system is officially started and is being integrated. 1%, 39%, 78%, 100%. The system integration is successful. Yang Mucheng's spirit entered a vast white world, surrounded by a hazy gray fog, with only a huge lottery roulette standing in front of him. Just when Yang Mucheng was looking at the roulette suddenly lit up. There were 6 options on it, namely, exercises, martial arts, elixirs, weapons, magic weapons, and miscellaneous items. The first time the host starts the system, he will be rewarded with 3 lottery opportunities. Excuse me, do you want to start? This is the system. Yang Mucheng had read a lot of time travel novels, and quickly came to his senses. And he also understands that with the existence of this system, he is like a player who has just entered the game. If you can get some incredible treasures in these 3 draws, then the next journey will be much smoother. But if he can't get it, I'm afraid he still won't be able to escape the fate of being beaten by the eunuch. Start! Yang Mucheng gritted his teeth and said harshly. As soon as he finished speaking, the turntable flashed. Yang Mucheng didn't know what he could pull out, so he could only watch helplessly. In his expectant eyes, he finally turned to the martial arts category. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade swordsmanship cross sword of the spiritual level. Yang Mucheng was speechless. He learned from the system that the 6 categories of items on the turntable were all divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, black, yellow, and spirit. Each grade is divided into low grade, medium grade, top grade, and top grade. In other words, he just got lucky and picked up the worst swordsmanship. I don't believe in evil anymore. Let's continue the lottery. The lottery wheel spins again. I don't know if it's because I just traveled through time and my bad luck hasn't been cleared up yet, but this time it fell into the weapons category. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade spiritual weapon Silver Snake Sword. Yang Mucheng was helpless. In both draws, he picked the worst thing. Continue. This time, Yang Mucheng almost shouted through gritted teeth, because he understands that if nothing decent comes out of this last lottery, he will be unable to move forward in this world. Because in China's 5,000 years of history, countless puppet emperors have been poisoned, and he is very likely to follow suit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unqualified skill Taiku Tianchuju. No product? What does it mean? Before Yang Mucheng could recover, a powerful repulsive force suddenly came from the system space, directly blasting him out of the space. The drawn silver snake sword appeared next to him, and he also had the techniques of Cross Quick Sword and Ancient Heaven Swallowing Ju in his mind when Yang Mucheng was running them. Ancient Heaven Swallowing Technique. With great disappointment, he was stunned. Big money! This Ancient Heaven Swallowing Technique is even more powerful than the Heavenly Level Technique. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with excitement. He was firmly entrenched in the position of Emperor, and no one could shake him. Chapter 2: The Early Stage of Internal Energy. The Ancient Heaven Swallowing Technique. Swallow the sky and the earth. Build supreme magical power. This is an existence that is far superior to the best heaven-level skills. More importantly, even a body like his that cannot be cultivated can still be used in the same way. Now that you have obtained the technique, you must quickly improve your cultivation. There are crises everywhere in this harem. If you don't have the absolute strength to save your life, you will be killed by them soon. Although there are 6 realms for warriors: Body Tempering Realm, Chi Training Realm, Pill Condensation Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, Nirvana Realm, and Tai Realm. Even if the Body Tempering Realm is just the first step into becoming a warrior, it is divided into 3 small realms. They are Internal Strength, Tongmai, and Horizontal Refining. Inner Energy is the entry level. After it is cultivated, it is beyond the scope of ordinary people, and is similar to the true energy of martial arts masters. Opening the meridians is the second step. After reaching this state, the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose will be clear. The beam is the last step in the Body Tempering Realm. After it is completed, the body will be as strong as steel, and ordinary swords will not be able to hurt it at all, and its movements will have tens of millions of kilograms of strength. As for the Chi Training Realm, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is simply a fairy-like existence. Chi training is too far away. I'd better start with inner strength. Just use this Ancient Heaven Swallowing Technique. Without any further hesitation, Yang Mucheng immediately began to practice according to the ancient method of swallowing the sky. The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into Yang Mucheng's body in a steady stream. Yang Mucheng's body greedily absorbed this spiritual energy, and it started to move according to a unique trajectory in his body. After 36 weeks, it spread throughout his limbs, among hundreds of corpses. At this moment, there was even a strong wind in the house. Be it the coffee table, the bench, or the bed, everything was shaking. All the air flew toward Yang Mucheng's body, and around Yang Mucheng. A faint vortex of air appeared. I don't know how long it took before he stopped. Yang Mucheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of light flashed away. He opened his palms, and a trace of profound energy emerged. Initial stage of inner strength. In just half an hour of practice, he had already condensed a trace of his own profound power in his body. The ancient heaven-swallowing technique is indeed extraordinary. For ordinary people, if they want to condense a trace of profound energy in their bodies, it will take at least several months, or even years, to realize it. Moreover, I feel that my strength at the moment seems to be lower than that of other warriors in the early stages of inner strength. Much better. Yang Mucheng picked up the silver snake sword, and immediately swung a sword flower and blasted out a sword light. That's the beauty of the system. It would take an ordinary person half a month to master a low-level spiritual martial art to a perfect state. But it only takes me a moment. Just when Yang Mucheng was still thinking, a girl wearing a palace maid's costume hurried over. When the girl saw Yang Mucheng waking up, her tears fell directly, and she kept crying, "Your Majesty, you are finally awake." The girl is the palace maid who grew up with Yang Mucheng. He is also the only person in his harem who treats him well. When she was severely beaten and injured by the eunuch, she took care of her meticulously. Yang Mucheng looked at the girl in front of him. His eyes gradually softened, and he smiled slightly and said, "Xiao Rong, don't worry about me. I'm already awake." Just as he was talking, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly turned cold. He found that there was a bright red palm print on the girl's face, and half of her face was swollen. Yang Mucheng said angrily, "Who hit this?" Xiao Rong shook her head and said quickly, "No, I accidentally dropped it." Yang Mucheng sneered. How could it be possible that he fell? "Tell me who hit him. No matter who he is, I will catch him and punish him severely." Xiao Rong looked at Yang Mucheng, who was thin and pale, and sighed softly, feeling extremely sad in her heart. Although Yang Mucheng became the emperor of the Dacian kingdom, because he was too young, the harem and court affairs were controlled by eunuchs and some ministers. It is extremely rare for him to live peacefully to the end of his life. At this moment, there was a burst of messy footsteps outside. "Little beauty, where are you running? No one in the entire harem can save you. Just follow me back obediently. It is better to be a palace maid in this harem than to follow me and enjoy the glory and wealth." Boom! The door was kicked open, and a young man with a handsome face, dressed in gold lace clothes and a jade belt around his waist, was rushed in by a group of eunuchs. Seeing this young man, Xiao Rong's face turned pale, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. "It's you?" Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. The young man's name is Zhang Jiyuan, and he is the adopted son of the 9,000-year-old eunuch Hai, the general manager of the palace. At the same time, he is also an internally powerful warrior. It should be noted that there can only be one man in the harem except the master of the harem. Others are eunuchs. And Zhang Jiyuan, in this harem, was arrogant and domineering. Relying on the reputation of his adopted father, Yang Mucheng was called long-lived. Eunuch Hai is said to be 9,000 years old. One can imagine the status of Eunuch Hai in the Dacian kingdom. "You're a wimp, and you're not dead yet? Life is so tough. Get out of the way, and don't get in my way." Zhang Jiyuan glanced at Yang Mucheng, with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. An incompetent emperor is like a paper tiger in front of him. If his adopted father hadn't kept him alive for the time being, Zhang Jiyuan would have killed him with one blow. "Xiao Rong, you should just follow Mr. Zhang obediently. You will enjoy a lot more happiness by following him than in this harem." Behind Zhang Jiyuan, a eunuch with a sinister look said in a male-female voice. Seeing this eunuch, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a chill. Even if this guy turned into ashes, Yang Mucheng knew him. It was he who took some eunuchs with him and beat him up a few days ago, before I had time to settle accounts with these people. Now they actually came to my door. "That's right. You should just follow Mr. Zhang." At this time, a eunuch smiled sharply, and at the same time, his withered claws were already grabbing at Shirong. These people in the harem were so arrogant that they did not pay attention to Yang Mucheng, the king of the country, as if they regarded him as nothing. Seeing these people being so arrogant and domineering, seeing how this eunuch dared to attack Xiao Rong, a chill suddenly flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. Clang! The silver snake sword suddenly came out of its sheath, and a cold sword light burst out immediately. In the depths of everyone's eyes, the claw that was grabbing Xiao Rong was cut off. When Xiao Rong saw the white-faced eunuch coming to catch her, she screamed, "No," in her heart. She tried to avoid it but couldn't, so she closed her eyes in fear. Before the claws could reach, there was already a fierce wind, which hit Shirong's face with pain. Just when her heart was filled with despair, she did not feel the pain coming from her body. Instead, she heard an inexplicable cry of pain. Xiao Rong's eyes widened and she looked forward. At this time, she saw the white-faced eunuch, who was extremely arrogant just a moment ago. Now he was wailing and screaming crazily while covering his severed hand. But behind him, Yang Mucheng stood there proudly, with the silver snake sword in his hand still dripping with blood. Chapter 3 This world belongs to me. Zhang Jiyuan and a group of eunuchs in the palace actually saw Yang Mucheng cut off the white-faced eunuch's right hand with a sword. These people and Xiao Rong showed the same disbelief. How is it possible? They thought that Yang Mucheng would be as timid as before, and would not dare to stop him. They thought that Yang Mucheng might send Xiao Rong out in order to protect himself, and ask for forgiveness. They also thought about various endings. However, they never thought that Yang Mucheng would cut off the white-faced eunuch's right hand with a sword without saying anything. Zhang Jiyuan's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he said, Yang Mucheng, how dare you? How dare you stop the woman I like? Yang Mucheng sneered and said, Xiao Rong is mine. The entire palace is mine. And the entire Dacian kingdom is mine. Even your lives are mine. Not only will I stop you today, I will also let you all die here. Hearing these words, everyone present was shocked and looked at Yang Mucheng as if they didn't know him. Even Shirong was infected by Yang Mucheng's emotions after hearing Yang Mucheng's firm words. Zhang Jiyuan shouted sternly, Me? Yang Mucheng, do you really think you are the emperor? If my adoptive father hadn't still had some use for you, he would have killed you, the puppet emperor, with a knife. I think you are out of your mind. How dare you challenge me? After that, Zhang Jiyuan turned to the eunuch who had beaten Yang Mucheng a few days ago and sneered. Little Liz, it seems that Yang Mucheng doesn't know what kind of situation he is in. Go and teach him a lesson so that he knows who he is going to be with again. Say. Xiao Lizi responded in a high-pitched voice and walked forward. Although he is a eunuch, this little plum has bulging temples and a long breath. He is obviously an internal warrior. He stared at Yang Mucheng and said, Your Majesty, it seems that the lessons the Zajia gave you in the past few days were not enough. Today I will loosen your bones again. Yang Mucheng raised his head and looked directly at Xiao Lizi, and said loudly, How dare you, an unworthy eunuch, dare to be so presumptuous in front of me? Xiao Lizi's expression changed. As a eunuch, he is most afraid of others saying that he is no seed. Now that Yang Mucheng actually mentioned it to his face, how could he not be angry? As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, his expression became extremely gloomy, and he took a step forward. The early stage of inner strength was directly displayed at this moment. Xiao Lizi's right hand turned into a claw and grabbed Yang Mucheng's left shoulder. The 5 fingers swayed like sharp steel nails. If he were caught by this claw, Yang Mucheng's left shoulder would be crushed immediately. Seeing this, Xiao Rong exclaimed, Be careful. Yang Mucheng stood there, motionless, as if he had been frightened. Seeing Yang Mucheng's appearance, Xiao Lizi was even more proud. He laughed and said, Yang Mucheng, so what if you are the emperor of the Dacian kingdom? Although I am just a eunuch, I can beat you however I want. When he thought about being able to make Yang Mucheng kneel at his feet and beg for mercy right away, and when he thought about Yang Mucheng's noble status, he laughed even more proudly. Just when he was feeling extremely happy, he just saw Yang Mucheng moving. Clang! The sharp sword was unsheathed, and Yang Mucheng took a step forward. The cross sword is a move that uses the sword as a bow, the target as the target, and shoots out the inner energy. The pursuit is to be fast, precise, and accurate. And Yang Mucheng was a special soldier in his previous life, and his mind was extremely determined. He was able to deal with this eunuch even without using swordsmanship. Phew! There was a sound of a sword entering the body, and Yang Mucheng's silver snake sword passed directly through Xiao Lizi's claws. And at the same time, it cut off all 5 of his fingers. Just when Xiao Lizi screamed in pain, Yang Mucheng rushed forward and kicked out. This kick was like a divine dragon waving its tail, bringing up a fierce wind. Before my feet even reached, I could feel a vague sting on my face. Yang Mucheng kills people as usual. If he doesn't take action, he will never give others a chance to rescue him. This kick contained his inner energy and kicked Xiao Lizi hard on the face. There was just a click sound, and the bridge of Xiao Lizi's nose was smashed on the spot, and the broken nasal bones were blasted into his skull by the internal force. It's all a long story, but it only happens in the blink of an eye. Several eunuchs in Zhang Jiyuan only saw Xiao Lizi rushing out, and then shooting back at a faster speed than before. He flew directly 1 or 2 feet and hit the ground heavily. When everyone looked at him, he was already dead. Died. What? Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. Zhang Jiyuan almost broke his teeth. He thought that Yang Mucheng would be beaten to the ground and beg for mercy. But in the end, he was killed lightly. Isn't Yang Mucheng unable to practice? When did he have inner strength and become a warrior? His swordsmanship is so fast that I can't catch it with my naked eyes. No wonder he has the courage to fight against us. It turns out it's because of his strength. Several eunuchs started talking one after another, and their eyes on Yang Mucheng had changed. Most of the eunuchs in the harem were ordinary people. How could they be a match for Yang Mucheng, who had become a warrior? Only Zhang Jiyuan frowned. The reason why they allowed Yang Mucheng to be a puppet emperor was because he was timid and afraid of trouble and unable to practice. It was expected that he would not be able to make any big waves. If Yang Mucheng really becomes a warrior, things will be in trouble. Maybe the situation they had arranged would be destroyed by Yang Mucheng. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiyuan took a step forward and said, Yang Mucheng, I didn't expect you to become a warrior. In this case, I can't keep you. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Yang Mucheng sneered. As soon as Yang Mucheng said these words, the surrounding eunuchs immediately exploded with a bang. This good-for-nothing emperor really thinks that he can challenge us just because he has learned 2 or 3 moves? Master Zhang is not like a warrior like Xiao Lizi, who has just stepped into the inner strength. Master Zhang has been involved in the inner strength for several years. He is only 1 step away from reaching the middle stage of the inner strength. That's right. Yang Mucheng's sword and kick just now weren't that powerful. They were just a little faster and a little more powerful. These eunuchs all followed Zhang Jiyuan and were his supporters. Yang Mucheng's words immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. When Yang Mucheng heard this, he sneered. Even if this Jiyuan has been in the early stages of inner strength for several years. So what? He was unable to break through, and always only had the strength of the initial stage of internal strength. And with the ancient heaven-swallowing technique, he is much stronger than the internal strength warriors of the same level. With a cross sword, no matter how many tricks you have, I will kill you with 1 strike. Chapter 4 Internal Strength Middle Stage. Although Yang Mucheng downplayed the killing of Xiao Lizi before, everyone present still had full confidence in Zhang Jiyuan. After all, his cultivation level was here. As for Yang Mucheng, there is no need to worry at all. He must have just entered the early stage of inner strength. Otherwise, why would he have been beaten by several eunuchs in the past few days, until he knelt down and begged for mercy? Thinking of this, several eunuchs looked at Yang Mucheng with disdain. Don't think that just because you killed Xiao Lizi, you can challenge Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang will never let you go today. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. What his predecessor, the emperor, did was so cowardly that even a young eunuch dared to scold him arrogantly throughout the harem. If I want to be the emperor safely, I must first kill these eunuchs who are causing trouble in the harem. Yang Mucheng thought. Ding. The host triggers the main mission. Qing Jun. Mission name, kill the scourge of the inner palace. The 9,000-year-old eunuch high. Mission time, 3 days. Mission successful, rewarded with a lottery opportunity. Mission failed, erased by the system. Hearing the system prompt, Yang Mucheng's eyes became colder and colder. If you want to kill Eunuch Hai, you must start with his men. Take the move! Zhang Jiyuan shouted loudly, and kicked the ground with the soles of his feet, causing cracks to appear on the ground. The surging inner energy burst out like a flood. Under the package of inner energy, his right hand formed a fist and exploded out in an instant. And a strong wind immediately set off around him. The eunuchs present widened their eyes. Even though the punch was not coming towards them, they could still feel the tremendous pressure. Facing Zhang Jiyuan's all-out explosion, Yang Mucheng's eyes were still extremely cold, with a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. And his inner energy was also surging. Inner strength warrior! He is indeed a warrior with inner strength! As soon as Yang Mucheng's aura exploded, the surrounding eunuchs immediately understood his true cultivation. So what if you become an Ni Jin warrior? We are both Ni Jin warriors. But there is a gap in strength. Today I will let you understand the gap between us. Defeat me! Angry shouts sounded. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, Yang Mucheng actually punched with all his strength. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiyuan's face suddenly flashed with a trace of ridicule, secretly saying that the other party was stupid. It should be noted that in the early years of his inner strength, the inner strength in his body can be considered quite surging. As for Yang Mucheng, not long after he entered the inner energy, there was a big gap compared with his own aura. Under such circumstances, the other party actually dared to confront me head-on. Isn't this an act seeking death? Boom! The two fists wrapped in internal energy collided fiercely. And then the power hidden in them completely exploded. With this pair of punches, Yang Wuqing's power was beyond Zhang Jiyuan's imagination, and even surpassed him. Under this unstoppable force, Zhang Jiyuan was filled with unprecedented anger, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. And his figure was even more embarrassing as he shot out. But Yang Mucheng never retreated even a step. "How can it be?" the eunuchs around him exclaimed. No one thought that it would be such a result. Boom! The next moment, Yang Mucheng stepped on the ground with the soles of his feet, and his inner energy burst out. He was like a running cheetah, and he rushed in front of Zhang Jiyuan with a fierce wind. He reached out with his hands, grabbed Zhang Jiyuan's shoulders, and twisted them at a weird angle. There were only 2 clicks, and Zhang Jiyuan's arms were broken on the spot. This is a move that everyone in the army must learn as a grappler. Even a weak woman can make a strong man lose his ability to resist. Not to mention, it is now being used by an inner strength warrior. Under the shocked eyes of the eunuchs, Zhang Jiyuan had his limbs broken and fell to the ground like mud. Zhang Jiyuan was lying on the ground, roaring hysterically. "Ah! My hands! My legs! Yang Mucheng! I will never spare you! After my adoptive father finds out about this, he will definitely cut you into pieces." Yang Mucheng sneered and did not answer. But then he turned to look at Xiao Rong behind him. "Xiao Rong broke into the emperor's palace privately, killed the emperor, and called the emperor by his name. What is the crime?" "Ah!" Xiao Rong, who was still immersed in Yang Wuqing's killing of Xiao Lizi and defeating Zhang Jiyuan's extremely handsome figure, was slightly stunned. And then a faint blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Thinking of the heroic appearance of the young man in front of her, she actually lost her mind. "Reporting to your majesty, breaking into the palace privately is a capital crime. And calling his majesty by his first name is also a capital crime. Killing his majesty is a serious crime with implication." Shirong, who came back to her senses, immediately replied. Yang Mucheng nodded. He came to Zhang Jiyuan with a smile, knelt down and said, "Don't worry. Not only will I kill you, but your foster father, Eunuch Hai, will never survive. However, before killing you, I will also there's something to do." As he said that, Yang Mucheng glanced and landed between Zhang Jiyuan's legs. This glance made Zhang Jiyuan's heart tremble, and he immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. And he quickly shouted, "Yang Mucheng, what do you want to do? I castrated you. Congratulations. You should become the only eunuch castrated by the emperor in the entire history of the Dacian kingdom." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng kicked out and hit Zhang Jiyuan directly between his crotch. In this intense pain pouring into his soul, Zhang Jiyuan's face turned extremely pale, and his facial features were even more distorted. Zhang Jiyuan, who was shrunk into a shriveled stick shape, was covering his crotch, blood flowing down uncontrollably. "It's your turn next." Yang Wuqing's eyes turned and fell on the eunuchs, who were following Zhang Jiyuan. Since the mission is for Qing Jun, how can these eunuchs be kept? Even Zhang Jiyuan is not Yang Wuqing's opponent. How can these eunuchs, who are ordinary people, be Yang Wuqing's opponent? In just a moment, he was completely killed. When Yang Mucheng looked at Zhang Jiyuan again, he didn't know whether he died of excessive blood loss or was painfully alive. Anyway, he had already expired. "Your Majesty, let's run away quickly." At this time, Xiao Rong recovered from the shock and said worriedly, "Eunuch Hai is a warrior in the late stage of Inai Jin. If he knew that you had become a warrior and killed his adopted son, he would never let it go." Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, "Escape? The whole world belongs to me. There is no way I can escape. It would be okay if Eunuch Hai doesn't come. But if he comes, I will kill him too. Besides, he only had 3 days. If Eunuch Hai is not killed, he will also be wiped out by the system. Instead of running away, it's better to fight with all your strength. It's better to consolidate your cultivation first." Yang Mucheng secretly thought for a while and started practicing again. When he activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique, sudden changes occurred. He saw Xiao Lizi, Zhang Jiyuan, and several other corpses who had been killed by him. All the blood and essence in their bodies were gathered and rushing towards him. After the chi and blood of the 2 warriors and several ordinary people were swallowed up, they turned into a majestic energy and poured into his body. Suddenly, Yang Wuqing's aura surged, reaching the middle stage of internal energy. This is, Yang Wuqing's whole body was shaken, and his face was filled with shock. Can the ancient heaven-swallowing technique swallow the blood and essence of other warriors? Doesn't this mean that he is not afraid of Eunuch Hai at all? Very good. I have a way to deal with Eunuch Hai. Yang Muchung looked happy, looked at Shirong and said, "Come with me." Chapter 5 Centennial Blood Ginseng. Where to go? Naturally, go to the treasure house. Although Dacian Kingdom can only be regarded as a small country in the 9th rank in this world, it must have some savings at least. Millennium Ginseng. Tianshan Snow Lotus. 10,000-year-old stalactite. These are heavenly and earthly treasures, which themselves contain a lot of spiritual energy, which is several times richer than the spiritual energy of a warrior. If you can swallow one or two, maybe your cultivation will be able to easily reach the late stage of inner strength, or even perfection. Of course, killing warriors can also absorb their blood and essence. However, because the chi and blood in the warrior's body are too mixed, the absorbed energy is not too pure and requires a certain amount of time to fuse. The mission only lasted 3 days, so Yang Muchung had to race against time. Who is it? This is an important royal place, and no one else is allowed to enter. Before he even got close to the treasure house, a guard wearing golden armor took a step forward and shouted angrily. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows, stared at the other party, and said coldly, "Not even me?" Only then did the guard recognize Yang Muchung. It should be noted that although Yang Muchung is the Holy Emperor of Dacian Kingdom, everyone knows that he is just a puppet emperor. He was confined to the palace most of the time, and was not allowed to go out at will. Only Eunuch Hai and Prime Minister Hua would take Yang Muchung out for a walk when needed. So not many people in the palace knew him. However, even after recognizing Yang Muchung, the guard still had no intention of letting him go. He looked at Yang Muchung with a half smile and said, "It turns out to be the Holy One. However, the Prime Minister has an order that no one is allowed to enter the treasure house." Yang Muchung sneered. "I can't enter my treasure house? Did this useless emperor take the wrong medicine today?" The guard looked at Yang Muchung strangely. Others around him were also staring at Yang Muchung with suspicion. What happened to this guy today? Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare you talk to the boss in this tone? A guard whispered. It seems that he really regards himself as the emperor. The Dacian Kingdom is not something that a useless emperor like him can talk about. However, if his behavior today is known to Eunuch Hai, it will be difficult for him to escape unscathed. The other guard shook his head. The guard leader stared at Yang Muchung and was about to scold him. Clang! At this moment, the cold sword light surged out rapidly. Suddenly, everything within a radius of 10 meters was enveloped by a large sword light. The guards present only saw a flash of light, and even Yang Muchung's figure was shrouded in it. The icy cold sword light made everyone's hearts tremble. The leader of the guards looked horrified. He had never expected that Yang Muchung would take action at his word. However, he was still a warrior in the middle stage of internal strength. He knew how terrifying this sword light was, and did not dare to fight head-on. As soon as he stepped on the soles of his feet, he retreated towards the back. When did this good-for-nothing emperor become a warrior? And how did he learn such a terrifying swordsmanship? However, no matter how strong he is, he can't compete with me. The leader of the guard shouted coldly, and avoided this extreme sword light. At the same time, he grabbed the saber from his waist with his right hand, and a surge of internal energy quickly swept out of his body, and a tiger's roar suddenly filled the air. This tiger roar shook the mountains and forests, and swept the wind and sand from all directions. The giant tiger suddenly took shape deep in the eyes of everyone, and headed towards the position of Yang Muchung, rushing towards it like lightning. Tiger roaring sword technique. I use martial arts, and it was the boss's most powerful sword. This giant tiger is a giant tiger that is completely condensed from internal energy. This move consumes a lot of internal energy, but its power is extraordinary. Look, Yang Muchung has drawn his sword. Call out. The cold sword light suddenly lit up. The cross sword uses the sword as the bow, and the target as the target. Yang Muchung gathered all the inner energy in his body into one point, and used it as a crossbow arrow that was ready to go. He shot out of the hole, and shot towards the giant tiger. In the depths of everyone's eyes, this giant tiger with overwhelming arrogance was completely penetrated at this moment. Poof! At the same time, Yang Muchung's sword light did not stop at all after killing the giant tiger. Instead, it blasted forward with a more terrifying attitude than before. Under everyone's shocked eyes, it directly penetrated the leader of the guards' neck. The blood is like a fountain, and the corpses are like wooden piles. Outside the treasure house, there was silence. Seeing the body of the guard leader lying on the ground, and seeing Yang Mucheng put the silver snake sword back into its scabbard with a cold expression, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. It was only then that someone came back to their senses. A guard stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Yang Mucheng, you dare to kill people and break into the treasure house. I want to tell the Prime Minister about this." Puff! Before he finished speaking, a huge head flew up into the air, and then hit the ground heavily. Ignoring the many shocked glances around him, Yang Mucheng directly used the ancient heaven swallowing technique to absorb all the energy, blood and essence of the two people into his body. At the same time, an indifferent voice resounded. "The kingdom of Dakian belongs to me, and your lives are also mine. I can kill you if I want. Even a small prime minister dares to take care of me. I will wait until I destroy Eunuch Hai. It's his turn next." Hearing this, the guards around him were shocked, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Yang Mucheng shouted, "Open the treasure house." After killing 2 people in a row, the guard still dared to disobey Yang Mucheng's ideas and open the treasure house honestly. However, what made Yang Mucheng even more angry was that the treasure house was not as he imagined. With gold coins, jewelry, and rare heavenly and earthly treasures piled everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was only one treasure chest, and it was still empty. There was a lot of dust all around, and it was obvious that no one had visited this treasure house for a long time. "Where are the things in the treasure house?" Yang Mucheng asked. The guard replied cautiously, "Your Majesty, they were all taken away by Eunuch Hai and Prime Minister Hua." "Damn it! Is this trip empty? If you can't get the treasure of heaven and earth, what will happen to your father-in-law? Should we kill all the guards here and absorb their blood?" Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng glanced at the guards present. Just then, I heard a cry. Xiaorong said, "Your Majesty, there is a century-old blood ginseng here." Hearing this, Yang Mucheng was overjoyed. The century-old blood ginseng, coupled with the essence and blood of the 2 previous guards, might be able to reach the late stage of internal strength. By then, there won't be much difficulty in dealing with Eunuch Hai. Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the ancient heaven-swallowing technique again. Chapter 6 9,000 years old. The centuries-old blood ginseng can be used by warriors to strengthen their bodies and strengthen their chi and blood. But ordinary warriors can only absorb less than 10% of the essence when taking it, and the rest is wasted. But the ancient heaven-swallowing technique is different. It can absorb all the energy of the essence in the blood ginseng into the body. Yang Mucheng sat still, using the ancient heaven-swallowing technique, turning the century-old blood ginseng into wisps of light smoke and entering from various acupuncture points in his body. The guards around looked at the emperor, who seemed to be a different person. They had seen his terrifying methods again. At this moment, they could only stand quietly in the treasure house and watch him practice. Yang Mucheng's killing of Zhang Jiyuan was not concealed for too long. After all, so many people breaking into the palace and not showing up for such a long time will inevitably arouse suspicion. A little eunuch sneaked into the palace and looked at the corpses on the ground. His face suddenly turned pale. "Oh my God! Mr. Zhang, Xiao Lizi this!" Then, a shrill cry resounded throughout the palace. "Master Zhang has been killed. Report to Eunuch Hai quickly. It's over. It's over." Yushu Palace. Outside the palace, there is Eunuch Hai's palace. It should be noted that a eunuch, no matter how high his position is not qualified to live in such a palace. But since he had a transcendent status, controlled the puppet emperor, and was said to be 9,000 years old, naturally no one dared to say anything. His palace was very prosperous, even several times more luxurious than Yang Mucheng's palace. At this moment, Mr. Hai is practicing. For ordinary warriors, the higher their cultivation level, the stronger the masculine energy in their bodies. But Eunuch Hai's body exudes a sinister energy. Every time he breathed, 2 mist dragons sprayed out from his nose, writhing up and down in the air as if fighting, which looked extremely weird. Eunuch Hai's 9 Yuan Yin Sha Gong has almost reached the level of mastery, in the late stage of inner strength. Absolutely no one can be his opponent, a eunuch whispered. That's natural. Otherwise, how could those great inner masters be subdued by Eunuch Hai? The great inner master Xiao Tianhua is also a late-stage inner strength expert. But he still couldn't withstand Eunuch Hai's 3 palms. The first palm shattered him with his inner strength. The second palm shattered his heart. And the third palm directly froze him into ice. Another eunuch said admiringly. Boom. At this moment, the door of Yushu Palace was suddenly knocked open. The little eunuch ran over in a panic. Eunuch Hai, who was disturbed in his practice, frowned, opened his eyes, and shouted angrily, "If you dare to disturb my practice, drag me out and kill you!" The little eunuch quickly shouted miserably, "Eunuch Hai, something bad has happened. Mr. Zhang has been killed, along with Xiao Lizi and Xiao Liuzi. They all died in Yang Muqing's palace." Died? A chill flashed in Eunuch Hai's eyes, and he immediately stood up. "Where is Yang Muqing now? I only heard that he seemed to have gone to the treasure house," the little eunuch said quickly. Eunuch Hai sneered and said, "Originally I planned to keep Yang Muqing and hold the emperor hostage to order the princes. I didn't expect that he dared to cause trouble in the palace. It seems that I can't keep him. If this is the case, then I will kill him. Follow me. Let's go to the treasure house together." For ordinary warriors to take blood ginseng, it would take a long time to devour it and convert this power to their own use. But Yang Muqing was different. The ancient heaven-swallowing technique can swallow the sky and the earth, which is extremely heaven-defying. Even the blood and essence of other warriors can be forcibly plundered, which is unprecedented and unheard of. At this moment, his body was like a huge black hole, devouring it crazily and domineeringly. The swallowing speed of the ancient heaven-swallowing art is so astonishing. The energy of these centuries-old blood ginseng entered Yang Muqing's body, and was immediately converted into Yang Muqing's own internal energy under the action of the ancient heaven-swallowing art. As soon as this absorption was transformed, the energy in his body, the speed at which the inner strength increases, is simply terrifying. This is too fast. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique is this?" The guards around him all stared at Yang Muqing in shock. It should be noted that ordinary warriors go from the middle stage of Niai Jin to the late stage of Niai Jin, which can take as little as 3 to 5 years, and as many as decades. For example, Eunuch Hai, the top master in the palace, started practicing martial arts at the age of 6, became a martial artist at the age of 18, and only reached the late stage of internal strength at the age of 43. But Yang Muqing's aura at this moment was as obvious as stepping on each step, making them feel a bone-chilling chill. "Call." Yang Mu took a long breath, like a whale sucking water, and absorbed the last remaining power of the blood ginseng in his hand into his body, and his cultivation finally reached the late stage of internal strength. At the same time, Yang Muqing, who had been practicing, suddenly opened his eyes, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for your breakthrough," Xiao Rong said quickly. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for your breakthrough." At this moment, the guards around him all trembled and fell to their knees heavily. In just one stick of incense, he went from the middle stage of inner energy to the late stage. This kind of improvement speed is terrifying. At this moment, they were completely frightened by this amazing speed, and they didn't even have any resistance in their hearts. Yang Muqing stood up slowly, and as he stretched, all the muscles and bones in his body made a crackling sound at this moment. Looking at these guards quietly, he said coldly, "You guards, who have taken refuge with Eunuch Hai and Prime Minister Hua, according to the law, should be quartered on 5 horses, and your family should be confiscated and exterminated. But now I am still using people, so I will leave you a life. However, you are all guilty, and you must, if you are satisfied with your merits, I will keep your glory and wealth for endless enjoyment." The guards didn't know that they had just walked through the gate of HL, so they didn't dare to neglect them and shouted quickly, "I will obey the holy edict." At this time, a sharp shout came from outside the treasure house. "Yang Muqing, get out of here!" Hearing this voice, Yang Muqing's eyes turned cold. This Eunuch Hai really dares to come to our door. If he had come half an hour earlier, maybe he wouldn't be his opponent. But now, he came here just to die. "Your Majesty, if this old eunuch dares to call you by your first name, let me kill him!" A young guard jumped up immediately. Yang Muqing smiled and said, "No need. This Eunuch Hai is a warrior in the late stage of Niai Jin, and you are no match for him. This old eunuch imprisoned me in the palace for more than 10 years, dominating the Dacian kingdom and calling the wind and rain. Today I will let you. I killed him completely. Yes, Your Majesty." The guards quickly followed Yang Muqing and walked towards the outside of the treasure house. However, they saw more than a dozen eunuchs blocking the gate. A young eunuch in rich clothes and gray hair stood at the front with his hands behind his back, as if he was surrounded by stars. At the same time, His body also exudes an extremely strong evil spirit, making it difficult for people to approach. Obviously, he is 9,000 years old. Eunuch Hai. Chapter 7 Shocking Sword. Eunuch Hai looked proudly at the approaching Yang Mucheng with his hands behind his back. However, when he saw Yang Mucheng walking like a dragon and tiger with a calm posture, he couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face. Obviously, he was also very surprised that Yang Mucheng could become a warrior, but as a warrior in the late stage of Nei Jin. Even in the entire Dacian kingdom, he could only count the number of people he feared with the palm of his hand. Naturally, Yang Mucheng was not taken seriously by him at all. In his opinion, this kid may have gotten some luck and became a warrior. Could he still surpass him? Eunuch Hai never thought that Yang Mucheng had reached the late stage of internal energy. Seeing Yang Mucheng coming out of the treasure house with a group of guards, Eunuch Hai smiled coldly. Yang Mucheng, you are so brave. You dare to kill my adopted son? If you just be a puppet emperor and don't cause any trouble, maybe I can let you live a few more years. But today, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I will let you know what it means to live. Better to die, Eunuch Hai said, and walked directly towards Yang Mucheng. Looking at Eunuch Hai walking towards him, Yang Mucheng's expression did not change at all. Eunuch Hai, do you really think that no one can take care of you anymore? An old dog that has not been castrated dares to stand in front of me. You claim to be 9,000 years old? Boom! Yang Mucheng's tit-for-tat conversation caused the eunuchs around him to explode. They didn't expect that Yang Mucheng would dare to challenge him when Eunuch Hai personally took action. Does this Yang Mucheng really think of himself as the emperor? If Eunuch Hai hadn't been kind, he would have been destroyed long ago. How could he be allowed to live a few more years? These eunuchs were following Eunuch Hai. Who knew if Yang Mucheng was no longer the good-for-nothing he had been before? Not only had he become a warrior, but he had also become a late-stage warrior with inner strength that was comparable to Eunuch Hai. Yang Mucheng's words caused the surrounding eunuchs to start talking, and Eunuch Hai's face suddenly turned ugly. Dare to talk to me like this? It seems you are really looking for death. Okay. Then I'll let you see the true strength of a warrior in the late stage of Nei Jin. As soon as Eunuch Hai finished speaking, his whole body transformed into a gust of dark wind and flew towards Yang Mucheng. One of his claws went directly towards Yang Mucheng's head, intending to completely kill Yang Mucheng with one palm. What a cruel method! Seeing Eunuch Hai taking Yang Mucheng's head straight away, the guards around him couldn't help but scream. Eunuch Hai, you actually dared to commit the following crime. You are looking for death. At this time, behind Yang Mucheng, a young guard shouted angrily and prepared to step forward to resist. Seeing this, Eunuch Hai snorted coldly and waved his right palm forward. Hearing a sharp and piercing roar, the young guard felt that the hurricane in front of him was forcibly gathered together, as if it turned into a sledgehammer and hit him hard. Before he could react, he was hit by this sinister and strange force. Like a kite with its string broken, he flew directly 3 or 4 feet away and fell heavily to the ground, covering the floor. It was smashed and cracked. But instead of slowing down Eunuch Hai's offensive, it actually accelerated several times. The whole person was carrying a sharp whistling sound, and he quickly rushed to Yang Mucheng. With the inner strength stimulated by the 9 yuan in Sha Gong, the floor he stepped on was actually covered with a thin layer of frost. We are both late-stage Nei Jin warriors. I wonder who is stronger. Yang Mucheng was secretly moved in his heart, and did not choose to draw his sword. Instead, he stepped forward with an arrow. His whole body suddenly tensed from head to toe, like a tight strong bow, and his closed right fist was ready to strike at any time, prepared to blast the crossbow arrows. When people around him saw this scene, they were all shocked. Yang Mucheng actually wanted to compete with Eunuch Hai in strength? The little eunuchs behind Eunuch Hai even showed a mocking look. In their opinion, Yang Mucheng must have had some adventure before he became a warrior. But this kind of cultivation that relies on external forces is not worth mentioning at all. Boom! With this punch, the two people collided with each other. During the collision, the powerful internal energy suddenly exploded, sending the two people fighting backwards. Boom! 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 Eunuch Hai, who took 7 or 8 steps back before standing still, looked at Yang Mucheng, and a high-pitched voice suddenly sounded. In the late stage of Nei Jin, you have actually reached the level of cultivation in the late stage of Nei Jin? To be able to repel him in a fist fight would be impossible without internal strength and advanced cultivation. The little eunuchs who originally thought they would be killed by Eunuch Hai's punch opened their eyes wide and couldn't believe it. Yang Mucheng looked at his right fist. Unikai's Zhou Yuan In Sha Gong brought a strong chill, freezing his right arm with a thin layer of ice. With a blast of internal energy, the ice was dispersed. He said loudly, "Yes. So what? Don't think that you are the only one who is a warrior in the late stage of Inai Jin. How is this possible in the late stage of internal strength? Unikai has been practicing for more than 30 years, and he has only reached the late stage of inner strength. A few days ago, Yang Mucheng was just an ordinary person who was beaten and knelt down to beg for mercy." Among the young eunuchs who were watching, the 7 or 8 young eunuchs who often dealt with Yang Mucheng were the most familiar with Yang Mucheng. They simply couldn't believe that Yang Mucheng, who was beaten like a pug on his knees begging for mercy a few days ago, would suddenly become a warrior in the late stage of Inai Jin. This is simply appalling and unbelievable. Unikai stared at Yang Mucheng. "Yang Mucheng, you really surprised me. No wonder you were able to kill my adopted son. But what if you reach the late stage of inner strength? The inner strength you have gained is all its inferior and can't compare to the inner energy I gained from decades of hard work. It's all over. You can go die." Unikai's body trembled. His majestic body shook violently, and his hands and claws instantly became extremely cold. "Try to taste what it feels like to have your veins cut off by my evil claw." Unikai waved his claws, and he rushed towards Yang Mucheng as fast as lightning. At the same time, his extremely cold hands, with surging inner energy, rushed directly towards Yang Mucheng's body. The claw wind roared, tearing apart all obstacles, and the chill it brought made everyone around them feel as if they were falling into an ice cellar, and their whole bodies were trembling. This is Unikai's special skill. Back then, he used this move to kill Xiao Tianhua, the top master in the field, with 3 palms. Now, when he used this move, he obviously did not intend to give Yang Mucheng any chance of survival, but wanted to completely kill him. "Old eunuch, you have been dominating the Dacian kingdom for so many years, and it is finally over. Today, let me bury you with my own hands." "Stupid." The silver snake sword was unsheathed, and a clear sword cry sounded simultaneously. All the people around saw was a sharp sword light that exploded like lightning, like a meteor, like a dragon out of the sea. In a third of the blink of an eye, it had already pierced the air and hit Unikai's body. In front of you. At this moment, Unikai's vast aura was directly split open by a sword. There was a sound of a sword entering the body. A big head flew up high, and the blood from the broken neck was like a fountain. Chapter 8:8. Controlling the palace. Outside the treasure house, there was silence. There was no sound except the startled gasps of the young eunuchs. Seeing his severed head, Unikai couldn't rest in peace. Looking at Yang Mucheng, who put the silver snake sword back into its scabbard, the surrounding guards and eunuchs all opened their mouths. And then the sounds of admiration, exclamation, and disbelief swept from all directions. "Dead! Yang Mucheng actually killed Unikai. He actually broke Unikai's 9 yuan in evil technique, using a sword as a bow and using a target as a target. You directly broke through the evil claws of Hai Nam Gongyin. This is such a fast swordsmanship. This kind of speed and power. No one in the late stage of Inai Jin can achieve it." The scene of Yang Mucheng breaking the evil claw with one sword and beheading Unikai with one sword fell in their eyes, and made them unforgettable for a long time. They didn't believe that Yang Mucheng was Unikai's opponent before, but now they have witnessed this miracle with their own eyes. Ding. As soon as Unikai died, Yang Mucheng also received a prompt from the system. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Qin Jun side. The reward will be drawn once. Do you want to draw it now? Extract." Ding. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mid-level spiritual skill Songlong Qi and training technique." It's actually a skill. Ordinary people, if they want to become an internal martial artist, they can only practice martial arts day after day and year after year. Those with good qualifications can develop internal energy within 3 to 5 years. If you have poor qualifications, you may never be able to become a warrior in your lifetime. Practicing exercises can make it easier for people to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is no exaggeration to say that if a person with good qualifications can practice the Songlong Qi entrainment technique, he can become an inner strength warrior in 3 to 5 days. However, Yang Mucheng possesses the ancient heaven swallowing technique that surpasses all other cultivation techniques. So this technique is of no use to him. But is it really? No matter how long you stay in the system space, you will only be exposed to the outside world for a moment. When Yang Mucheng's consciousness returned to his body, Everyone around him was still in shock and had not yet recovered. Holy Lord, have mercy on me! Holy Lord, have mercy on me! Yang Muqing's cold eyes fell on the eunuchs, who followed Eunuch Hai. The eunuchs immediately knew that the situation was over and knelt down with white faces to beg for mercy. You eunuchs are following Eunuch Hai to do evil in the palace and bring harm to loyal people. Today I am back in charge of the harem, and the first thing I will do is attack you. Come here. Catch all the eunuchs in the harem and put them in jail. Prison. Yes. The guards took orders. What's your name? Yang Mucheng looked at the young guard. This guard was the only one who stood up when Eunuch Hai attacked him. He heard Yang Mucheng ask himself, and quickly knelt down and replied, Your Majesty, my name is Yi Wuheng. Yang Mucheng nodded and said, You have served well in escorting me. From now on, you will be the commander of the Imperial Guards in the entire harem. There are rewards and punishments. This is the way to control people and make them more loyal. Some young guards looked at Yi Wuheng with envy, even jealousy. However, some of the guards in the middle stage of internal strength sneered secretly. Yi Wuheng has just entered the early stage of internal strength. His strength ranks last among the Imperial Guards. Is he still qualified to become the commander of the Imperial Guards? There was a hint of surprise in Yi Wuheng's eyes. But then he said hurriedly, Your Majesty, my cultivation level is low and I have just entered the early stage of Ni-Jin. There are nearly 100 guards in the palace, and there are many people in the middle stage of Ni-Jin. If I become a guard and lead others, you won't be willing to be led by me. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and said, I said you are qualified, and you are qualified. If you have done a good job in escorting me, I will reward you with a middle-level spiritual level skill called Songlong Qi and Training Technique. Remember, if anyone in the Imperial Guard dares if you don't obey, I'll kill you. A mid-level spirit level technique? Hiss. There were incredible gasps from the guards all around. Looking at Yi Wuheng, he became more and more envious. It should be noted that even in the entire Dacian kingdom, there are few low-level spiritual skills that can be found. Now, Yang Mucheng casually rewarded a guard with its Songlong Qi and training art. How heroic and confident is this? Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the shocked guards in front of him, and said loudly, Everyone in the Imperial Guard, please listen to me. If you are loyal to me, I may not pass on the Songlong Qi and training technique to you in the future. Even became a general and conferred the title of prince. Yang Mucheng looked at the guards in front of him and nodded secretly. This group of guards was finally subdued. But the real confidants are probably only Yi Wuheng and Xiao Rong. Of course, he is not in a hurry. After all, he has just mastered the palace and will have a long time to come. Just as he was thinking about it, all the eunuchs in the palace were escorted over. Yang Mucheng didn't have the slightest fondness for these eunuchs. At this moment, regardless of the continuous sounds of begging for mercy, behead them all. Naturally, the blood and essence of these hundreds of people could not be wasted. He directly used the ancient heaven-swallowing technique to absorb them all. Not long after, Yang Mucheng felt that the inner energy in his body was several times thicker and more concentrated than before. But there is still some distance to go before the peak of internal strength. Your Majesty, kill all the eunuchs in the palace. Yi Wuheng came to report. However, such a big thing happened in the palace, and it must not be hidden from the Prime Minister's eyes and ears. Prime Minister Hua? Don't be afraid of him. Once Eunuch Hai dies, I will have to operate on him. Yang Mucheng sneered and said, Eunuch Hai has controlled the government over the years and must have made a lot of money for himself. Just follow me. Seize Eunuch Hai's Yushu Temple. At that moment, a large number of people walked towards Yushu Palace in a mighty manner. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back, protected by stars and the moon in the center. A few days ago, he was still a good-for-nothing who could be bullied by eunuchs at will. But now he has become a true 9th Emperor, with a transcendent status. If someone dares to rebel, he only needs to give an order to make the other person's head fall to the ground. How powerful is Prime Minister Hua? Yang Mucheng asked calmly. Yi Wuheng said quickly, It's very big. Over the past few years, Prime Minister Hua and Eunuch Hai have been in charge of the government and the palace. It can be said that he has become the dominant voice in the government. And in the entire Dacian kingdom, there are all kinds of capable people and strangers. They were all recruited by him, and they are extremely powerful. Some loyal ministers and generals, who are unwilling to join in the same deeds as Wazai, will either be assassinated by him or be thrown into prison directly. Yi Wuheng paused and continued. Moreover, Prime Minister Hua's cultivation is also extremely high. He himself is a warrior at the peak of his inner strength. The realm of inner strength is divided into 6 small realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak, perfection, and master, reaching the perfection of inner strength. Prime Minister Hua indeed has absolute strength. Yang Mucheng secretly sneered. But unfortunately, he possesses the ancient heaven swallowing technique. So there is no need to be afraid of him. Ding! At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. The host triggers the main mission: control the government. Task name: take control of the government and kill the powerful Prime Minister Hua. Mission time: 3 months. Mission successful. Rewarded with a lottery opportunity. Mission failed. Erase all cultivation levels and reduce to ordinary people. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, Yang Mucheng also came to Yushu Palace, where Eunuch Hai lived. Chapter 9: Attack on Yushu Palace. Control the government? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Not to mention the system issuing tasks and awarding a lottery opportunity. Even if it didn't award them, he would still have to find an opportunity to kill Prime Minister Hua. As for killing Prime Minister Hua, it is not as urgent as killing Eunuch Hai. Yang Mucheng, who possesses the ancient heaven swallowing technique, can quickly improve his cultivation level as long as he has enough heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. The Sanlong Qi entrainment technique can also quickly increase the strength of your own imperial guards. It does not require too many masters, and only requires more than a dozen guards with late-stage internal strength to intimidate the government. Of course, Yang Mucheng also understands that in this world where the strong are respected, only by improving his own strength can he have the possibility to control everything. Stop! Who are you? This is a 9,000-year-old palace, and this is where you people can be so arrogant. At this time, a burst of shouting pulled Yang Mucheng back from his silence. Yang Mucheng looked forward. In front of Yushu Palace, there were more than a dozen warriors with different services gathered. The ones with the highest cultivation level even had the cultivation level of the late stage of Inai Jin. Obviously, these people are masters recruited by Eunuch Hai. Yi Wuheng, the newly appointed commander of the Imperial Guard, naturally wanted to show off in front of Yang Mucheng. He stepped forward and shouted, "How outrageous! The person in front of you is the Holy Lord of the Dacian Kingdom. Eunuch Hai has been killed by the Holy Lord. You treacherous ministers and traitors are still here. If you don't hurry up, you'll be captured." Eunuch Hai was killed. These warriors were shocked and couldn't believe it. Joke. Eunuch Hai is a strong man in the late stage of internal strength. How could he be killed by this useless emperor? A middle-aged man with gray beard and hair stepped forward and shouted, "This is Yushu Palace. Step forward and die." Die! As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a huge inner energy surged around him. At the same time, a wave of air visible to the naked eye centered on his body and swept in all directions, actually pushing everyone in front of him back a few steps. Some guards with relatively low cultivation levels were knocked to the ground by the wave of air, and were in a state of utter confusion. Old Sky Eagle. At that moment, many guards recognized each other. Why are you such a cruel person? When did he join Eunuch Hai? Old Man Tianying, who is in the late stage of internal strength cultivation, is only stronger than Eunuch Hai. Although he looks like a middle-aged man, he is actually already in his 70s or 80s. He once entered the Wilderness Kingdom alone and massacred 302 masters. He also killed the Emperor of the Wilderness Kingdom alive in the court in front of more than 100 ministers. Then, he walked away without anyone daring to stop him. When did Eunuch Hai recruit such a strong person? Many guards turned pale with fear. This is a peerless, powerful man. Just a name is enough to intimidate more than 100 Imperial Guardsmen from taking action. In front of Yushu Palace, many warriors laughed when they saw the appearance of the guards. How can Eunuch Hai be killed by a bunch of trash like you? That's right. Eunuch Hai's cultivation level is even better than that of Old Man Tianying. You don't even dare to move a finger in front of Old Man Tianying. How can you face Eunuch Hai? Get out of here. Wait until Eunuch Hai comes back. You won't be able to escape unscathed. Just when everyone was laughing and laughing. Just when everyone was looking at the many guards who dared not move. Just when everyone was looking at Yang Mucheng, who was standing in the center without saying a word, Yang Mucheng took action. Clang! A sudden burst of bright light burst out. This sword light was like lightning tearing through the void. And in an instant, it shot towards the Old Man Sky Eagle. What a powerful sword! Seeing this sword light, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The previous self-confidence, the previous arrogance, and the previous vows were all completely torn apart by Yang Wuching's sword. Retreat! After all, the old man Tianying was a strong person in the late stage of internal energy. With one step of his foot, he was swept away by a hurricane. When did this kid become a Neijin warrior? And can he thrust out such a terrifying sword? Huh. But, so what if he becomes a Neijin warrior? Although the power of this sword is huge, it will definitely not be able to sustain it for too long. As long as I can temporarily avoid the sharp edge and wait until he is exhausted before stepping forward. And then I can easily kill him. Retreat! 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 The old man Tianying's figure was like lightning, and the sword light was always only an inch away from his eyebrows. But he could not move forward any further. Yang Muchung. When the sword is over, it will be your death. At this time, everyone's eyes were looking forward. It didn't matter at this sight. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oh no! Yang Wuching's aura was weakening, but old man Tianying's aura was constantly brewing. When the power of this sword fades away, old Sky Eagle's counterattack will inevitably begin. Could it be that Yang Muchung, who had just killed Unikai and had just a glimmer of hope of regaining control of the government, would die in the hands of old man Tianying? Just when everyone looked towards Yang Muchung, they discovered that Yang Muchung smiled faintly, and the holes in his eyes shot out a light that could tear the void. The sword light that was about to disappear suddenly increased in power at this moment. The hole shot out faster than before. Boom! One sword. Annihilate! The old man Tianying's throat was pierced on the spot, and his body was blown 6 or 7 feet away by the power of the sword. And he fell heavily to the ground, even cracking the floor. Seeing this, Yi Wuling shouted quickly. Old Tianying is dead. Why don't you guys just catch him without hesitation? More than 100 Imperial guards swarmed forward and directly restrained this group of warriors. At this moment, Yi Wuling looked at Yang Muchung and whispered, Your Majesty, these warriors are masters recruited by Unikai from among the people. We are now in the midst of employing people. Do we want to keep these people? Kill! Yang Muchung said calmly. Your Majesty? Yi Wuling was shocked. This? Yang Muchung snorted and said, Why? Do you still want to disobey me? I don't dare. Yi Wuling shook his head quickly and immediately shouted, These rebellious officials and traitors who dare to disobey their offenders will be punished according to their crimes. Hearing this, not only these warriors, but also the Imperial guards were shocked. These are dozens of inner-strength warriors. No matter where they are placed, they are a huge force. If they can be recruited, they will have a greater chance of winning against Prime Minister Hua. So you just want to kill? For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Muchung with more fear and awe, feeling the change in everyone's attitude. Yang Muchung nodded secretly. What he wanted was this effect. He would kill those who deserved to be killed without giving them any courtesy at all. Only in this way can people fear him and fear him. What is an emperor? In this day and age. Keep your word. Do you dare to rebel? Do you dare to disobey? Kill them directly without mercy. Only in this way can the entire Dacian kingdom be completely controlled. The kingdom of Dacian was already in a state of decay due to Unikai, Prime Minister Hua and their ilk. And even the roots were rotten. Now only by cutting it off, by its roots can the entire Dacian kingdom regain its vitality. Puff! 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 Heads fell to the ground one after another, and fountains of blood gushed out. And the blood and essence of these dozens of warriors finally allowed Yang Muchung to reach the peak of his inner strength. Chapter 10 Zijin Pavilion. 3,000 taels of gold. Jewelry. Worth 800 taels of gold. More than 100 blood ginseng plants that are 50 years old. And 1 blood ginseng that is 100 years old. A low-level spiritual martial art called In Sha Claw. The incomplete Kung Fu 9 Yuan In Sha Kung Fu. A storage bag for a low-grade spiritual weapon. After the Yushu Palace was raided, Unikai's private possessions were counted out one by one, and all were brought to Yang Muchung. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could use. After one's cultivation reaches the peak of internal strength, the energy that needs to be absorbed will increase several times compared to before. A century-old ginseng can take his cultivation from the middle to the late stage of Nei Jin. But for Yang Muchung, who has already reached the peak of Nei Jin, the effect is already minimal. Yi Wuling, you have done a good job in escorting me, and are at the forefront of everything. So I will reward you with 100-year-old blood ginseng. The remaining guards will each be rewarded with 50-year-old blood ginseng. As for the Yin Evil Claw, you can use it to practice. Yang Muchung said lightly. Suddenly there were shouts. Thank you, Lord. Yang Muqing's demonstrations have been enough. And now he naturally wants to accumulate gratitude. Only in this way will these guards become more loyal to him. As for the strength of this group of guards, he is not in a hurry. In the future, when he draws a yellow level or even a black level skill, his improvement will be faster. Your Majesty is too generous to take action. That's right. Even the century-old blood ginseng, a heavenly and earthly treasure, was rewarded when we followed Eunuch Hai in the past. The old eunuch not only didn't treat us as human beings, but also made us work for our lives. From now on, I will follow Ding Sheng. The guards who received the reward were all overjoyed. They never even dreamed that Yang Mucheng would take them so seriously, and they became more and more determined to follow Yang Mucheng. Your Majesty, since you have regained control of the palace, will you go to court next? Xiao Rong whispered. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, Go to court? Now is not the time. Prime Minister Hua has controlled the Dacian kingdom for too long. He has a solid foundation and many party members. If he is not eliminated at once, he will definitely leave harm in the future. However, 3 days should be enough. Inform everyone inside and outside that you will go to court in 3 days. Xiao Rong, please accompany me out of the palace. Xiao Rong said respectfully. Yes. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked at the vast world, his heart boiling with enthusiasm. Prime Minister Hua, don't you have all the power in the government? In 3 days, I will make you pay the price. Putting on ordinary clothes, Yang Mucheng took Shurong out of the palace. The imperial city, at the feet of the emperor. It is the most prosperous city in the Dacian kingdom. There are shops on both sides, pedestrians coming and going, and even a small building called Chunhua Pavilion. A bright-looking woman is waving a handkerchief to attract customers. Yang Mucheng secretly laughed. If this kind of Chanlu brothel opened in China, a lot of police would have come to the door. On both sides of the street, tea houses, restaurants, and iron shops and medicine shops were built. Xiao Rong whispered, Your Majesty, the purple gold pavilion is ahead. Yang Mucheng nodded. Don't call me Holy Master outside the palace. Just call me Young Master. Is that the Zijin Pavilion? As he spoke, Yang Mucheng looked forward. Among the bustling streets, a 6-story attic is the most conspicuous. This Zijin Pavilion is the largest store in the entire Dacian kingdom. As long as you have money, you can buy everything from martial arts, elixirs, or weapons. The Zijin Pavilion also has a great background, with branches in many countries. Sir, may I ask if you need any help? When Yang Mucheng and Xiao Rong walked into the Zijin Pavilion, a young and beautiful maid asked respectfully, I want to buy tea on Lingbao. Yang Mucheng said directly. Although Yang Muqing's cultivation level has reached the peak of internal strength, in order to ensure the court's plan to kill Prime Minister Hua in 3 days, he still plans to increase his cultivation level as much as possible. Since there are no heavenly or earthly treasures in the palace, he has no choice but to come outside the palace. The maid led the way, and Yang Mucheng soon came to a counter specializing in selling heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. There was an old man in black robes at the counter. After seeing Yang Mucheng, he asked with a smile, Master, I wonder what kind of heavenly spirit and earthly treasure you want to buy. We have 5-year, 10-year, and 50-year blood here. Participate. Yang Mucheng frowned and said, The level is too low. Is there a higher level? Where's the century-old blood ginseng? The old man asked. It's still too low. You need at least 500-year-old blood ginseng to start. Of course, the higher the age of Tian Lingbao, the better. Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment and said, Yang Mucheng didn't like this level of heavenly and earthly treasure at all. He had already given it to the guards. So how could he still spend money to buy it? According to his estimation, only blood ginseng that is about 500 years old can make his cultivation reach the perfection of internal strength in one fell swoop. What? When the old man heard Yang Muqing's words, he couldn't help but was stunned. He looked at him suspiciously and said, Such a high-grade Tian Lingbao? Our store actually has a Tian Shan Snow Lotus, which is of the same grade as the 500-year-old blood ginseng. But the price is not cheap. How much? Yang Mucheng smiled. 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins is equivalent to a whole year's tax revenue of the entire Dacian kingdom. Not everyone can afford so much money. However, the old man was not wrong. If Yang Mucheng hadn't copied Eunuch Hai's Yushu Palace, he might not have been able to get the money. But now, it's different. Yang Mucheng was about to speak when a burst of laughter came from behind him. Tianshan Snow Lotus? When did Zijin Pavilion have such a heavenly and earthly treasure? Just in time. My father's birthday will be in a few days. I bought this Tianshan Snow Lotus. Isn't it just 100,000 gold coins? Old man, wrap it up for me. The speaker was a handsome young man, wearing a purple gold crown on his head and a white jade belt around his waist. He was followed by several servants. He was obviously a big shot in the imperial city. Sir, I'm sorry. The old man glanced at Yang Mucheng apologetically and said, the other party is Xiao Feng, the son of Xiao Tianfan, the Minister of Justice. I'm afraid you can't afford to offend. So, I advise you to give this Tianshan Snow Lotus to him. Did you hear that? Xiao Feng walked over slowly, holding a folding fan. He glanced at Yang Mucheng with disdain and said, get out of here, young master. You have no place to speak here. Shirong shouted angrily. Why are you like this? This is the Emperor's feet. Xiao Feng heard this and said happily, at the feet of the Emperor? Are you talking about the useless Emperor Yang Mucheng? The entire Dacian kingdom knows that he is a puppet emperor. He is nothing. Even if he is in front of me, I dare to do this. Explain. Xiao Feng said. His eyes swept over Xiaorong. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect to meet such a beauty. Little beauty, why don't you follow me? Xiao Feng was talking to himself, as if he had no intention of taking Yang Mucheng seriously. Several servants behind him also laughed loudly at this moment and said, little beauty, follow our young master. In the entire Dacian kingdom, who doesn't know that our Minister of Punishment is a popular person in front of Prime Minister Hua? After following young Master Zhao, I will take care of you. Enjoy endless glory and wealth. These people shouted proudly, making Xiaorong's face extremely ugly. The surrounding customers were also frightened and hid aside. Only Yang Mucheng looked calm, but still frowned at this time. What did you say? If you dare, say it again. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with coldness, and he looked at Xiao Feng. Chapter 11. What crime should be committed? Xiao Feng turned his eyes and landed on Yang Mucheng. Looking at him carefully, he always felt that the young man in front of him looked familiar, but he could never remember where he had seen him. However, as the son of a high-ranking official, although he is uneducated and has no skills, he has learned a way to recognize people. He knows who can be bullied and who he cannot afford to offend. Although Yang Mucheng, a young man with ordinary clothes, has some aura, he obviously does not have any big background. So what if I said so? Xiao Feng looked at Yang Mucheng and sneered. Do you know who you are talking to? If you dare to disobey me, believe it or not, I will ask my father to put you in the sky prison, and I will also let you be beheaded in front of the Meridian Gate. If you are willing to send the beauty next to you over and kowtow to me to apologize, and maybe I can spare you. You want me to kowtow? Yang Mucheng said coldly. That's right. Xiao Feng looked proud. Clang. Before he finished speaking, he heard a crisp sword cry suddenly, and a swift sword light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Don't touch my young master! At this time, a burst of shouting sounded from behind Xiao Feng, and an old man with an unspectacular appearance suddenly let out a shocking shout. At this moment, his figure actually jumped out like a cheetah. He waved his right hand, and saw a shocking sword light resounding rapidly. Fuji's sword! Xiao Feng laughed loudly when he saw the old man making a move. Boy, if you had begged for mercy before, maybe I could have spared your life. But now, I'm afraid you won't survive. This sword technique is a low-level spiritual martial art. It concentrates the inner energy into a point and suddenly explodes, reaching several times the usual power. Although this sword consumes a lot of energy and can only be used once. It is called the Fuji sword technique, but due to the amazing explosive power, one sword strike is enough to cut the opponent in two, and there is no need to use a second sword. What a powerful swordsmanship! Yang Mucheng was startled. The force of the sword blast was like a dragon emerging from the water. It was extremely fast and fierce. Before the blade hit him, he felt a fierce momentum. But immediately, he smiled disdainfully. Although the sword technique is strong, it also requires sufficient internal strength to support it. If the old man reached the peak of his inner strength, he might be able to hurt himself. But unfortunately, he only had the cultivation level of the late stage of his inner strength. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to even use the Fuji sword technique. It seems like this kid won't survive. Look at him drawing his sword. What a quick sword. In the eyes of everyone, the old man's powerful sword was suddenly chopped into pieces. At the same time, Yang Wuqing's sword light flashed like a spiritual snake and appeared directly in front of the old man. Realizing the terrifying power of this sword, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly retreated back. But Yang Wuqing didn't give him this chance at all. With a slash of his sword, he heard a burst of screams, and the old man's right hand flew high. Bang! The long knife fell to the ground. If you dare to do the following, you will be punished by death. Yang Wuqing came to the old man at some point, swung his silver snake sword, and killed him with one strike. The head rolled to the ground and blood splattered 3 feet. Time completely stopped at this moment. Everyone in the Zijin pavilion stared with wide eyes, looking in disbelief at Mr. Yi, who fell to the ground, and Yang Wuqing, who slowly put the silver snake sword into its scabbard. He actually won! Killed Mr. Yi with one sword? How can it be? The next moment, there was a chorus of gasps and exclamations. Zhao Feng stared at Yang Wuqing, and after a moment, he finally recognized him. It's you! No! Absolutely impossible! We can't blame Zhao Feng for not recognizing Yang Wuqing at the first time. But the former Yang Wuqing was too useless. Although he was the king of a country, he was actually just a puppet emperor, which was far different from what he is today. But even so, he could not connect the Yang Wuqing in front of him with the former puppet emperor. Who would have thought that the puppet emperor, who was so cowardly just a few days ago, would actually display the majesty of a 95-year-old man? And even a late-stage warrior with inner strength could not withstand his sword? Recognize me? Tell me, what crime do you deserve? Yang Wuqing said lightly. Zhao Feng stared at Yang Wuqing and gritted his teeth. So what if you are Yang Wuqing? Some servants have already escaped before. I only need to wait a moment longer and my father will arrive. By then, I will leave you with no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth. Really? I'll wait. Yang Wuqing glanced at Zhao Feng and absorbed all the blood and essence from Mr. Yi's body. Then he walked towards the counter, looked at the equally stunned old man in gray and said, Mister, should Tianshan Snow Lotus be sold to me now? Okay. The old man in gray nodded, looked at Yang Wuqing worriedly, and said, Young man, I advise you to take this Tianshan Snow Lotus and leave quickly. Zhao Feng's father is the Minister of Justice, the same as Prime Minister of what a character who covers the sky with one hand. Yang Wuqing waved his hand, interrupted the old man in gray, and said, No, I just want to meet the Minister of Justice. After paying the money and bringing the Tianshan Snow Lotus, Yang Wuqing asked again, Old sir, are there any empty rooms here? Yes, it's right here. I'll take you there. The old man in gray couldn't help but sigh secretly when he saw that Yang Wuqing had no intention of leaving. Zijin Pavilion puts customers first, so he would not disobey Yang Wuqing's request. So he led Yang Wuqing and Shirong to an empty room. Why come out? Just for this Tianshan Snow Lotus? Yang Wuqing couldn't help but smile as he looked at the Tianshan Snow Lotus he had already obtained. With this Tianshan Snow Lotus, his cultivation will be able to reach the perfection of his inner strength at once. With this kind of cultivation, he is enough to completely wipe out Prime Minister Hua and his group. I didn't expect to meet the son of Zhao Tianfan, the Minister of Justice. I remember that Zhao Tianfan was in charge of the prison in the Dacian Kingdom. If I hadn't met him, maybe I would still have a headache because of the lack of manpower. But now I don't have any worries at all. Alright, you can start absorbing this Tianshan Snow Lotus. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Wuqing opened his eyes angrily and quickly launched the ancient heaven swallowing technique. At this moment, the Tianshan Snow Lotus in his hand suddenly transformed into a thick mist, slowly swirling around, and before it spread all over the room. It was at this moment that Yang Wuqing breathed it into his body. Yang Wuqing's momentum also increased at this moment like a rising tide lifting all boats. At the same time, Zhao Tianfan finally arrived at Zijin Pavilion. Chapter 12 Heavenly Prison. Zhao Tianfan did not come alone. There were several inner strength warriors behind him. Dad, you're here! When Zhao Feng saw Zhao Tianfan coming, he immediately shouted with joy. However, when he looked at the several inner strength warriors behind Zhao Tianfan, he couldn't help but be surprised. This is Thousand-Armed Shura's son Shurhu, a warrior in the late stage of Niijin, who is good at using hidden weapons. He can shoot 99 and 81 flying knives in an instant, making people unable to avoid him. Even if he encounters a person with peak Niijin, he can only choose to retreat. You are actually Dao Yuovidra, a warrior in the late stage of internal strength. He has acquired the Iron Claw shirt. His body is as hard as iron, invulnerable to weapons and weapons. And he has the power of hundreds of kilograms with every move he makes. This is Master Shinji. This is Jing Wuming. Zhao Feng saw 5 or 6 people standing behind Zhao Tianfan, and couldn't help but scream in surprise every time he looked at one person. These people are all powerful men who have been famous in the Dacian kingdom for a long time. Zhao Feng, my servant said that someone is attacking you. Who is that kid? Zhao Tianfan put his hands behind his back and said with an arrogant attitude, You are the son of my Minister of Justice. Zhao Tianfan. Not to mention the entire imperial city. Even the entire Dacian, no one in the kingdom dares to bully you. As soon as he finished speaking, Daluo King Kong Zhou Long nodded and said, Yes, Master Zhao Feng. With the 5 of us here, you are the only one who bullies others. No one will dare to bully you. Go and call that kid out. I'll kill him. Seeing these 5 powerful men present, Zhao Feng was instantly confident. He stared at the room where Yang Mucheng entered, and thought to himself, Yang Mucheng, what if you become an Ni Jin warrior? Today, I have so many Ni Jin warriors as my backers, and I will definitely let you die without a place to die. Why? Are you qualified to be the emperor? It's my turn after all. Squeak. At this moment, there was a sound of pushing the door. The closed door was pushed open by Yang Mucheng. That's him. Kill him. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. When Zhao Feng saw Yang Mucheng coming out, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was as excited as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. And he shouted sharply. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 internally strong men rushed towards Yang Mucheng. It's him! At this time, Zhao Tianfan also recognized Yang Mucheng. As the Minister of Justice, he was naturally able to recognize that the young man in front of him was Yang Mucheng, the Emperor of the Dacian Kingdom. However, a trace of doubt soon appeared in his mind. Yang Mucheng was detained in the palace by Eunuch Hai. Why did he appear here? And how could he become a warrior with inner strength and kill Mr. Yi with one sword? Just when Zhao Tianfan was concentrating, he suddenly saw Yang Mucheng sacrificing his sword. This sword is like the starlight in the sky, majestic and vast. In an instant, within a few meters, only the star-like sword light could be seen. Clang! Almost instantly, the sounds of drawing a sword out of its sheath and putting it back into its sheath sounded simultaneously. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened and they saw clearly. The 5 internally powerful men who were as powerful as tigers rushed forward. Their bodies trembled. A wound burst out in their throats, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Finally, the 5 people crashed down from midair, making a muffled sound. Deathly silence. Whether it was Zhao Feng, who was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood just a moment ago, or Zhao Tianfan, who had doubts about why Yang Mucheng would appear here. Their eyes were widened, and they couldn't believe it. Zhao Tianfan, why don't you kneel down when you see the Holy One? Xiao Rong shouted angrily. Boom. After all, Zhao Tianfan was an official, so he naturally understood the situation. These 5 strong men were the ones he recruited after calming the entire Dacian kingdom. Now they are unable to withstand a move in Yang Mucheng's hands. If he dares to have any doubts, he might be one of these corpses in the next moment. With almost no hesitation, he knelt down with a bang and shouted, Long live my emperor! Long live! A trace of doubt flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes, and he exclaimed, Dad, why are you kneeling down to this useless emperor? With the strength of our Zhao family, we don't have to worry about this puppet emperor at all. Why is he the emperor? And our Zhao family can also do it? The throne of emperor. If you do the following, you will be damned. Before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with cold light, and he struck out with a sword. Puff! Blood spattered. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed with shock, and he hit the ground hard with a muffled sound. Seeing Zhao Feng die in front of him, Zhao Tianfan showed a look of grief and anger on his face. But he knelt on the ground and did not dare to move. Zhao Tianfan, you form a clique for personal gain and seek power to usurp the throne. According to the kingdom's charges, you should know what your fate will be. However, I have left you a way to survive, so I don't know what you should choose. Yang Mucheng said lightly. Zhao Tianfan hit his head heavily on the ground and said quickly, I am willing to follow the Holy Lord, and I will never dare to have any more rebellious intentions. Yang Mucheng glanced at Zhao Tianfan and sneered. He knew that the other party did not really follow him. But this guy still had value. If he really dares to resist, he will be killed. After absorbing the Tianshan Snow Lotus, His cultivation has reached the perfection of internal strength. With this strength, he can easily kill Prime Minister Hua. But it's not that easy to uproot Prime Minister Hua's influence. Nodding, Yang Mucheng continued. You are in charge of Tian Lao. Right. Yes. Very good. Take me to the prison. Go to Tian Lao? A trace of doubt flashed in Zhao Tianfan's eyes. Most of the people in the prison were loyal ministers and righteous men who were imprisoned by him. And some were famous fanatic killers in the Dacian kingdom. Where was Yang Mucheng going to do what? However, Zhao Tianfan did not dare to ask, and quickly rushed towards Tian Lao with Yang Mucheng. Throughout the Dacian dynasty, the guards in Tian Lao were even tighter than those in the imperial palace. The inner guards, 3 levels inside and 3 outside, are numerous in number, and they are all elite soldiers and generals. From a distance, you can feel the aura of Iron Horse fighting coming from them. Holy Lord, we have arrived. Are you planning to go to the Tianzi Hosel or the Dizi Hosel? Zhao Tianfan asked in a low voice. Oh, Tian Lao is also divided into heaven and earth. What's the difference? Yang Mucheng asked. Your Majesty, those in the Dizi Hosel are ordinary people with noble status who are not warriors. But the Tianzi Hosel is different. All the prisoners here are famous murderers. Zhao Tianfan glanced at Yang Mucheng in fear and whispered. These murderers are so powerful that no one can restrain them. In addition, due to their successful cultivation, it is difficult for ordinary swords to kill them. So they were put into the Tianzi Hosel. Then go to Tianzi Hosel. Yang Mucheng nodded. They are so powerful that no one can stop them. Yang Mucheng secretly felt proud. And at the same time, a plan gradually formed in his mind. Chapter 13 Fanatic. After arriving at Tianzi Hosel, Yang Mucheng found that the guards here were even tighter. The surrounding prisons are all made of black iron. And even Inai Jin Grandmaster warriors cannot open them with brute force. Yang Mucheng walked between the cells with his hands behind his back. He found that in front of each prisoner, there was a token with the crime committed by the prisoner written on it. Name, Su Xing. Nickname, Buddha of the Era. Cultivation, late stage of internal energy. Crime, a traitorous monk from Dade Buddhist temple, who fled into the Dacian kingdom incognito. Later, his identity was revealed. In order to hide his identity, he killed 36 people in the Zhao family, and was later captured by a master from Aoki. Name, Zhao Han. Nickname, Thief. Cultivation, middle stage of internal strength. Crime, a notorious thief who once robbed homes and even lurked in a pipeline to steal a batch of royal tribute. Name, Qian Hu. Nickname, Master of 5 Poisons. Cultivation, late stage of internal energy. Crime, in order to obtain the secret book of the 5 poisons. He was ruthless and poisoned to kill 45 people in the Sun family. There are more than 100 prisoners in Tianzi Hosel, and every one of them is an extremely dangerous element. Zhao Tianfan followed, not knowing what Yang Mucheng was planning. Holy Lord, this Tianzi Hosel is too dangerous. Let's get out. Although these people are locked in the prison, they are thinking about escaping from prison all the time. 13 years ago, a strong man was successfully escaped from prison, kill hundreds of guards, and take out the prison. Zhao Tianfan said hurriedly. Your Majesty? It was okay that Zhao Tianfan didn't speak. When he spoke, the prisoners in the cell immediately raised their heads and cast their fiery eyes towards him. Is this the Emperor of Dacian Kingdom? What kind of emperor? He's just a puppet emperor, who doesn't know nowadays that the entire kingdom is controlled by Prime Minister Hua. However, if we kidnap the emperor, we might be able to leave here. Many prisoners are heartbroken. At this moment, Yang Mucheng stopped and said to the guard guarding the prison, Open the cell. The guard turned pale with shock and said in horror, Your Majesty. No. These prisoners are extremely dangerous. Even if they are locked up in prison, they are ferocious and untamable. If they are released, no one will be able to control them. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and said, You want to disobey? How dare the guards disobey? He took a bunch of keys and walked forward. There was just a click sound, and the prison where the Buddha was held was opened. Haha. Dog Emperor. I said that if anyone lets me out, I will be the first to kill him in return. With a roar of laughter, Buddha Dui turned into a hurricane and rushed towards Yang Mucheng. The guards around him were shocked and quickly protected Yang Mucheng like iron barrels. Although these guards are some elite soldiers and generals, they are only better than ordinary people at best. How can they resist the warriors in the late stage of Inai Jin? Get away! Buddha Dewey shouted loudly, and his monk's robe shook. Suddenly, a strong wind whipped up, and dozens of guards were lifted away one after another, and fell heavily to the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianfan's face turned white with fear, and he knelt on the ground trembling. Buddha, you did a good job. Killed this dog emperor and released us from the prison. That's right. He dared to imprison us for so long. If he doesn't cut him into pieces, it's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. In the cell, many prisoners also shouted excitedly at this moment, as if they had been given blood. At this moment, the Buddha was even more excited. If he could kill all the supreme masters of the Dacian kingdom. Even thinking about it, he felt as if he was letting out a breath of bad breath. Rock Dragon Palm. With his eyes wide open in anger, Buddha Dewey blasted out a palm, directly hitting Yang Muqing's head. However, in the next moment, he only saw a sword light passing by. Puff! A huge head flew high, and deep in everyone's eyes. The body of the Buddha was separated, and blood gushed out from the broken neck like a spring. It wasn't until a moment later that the head and headless corpse hit the ground heavily, making two dull sounds. Hisses. At this moment, there was a sound of gasping in the cell. No one expected that a warrior who had reached the late stage of internal strength would be beheaded by a sword, leaving no room for escape or resistance. Isn't it too strong? That sword strike earlier was too fast. I didn't even see how he drew the sword. After Yang Muqing silently absorbed all the energy, blood and essence from the body of Buddha Dewey, he secretly shook his head and said, my current cultivation level has reached the perfection of inner strength. The energy, blood and essence of a warrior in the late stage of inner strength. The power it can provide me is really too little. Zhao Tianfan, whose face was as white as a sheet of paper, came to his senses only after seeing Yang Muqing beheading Buddha Dewey. He slapped his head hard and said to himself, yes, the Holy One is now different from what he used to be. His strength is amazing. How could he be frightened by a little Buddha who saves the world? Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Yang Muqing walked to the cell of Master Five Poisons Qian Hu and continued. Open the cell door. Click. The door opened, and Master Wu Du looked at Yang Muqing with horrified eyes. He whispered, Holy One. Yang Muqing nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he walked around to other cells. Just like that, under everyone's confused and shocked eyes, he actually opened the entire Tianzhou cell and released all the prisoners. Of course, in addition to Dewey Buddha, there were other people who wanted to kidnap Yang Muqing and escape from the prison. But they all failed to get even half a step closer to Yang Muqing, and were directly killed with a sword. Seeing Yang Muqing killing so decisively, the remaining prisoners had no idea of escape. In this way, this group of extremely vicious guys were originally like wild lions that chose and devoured people. But under Yang Muqing's training, they turned into little sheep. Of course, Yang Muqing didn't want this result. All he needs is a pack of hunting dogs. Refers to the hunting dog who bites whom. Although Yang Muqing is the emperor of the entire Dacian kingdom, he has no foundation of his own. As a result, it will be very difficult to manage your own country. If he had a lot of time, he would definitely select some young men from the Dacian kingdom to train, and train them to become his confidants. But he doesn't have enough time now. So these prisoners have become his only choice. Chapter 14 Going to Court. Outside the Tianzhou cell. Execution ground. Although this execution ground has been abandoned for a long time, there is still a strong smell of blood all around. And the mottled blood stains around it have already turned yellow or even black. But the chilling feeling faintly exuding in it is still quite deep. At this time, the execution ground was filled with prisoners who had just been released from prison. They were looking at the leisurely and contented Yang Muqing with fearful eyes. I think everyone must second guess why I released you. Now, there are two paths before you. First, follow me to the death. Even if I ask you to die, you must not go against my will. Yang Muqing stood up slowly, and his clear voice echoed throughout the audience. Of course, following me is not without benefits. I will give you freedom. I will give you rights. I will give you endless money, and what you do is, no matter what, you must follow my orders. Otherwise there is only a dead end. Looking at the different expressions on everyone's faces, Yang Muqing continued. However, I don't like to force others. If you don't want to follow me, that's fine. Just take a step forward and I will let you go. Is there such a good thing? Everyone was whispering. I do not want to. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong man stood up. He was tall and burly, with a scar on his face. He looked very ferocious, and his voice was as loud as a bell. When he spoke, everyone around him was so shocked that they couldn't help but cover their ears. It's him! Who is he? He is a monk from Tianlong Temple. He is in the late stage of inner strength cultivation, because he has cultivated the indestructible body of Vajra. His strength is far better than that of warriors of the same level. In order to catch him, more than 10 masters of the inner circle were dispatched at once, and he was directly killed. He killed 7 or 8 people and is a famous murderer. It turns out to be him. If he wants to leave, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Yang Mucheng stared at the scarred man and asked with a smile. You don't want to follow me? The scarred man nodded and said, Yes, I am a weak person and don't like to pursue fame and fortune. So I hope the Holy One will let me go. Before he could finish saying the word go, Yang Mucheng had already struck out with his sword. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. In the depths of everyone's eyes, the scarred man's piercing eyes suddenly went blank. His hands were tightly clasping his throat, but he was unable to stop the blood spurting out. In the end, he couldn't hold on anymore, and his body fell to the ground with a crash, making no sound. Another person was killed? The warriors at the late stage of Inyi Jin actually had no power to resist under the eyes of this young man and the current emperor. Is this really the puppet emperor? Hisses. For a moment, the sound of gasping air echoed throughout the execution ground. I forgot to mention. There is another way. If you are not willing to follow me, there is only one way to die. It turns out that you can survive because no one can kill you. But I can. No one can survive in the prison. If you go out and don't want to follow me, you will die. Yang Mucheng slowly sheathed the silver snake sword, looked at the stunned people and continued. I'll give you one more chance. Those who don't want to follow me can come forward. I won't force you. Is this still forced? If I don't follow you, I will die. If you are so powerful, who is your opponent? Who dares not to listen to you? The prisoners present no longer dared to think anything wrong. They knelt down and shouted in unison. We are willing to follow the Holy One. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yang Mucheng nodded and continued. Who among you is the strongest? Reply to your majesty. It's me. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with a loud voice came out. My cultivation has reached the peak of internal strength. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought of this person. His name was Ma Ping. He was once a general in the Dacian kingdom. However, due to a defeat, the Dacian kingdom lost 7 or 8 cities and nearly half of its territory, so sent to jail. After Yang Mucheng regained control of the palace, he also analyzed the battle that year. The initial failure cannot be entirely attributed to Ma Ping, because the enemy country's army was 4 times that of the Dacian kingdom. So failure was a matter of course. It turns out to be Ma Ping. Yang Mucheng nodded. As a veteran of the Dacian kingdom, although you have made mistakes in the past, I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. From today on, you will be one of these 100 people commander-in-chief. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ma Ping was so excited that he knelt on the ground and shouted long live. Your Majesty, as the commander-in-chief of these people, what should I do? Ma Ping came back to his senses, still confused. Yang Mucheng laughed and said, You don't have to do anything in these 3 days. You can eat, drink and have fun. After 3 days, bring everyone together and follow me to ambush the palace. I want to do a big thing. Eat, drink and be merry? 3 days later? Ma Ping was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses. Zhao Tianfan also thought about the civil and military officials preparing to go to court in 3 days, and his expression suddenly changed. At this time, the sky was still clear and clear, but for some reason, a hint of darkness suddenly appeared, and even the golden sun seemed to be faintly stained with blood. The sky is going to change. 3 days later, it rained heavily. The downpour made the entire imperial city seem to be submerged, as if someone had poked a hole in the sky, and it seemed endless. Royal Palace. Yang Mucheng sat upright, and Shirong thoughtfully helped him put on his dragon robe, dragon crown, gold and jade belt, and purple gold boots. Even though he was upright and motionless, he also gave people a sense of calm and self-respect. State. Today, you will wait for me in the harem. Yang Mucheng stood up slowly. Xiao Rong nodded, and after a moment she said worriedly, Your Majesty, it rained too much today. Squeak. Yang Macheng pushed open the door and looked at the rain curtain outside, with a chill in his eyes. Heavy rain is a good time to kill people. Immediately, he took a step forward. In the vast rainforest, Yi Wuheng's roar sounded like a bell. Go to court. Civil and military officials are here to meet you. Chapter 15. The audience of civil and military officials. All civil and military officials are here to meet you. The short 6 words resounded through the sky, and all the officials who had been prepared rushed towards the court. However, when one person entered the venue, everyone's expressions instantly became odd. Hui Yan, Prime Minister Hua. Prime Minister Hua became an official at the age of 18 and became an important minister at the age of 26. Having experienced 3 generations of emperors, he has become a veteran of 3 dynasties. He has sophisticated strategies and forms cliques for personal gain. He has already become the most powerful official in the entire Dacian dynasty. Some people even call him Wudi. This man almost controlled the entire Dacian kingdom. Wherever Prime Minister Hua went, there were compliments everywhere. This little emperor is really ignorant. He actually made me wait to go to court on such a day of heavy rain? Prime Minister Hua entered the court and snorted coldly. Immediately, several followers behind him respectfully carried out of the passenger seat offered him a seat. Prime Minister, Yang Macheng is just a young man. How can he be qualified to rule the entire Dacian kingdom? In a few years, this world will belong to the Prime Minister. The Minister of War said, applauding. Prime Minister Hua snorted coldly. That's natural. If he wasn't afraid that the people of the Dacian dynasty would be unstable, how could he wait for him to take the throne? He glanced at the Minister of War in front of him and said calmly, Are everything ready? The Minister of War hurriedly said, Things have already been prepared. When Yang Macheng goes to court, all the civil and military officials will impeach him and ask him to abdicate the throne to you. After today, you will be the legitimate king of a country. These people were actually in the court, blatantly discussing the matter of seizing power and usurping the throne. They did not take the entire royal family in their eyes at all, let alone Yang Macheng. This is this? The Minister of War turned his eyes and landed on the 3 people behind Prime Minister Hua. Although these 3 people look ordinary, they exude an intimidating aura. Obviously, they are definitely not ordinary characters. Prime Minister Hua smiled lightly and said, This is my trump card. If Yang Macheng refuses to give in, I will have to force him to give up. I have made him the emperor for so long, and it is my turn. Right now, Yi Wuheng shouted, shaking the entire court. The emperor has arrived. Following the shouts, Yang Macheng, who was wearing a dragon robe, slowly walked out of the side hall and walked towards the dragon chair. The entire Jinwan palace is truly magnificent. Sitting on the dragon chair, Yang Macheng suddenly felt like he was overlooking the common people. Long live my emperor. Long live. Long live. All civil and military officials responded. Although they responded loudly, everyone was extremely unorganized. Their voices were uneven, and they also looked weak, not to mention kneeling. Even Prime Minister Hua just sat on the chair so grandly, as if he regarded Yang Macheng as if he were nothing. Everyone in the civil and military officials of the Dacian kingdom doesn't know that Yang Macheng is just a puppet emperor, and he is the only one left in the entire royal family. What else is there to be afraid of? What else is there to respect? Yang Macheng looked at these civil and military officials with an indifferent expression, and sneered in his heart. Want to play? Well, I'll have some fun with you. Your Majesty. The Secretary of the Ministry of War glanced at Yang Macheng with disdain and thought, Why do you, a young boy like you, have the right to sit on the throne? I'm afraid your good days will come to an end today. He thought in his mind, and at the same time took out the memorial he had prepared and began to read it. But at this moment, Yang Macheng spoke. Shut up. The Minister of War was stunned. He had not thought that such a situation would happen. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I told you to shut up. So you shut up? How dare you disobey me? Dare you resist my decree and disrespect me? Come on. Slap me. Yang Macheng frowned and shouted sternly. How is this going? Before anyone present could recover, 3 or 4 guards from the palace rushed out. 2 of them grabbed the arm of the Minister of War and pushed him to the ground. Yi Wuheng raised his palm and slapped him in the face. Fanned. This is not a fake fight, but a real fight. After all, Yi Wuheng is also a warrior in the middle stage of internal strength. Isn't it easy to bully an ordinary person like the Minister of War? His mouth was bleeding with one slap, and his eyes were filled with stars. This The hearts of all the civil and military officials trembled, and they all turned towards Prime Minister Hua. Prime Minister Hua also frowned. The reason why Yang Mucheng was allowed to be the puppet emperor for several years was precisely because this boy was timid and fearful and could control himself. But why does it seem like he is a different person today? However, no matter how he changes, his plan will not change. Thinking of this, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the Minister of War has not made a big mistake. It seems that you are going too far in punishing him like this." "Right. That's right. Your Majesty. After all, the Minister of War is also a veteran of the court. He just has a memorial to present. So you punish him like this?" "Who's talking again?" Before the voice in the crowd finished speaking, Yang Mucheng, who was leaning on the dragon chair, raised his eyebrows and asked lightly, "It's Wei Chen." A middle-aged man stepped forward. "Oh, it turns out he's the Minister of Rights." Yang Mucheng nodded, looked at the other person with a half-smile, and said, "I told him to shut up, but he insisted on talking. Is this disobedience and disrespect? I sent someone to slap him." The Minister of Right's eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't dare." Looking at the Minister of the Ministry of War, whose eyes, ears, mouth and nose were beaten with blood spurting out, Yang Mucheng sneered. This guy is Prime Minister was confident. It's his first time to go to court, and he wants to start the performance. It must not be a good thing. If these guys get the initiative, it won't be good. It is for this reason that Yang Mucheng is not going to give him a chance to speak. Not only was he not allowed to speak today, but he was also prevented from speaking for the rest of his life. So he waved his hand and said, "Yi Wuling, you've beaten enough. Drag him down and behead him." "What? The Minister of the Ministry of War is a high-ranking official. So he can be beheaded just like that? Even the most stupid and incompetent tyrant among the emperors of the Dacian kingdom wouldn't be so reckless. Right? Although Yang Mucheng is just a puppet emperor, as long as he does not step down for a day, he will still be the emperor of the 9th five-year plan. This is clearly a tyrant." For a time, all the civil and military officials were in danger and broke out in cold sweat. Prime Minister Hua frowned slightly and said loudly, "Stop! Let's see who dares." Old guy, can't you finally sit still?" Looking at Prime Minister Hua, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 16 Prime Minister Hua takes action. As soon as Prime Minister Hua spoke, the originally extremely nervous hall and the civil and military officials, who were all in danger, finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. The Minister of War seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and shouted quickly, "Prime Minister, save me!" However, before Prime Minister Hua had time to speak, Yang Mucheng said calmly, "Yi Wuling, there is no need to drag him down and behead him. Just trample him to death in this court hall." "Yes." Yi Wuling was loyal. He didn't have Prime Minister Hua in his eyes, but only Yang Mucheng, the Holy Emperor, snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Wuling's kick collapsed like thunder. There was only a click sound, and the Minister of the Ministry of War, who was crying desperately, was completely trampled to death. Quiet. There was deathly silence in the Jinwan Palace. Everyone looked directly at the Minister of the Ministry of War, who was directly trampled to death. A first-rank official died like this. Prime Minister Hua had a frosty face. The Minister of War was his confidant, and Yang Mu was clearly against him. "Your Majesty, even if the Minister of War makes a mistake, the crime will not lead to death. You just went to court and killed an important member of the court. If word spreads, I am afraid that the people will be unrest, and the country will be unstable." Prime Minister Hua bit. He said with teeth, "Old man, did I let you speak?" Yang Mucheng frowned and shouted sternly, "This is my court. This is my country. This is my Jinwan Palace. I can kill whoever I want. Who do you think you are that dares to control me?" Prime Minister Hua's face turned pale with anger. Before he could speak, he heard Yang Mucheng continue to shout, "Also, in the Jinwan Palace, who asked you to sit down? Kneel down for me. I am a veteran of 3 dynasties, so I am qualified not to kneel." Prime Minister Hua said sternly. That's right. That's right. Prime Minister Hua is a veteran of the 3 dynasties. When the late emperor was still alive, he was allowed to not kneel when he met the Holy Emperor. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the court. At this time, all the previously shocked civil and military officials came to their senses. They obviously knew that the young emperor wanted to regain the throne and get rid of his status as a puppet emperor. So they all stood up to speak for Prime Minister Hua. Prime Minister Hua received the support of all civil and military officials, snorted coldly, and looked at Yang Mucheng provocatively. So what if you are the emperor? Once today is over, you will be nothing. You dare to embarrass me like this in the Jinluan Palace. When I force you to step down from the throne, I won't be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart unless I cut you to death with 1,000 swords. At this time, Zhao Tianfan, the Minister of Justice, who had been silent all this time, stood up and said loudly, Prime Minister Hua, this is your fault. So what if you are a veteran of the 3 dynasties? The Dacian dynasty is the world of the Holy Emperor today. If I ask you to kneel, you must kneel. Even if you are asked to die, you must die immediately. What? All civil and military officials looked at Zhao Tianfan with puzzled eyes. It should be noted that Zhao Tianfan, the Minister of Punishment, was also a confidant of Prime Minister Hua. How could you say such a thing today? Xiao Aiqing, pronounce Prime Minister was crime, Yang Mucheng said. As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, Zhao Tianfan took out the charges he had prepared and read them out one by one. As a confidant of Prime Minister Hua, he was naturally aware of the crimes committed by Prime Minister Hua. Corruption, framing Zhongliang, resisting orders and disrespecting the emperor, murdering the late emperor. These crimes are not only capital crimes, but also serious crimes that require execution. Almost 2/3 of the officials in the court fell. Where is Ma Ping? Take down all these officials involved. Yang Mucheng waved his hand and shouted sternly. The murderers who were released from the Tianzhou cell had a lot of food, drink, and fun during these 3 days. Today, they were able to deal with these once arrogant officials in the court. And they did so in front of Yang Mucheng, in front of the current Holy Emperor. Naturally, he would not hold anything back. The officials involved knelt down and begged for mercy, but to no avail. Within a moment, their heads rolled to the ground, and the smell of blood filled the entire Jinluan Palace. You're the only one left. Yang Mucheng slowly stood up from the dragon chair and walked towards Prime Minister Hua. Don't think that I don't know your plan. You want to impeach me today, usurp my throne, and seize my country. Do you think I will let you succeed? Prime Minister Hua's pupils were slightly closed, and his face was as white as frost. Almost all the people he killed just now were his confidants. Since he was going to court this time, he was directly preparing for the enthronement ceremony. So he summoned all his confidants. He originally wanted to wait until he got the throne to reward these confidants. But who would have thought that Yang Mucheng would catch them all and uproot them? Rise! Looking at the criminals like Ma Ping who had just been released from the prison, and the guards like Yi Wuheng who had become brand new, Prime Minister was sneered. Yang Mucheng, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so forbearing. My many years of hard work will be completely destroyed today. However, do you think you can save your kingdom today? Whether you give up the throne or not, he is mine. With that said, Prime Minister was stood up slowly. Boom! At this moment, a violent and terrifying aura swept out of his body like a volcano. At the same time, a wave of air visible to the naked eye surged in all directions. Along with this shocking pressure, the stone slabs under Prime Minister Hua's feet were cracked. The surrounding civil and military officials were violently blown away by the strong wind. Even those inner-strength warriors were like kites with broken strings at this moment. And they were all blasted 7 or 8 feet away. And for a while, they crashed heavily on the ground. This is the cultivation of perfect inner strength. Feeling this terrifying momentum, everyone's expressions couldn't help but change. At the same time, Prime Minister Hua also lost his previous old and embarrassed state, and his whole aura changed crazily. Like a god who cannot be offended. Rebellious officials and traitors who dare to speak arrogant words in front of the Holy One should be punished. One of the guards shouted loudly, then jumped out quickly, and shot towards Prime Minister Hua like a sharp arrow. The long knife in his right hand suddenly swung. And in an instant, a strange sword light swayed. And at the same time, it was overwhelming, heading towards Prime Minister Hua to bully him. Clang! 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 The blade swept across, and brought up a fierce wind. The stone slab under Prime Minister Hua's feet was actually torn into pieces by this strong wind. However, Prime Minister Hui Yin, who was in the strong wind and between the swords, strangely managed to avoid all the swords with ease. At the same time, he slowly waved his right hand forward, only to hear a muffled sound. The guard's chest suddenly dented, revealing a deep palm print. He spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs on the spot, and his figure was shot backwards. hitting the ground with a boom. Hisses. At this moment, there was a sound of gasping in the Jin palace. Everyone looked at Hui Yan with great awe. Chapter 17 Long Live My Emperor. Internal energy is complete. With this level of cultivation, what kind of strategy is needed? He alone is enough to go to court and seize the throne. For a while, both the prisoners in the Tianzhou cell and the guards, who had gone through 3 days of training, were all trembling in their hearts. Among them, the one with the highest level of cultivation is Ma Ping, who has reached the peak of his inner strength. But it should be noted that although there is only one step between the peak of inner strength and the perfection of inner strength, the difference is huge. No matter how many they have, they can't do anything to Hui Yan or this powerful minister who holds great power. Looking at everyone's fearful eyes and everyone's horrified eyes, Hui Yan put his hands behind his back. Looking proud, "Emperors take turns. Come to my house today. Zhao Han, go and take off the dragon robe from that boy and let me wear it. In the entire Dacian kingdom, I am the only one qualified to sit on this throne and be the emperor." Hui Yan's remarks were a blatant rebellion. He even called himself "I" in front of Yang Maicheng, which is not a treason. However, he has enough capital, who makes him a warrior with perfect inner strength. The guards present, including Ma Ping, turned pale. Today's changes in the court. Yang Maicheng had calculated almost all the changes. But who could have expected that this powerful prime minister would actually be a warrior with perfect inner strength? "Yes, foster father," a middle-aged man behind Hui Yan said respectfully, clasping his fists. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his eyes and rushed towards Yang Maicheng. Although his cultivation level is not as good as Hui Yan's, Zhao Han's cultivation level has actually reached the peak of his inner strength. Moreover, he was so fast and so close to Yang Maicheng that Ma Ping on the side could not even stop him at this time. "Take off the dragon robe for me. You are not qualified to wear this dragon robe at all. So let my adoptive father be the king of this country in your place." Zhao Han's eyes flashed, and he flew away like an eagle spreading its wings, and his hands fiercely grabbed Yang Maicheng's shoulders like eagle claws. Before the attack arrived, a fierce wind swept over madly. Although this claw was not aimed at other people, everyone present felt a pressing breath coming, and it was as if someone had choked their throats, making them unable to breathe. Hui Yan put his hands behind his back and looked proud. At this time, it seemed that he had seen himself sitting on the golden palace, wearing a dragon robe, a crown on his head, and a jade seal in his hand, giving orders to the civil and military officials. "Big brother has stolen all the limelight," said another man behind Hui Yan. He is Hui Yan's second adopted son, named Zhang Yuan, and he also has a peak level of inner strength. "Second brother," Hui Yan's third adopted son, Zhou Long, said, "Among the three of us, although our cultivation levels are all at the peak of internal strength, the eldest brother has the highest strength. The adoptive father arranged this because he didn't want anything to go wrong. I will kill the emperor later, and when my adoptive father is happy, he might even let us sit on the dragon throne." Just when everyone thought that the general trend was inevitable, just when everyone thought that everything had settled. But in the next moment, a shocking scene suddenly happened. The menacing Zhao Han retreated as quickly as he came. The moment he was about to come into contact with Yang Maicheng, he quickly shot towards the back. What happened? No one could see clearly what happened at that moment. However, when everyone looked forward, their hearts trembled, because there is a faint blood mark between Zhao Han's eyebrows. But when Zhao Han, who was fierce and furious just a moment ago, looked at Yang Maicheng, he was a little more fearful, because only he understands. Yang Maicheng drew his sword earlier, and the sword was as fast as lightning, even making it impossible for him to avoid it. If it hadn't been for the years of fighting and killing that made him feel the danger and rush back desperately, this sword might have cut his head in half. "Zhao Han, get out of here! You are no match for him!" At this time, Hui Yan's pupils narrowed slightly. As a man with perfect inner strength, he naturally knew what happened before. "Yang Maicheng, no wonder you are so calm. I didn't expect that you would actually become an inner strength warrior. And your cultivation level is not low. But so what?" "Yes? So what? No matter how strong Yang Mu is, can he be stronger than a person with perfect inner strength?" "That's right. Yang Maicheng, no matter how strong you are you my adoptive father's opponent? As long as he takes action, he will definitely kill you," Zhao Han said angrily. He has never suffered such a big loss before, and he was almost killed without even touching the corner of his opponent's clothes. Clang! Before Zhao Han finished speaking, Yang Muqing's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly drew his sword. Phew! Still the same as before. The people present only saw a flash of aurora passing by like lightning. And before they could recover, they heard a scream. When everyone looked forward, their hearts trembled. I saw that Zhao Han, who was extremely arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly closed his eyes, and his head was soaring high. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that his head was cut off with a sword. Zhao Han! Hui Yan exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Yang Muqing's voice sounded faintly. Hui Yan, do you think you can sit back and relax once your cultivation has reached the perfection of inner strength? Please note that you are not the only warrior who has reached the perfection of inner strength. What? What does it mean? Is it possible? At this moment, a ridiculous idea rose in everyone's mind. Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Muqing. At this moment, I saw his long hair rising in the wind and his dragon robe billowing. An intimidating momentum swept out from in front of him, and suddenly surged in all directions. There was a caw-caw sound, and large cracks were like spider webs, densely packed around Yang Muqing's body. This aura is purer than Hui Yan's. This momentum is greater than Hui Yan. This spirit is more condensed than Hui Yan. The inner energy is perfect. How can it be? Feeling the surging aura released by Yang Muqing, everyone couldn't help but change their expressions. Isn't it true that Yang Muqing is unable to practice? Wasn't he beaten to death by some young eunuchs just a few days ago? Wasn't Eunuch Hai watching his every move in the palace? Why did this puppet emperor suddenly become a powerful man with perfect inner strength? Moreover, this aura is pure, more condensed, and larger than his own. Amidst this shocking arrogance, Yang Muqing walked slowly, his eyes fixed on Hui Yan, and his cold voice resounded throughout the Jinluan Palace. This is my kingdom. Anyone who wants to take it away will have no choice but to die. At this time, Yang Muqing truly became the emperor and the king of a country. All the civil and military officials in the court fell to their knees in awe, shouting loudly, and their voices turned into an overwhelming roar. Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live! Chapter 18 resounds throughout the Jinluan Palace. Internal energy is complete. How can this be? Feeling the majestic aura on Yang Muqing's body, feeling the astonishing aura on Yang Muqing's body, Hui Yan's expression changed again and again. I do not believe! Laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared and took a step forward. With this sonorous step, the ground he stepped on cracked, and the cracks spread crazily. The terrifying inner energy burst out like a flood. Under the wrap of the inner energy, his right hand formed a fist and exploded out in an instant. A wave of air visible to the naked eye was immediately set off around him. The perfect cultivation level of inner energy explodes in an instant. The civil and military officials and many guards present widened their eyes. Even if the punch was not directed at them, they could still feel the tremendous pressure. Facing Hui Yan's all-out explosion, Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. His mouth was filled with disdain, and his inner energy slowly surged out. The inner energy is perfect. It's really full of inner energy. Under the surge of Yang Muqing's inner energy, he did not hide it at all. And even an idiot could understand his true cultivation level. Both sides have perfect inner strength. Who will win and who will lose under this punch? Yang Muqing was seen standing on the spot, motionless, but his body was as tight as a bow. His right fist slowly closed, revealing to his surprise a powerful crossbow ready to go. Under everyone's shocked gazes, this concentrated but unyielding punch was shaken out directly, shattering all obstacles. Boom! The two fists shrouded in inner strength slammed together under everyone's gaze. And then the power hidden in the fists completely exploded at this moment. What? The moment Hui Yan's fists actually collided with Yang Muqing's, Hui Yan's expression changed instantly, because he had already felt an extremely heart-stopping power erupting from the opponent's fist. This power not only surpassed him, but was far superior to him. How is it possible? This kid was just an ordinary person a few days ago. How did he become a strong man with perfect inner strength so quickly? Hui Yan shouted in disbelief. A trace of shock and anger flashed in his eyes. And at the next moment, an overwhelming force surged into his body. This overwhelming force seemed to crush everything in his body. Hui Yan immediately made a muffled cry, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His whole body was like a kite with a broken string, and he was thrown out in an awkward manner. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, he fell heavily to the ground, smashing the stone slabs. Crush! But Yang Muqing never retreated even a step. Crushing. This is absolute crushing. How is this possible? Zhou Long cried out. Both sides have perfect internal strength, so this punch should be equally matched, Zhang Yuan said in shock. Everyone around was stunned. No one expected that these two people would be at odds with each other just once, and the ending would be like this. They didn't know that Yang Muqing's learning of the ancient heaven-swallowing technique was so unbelievable that his inner strength was far stronger than those of the same level. Moreover, the burst of inner energy is even comparable to that of a strong inner energy master. Wouldn't it be easy to crush Hui Yan, who is full of internal energy? Zhou Long, Zhang Yuan, what are you two still doing? Come on! Kill this dog emperor! Hui Yan, who was knocked to the ground by a punch, had a trace of madness in his eyes and immediately shouted. His two adopted sons reacted immediately, roared and rushed towards Yang Muqing. Boom! 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 When these two men with peak internal strength, like tigers, leopards, and wolves, appeared, they knocked away all the guards blocking Yang Muqing's body, even the strongest Ma Ping. Under the influence of these two, after joining forces, they were also blasted away by one move and thrown 7 or 8 feet away. Suffer death! The shout started to drink. Zhou Long used his sword and Zhang Yuan used his sword. Before the two men could rush in front of Yang Muqing, they had already poured all their inner energy into their martial arts, and immediately formed a shadow of swords and swords, crushing towards Yang Muqing. In an instant, everything within tens of meters of Yang Muqing was shrouded in a continuous sword shadow. Every sword shadow and blade light hit the ground, creating a pit of several meters deep. At this moment, no one in the Jinwan Palace could approach. Your Majesty? Everyone looked forward worriedly. However, when Yang Muqing saw this terrifying attack, he did not panic at all. Instead, he slowly took a step forward at this moment. Clang! A crisp sword sound suddenly sounded. Two icy sword lights streaked through the void like lightning. Time seemed to have suddenly stopped at this moment. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the shadows of swords and swords that filled the sky and rolled downwards disappeared like a dream at this moment. As for Zhou Long and Zhang Yuan, their bodies were hanging in midair, and then they were split into two. Blood spattered, and the broken bodies hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound. 3 adopted sons were beheaded by Yang Muqing one after another, and Hui Yan's eyes were already blood red. I am going to kill you! Hui Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of extreme madness. He gave a low shout and rushed towards Yang Muqing again. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand. Under the vast internal energy, a huge blood-colored palm quickly took shape, and then it was crushing towards Yang Muqing. This giant palm was 7 or 8 meters long, and it set off a gust of rolling wind, directly blowing everything in the Jinwan Palace tossing around, and even flying everyone around Yang Muqing dozens of meters away. While heading towards Yang Muqing took the photo hard. The people who were thrown away looked at the huge bloody palm that was slashed down in shock, and all of them looked horrified and panicked. This is the middle-level palm technique of the spiritual level. The rain-turning and cloud-turning palm. When did he learn that? All the people who were knocked down didn't even bother to get up, and at the same time looked towards the location where the bloody giant palm was photographed. At the location where the giant bloody palm was photographed, Yang Muqing was the only one left. Crackling. The sound of tearing resounded, and before the giant bloody palm arrived, the surging aura was already crushing him. This momentum even caused the ground under Yang Muqing's feet to tear apart crazily at this moment, and terrifying cracks were densely packed and pouring in all directions. Is this a mid-level spiritual palm technique? Old man, I didn't expect you to still have such a trump card. I will also pour all my inner strength into this sword. With a clasp of his palm, the silver snake sword made a crisp sound, and the silver sword body turned extremely blue at this moment. At the same time, the ancient heaven swallowing technique also burst out at this moment. The energy, blood, and essence of Zhou Long, Zhang Yuan, and Zhao Han, who were at the peak of their internal strength, poured crazily into his body. Even at this moment, Yang Muqing's body seemed to transform into a terrifying black hole. Everyone's gazes looking at him became completely distorted at this moment. Clang! The sound of the sword suddenly blasted out, resounding throughout the Jinwan Palace. Chapter 19:3 Imperial Edicts. Under everyone's shocked eyes, when the bloody giant palm struck the top of Yang Muqing's head, Yang Muqing struck out with a sword. Boom! 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 In an instant, the shocking sword light and the huge internal energy carried by the bloody giant collided fiercely. And a shocking explosion immediately resounded throughout the palace. During the explosion of internal energy, the terrifying internal energy set off a roaring wind, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye immediately overflowed, and the surrounding ground cracked and turned into dust. The civil and military officials and guards, who had been blown far away by the powerful wind, felt the shocking wave of air, and their expressions changed dramatically, and they fled towards the distance to escape the scope of the explosion. Then, they immediately looked towards the area where the internal energy exploded. At this moment, they saw a scene they would never forget. I saw that the sword light that Yang Machung blasted out actually split the blood-colored giant palm in two with a powerful posture. And it did not slow down at all, and still blasted forward rapidly. Phew! The sound of a sword tearing flesh was heard at the same time. Hui Yan's crazy eyes suddenly lost focus, and a blood hole appeared on his forehead. At the same time, his figure couldn't help but shoot towards the back. Under the incredulous eyes of everyone, he fell out of the Jinwan Palace and hit the ground with a bang. He was already dead and could no longer die. There was complete silence in the Jinwan Hall. Ignoring the large number of shocked gazes around him, Yang Machung slowly turned around, walked towards the top of the court hall, and sat on the dragon chair. Rebellious officials and traitors will be punished by everyone. If anyone dares to be like Hui Yan and intends to rebel, I will kill him with my own hands. Suddenly, the Jinwan Palace seemed to explode. Dead? Prime Minister who had just died? A man with perfect inner strength. He has even learned the middle-level spiritual level palm technique. One sword. Just one sword. The gap is really too big. I didn't expect that the Holy One would also be a strong man with perfect inner strength. All the civil and military officials who came to their senses fell to their knees at this moment. Although the number of people was reduced by nearly half compared to before, the shouts at this moment even penetrated the rain curtain and resounded throughout the entire imperial city. Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live! Long live! The prime minister, who held all the power in the government and the public, was completely beheaded, even uprooted in one day, without even a chance to resist. When Prime Minister He was alive, there might still be people who dared to question whether Yang Machung could secure his position as emperor. But at this moment, no one dared to doubt it anymore. Yang Machung sat on the dragon chair, enjoying the feeling of being worshipped by hundreds of officials. No matter how great his achievements were in his previous life, he was not qualified to enjoy all this. But in this life, no one can stop it, because Yang Machung is the Holy One of the entire Dacian kingdom, the current 9th five-year plan, and the current emperor. The officials shouted until their voices became hoarse. As Yang Machung slowly opened his eyes, there was immediately silence in the Jinwan Palace. Prime Minister He has been eliminated, and the entire Dacian kingdom is waiting for prosperity. Now that I am in charge of the entire country, the first imperial edict issued is to kill corrupt officials. 3 years to clear the prefecture, and 100,000 snowflakes of silver. These corrupt officials are really abominable. Bandits, floods, droughts, insect infestations. The royal family allocates manpower and material resources every year, but these corrupt officials deduct 100 times. It is really a heinous crime and cannot be forgiven. The list in this imperial edict is all the corrupt officials I have counted recently. Yang Machung raised his hand, and a guard came forward and read out the imperial edict. From the county magistrate to the magistrate, and even the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, they were all sentenced to death. Yang Machung hated corrupt officials deeply. In the past life of China, even a small village chief could embezzle a huge sum of 100 million. So after taking power, the first thing Yang Machung did was to make these corrupt officials invisible. All the officials involved were captured, and all their property was put into the national treasury. The Holy One is wise. This second imperial edict is to establish a scientific examination system. Through various levels of assessment, outstanding and ambitious talents will become the pillars of the country. The third imperial edict is to reform the army. All young people over the age of 15 in the Dacian kingdom must join the army and serve for 3 years. Those who perform well can stay in the army, become officers, and even become generals. Yang Machung's last 2 imperial edicts were not issued arbitrarily, but were decided after he traveled to this world and studied the policies of the Dacian kingdom and many countries. The world he lives in is like the 3 kingdoms in his previous life, with endless wars. Dacian kingdom is just the smallest 9th-rate country, with only 36 cities, because Prime Minister He and Eunuch Hai controlled the government, embezzled military pay, and deducted food and grass, and suffered several consecutive defeats, leaving only 30 cities in the kingdom. Moreover, the surrounding countries are even more eager to carve up the Dacian kingdom. If changes are not made immediately, Yongmu may become the last emperor, which is not what he wants to see. During this time traveling through time, he learned about the history of the entire continent. Originally, there were not so many countries in this world. There was only one most powerful dynasty, the Dali dynasty. However, due to the incompetence of the last emperor of the dynasty, the princes rose up, the heroes separated themselves, and the continent was raging with war. It has continued to this day, and thousands of countries, large and small, have been divided. There are small countries like the Dacian kingdom with only 30 or so cities, and there are also countries with tens of thousands of cities. What Yang Mucheng hopes is not just to defend the entire Dacian kingdom. He even wants to unify the continent. Your Majesty, these imperial edicts are indeed wise, but whether it is scientific research reform or military reform, they all require a lot of financial resources. Now that the national treasury is empty, I am afraid that it will not be completed in a short time, an old minister in the court said. Road. After saying that, the old minister looked at Yang Mucheng with fear. After all, the new emperor had killed powerful ministers in front of everyone when he ascended the throne. If he was the kind of tyrant of the ages, he would be dragged out and beheaded if he didn't like it. What to do? It turns out to be Yuan, the Minister of Rights. Yang Mucheng nodded appreciatively. As for the emptiness of the treasury, you don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Prime Minister Hua has controlled the government for so many years. All you need to do is confiscate his house. After saying that, Yang Mucheng stood up slowly. Yi Wuheng, Ma Ping, take everyone with you. Let's go to the Prime Minister's mansion. Behead the powerful ministers and kill Eunuch Hai. It can be said that the entire Dacian kingdom has been completely controlled by Yang Mucheng. Of course, he didn't think that he could sit back and relax by doing this. Yang Mucheng also firmly believed in the principle of eradicating the roots. He wants to make sure that there is no longer any opposition to him in the Dacian kingdom. Chapter 20. The Prime Minister's mansion with power in the government and opposition. Imperial City. The Prime Minister's mansion is located in the most prosperous area of the Imperial City, with thousands of households and a high status. Even when a servant of the mansion went out, he was sitting in a high sedan chair and looked extremely arrogant. No matter how high-ranking anyone is in the Imperial City, if they meet someone from the Prime Minister's office, they have to lower their heads. Sir Weisher, we have come to form an alliance with the Dacian kingdom. If we don't seek the Emperor, why should we seek the Prime Minister? A girl with a delicate face asked cautiously to an old man with a white beard next to her. The king of a country is the most important person in charge of national affairs. Although the Prime Minister has some power in the court, he cannot determine the alliance between the two countries. This girl is none other than Guanjing, the eldest princess of the Silla kingdom. Because Silla was attacked by Goryeo and was defeated steadily, it had no choice but to come to the kingdom of Dacian for help. She was followed by Zhang Weisher, a veteran of the two dynasties of Silla. This Zhang Weisher had many dealings with the Dacian kingdom, and logically should not make such a low-level mistake. Princess, you don't know something. Zhang Weisher shook his head and said, the royal family of the Dacian kingdom is corrupt. Although the current emperor Yang Mucheng is a young emperor, he is just a puppet emperor and cannot speak. Everything in the palace is controlled by the eunuch Hai Gonggong. As for the entire government, it is controlled by Prime Minister Hua. Hold on, Zhang Weisher continued. Yang Mucheng really can't make the decision on this major matter of the alliance between the two countries. We can only ask Prime Minister Hua. If he is willing to speak, we can resist the Goryeo army. Hearing this, Guanjing frowned slightly. It can be considered very bad for the emperor of a country to get into this kind of situation. And he was actually placed under house arrest in the palace by eunuchs. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. At this moment, a burst of shouting sounded. I saw a group of about 200 imperial guards in the distance rushing towards the Prime Minister's mansion in a menacing manner. The leader was a young man of about 15 or 16 years old, with long hair like a waterfall and an imposing manner like a rainbow. Where did this army come from? Yes, you actually dared to come to the door of the Prime Minister's palace and act wild. Are you eating the courage of a bear and a leopard? When the crowd on the streets saw this scene, they all whispered in low voices. Zhang Weisher glanced at Guanjing beside him, shook his head and said, don't you believe how powerful Prime Minister Hua can be? Then let's see. Don't look at the menacing force of this imperial guard. But in the end maybe it's them who kneel down and beg for mercy. Guanjing groaned, holding her fists and looking forward. The people in the Prime Minister's office had long known about the menacing posture of the Imperial Guards. However, Prime Minister Hua's status in the Dacian Kingdom is well known to everyone. So the Prime Minister's office does not believe that anyone dares to cause trouble in front of the Prime Minister's office. A gorgeously dressed housekeeper walked out slowly with 2 servants. That's Butler Zhang. Even though he's just a domestic slave in the Prime Minister's palace, he is the person with the most real power in the Prime Minister's palace. Even first-class officials, like the Minister of War, have to say H, low in a low voice when they see him. Zhang Weisher, he said slowly. However, after Butler Zhang came out, he glanced arrogantly at the guards in front of him, and his eyes fell directly on the leader Yang Macheng, and said loudly, "Where did this wild boy come from? Dare to act wild in front of the Prime Minister's mansion? Show me the wise ones. Get away. Be careful if you guys end up with your heads on the ground." Call. Guanjing gasped. What is the Praetorian Guard? This is the bodyguard army of the current Holy Emperor. Behind the Imperial Guards, they represent the Holy Emperor and the current Emperor. How dare a small butler in the Prime Minister's palace speak to the Imperial Guards like this? Are you even making bold words to make the Imperial Guard's head fall to the ground? It seems that Prime Minister Hua is really powerful. However, that young man has a calm look. I have rarely seen this kind of demeanor in other people. I don't know how he should deal with it. Guanjing looked at Yang Macheng. On the horse, Yang Macheng looked at Butler Zhang with a half-smile, and said, "Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. I'm not in the mood to talk to you. I'll give you 3 breaths to take my people out of the Prime Minister's mansion. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy." Butler Zhang shouted angrily and slapped him hard. Palm! Immediately, a group of people jumped out of the Prime Minister's palace, all holding weapons in their hands and looking at the Imperial Guards menacingly. Butler Zhang put his hands behind his back and walked around with a smile. "Boy, I see that you are very cool. You must not know the status of our Prime Minister Hua. In the entire Dacian Kingdom, Prime Minister Hua has great power and a high status. Even if you are the current emperor, acting wild in front of our Prime Minister's office will only lead to death. As for who you are, I have no interest in knowing, nor do I want to know. I just ask you now, should you leave or not? What if I don't get out?" Yang Macheng replied calmly. When he said these words, not only Butler Zhang, but also the surrounding people, as well as Zhang Weisher and Guanjing, all looked at Yang Macheng, as if they were looking at an idiot. Butler Zhang's words were already obvious. The Prime Minister is so powerful that even the Emperor doesn't take him seriously. Who are you, and what qualifications do you have to cause trouble here? It is already a great kindness for someone to tell you to go away. If they anger the other party, even if they kill you, you will have no way to redress your grievances. Good boy. Since you want to die, I will help you. Kill him. Butler Zhang frowned and shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an inner strength warrior behind him. He let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Macheng with a steel knife in hand. This inner strength warrior used an unknown sword technique. As soon as the blade came out, it formed an airtight blade, and it rolled down like mercury pouring down the ground, heading towards Yang Macheng to suppress it. Feeling the terrifying inner strength, the expressions of the surrounding crowd changed drastically, and they retreated towards the back. Even Guanjing and others all took a few steps back. But the Imperial Guards were sitting proudly on their horses, as if facing Yang Macheng being attacked. They did not react at all. Instead, their eyes fell on the inner strength warrior, who suddenly rushed out. Need help? What a joke. Yang Macheng just went on a killing spree in the Jinwan Palace, killing almost half of the civil and military officials. Even the powerful Prime Minister Hua was killed by him with a sword. That was a strong man with perfect inner strength. Now this guy is just a warrior in the late stage of inner strength. What harm can he cause to Yang Macheng? I'm afraid only the people in the Prime Minister's mansion and Butler Zhang haven't figured it out yet. He looked at Yang Macheng with a sneer, ridiculing in his heart. You are looking for death. All cats and dogs dare to come to make trouble in front of the Prime Minister's mansion. No matter how good you are, I will kill you here today to scare the monkeys. I want to see what happens next. Who dares to act wild in front of the Prime Minister's house and stir up trouble on Tai Sui's head? At this time, clang! The sound of a long sword being unsheathed and a sharp sword being sheathed sounded almost at the same time, and everyone saw only a flash of sword light. The inner strength warrior, who was moving toward Yang Macheng to suppress him, was actually split into two in the depths of everyone's eyes. Chapter 21 Trial of the Prime Minister. Blood splattered, and the body disintegrated. Quiet. Outside the entire Prime Minister's palace, there was silence and deathly silence. Hisses. After a moment, there was a sound of gasping. Died? Beheaded with a sword? Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. At this high-spirited, dashing and suave young man, killing a warrior in the middle stage of internal strength is nothing. The key is that he killed people from the Prime Minister's mansion. As the saying goes, when you beat a dog, it depends on the owner. You killed someone in the Prime Minister's house. Do you think the Prime Minister can spare you? Disaster is coming! This kid is finished! The crowd roared. Zhang Weisher secretly shook his head and said, You have caused a big trouble. Prime Minister Hua is famous for protecting his shortcomings. No one dared to kill even a dog in the Prime Minister's house. Now this young man has killed an internal servant in his house. The powerful warrior. The Prime Minister will never give up. No one in the entire Dacian kingdom can save him. Guan Jing also looked at Yang Mucheng with great concern. Xu Zi, you are so brave. If you dare to kill people in front of the Prime Minister's palace, even the Emperor can't save you. Butler Zhang was furious and shouted in a hiss. Come here. Kill these people. Take the leader, capture that boy. I will execute him in the street. As soon as he finished speaking, all the powerful warriors from the Prime Minister's office gathered around him. The atmosphere was depressing, and a war was about to break out. Some timid people felt the strong killing intent erupting from both sides, and even their legs became weak with fear. He almost rolled and crawled away towards the distance. Do you know who I am? Faced with this situation, Yang Mucheng still asked with a faint smile. Alas, seeing Yang Mucheng asking this, everyone around him shook his head secretly. Who are you, and what can you change? Is it possible that Prime Minister Hua can still be made to bow his head and apologize? Butler Zhang was about to get angry. But when he saw Yang Mucheng's extraordinary bearing, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Could this kid have an unusual identity? Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and said, Who are you? Yi Wuheng stepped forward and shouted. The person in front of you is the current Holy Emperor of Dacian Kingdom. Why don't you kneel down when you see His Majesty? Your Majesty? Is he Yang Mucheng? The people around him suddenly came to their senses, knelt down and shouted loudly. Your Majesty! Long live my Emperor! Long live! Long live! He is actually the Emperor? A strange color flashed in Guan Jing's beautiful eyes. Yang Mucheng sat on his horse, playing with the whip in his hand, looking at Butler Zhang with a half-smile, and said, I killed someone in the Prime Minister's mansion. So what? Let alone a warrior in the middle stage of internal strength. It counts as my death. Your Prime Minister's house is full of people. What do you dare to say to me? I'm afraid you don't know yet. Right. Prime Minister Hua was killed on the spot by me because of rebellion and rebellion. The rest of his accomplices were also killed. At this point, Yang Mucheng's voice suddenly became louder, and his cold words resounded around him. Prime Minister Hua wields power over the government and controls the government. Over the years, he has committed corruption and bribery, colluded with the party to rebel, and suppressed loyal ministers. The crimes he has committed are simply too numerous to describe. Well, the Prime Minister has been executed, but because of his numerous accomplices, I decided to put Prime Minister Hua on trial and arrest all of him and his accomplices. Every time Yang Mucheng said something, shouts from all around him sounded, and the faces of everyone in the Prime Minister's mansion became uglier. When the other party finished speaking, Butler Zhang's face suddenly turned pale. Oh! Prime Minister Hua was actually beheaded. From now on, no one will dare to say that the Holy Emperor of our Dacian Kingdom is just a puppet emperor. Long live my Emperor! The next moment, there was a roar and shouts, like a landslide, and the earth was shattering from the Prime Minister's mansion. Prime Minister's mansion. Impossible! Butler Zhang, who was extremely calm before, widened his eyes, and the expression on his face became even richer at this moment. Those inner strength warriors, who were still fierce before, were all looking at each other at this moment, and they could all see the shock in each other's eyes. Prime Minister Hua was overthrown. The Dacian Kingdom has changed. Zhang Weisher was completely stunned. He could not imagine that all this was true. It should be noted that just now, all of them thought that this boy who dared to be presumptuous in front of the Prime Minister's office would be severely punished, and the end would be very miserable. But now this young man has become the Holy Lord of Dacian Kingdom, and even killed Prime Minister Hua. This result shocked everyone. Guan Jing's beautiful eyes flickered and she murmured, I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. No wonder this young man dared to rush into the Prime Minister's mansion. And even dared to kill the warriors in the Prime Minister's mansion. It turned out that he was the Emperor of the Dacian Kingdom. The current Holy Emperor. Yang Muqing's expression became serious. And he waved his right hand and said, Where are the Imperial Guards? Enter the Prime Minister's mansion. Capture all Hui Yan and his gang members. And throw them into the Sky Prison without leaving anyone behind. You can keep 10% of the spoils you have obtained. And the remaining 90% will be handed over to the treasury. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Yi Wuheng and other warriors, who were originally from the Imperial Guard, had no reaction yet. But the murderers who were released from the Tianzhou cell all cheered. It should be noted that in the past, they had to be careful when killing people, for fear of being discovered by the government. Once discovered, it would be a death penalty. Now that I follow Yang Muqing, I don't have such worries. Moreover, these people are corrupt officials, and they are worthy of death. Who dares to catch them? Who dares to question them? He immediately screamed and headed towards the Prime Minister's house to kill. He was even more afraid that if he was a step too late, someone else would take away a piece of the loot. The warrior in front of me, who dared to block him, was killed with one sword, showing no mercy. On the other hand, the group of warriors in the Prime Minister's residence all looked pale. Ever since they learned that the young man in front of them was the Emperor and that Prime Minister Hui had been beheaded, they had no intention of fighting. He didn't even dare to resist. And he hated his parents for not having 2 legs and not escaping fast enough. For a time, there were screams throughout the Prime Minister's palace. But the screams soon stopped. Yang Muqing slowly jumped off his horse. While secretly activating the ancient heaven swallowing technique, he walked towards the Prime Minister's house. Although the qi, blood and essence of these dozens of warriors are not very condensed, they are still superior in quantity, which makes him advance a little further on the road to the perfection of inner strength, and is a few steps closer to the master of inner strength. This ancient heaven swallowing technique is really a good technique. I can quickly improve my cultivation level without deliberately practicing it. However, the most satisfying thing is to be able to be the Emperor. This kind of sentence will make thousands of people fall to the ground. Master it. The feeling of all living beings is simply unique. Huh? The battle is not over yet. When Yang Muqing heard the sound of fighting in the distance, he frowned slightly and walked slowly forward. Chapter 22. The Last Person. In front of the main hall of the Prime Minister's mansion, Ma Ping, Yi Wuheng and other guards were besieging a silver-haired old man. This old man has a majestic weapon and holds a 3-foot-long sword. He looks like a Taoist priest, but the fierce light that flashes in his eyes from time to time makes him look a little ferocious. But what attracted Yang Muqing's attention was the old man's perfect cultivation and inner strength. Call! 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 His moves are ferocious and extraordinary. And even when one is against 6, he still appears to be able to do it with ease. Every time he made a move, he could force someone back. Even people like Ma Ping and Yi Wuheng could only struggle to hold on in front of him. What a powerful old man. Just by taking a glance at the old man, Liang Xiao could feel that the other man was not bad in strength. Even better than Hui Yan. Back off! Yang Muqing said lightly. Immediately, the people fighting with the old man retreated with explosive fire. Eyes fixed on the old man, Yang Muqing said, Who are you? I am Hui Yan's senior brother. This is the Prime Minister's mansion. Who are you? You dare to enter the Prime Minister's mansion and massacre. Aren't you afraid that Prime Minister Hua will raid your home and kill your 9 tribes? The old man shouted sternly. Hui Yan has been killed by me, Yang Muqing said calmly. I see that you are very strong and want to recruit you into the Imperial Guard. If you are willing, I can spare your death. What? After hearing these words, the old man's eyes turned red. He and Hui Yan have been brothers for decades, and their relationship is better than that of real brothers. When he first heard that these Imperial Guards said that Hui Yan was dead, he couldn't believe it. Now when he heard Yang Muqing say this, he suddenly became furious. Emperor Dog, you actually dare to kill my junior brother. I will kill you with 1,000 cuts today. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man was already flying over. Like a flying eagle, he suddenly rushed in front of Yang Muqing. And at the same time, Haoran slashed down with a swift sword. This sword was as shocking as a rainbow. When it was lifted up, it formed a wind wave more than 2 meters high, roaring towards Yang Muqing. The middle-level swordsmanship of the spiritual level is the Gale swordsmanship. This is a set of attack martial arts, which uses internal strength to drive the swordsmanship, forming the force of howling wind, and suppressing the opponent with powerful force. Not good! Holy Lord! Seeing this scene, the expressions of Ma Ping and others changed drastically. Tongue! 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 The next moment, they immediately rushed towards the old man, facing attacks from several people. The old man opened his eyes angrily and shouted, "Get out!" But he waved his left hand forward, and in the roaring wind, he directly used the rain-turning cloud palm. The Imperial Guards, who had not yet approached, were directly shot away by this palm. Like a broken string, the kite fell 7 or 8 feet away and hit the ground heavily. And the air wave that hit Yang Mucheng not only did not weaken in power due to the old man's distraction at this moment, but instead hit Yang Mucheng at an undiminished speed. Well, since you are looking for death, then I will help you. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Warriors with perfect inner strength are very rare. The strongest person under his command is Ma Ping, who has reached the peak of inner strength. Although he is loyal, he is not strong enough. If you can recruit this old man, you will have one more general in your hands. Since he doesn't want to, Yang Mucheng won't force him. He won't be stupid enough to keep someone by his side who wants to rebel against him at any time. Just when the air wave was about to hit Yang Mucheng moved. Clang! The silver snake sword suddenly unsheathed and moved forward quickly. There was a bang sound, and the air wave exploded. As the air wave dissipated, Liang Zhao's silver snake sword was already touching the old man's sword edge. Superior. This set of swordsmanship stirs up strong winds with internal strength. And the sword is the eye of this strong wind. Yang Mucheng hit the old man's sword, directly piercing the formation, destroying the core of the sword's operation, and naturally stopped the sword. What? A trace of shock flashed in the old man's eyes. Being able to catch this move proves that Yang Mucheng's cultivation has at least reached the perfection of inner strength. No wonder you were able to kill my junior brother. However, even if we are both at the perfect state of inner strength, there is still a gap. Laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man let out a low roar and struck with another sword. Under the shock of his internal energy, a surging energy surged up crazily. He struck with his sword again. The air waves that had been shattered by Yang Mucheng actually gathered together crazily at this moment. And a strong wind suddenly at this moment. An inner force that was several times more shocking than before suddenly erupted. During the roar, a force 4 to 5 meters high was formed, and it suddenly struck Yang Mucheng. Previously, he had miscalculated Yang Mucheng's strength, which was why his Gale sword technique was destroyed by the opponent. But now, with all his strength, he is bound to completely kill the young emperor in front of him. However, when he looked at Yang Mucheng, he was stunned. Facing his full blow, Yang Mucheng's face showed no trace of panic, but instead was filled with a sense of disdain. It was as if his fatal sword was not worth mentioning in front of him. When the old man looked at Yang Mucheng, when the surging air waves hit Yang Mucheng was still extremely calm. At this moment, he did not retreat but moved forward. He took one step forward and moved his wrist at the same time. The silver snake sword in his hand suddenly shot out. Ding! 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 The sword tips collided and sword flowers flew. This terrifying air wave, the unavoidable air wave, was crushed by Yang Mucheng in an instant. The old man's heart trembled. There was just a whoosh sound. And when everyone looked again, the old man had already retreated violently and fled towards the outside of the Prime Minister's mansion. He's running away? The old man naturally wanted to run. Ever since his full-strength Gale sword technique was destroyed by Yang Mucheng's sword, his heart had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The Gale sword technique was his strongest sword technique, but it was so easily broken by the opponent. Don't talk about yourself. Even if he and Hui Yan join forces, they may not be the young emperor's opponent. It's unbelievable that he is so young and has already reached the peak of his internal energy, and his cultivation is stronger than mine. It's simply unbelievable. Even if there are geniuses in our sect, if they want to reach the perfection of their internal energy at such an age, they can only he alone. The old man thought in his mind and retreated very quickly. Yang Mucheng sneered and said, "Do you think you can leave alive?" Clang! A burst of sword sounds quickly resounded, and Yang Mucheng raised his right hand, only to hear a harsh sword sound whistling loudly, like a bolt of lightning, passing 5 or 6 meters away, and shot into the old man's back heart with a bang. The old man's body trembled. He let out a wail, spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, and his whole body fell out like an arrow from a string, hitting the ground. When everyone looked at him, they saw that there was already a bloody hole in the old man's chest that could not be concealed. He had no breath at all, and he was already dead and could no longer die. The last person with perfect internal energy in the Prime Minister's office was killed, and there was no resistance at the moment. In the Dacian dynasty, after Yang Mucheng came to power, there was no voice of opposition at all. Chapter 23 Eldest Princess Guanjing. The 9 tribes were also killed. The rest, of course, is to seize all property. Piles of gold and silver treasures were carried out from the Prime Minister's palace and piled up into a hill. But at this time Yang Mucheng was unhappy. Quite unhappy. It should be noted that the annual tax revenue of the Dacian kingdom is about 30,000 taels of silver, and the property inspected by the Prime Minister's office is equal to the entire kingdom's 10 years of tax revenue. In the previous life on Earth, the largest corrupt official, He Shen, owned a property equivalent to the income of the entire Qin dynasty for 15 years. At that time, I thought it was just an exaggeration of history. But now I know how abominable corrupt officials are. Yang Mucheng gritted his teeth and said secretly, "None of these corrupt officials will be spared." Of course, what makes Yang Mucheng even more angry is that some people are greedy. Yi Wuheng was counting the materials seized by everyone, while Ma Ping was secretly checking to see if anything had been stolen. He pardoned their death penalty, freed them, and gave them rights. Allowing these people to leave 10% of their wealth is already a huge reward. If this is the case, there are still people who dare to hide it secretly. Then you can't blame Yang Mucheng for being ruthless. How many people have unclean hands and feet in total? Yang Mucheng asked lightly. 19 in total. There are 3 among the imperial guards and 16 among the prisoners in Tianzhou prison, Ma Ping said solemnly. There were actually 19 people. Yang Mucheng's face darkened. Gather everyone together. The Prime Minister's office became a temporary office location. Although the blood has been washed several times, there is still a strong smell of blood lingering. The imperial guards joined by prisoners have expanded to about 200 people. After several days of training by Ma Ping and Yi Wuheng, they are no longer as scattered as before. Seeing Yang Mucheng approaching slowly, the imperial guards suddenly became solemn and looked at the emperor of the day. Originally, these people were reluctant to follow Yang Mucheng. After all, Prime Minister whose power is too huge. If you don't defeat the opponent at once, you will have to wait for the opponent's overwhelming revenge. But who would have thought that this young emperor would kill powerful officials and the 9 clans of Prime Minister Hua in one day? Now they all understand that as long as they follow this emperor, they will enjoy endless wealth and rights. I said something back then. It's not all without benefits for you to follow me. I will give you freedom. I will give you rights. I will give you endless money, and what you do is, no matter what, you must follow my orders. Otherwise you will be dead. Looking at everyone, Yang Mucheng said calmly, I said it during the seizure. 90% of the loot you obtain must be handed over, and the remaining 10% can be kept for yourself. But some people are greedy and are not like snakes swallowing elephants. If you disobey my order, don't blame me for being cruel. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial guards, who had secretly intercepted the items, all looked horrified. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, Holy Lord, have mercy on me. Your Majesty, please spare my life. We have never seen so many treasures before, and we were greedy for a moment. Please spare our lives. Your Majesty gives us a chance to redeem ourselves and make meritorious deeds. Chance? Yang Mucheng shook his head. What is the emperor? What is the emperor? What is needed is a single word and a golden tongue. If you want to kill them today, because you are soft-hearted, and let them go, these people will do it again in the future, and other people will also take chances. So wouldn't it cause chaos? Kill! Yang Mucheng said calmly. Yi Wuheng waved his hand, and all 19 heads fell to the ground. At this time, the rest of the imperial guards felt a chill in their hearts, secretly thinking that they were in danger. When they searched Prime Minister Hua's property before, they were almost tempted. But fortunately, they thought of Yang Mucheng's method in time and forcibly suppressed their greed. So what if there is more money? If you have money, you have to have life to spend it. Yang Mucheng directly absorbed the blood and essence of these 19 inner strength warriors and secretly shook his head. I want to go one step further to become a master of inner strength. This requires a huge amount of energy, blood and essence. How many people do I need to kill to reach the level of master of inner strength? When looking at the frightened eyes of the imperial guards, Yang Mucheng nodded with satisfaction. This act of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys has finally worked. Only by ensuring that the people around you are not corrupt can you ensure that no one in the country is corrupt. In this way, the country will be rich and the people strong in a short time. But it is still if it is not enough. Then you must vigorously develop the army. Otherwise, in this chaotic world, if the army comes, you will have no soldiers to use, and you will only be the king of subjugation. Just when Yang Muchung was about to have the body dragged out and burned, Yi Wuling quickly ran over and whispered a few words. Oh! Yang Muchung, who originally planned to return to the palace, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, Scylla's envoys would actually come. He nodded lightly and said, "Let them come to see me." Arriving at the main hall of the Prime Minister's mansion, before Yang Muchung had warmed up the bench, an old man and a young man slowly walked out of the hall. The old man and the young man were none other than Zhang Weisher and the eldest princess Guan Jing, who were watching the excitement outside the Prime Minister's mansion. At this time, Zhang Weisher looked at Yang Muchung with a complicated face. It should be noted that he did not pay attention to the emperor at all from the beginning. So he took Guan Jing directly to the Prime Minister's mansion. But who knew that he would see such a scene? It turns out to be Zhang Weisher of Silla Kingdom. Why did you come to see me? Yang Muchung looked at the other party condescendingly. I have met your majesty, Zhang Weisher said respectfully. Okay, and gave a prostrate gift. And then said, we are here this time for the purpose of forming an alliance between the two countries. Koryo is becoming increasingly powerful and full of ambitions. What's more, he is leading an army of 100,000 to attack our country of Silla. Therefore, I would like to ask your majesty to send troops, and we can join forces to defeat the kingdom of Koryo. Leading an army of 100,000. Although this number may not sound like a lot. In fact, it is already a quite large number for small countries such as Dakian Kingdom, Koryo, and Silla. This era is not like the earth in Yang Muchung's previous life. Famines, floods, and insect plagues often occur here. Except for some warriors, ordinary people can be considered long-lived if they can live to the age of 60. And since they are all gone to war, who will farm the fields and open up wasteland? If one person in 100 joins the army, it is already a considerable burden on the country's food and finances. For example, Silla Kingdom can only provide an army of 30,000 at most. The Dakian Kingdom is even worse, and can only provide about 20,000 troops. Of course, those big countries of the 8th and 7th levels are naturally not within this scope. Oh, sending troops to fight? It's easy to say, but what are the benefits? Yang Muchung asked lightly. Our Silla is willing to marry the eldest princess to you. From now on, Dakian and Silla are one family, Zhang Weisher said quickly, and winked at Guan Jing on the side. As the eldest princess, Guan Jing naturally knew the truth. She quickly took 2 steps forward and said politely, Guan Jing has met your majesty. Guan Jing was the most beautiful woman in Silla. He is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and also knows how to govern the country. However, she was a female, and was not qualified to inherit the throne. So she could only be sacrificed in the officialdom. If she were asked to marry someone else, Guan Jing might not be willing. But she had seen Yang Muchung's methods before. He was not as ignorant as those playboys in Silla. At the same time, he was also a master of internal strength, and she had long been secretly attracted to him. Guan Jing is also very confident about her appearance, and she believes that Yang Muchung will definitely agree. But Yang Muchung traveled from the earth. What kind of beauty has he not seen? Glancing at Guan Jing indifferently, he sneered. You're just kidding. A woman wants me to send out troops and let my people shed their lives and blood. Do you think it's possible? Chapter 20 for the chaotic military camp. Yang Muchung's words immediately made Zhang Weisher stunned. Even Guan Jing, who was full of confidence on the side, widened his eyes. It should be noted that among the royal family, it is a very normal thing for the palace master to marry another country in exchange for the alliance to send troops. At this time, the Dakian Kingdom was riddled with holes, and had long been unable to accept its former strength. Silla married an eldest princess, which gave the Dakian Kingdom some face. If it were any other country, they might have agreed long ago. Not only can we gain an alliance between the two countries, but we can also add one more beauties to the harem of 3,000 beauties. This is simply the best of both worlds. But they didn't expect that Yang Muchung would directly deny it. Zhang Weisher hurriedly said, Your Majesty, Guan Jing is our eldest princess of Silla. She is proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. and knows all kinds of poetry and songs. Before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng interrupted him. Zhang Weisher, I am the emperor. What kind of woman do you want? If you want me to send troops, you can agree to me on one condition. I remember 30 years ago, Silla, they have occupied 4 cities in our Dacian kingdom. As long as you are willing to return these 4 cities that have occupied our country, I am willing to send troops. Zhang Weisher almost didn't scold his mother. This was just adding insult to injury. However, people under the eaves had to bow their heads, and Zhang Weisher did not dare to say more. He could only say, Your Majesty, I cannot be the master of such a big matter. I will go back and think about it with your Majesty. This time once, the journey was long, and the princess was a female, so it was not suitable for her to travel back and forth with me. So she stayed in Dacian for the time being. With that said, Zhang Weisher quickly gave Guanjing a look. Guanjing also understood that the next step was her mission. If he could climb onto Yang Mucheng's dragon bed and sleep with him for a few nights, maybe Yang Mucheng would relent. Zhang Weisher left in a hurry, and Guanjing stayed with Yang Mucheng. People who are good will be bullied, and horses who are good will be ridiculed. The Dacian kingdom's current military strength is not very strong, and it will inevitably face the same situation as the Silla kingdom in the future. Marry princesses and the like to other countries to seek benefits. Recruiting reinforcements is too humiliating, and I can't do it. Now that all the rebel forces in the country have been wiped out, it's time to strengthen the military. Thinking of this, he called Ma Ping and Yiwen, and led the imperial guards to the military camp. The military camp in Yang Mucheng's imagination should be heavily guarded and filled with an aura of military might. The army also symbolizes the power of a country. The stronger the army, the stronger the country's military force. But the military camp of the Dacian kingdom was a noisy vegetable market. When Yang Mucheng came to the military camp, he found people lazily basking in the sun. People gathered around and gambling, and there were waves of erotic female moans coming from the tents. Can this be called a military camp? Yang Mucheng's face suddenly darkened. Guanjing was also stunned. No wonder the Dacian kingdom is getting weaker and weaker. I didn't expect that the situation in the military camp would be like this. For a moment, she couldn't help but wonder, was Silla making a wrong decision by asking Dacian for help? Should I leave Dacian secretly now and tell everyone what I saw in Dacian? However, she wanted to see what the young emperor did. Ma Ping, beat the drum. Let everyone gather. Yang Mucheng said calmly. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, a dull drum sound echoed in the military camp. When some people heard the sound of drums, they immediately jumped up and rushed towards the place where the sound came from. Some soldiers cursed, but turned a deaf ear. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, facing the chaos in front of him. He didn't say a word, but everyone could feel that the anger in his heart was burning at this moment. Xinjiangpi, who is beating the drum? Are you disturbing me? At this moment, a cry came from inside a tent. I saw a man with a scar on his face walking out disheveled. In his arms were 2 beautiful beauties, who were also disheveled, and their fair skin could be seen under the thin gauze. Who are you? How dare you break into the military camp? How dare you beat the rally drum? The man walked towards Yang Mucheng angrily, and before leaving, he did not forget to touch the 2 beauties. This scene made many soldiers look envious. Who is he? How dare he bring a woman into the military camp? A recruit asked in a low voice. A veteran laughed loudly and said, Idiot! You don't even know him. He is Li Taiquan, the general of Dacian Kingdom, and the person with the highest strength and highest status in this military camp. In this military camp, you are the emperor. You can do whatever you want. The general hates others interrupting his good deeds. Now this boy dares to beat the assembly drum when the general is in a mood. He is doomed. Why are you beating the assembly drum when you have nothing to do? You have angered the general, and he will get the good news this time. Look how he will die. Come on. Come on. Place your bet. I bet this kid will kneel down and beg for mercy in the end. In the military camp, many veterans watched the show with smiles. Li Taiquan came to Yang Mucheng's side, and cursed unceremoniously. Boy! Who are you? How dare you disturb Tai Sui's head? This is a military camp. I am the sky. I am the earth. I am the 2 emperor. Who beats the drum for your courage? Do you know that I am playing with women, which disturbs my mood? Do you believe that I will strip you naked and execute you in the military camp? Yang Mucheng slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Li Taiquan quietly. Li Taiquan was immediately furious and shouted angrily. What do you think? Do you believe that I will pluck out your eyeballs and use them as firecrackers? As he spoke, he even let out a low cry, stretched out his right hand, and bit Yang Mucheng like a poisonous snake. It was as if he really wanted to gouge out Yang Muchu's eyes. When the soldiers in the military camp saw this scene, they immediately shook their heads secretly and laughed at Yang Mucheng for seeking death. Li Taiquan looked at Yang Mucheng, who was motionless in front of him, and sneered secretly in his heart. He didn't plan to tangle with Yang Mucheng for too long. After killing this kid, he would have to continue to learn tense skills. After all, when you are so happy and about to come, it is very unpleasant to be interrupted. Just when he was thinking about how to play with the two beauties later, Yang Mucheng made a move. He shot out his right palm and slapped Li Taiquan on the face like lightning. What? Before Li Taiquan came back to his senses, he only felt a heavy pain on his face. Snapped. This slap directly knocked Li Taiquan 4 to 5 meters away, knocking out several of Li Tietuan's teeth. Li Taiquan, whose mouth was full of blood, hit the ground heavily. His head was still a little dizzy, and he looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. He also couldn't believe that it was this kid who slapped him away just now. You idiot! How dare you hit me? Li Taiquan shouted angrily. Yang Mucheng walked up to Li Taiquan step by step, slapped him hard on the face, and said, I will not only hit you, I will also kill you. Chapter 25 I give you a chance. I am going to kill you. Li Taiquan is considered an older generation general and a powerful figure in the military. From the fact that other soldiers privately called him the Two Emperor, we can know what Li Tietuan's status was in the army. Now, he was actually beaten by a young boy. How could he swallow this breath? However, before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng slapped him down again. This slap was heavier than before, and Li Taiquan, who jumped up high, almost fell into the ground. What are you idiots still doing? Come on! Kill these guys who break into the military camp! Li Taiquan knew that skills were inferior to others, but he was not afraid at all. This is the military camp, his territory. This kid dares to cause trouble in his own territory. How can he bear it without cutting him into pieces? Yu Wuheng's eyes widened in anger. He took a step forward and shouted sternly. Bold! Standing in front of you is the current Holy One. It is a grave sin to besiege the Holy One. What? Is he the Holy One? Li Taiquan, who was extremely angry, suddenly felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured on him, and he trembled with fright. He knew very well what the young emperor was doing. Even Prime Minister Hua was uprooted by him. What was he in front of him? At that moment, he was so frightened that he trembled all over and fell to his knees, shaking his head like garlic. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't know it was you who came. Yang Mucheng walked up to Li Taiquan calmly, looked at Li Taiquan, who was a little unwilling in his eyes, and said, As a general, you violated military discipline and knowingly violated the law. You should be killed for your crime. I know that you are dissatisfied with me and dissatisfied. Let's do this. I think you have made great contributions to the country. I will give you a chance. You go and choose a few people to fight with me. If you lose, I will let you go. Really? Li Taiquan asked in disbelief. I mean what I say, and will never regret it. Li Taiquan sneered secretly, got up immediately, and ran towards the army without looking back, obviously looking for his confidant. Guan Jing frowned on the side. If such a guy who violated military discipline was from the Silla Kingdom, he would at least have to be demoted to correct military discipline. But the young emperor actually gave him a chance. He couldn't help but shake his head secretly and thought to himself, Sure enough, Yang Mucheng is still too young. Does he think he can win people's hearts by doing this? As everyone knows, after he defeated Li Taiquan in public, he already made the other party bear a grudge. Calm down. What are you shaking your head for? Yang Mucheng looked at the eldest princess beside him calmly. Do you think I can't do it right? Of course. Guan Jing expressed her thoughts. Yang Mucheng smiled and said, You are too young. Do you think I am giving him a chance? I asked him to choose a few people. Li Taiquan will definitely find his confidants and call all the people he trusts most to come with me. Duel? In this way, I can easily uproot Li Tietuan's power. When Yang Mucheng said that Guan Jing was too young, Guan Jing was still a little dissatisfied. But when Yang Mucheng said it to the end, Guan Jing showed a hint of shock. Is this kind of method really only available to a 16-year-old boy? Guan Jing, who had always had a higher eye than herself, felt something different when she looked at Yang Macheng. The news that Yang Macheng and Li Taiquan were going to duel in the army immediately spread like a plague. Everyone rushed over and surrounded the entire military training ground on 3 floors inside and 3 outside. In the arena, Yang Macheng stood there quietly, waiting for Li Tietuan's arrival. "Are you too bold, Your Majesty? You dared to duel with the general?" "Yes." The general was knocked to the ground by the Holy Emperor's slap before, just because he didn't react. Now that he is prepared, he may not lose. What's more, this duel is still fought by the Holy One against so many people. It's really difficult, too big of a deal. "Look! It's coming!" Amidst the shouts of the crowd, Li Taiquan and more than 10 people were seen walking towards this side aggressively. That's right. He is Cao Sheng, the general of the left. He is at the peak of his cultivation and has strong strength. 6 years ago, he led a small team. He killed 40 or 50 enemy soldiers with just 1 silver spear. Even more, it was his hands that tore open an inferior monster. Front General Yang Guang's cultivation is also at the peak of internal energy. He wields the ghost head sword. His sword skills are fierce. Just a few days ago, he split several internal energy warriors who provoked him into 2 halves. Right, General Liu Yang, at the peak of his inner strength. Looking at this group of approaching warriors, all the soldiers present showed fear. It should be noted that this group of people are the mainstay of the army and are powerful. But he didn't expect that they would all move out together. It seems that this time the Holy Emperor made an unwise choice to duel with them. Alas, Yang Macheng was secretly sad. To be honest, he really didn't want to kill these people. After all, he was a veteran general of the Dacian kingdom. So it would be a pity to kill him. But if he doesn't kill, he won't be able to enforce strict military discipline and implement his plan. At the same time, it was more like what Guanjing said. The moment he slapped Li Taiquan on the ground, the 2 sides became enemies. If this guy is allowed to continue to stay in the military camp, he might be able to do something rebellious in the future. Boom! 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 Counting Li Taiquan, a total of 13 people came to the ring. At this moment, everything was quiet. "Your Majesty, I have already called everyone." Li Taiquan cupped his hands to Yang Macheng and said with a half smile, "Your Majesty, please think twice about the duel. After all, when it comes to fighting, swords have no eyes. Our humble ministers have small lives. It's worthless. And he deserves to die. But the Holy Lord is the 9-5 Lord. And if the dragon body is damaged, it may cause instability in the country." Li Taiquan stared at Yang Macheng. On his side, there were a total of 13 warriors at the peak of their inner strength, while on the other side, there was only Yang Macheng. The meaning behind what he said just now is also very obvious. "Emperor, I will give you the steps. So you should be more sensible and use the slope to get off the donkey. If we are forced into a panic and we hurt you or kill you, it will be of no benefit to anyone." The soldiers around him were also holding back their laughter, wanting to see Yang Macheng's jokes. "How about it? Aren't you the emperor? Don't you keep your word? I have to take back what I said just now. Isn't this a slap in the face? Now that there are more people on the other side than you, what can you do? You dare to threaten me?" Yang Macheng's pupils closed, flashing with murderous intent. He smiled coldly and said, "I keep my word, and naturally I will not take back what I say. If you win, I will let you go and give you a promotion. If you lose, you will only die." Li Taiquan and many of his confidants were all stunned. I secretly thought that the emperor must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, and he still persisted in it at this time. Li Taiquan sneered and said to himself, "My son, the emperor, you are seeking death yourself. But don't blame me for being ruthless." Yang Macheng looked at Li Taiquan, snorted coldly, and thought to himself, "How can I control the army without killing you people?" Chapter 26 Unrepentant. At this time, the arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. Li Taiquan shouted, "Do it!" And more than a dozen inner strength warriors, including him, were already heading towards Yang Macheng to kill. Tang! 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 The wind was blowing swiftly and vigorously. Everyone's eyes widened. At this moment, the people headed by Li Taiquan occupied the surrounding area of the martial arts stage. Once they take action, they will be overwhelming, making it impossible for people to hide and avoid. Kill! Cao Sheng, the left general, took the lead. A trace of evil spirit burst out from the long sword in his hand. Chao Sheng stepped out and raised the long sword, causing a sharp whistling sound. The direction of the sword's edge seemed to cut the air into pieces. Sword Tiger. The long sword swept out, and a sharp roar came out of the void, with a hint of shocking momentum. Sword Tiger. A low-level spiritual martial skill. In a country like Dakian country where martial arts are scarce, it is very rare to be able to master a low-level spiritual martial arts. As for these soldiers, they had gone through an iron-blooded fight, and the evil aura on their bodies was already several times stronger than that of ordinary people. The low-level martial arts in his hands were actually faintly comparable to the middle-level martial arts. Hisses. At this moment, there was a sound of gasping in the military camp. Chao Sheng didn't hold back at all with this move. Your Majesty, if you give up, it's still too late. Li Taiquan shouted loudly from a distance. After all, Yang Macheng is the current emperor, and if they hurt him, they will be in great trouble. It's ridiculous. Is this level enough for me to admit defeat? Yang Macheng chuckled lightly and drew his sword to meet him. It was a very ordinary sword, but it was extremely fast. He has learned the cross sword, and has already integrated it into his bones to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. With a twitch of his right hand, he can easily resolve Li Tietuan's sword. Immediately afterwards, Yang Macheng took a step forward. Clang! There was a crisp sword cry, and several rays of sword light blasted out. Cross sword! This martial skill is only at the lower level of the spiritual level. But now that Yang Muchu has reached the perfection of inner strength, his power has increased by at least dozens of times. In an instant, 12 sword lights rushed out. What? Chao Sheng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly put back his sword and slashed, trying to block the sword light. But the sword light was so fast and fierce that it was even difficult to catch with the naked eye. Just hearing the muffled sound of puff, 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 the sword light directly punched 12 holes in Chao Sheng's body. Boom! Under the trembling eyes of everyone, Chao Sheng vomited blood, fell backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. When everyone looked away, he was already dead and could not die anymore. Li Taiquan was shocked and angry. Originally, he planned to restrain Yang Macheng and ask him to forgive his sins. But now, Yang Mucheng's move was a sure kill move, and he had no plans to show mercy. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted, Everyone, please pay attention. This dog Emperor Yang Macheng wants to catch us all, kill him and escape from the military camp. Are you just reacting now? It's too late. After listening to Li Tietuan's words, Yang Macheng secretly shook his head. While shaking his head, Yang Mucheng's attacks became more and more swift. Clang! 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 I saw him waving his long sword, and immediately there was a turbulence and a fierce sword light. All the soldiers shrouded in this sword light were torn into pieces in an instant, with no chance of survival. So strong. Looking at this scene, the pupils of the soldiers around him shrank slightly. No wonder the Holy One dared to duel with Li Taiquan. It turns out that his strength is so terrifying. None of these generals have experienced hundreds of battles on the battlefield, with hundreds of lives on their hands. But under the Holy One's sword, they are like chickens wagyu. Vulnerable. 8 of the 13 generals were killed by Yang Macheng in just a moment. Only Li Taiquan and others were left, still gritting their teeth and supporting themselves. But the outcome has already been determined, and the difference in strength is too huge. Even a discerning person can see that Yang Macheng can kill these people at any time as long as he is willing. Damn it, bastard. How is that possible? Li Tietuan's heart was filled with unprecedented shock and anger. It was not like he had not heard of the rumors that Yang Macheng had killed Hui Yin, but he just dismissed this rumor. Who is Hui Yin? When he is the prime minister of the dynasty, he cultivates his inner strength to perfection. As for Yang Macheng, although he was the emperor, he did not have the talent to become a warrior at all. Can Hui Yin be killed by Yang Macheng? So he didn't believe it at all. But the situation at this moment forced him to believe it. Let alone Hui Yin. Even if it were doubled, he might not be Yang Mucheng's opponent. Brothers, stop hiding it. This dog emperor wants to kill us. If he keeps his trump card, we will all die here. He is the perfect cultivation of Ni gene. Li Taiquan shouted, and Ni gene exploded, burst out. When Yang Guang and Lu Yang heard that Yang Macheng had actually reached the level of perfect inner strength, their hearts suddenly trembled. They no longer dared to hold back at all. At this moment, they all let out a burst of shouts and frantically released the energy they had hidden in their limbs. the inner strength of Biskeleton. At the same time, he poured all his inner energy into his martial arts and blasted towards Yang Macheng. This terrifying shadow of swords and swords was crushing down crazily, as if the air was completely torn apart. As soon as Yang Macheng's cross sword light came into contact with this piece of sword light and sword shadow, it was already torn apart. Ha ha ha. Dog Emperor. Today is your day of death. When I kill you and wear the yellow robe, I will be the Emperor. Li Taekwon laughed loudly. Your Majesty. Seeing Yang Macheng's sword light being blown to pieces, Yi Wuheng was shocked and immediately prepared to rush to the martial arts stage. Don't panic. Your Majesty is 120% sure. Ma Ping on the side said calmly. Really? Yi Wuheng looked towards the martial arts stage, but found that Yang Macheng, whose sword light had been blown to pieces, did not panic at all. He stood there calmly, looking at Li Taekwon and others who looked like they had been injected with chicken blood and shook their heads lightly. You are so unrepentant. In this case, I will make you give up completely. As he spoke, Yang Macheng slowly waved his right hand forward. This is actually Hui Yan's unique skill, the middle-level martial arts skill of the spiritual level. Cloud-shaking palm. After Yang Macheng used this palm, its power was several times more powerful than when they used it. With one palm thrust out, a rolling mighty wind was set off, and a huge golden palm that reached 4 to 5 meters in height fell from the sky under the majestic internal energy. The terrifying sword light and sword shadow were shattered one after another when they touched the golden giant palm. At the same time, they pressed towards Li Taekwon and others. Boom! Under the surge of internal energy, a strong wind visible to the naked eye was set off. Feeling the terrifying force of this strong wind, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly retreated into the distance. When they looked towards the martial arts stage again, they all gasped. A palm print with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters and a depth of half a meter appeared on the huge martial arts stage. Densely layered cracks covered the entire martial arts stage like a spider web. As for Li Taekwon and the others, where are they left? This moment, there was dead silence in the military camp with tens of thousands of people. Chapter 27 Military Rank Reform. At this time, a strong wind blew, causing Yang Mu to flutter and his robes to make a sound. The soldiers around him were already dumbfounded and looked at Yang Macheng blankly. There are occasional martial arts competitions in the military camp, but they are only limited to ordinary soldiers. The battles between the inter-sect strongmen like today are unique. Several big men in the army, including Li Taekwon, were killed by Yang Macheng with one palm. This kind of power was simply beyond description in words. The astonished soldiers were also blown back by the fierce wind, and they hurriedly knelt down and shouted, Your Majesty, long live my Emperor! Long live! Long live! The shouts resounded in unison. Reaching into the sky, Yang Macheng nodded secretly, so that it looked like an army. But this is not enough. These people are used to being lazy and cannot control themselves without treatment. How many people haven't come to report? Yang Macheng asked. There are about 2,000 people left, Ma Ping whispered. Yang Macheng frowned. Why are there so many people? What are these people doing if they are not waiting in the military camp? In this state, what if the enemy's army comes over? Can we rely on these people to protect our country? Back to your Majesty. Li Tietuan's military management is not strict. People often sneak out of the military camp to hang out in wine shops and brothels. Those soldiers who are not here must have gone out to drink wine, Ma Ping said. Send people to capture those people and destroy them, Yang Macheng said. Ma Ping was startled. There were more than 2,000 people. However, he did not dare to disobey and quickly led the guards out. Yang Macheng put his hands behind his back and walked slowly under the fearful eyes of many soldiers. Disappointed. I am really disappointed. You are the soldiers of the Dacian kingdom and the fighting souls of our Dacian kingdom. Behind you are your parents, your brothers and sisters, and the entire Dacian kingdom for nearly 2 years. There are about 1 million people waiting for you to protect us. But you are acting like this. I ask you, if Goryeo sends troops to attack our Dacian kingdom at this time, can you protect it with just you? Can you ensure that your parents and relatives will not die under the enemy's butcher knife? After hearing Yang Macheng's words, Guan Jing's eyes lit up. This was the first time she heard an emperor say this. Logically speaking, the emperor should care most about his own country. As for the life and death of the people, they don't care at all. Just when the official silence was new, the military camp fell into silence. Obviously, Yang Muqing's words had an effect. Of course, this is not enough. Yi Wuheng, remove all soldiers over the age of 25 from the army. Yang Muqing said calmly. Yi Wuheng was shocked and said hurriedly, Your Majesty, these soldiers in their 20s account for almost 70% of the army. If all the troops are eliminated, then our army will only have about 5,000 people left. 5,000 people are enough. Yang Muqing waved his hand. The military training methods in this world are too old, and he plans to follow his own steps. In Yang Muqing's view, a real warrior is someone who can fight 1 against 100. Just like the special forces of China in the previous life. They were capable of sneak attacks, assassinations, spies, everything. Soldiers are more valuable than more valuable soldiers. A warrior in the early stage of internal strength is more than enough to deal with dozens of ordinary soldiers. If I could train all of this army into internally powerful warriors, wouldn't it be equivalent to a special force? An army of 5,000 people can even compete with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of others. In addition, pass on the basic Qi entrainment technique to the army. Let the munitions department triple the meals for all soldiers every day. Every meal must be meaty. Yang Muqing said. This, Yi Wuheng understood. Yang Muqing wants to build an army composed entirely of warriors. It's not like no one in mainland China does this. But what are the consequences of doing so? This army is too powerful to control. The Dali dynasty that originally unified the entire continent was divided in this way and became countless countries, large and small. Are you worried that I can't control this army? Yang Muqing glanced at the surprised Yi Wuheng and said with a smile. Since I dare to give orders, I naturally have the ability to control them. If anyone dares to rebel, they will be suppressed. At worst, they will be killed. Reorganizing the army is a tedious matter. Yang Muqing is the lord of the 9th 5-year plan. So naturally, he will not do this kind of thing himself. While Yi Wuheng handles the matter properly. As for those soldiers who escaped from the barracks to enjoy the debauchery, they were caught on the spot and beheaded directly. This scene also indirectly planted a seed in the army that did not dare to resist. In the shade, Yang Muqing tapped Erlang's legs and kept writing and drawing with a pen. Guan Jing massaged his shoulders very considerately, while several maids peeled the frozen grapes and carefully put them into Yang Muqing's mouth. After half a day, the military purge was finally over. I studied several battles in this world and found that each battle has a very significant feature. Once the general leading the army is killed, the entire army will collapse. Why not? I simply put Huaxia bring the set here and use it. Ordinary soldiers are divided into first-class soldiers, second-class soldiers, and third-class soldiers. Third-class soldiers are the lowest, and first-class soldiers are the highest. Then, there are the first-class sergeant major, the second-class sergeant major, and the third-class sergeant major. The master sergeant can command 10 soldiers to form a small team. In the future, there will be second lieutenants, lieutenants, and captains, who can command troops of 100 people. Majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels can command troops of 1,000 people. As for major generals, lieutenant generals, generals, and higher-level marshals of troops of 10,000 people can be used later. After stretching, Yang Muqing stood up. Guan Jing, who was serving beside him, and several maids all carefully moved out of the way. Ma Ping! Yang Muqing waved and handed him the military rank distribution drawn in his hand. From now on, I appoint you as a major general and command the entire military camp. You will distribute these military ranks. All soldiers will start from the 3rd class. Only after meritorious service can they be promoted to military rank. Ma Ping took over the list of military ranks in his hand suspiciously. It should be noted that whether it is the entire Dacian kingdom or other countries, they all follow the plan of captains of 10, captains of hundreds, and captains of thousands. This is a system that has been passed down for thousands of years. But the emperor changed it whenever he wanted. Is this possible? Things like military ranks are related to the foundation of the army. Once something goes wrong, it will cause a lot of trouble. I'm tired, so I'm going back to the palace first. I'll leave the distribution of military ranks to you. Troop training will begin in 3 days. I don't want anything to go wrong. Yang Muqing glanced at Ma Ping lightly and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Ma Ping smiled bitterly and swallowed the words he originally planned to persuade Yang Muqing back in his stomach. He helplessly looked at the military rank assignment table in his hand and was stunned when he saw it. The names of the military ranks were something he had never seen or heard of before. But it is clear at a glance. Very clear. A premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Maybe this young emperor could really turn the bleak and backward Dacian kingdom into a great country that everyone respects. Chapter 28: The mission only an emperor has. After the day's work was done, Yang Mucheng finally returned to the harem to rest. Looking at the magnificent palace, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. Others are overjoyed after time travel. They are either losers or trash. I come here and become the emperor directly. Prime Minister Hua was uprooted, and the army was finally in my hands. The Dacian kingdom was completely stabilized. Internal and external troubles. Now that the internal troubles have been resolved, all that remains are external troubles. Yang Mucheng lay directly on the dragon bed and took a long breath. By the way, killing Hui Yin is considered a mission accomplished. I haven't received the reward yet. It's better to give me some higher-level martial arts skills. Another advantage of having a system is that he no longer has to spend a long time learning a martial arts like other people. As long as he can get the secret book and take a look at it, he can learn it immediately. This is how Prime Minister Hua's Cloud Turning Palm was learned. It's a pity that he searched all over the Prime Minister's mansion for Brother Hui Yan's Gale Wind Sword, but he couldn't find the secret book. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The door was pushed open, and it turned out to be Shirong. Your Majesty, it's time for you to change your clothes and take a shower. Since the eunuch in the palace was killed, Xiao Rong has been responsible for these chores alone. Good. Yang Mucheng didn't think much about it, although it was said that he would not sweat after becoming an inner strength warrior. After all, he had fought several battles today and was a little tired all over. He immediately followed Xiao Rong to Yuchi. The huge imperial pond is made of white jade, and hot water flows from pipes shaped like dragon heads. The steaming water makes the imperial pond feel like a fairyland. Flip the brand? Taking a concubine? 3,000 beauties in the harem? Yang Mucheng woke up suddenly. He had been so busy overthrowing Prime Minister Hua these days that he had forgotten about it. He is the emperor. In fact, the 3,000 beauties in the harem are not just an imaginary number. It doesn't matter if he sleeps with a woman every day. It will take him at least 8 or 9 years to sleep with all the concubines in the harem. Ding. Trigger the side quest. 3,000 beauties in the harem. Mission successful. 3 lucky draw opportunities will be awarded. Mission failed. Turned into a eunuch. Yang Mucheng almost didn't curse. He worked so hard to kill Hui Yin, and was only given 1 chance to draw a lottery. Now, for such a simple task as expanding the beauties in the harem, he was actually given 3 chances to draw a lottery. Could it be that the system wanted to turn him into a fatuous man obsessed with women? Xiao Rong, you have followed me for many years and are loyal to me. I will crown you as queen today, Yang Mucheng said. Do you want to? Your Majesty. Xiao Rong's face turned red. The women in the harem had already surrendered to Yang Mucheng both physically and mentally. She didn't know what to say at this moment. Her body trembled slightly, and she untied her belt. A lot of clouds and rain. When Yang Mucheng went to the morning court, Xiao Rong was still sleeping soundly on the dragon couch. He lost count of how many times he came here last night. Fortunately, Yang Mucheng became an inner strength warrior. Otherwise, he would have been unable to get out of the heavy rain and clouds last night. Half a moment later, 3 whips sounded in front of the Jinwan Hall, and hundreds of civil and military officials entered the court. After killing Prime Minister Hui yesterday, Yang Mucheng immediately announced the release of the loyal ministers imprisoned in the Sky Prison. After a day of rest, he was already ready to meet the new emperor. When Yang Mucheng arrived, all the civil and military officials were waiting for him. Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live! All the ministers are at home! Yang Mucheng sat on the dragon chair, looking calm and confident. If something happens, you will report it early. If nothing happens, you will withdraw from the court. I have my own book to tell you. At this time, an old minister stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, banditry is serious inside and outside the Dacian kingdom. These bandits robbed homes and committed all kinds of evil. Yesterday, they attacked 4 or 5 villages again, killing hundreds of people. The rest of us also ask your Majesty to send troops to destroy these bandits. Yang Mucheng frowned and shouted, Who is responsible for this matter? It's General Li Taekwon. Let him come to see me. There was a commotion in the Jinwan Palace, and everyone looked at Yang Mucheng with both laughter and tears. This general in charge of the 3 armies was killed by you yesterday. How could he come to see you? Yang Mucheng also came to his senses. He killed too many people yesterday and forgot about this incident. He nodded immediately and said, In that case, I will personally lead the army to exterminate these bandits. Do you have anything else to do with your family? Immediately, the civil and military officials slowly reported one thing after another. Yang Mucheng rolled his eyes. Most of these were nonsense. After the morning court ended calmly, Yang Mucheng rode a carriage directly to the military camp. Boom, boom, boom. When the assembly drum sounded, all the soldiers rushed out from all places and quickly gathered in front of Yang Mucheng. After practicing the basic Qian training technique, although these soldiers were not able to become formal warriors, they were already much stronger than ordinary people. The decadence of the previous days was swept away, and a spirit of energy emanated from the inside out. Yang Mucheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Raise an army for 1,000 days, and use it for a moment. No matter how well trained the soldiers are in the military camp, soldiers who have not experienced fighting on the battlefield are still rookies. Today, I give you a chance to suppress bandits. You also saw that I killed General Li Taekwon yesterday. There are still various vacancies in the army. If you want to make a name for yourself, if you want to be promoted to a noble rank, then kill all these bandits for me. Yes." The pride in the army was so high that no one could match it. Chapter 29. The Imperial Chariot's Personal Expedition. Today, the Imperial City is extremely noisy. The army of thousands of people marched towards the outside of the city without missing a beat. On the roadside, countless people lined the street to watch. A bald eagle emitted a clear hawk's cry and flew over the sky very spiritually, like the leader of a group. At the front of the team, there was a handsome young man with shaggy hair, his hair tied with a golden crown, and a long sword on his waist. He looked calm and confident. Wherever he passed, countless people knelt down and worshipped. "Is this the current saint? Too young. Are they going to play or go hunting? Go and attack Shuiyun village." Today in the court, a minister announced that Shuiyun village is a disaster, and the Holy One is preparing to conquer it personally this time. Many people sighed secretly. Although the young emperor had just ascended the throne and had done several major things that shocked the whole country, how could the Shuiyun village be so easy to attack? The Dacian kingdom has not experienced war for at least 5 or 6 years, and the soldiers have long been fat and thick-skinned in the military camps. To suppress bandits? Go and die. The army's crossing caused quite a stir. Blood Cloud Village. Master! Master! It's not good! A large army has appeared from the Imperial City and is heading towards our Shuiyun village. It will take at most half a day to reach our village. A man with a scar on his face rushed into the cottage hall in a panic and shouted quickly. "Oh! I've heard about it too." The young emperor had just gotten rid of the powerful officials and the generals as soon as he ascended the throne. But he was still too young and actually looked for trouble and wanted to attack our Shuiyun village. In the main hall, a domineering middle-aged man shook his head and sneered. "I also heard that the emperor's army was reduced yesterday, and now there are only about 5,000 troops left. If he wants to take over this Shuiyun village, he will definitely knock out his teeth." Shuiyun village is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. There are more than 500 bandits in the village. They are used to robbing homes and houses. They are all gangsters with their heads in their belts. So what if there is an army 10 times more numerous than them? The boss is right. The scarred man also came to his senses. The more than 5,000 people in the army are all new recruits who have never seen blood. They are definitely no match for us. If we can capture the emperor's son, maybe we can also hold the emperor hostage to order the prince's event. At this time, the army came to a place 10 miles away from Shuiyun village and stopped. "Stop!" Yang Mucheng waved. "Your Majesty?" Ma Ping asked in a low voice. Yang Mucheng said, "Rest for half an hour, and then attack Shuiyun village. I will go to Shuiyun village to investigate first." Ma Ping was about to persuade him when he suddenly remembered that Yang Mucheng's cultivation had already reached the perfection of his inner strength. In the entire Dacian kingdom, there were no more than one person who could hurt him, so he obediently kept his mouth shut. "Tongue!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng jumped off his horse and rushed towards Shuiyun village. Know thyself. Ever victorious. If he didn't know the inside story of Shuiyun village, how could he dare to send troops to suppress the bandits? Although there are only more than 500 people in Shuiyun village, the terrain is dangerous, and it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The master of the cottage, Zhang Jiyuan, is a man with peak internal strength, and he has many internally strong men under him. If this group of people is not removed, Zhang Jiyuan only needs to lead people to guard the entrance of the mountain stronghold. and he can stop an army of 5,000 people at the foot of the mountain. If the attack fails for a long time, even he will be able to lead his troops back to the city in despair and become the laughing stock of his people. I will first kill Zhang Jiyuan and the leaders of this batch of copycat villages. When there is no leader in Shuayan village, I will let the army attack them and kill them without leaving a single piece of armor behind. Tying! 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 Yang Mucheng was as fast as a cheetah, quickly approaching Shuayan village. When we arrived at Shuayan village, the sky was already darkening. With the help of the moonlight, he arrived near the villa. In the dark night, his footsteps were as silent as a wolf, hiding in the bushes. He looked at the Blood Cloud village. This Shuayan village is like a fortress. Even the walls are 4 to 5 meters high. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At this moment, a burst of heavy footsteps came from far and near. But I saw a bandit as strong as an ox walking slowly with a weapon in his hand. His steps were steady and powerful, his temples bulging high. He was obviously a powerful internal warrior. His eyes were as alert as an eagle's eye. All around, Yang Mucheng stood on tiptoes. Tying! Speeding up, he quickly came behind the bandit. Holding the silver snake sword tightly in his right hand, he covered the opponent's mouth with his left hand, pulled it sharply, and wiped the opponent's throat. Suddenly, the inner strength warrior's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground helplessly. Yang Mucheng did not sneak into the cottage immediately, but dragged the bandit's body into the grass. Ha ha! A young boy became the emperor just because he was lucky enough to be born into the royal family. He doesn't want to be the emperor obediently, but he dares to attack our Shuayan village? Just because of the weaklings in the military camp? You didn't see that the army stopped 10 miles away from Shuayan village and didn't dare to get any closer. Apparently they were afraid of our surprise attack. The emperor's son is still too young. If we attack Shuayan village this time, let the master give him a slap in the face. Wake up! At this moment, a burst of talk came from not far away. Judging from their laughter, they did not take the young emperor Yang Mucheng seriously at all. Naturally, they never dreamed that Yang Mucheng had left the army early and lurked in the mountain stronghold alone. Boom! Before the two of them finished speaking, Yang Mucheng jumped out quickly, so fast that the other party didn't even notice. His hands were like dragons coming out of the sea, and he directly strangled the two people's throats. With a strong force of his hands, the two people's necks were directly twisted. I didn't expect this small Shuayan village to be so well defended. Fortunately, I came in early to investigate. Otherwise, I would have suffered heavy losses if the army came to kill them directly. Yang Mucheng thought to himself. At the same time, he tiptoed and crossed the fence easily. This series of actions made no sound. However, at this moment, a girl's miserable cries were heard in Shuayan village. Woman? Yang Mucheng frowned, and he quickly searched for the location of the cry and leaned closer. Across a garden, in an open hall, a scene that made Yang Mucheng extremely angry was happening. Some empty wine jars were scattered in the corners of the hall. A young girl lay motionless on the ground. The white body is full of traces of torture. I don't know whether he is dead or alive. The cry came from the center of the hall. A burly man was lying on a girl's body. No matter how the girl under his crotch begged, struggled, and cried, the man was still enjoying himself. And he is Zhang Jiyuan, the head of Shuayan village. Chapter 30 Extreme Anger. Nonsense! You are a warrior in the late stage of aging. Who can withstand your torture? In the main hall, the laughter and curses of the bandits continued to reverberate. Among them, the cries of the girls were particularly tragic and clear. There is another woman! At this time, a bandit turned his eyes, and his eyes rested on a young girl in green in the corner of the hall. He said, This girl is really the best. I have never seen such an upright woman in my whole life. The woman in Xingyi is about 14 or 15 years old, slightly younger than Xiaorong, and her appearance is particularly outstanding. Although she was dressed plainly, she still couldn't conceal her outstanding temperament. Zhao Lao-san, this is the woman the village leader wants by name. Do you dare to touch her? One of the bandits shouted. There was a hint of fear in the man's eyes, and he was obviously very afraid of Zhang Jiyuan, and he reluctantly restrained his thoughts. Kick! 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 At this moment, the girl in green took advantage of the unpreparedness of the numerous bandits and quickly fled out of the village. Don't let her escape! Everyone in the hall reacted immediately and rushed out cursing. At this time, they finally discovered Yang Mucheng. Get behind me! I won't hurt you! Yang Muchung said to the woman in green. At this time, his eyes were filled with coldness. He only knew that Shuoyan village was doing many evil things. But he never expected that he would do such an evil thing. He had some regrets about killing Li Taiquan before. After all, he was a military minister. But now Yang Muchung felt that he had done the right thing by killing him. Li Taiquan had let Shuoyan village go for so long. I wonder how many people Shuoyan village had killed, and how many innocent women it had harmed. Yang Muchung even felt that he had given him an advantage by slapping him to death. When I get back, I will kill all Li Tietuan's gang members, Yang Muchung secretly said. Who are you? How dare you break into our Shuoyan village? Hand over that woman. Hurry up. Zhang Jiyuan looked at Yang Muchung with cold eyes. I am Yang Muchung. Today, I am here to kill you. Today, I will definitely crush your Shuoyan village. Yang Muchung's eyes were cold, and his body exuded a strong murderous intention. Me? The Emperor? Are you the young Emperor? Ha ha. You've come well. I was still talking about you just now. And I was planning to arrest you and hold the Emperor hostage to order the princes. I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself. Zhang Jiyuan saw that Yang Muchung only had a loan. He sneered disdainfully, waved his right hand, and signaled his subordinates to directly surround Yang Muchung. Zhang Jiyuan's cultivation reached the peak of his inner strength, and he even led a group of warriors to station here to dominate the area. Moreover, this is their territory, so naturally they will not be afraid of Yang Muchung, who is alone. However, having said that, Zhang Jiyuan did not relax his vigilance. After all, this kid was able to break into Shuoyan village silently without even being noticed by him. Obviously, his strength should not be underestimated. If you want to arrest me, do you have the qualifications to do so? Yang Muchung raised a bloodthirsty sneer at the corner of his mouth. He has never wanted to kill like this today. Zhao Laosan, go and try the power of this little emperor. Zhang Jiyuan did not take action rashly, but shouted to one of his men. Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, the burly bandit named Zhao Laosan roared and rushed towards Yang Muchung. The sharp steel knife created an ultimate grazing light, like lightning, striking Yang Muchung fiercely. Sir! Be careful! The girl in green clothes cried out. Zhang Jiyuan sneered secretly. In his opinion, Yang Muchung would definitely die under this blow. Although Zhao Laosan's cultivation level is only in the late stage of internal strength, he is a good murderer. His sword skills are so sharp that even ordinary warriors at the peak of internal strength have to stay away and dare not fight, regardless of whether Yang Muchung is the emperor or not. If you dare to break into Shuoyan village, you will die. Court death. Facing Zhao Laosan's attack, Yang Muchung snorted coldly. Tongue! He tiptoed and took a step back. Immediately, he easily dodged the sharp sword light. What? Zhao Laosan narrowed his eyes. Clang! A bright sword light flashed out, and sword energy spread in all directions. Zhao Laosan was astonished as never before, and quickly drew his knife to block. With just a ding sound, the silver snake sword instantly penetrated the blade, and the sharp blade pierced his throat. As a wisp of blood spattered, Zhao Laosan died tragically in an instant before he even had time to scream. Kill with one sword. How can it be? The bandits in the hall suddenly widened their eyes, and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They couldn't understand how this young emperor could have such strength. Even warriors in the late stage of Neijing can't resist a single move in his hands. Kill! Let's all come together. I don't believe it. How can this kid go against the will of God alone? Zhang Jiyuan looked livid, roared, and rushed over first. Zhang Jiyuan was seen holding a guandao as tall as a person. When he rushed 10 steps in front of Yang Muchung, he slashed down with the sword. This guandao weighed less than 300 pounds, and was difficult for ordinary people to pick up. But it was very easy in his hands. Coupled with Zhang Jiyuan's peak inner strength, even a rock will be split in half with one strike. Call! Just when Zhang Jiyuan rushed over, Yang Muchung had already released his inner strength, and a hurricane sent the girl in green behind him several feet away to prevent her from being accidentally injured by Zhang Jiyuan. At the same time, without dodging or dodging, he stepped forward and slashed away with his sword. With his sword, Yang Muchung used his inner energy to the extreme. Clang! The blade and the blade collided hard together, making a deafening sound. Zhang Jiyuan was shocked and took 7 or 8 steps backward, feeling his numb hands. He looked at Yang Muchung with shock on his face. This blow was actually at a disadvantage. Huh? A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Muqing's eyes. Zhang Jiyuan clearly only had the peak of his inner strength, but he was able to withstand his own blow. Moreover, his inner energy is quite pure and condensed, unlike other bandits who became a monk halfway. Moreover, the guandao he used was a low-grade spiritual weapon. Who on earth are you? Let me tell you. How could a warrior at the peak of his inner strength be willing to commit suicide? Yang Muqing scolded in a cold voice. How is that possible? How can you be so strong? Zhang Jiyuan felt like his heart was shaking. He didn't expect that he would be knocked back by the opponent's sword. Moreover, in just one move, he had already seen the flaw in his identity. Holding the knife tightly, Zhang Jiyuan shouted angrily. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Just kill him! Skipping Chapter 31 does not affect viewing. Chapter 32 Magical Weapon Kunqiang Mountain. Yang Muqing's strength shocked Zhang Jiyuan. He is very clear about his own strength. And ordinary people with perfect inner strength may not be his opponents. And this young emperor actually knocked himself back with a sword. Could it be that he has reached the perfection of his inner strength? Ah! Ah! Just when Zhang Jiyuan was shocked, another burst of screams came from the hall. Yang Muqing's cultivation level is almost crushing to these people. Coupled with the combination of the cross sword and the cloud-turning palm, almost no one can stop wherever the body passes. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 bandits were killed in the hall. There are more than 20 bandit warriors in the main hall. Yang Muqing killed 3 or 4 of them before, but now more than 10 people have been killed, and now only 6 are left. Die! Yang Muqing's body was like lightning, and he shuttled through the hall as quickly as a cheetah. The sword light flashed past, and the 2 bandits were directly split open by the sword. The bodies immediately split and collapsed, and the blood and internal organs were spread all over the ground. For a moment, Yang Muqing was like a god of death, and no one dared to take a step forward. Quick! Come with me and surround and kill him! Zhang Jiyuan's teeth were itching with hatred. His more than 10 years of hard work was going to be destroyed in one moment. How could he bear it? He cursed loudly, grabbed the guandao, and rushed towards Yang Muqing again. Get out of my way! Yang Muqing shouted angrily, and directly launched the cloud-turning palm. Although he is still full of inner energy, he has devoured the blood and essence of many people in the past few days, and is only one step away from being a master of inner energy. The power of this cloud-turning and rain-turning palm has become many times more powerful when used in his hands. A huge palm flew out and hit Zhang Jiyuan directly, causing him to vomit blood and fly out. The master of Shuiyun village cannot be killed yet. There are too many secrets in him. We must capture him alive and torture him. Seeing Zhang Jiyuan vomiting blood, Yang Muqing then turned around to kill the other bandits. Every time he killed someone, he devoured the person's blood and essence, and his strength and cultivation were constantly improving. Every time the sword struck out, a human head fell to the ground. 10 miles away, Ma Ping always paid attention to the outside of the mountain stronghold. When the faint sound of fighting came under the night, he couldn't help but change his expression. No! The Holy Emperor was discovered by people from Shuiyun village. The entire army will obey the order and attack Shuiyun village. No one will be spared. After 3 hours of rest, the physical strength consumed by the long journey has already returned to its peak state. All the soldiers were waiting for this moment. When they heard Ma Ping's order, they all raised their weapons and shouted, Kill! For a moment, murderous intent surged into the sky. The army of 5,000 people, like a tide, rushed towards the mountain stronghold with an attitude like a golden horse and an iron horse. The sound of mighty footsteps resounded throughout the sky. It's been 3 full hours. These guys are still staying where they are? A bandit in Shuiyun village sneered. I heard that this time it was still the young emperor who was leading the expedition himself. I originally thought it would be so powerful. TSK, 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 what a laughing stock. Boom, boom, boom. Before he finished speaking, the expressions of the 2 bandits, who were chatting and laughing, suddenly changed. The army in the distance was already attacking crazily. The torch it held high was like a fire dragon surging in the dark night, and it suddenly rushed towards the location of Shuiyun village. This terrifying gesture made everyone tremble in their hearts. No! It's not good! The army is attacking! Go and notify the boss! When several bandits stumbled into the hall, they were stunned again. I saw corpses everywhere in the main hall. Almost all the key members of Shuiyun village were slaughtered, and even their leader was in the hands of a young man and could only struggle to support them. After the news spread that Shuiyun village had been breached, Many bandits became even more uneasy. Dakian's army was as powerful as a rainbow. However, the bandits in Shuayan village were sluggish. Under this situation, the army naturally marched straight in. What's more, the number of the army is 10 times that of the bandits. And they have learned basic chi and training techniques. Although they are not as good as warriors, their strength is much stronger than these bandits. Wherever the army passed, it broke through all obstacles. Certainly, the situation that Yang Mucheng expected before also happened. After all, these were new recruits. They had never seen blood, let alone killed anyone. Such a fierce battle is somewhat psychologically uncomfortable. But on the battlefield, the enemy will not give you time to adapt. The recruits can only endure the discomfort in their hearts and kill the bandits one after another. In just half an hour, they completely broke through the stronghold and arrived at the main hall of the stronghold. At this time, all the backbone bandits in the hall had been killed, leaving only Zhang Jiyuan struggling to hold on. Soldiers poured in and surrounded the main hall. If the traitorous ministers and traitors don't kneel down, they will be captured without mercy. The sounds of drinking sounded one after another. Zhang Jiyuan looked at the soldiers around him with a stern look in his eyes. Emperor Dog, do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if I die, I will still hold you as my support. Call, he roared, took out something from his arms, and quickly threw it forward. That thing was just a pebble. But after it flew away from Zhang Jiyuan's hand, it rose up in the wind and turned into a huge mountain of 3 to 4 meters, crushing fiercely towards Yang Mucheng. This is? Feeling the astonishing power of this thing, Yang Mucheng's expression changed. Emperor Dog, suffer death. This is my magic weapon Kuinqiong Mountain. Even if I don't survive today, I will drag you as my back. Ha ha. I am not alone on the road to H.L. I can have an emperor accompanying me. It's really a huge profit. Zhang Jiyuan laughed wildly, and the light in his eyes became more and more fierce. He pressed his right hand towards the leeward, and suddenly the magic weapon let out a frightening roar, and crazily smashed it towards Yang Mucheng. Magical weapons, like martial arts and weapons, are also divided into 5 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, and Ling. Each level is divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. The rarity of hesitant magic weapons is self-evident, so its preciousness is self-evident. Although this Kuinqiong Mountain was a low-grade spiritual weapon at that time, its power should not be underestimated. A magic weapon! It's actually a magic weapon! Ma Ping's eyes widened, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. What? This guy can actually possess a magic weapon! Holy Lord! Be careful! At this moment, everyone exclaimed, Emperor Dog, end it! As long as I kill you, my mission will be over. Yang Mucheng stood quietly, looking at the hysterical Zhang Jiyuan, with a disdainful smile on his lips. Just because you want to use me as a supporter? Well, today I will make you give up completely. I will show you that this magical weapon of yours is not worth mentioning in front of me. Chapter 33 Triggering the Mission. Facing the shocking and terrifying Kuinqiong Mountain, Yang Mucheng slowly punched out. His punch seemed ordinary, but in fact it made the air around him tremble. What? Everyone's expressions changed. Could it be that this person is a lunatic? How dare you use your body to resist the magic weapon? Ha! You dare to use your body to resist the magic weapon. You are simply seeking death. Do you think your body is made of iron? Zhang Jiyuan couldn't help but laugh. It should be noted that this Kuinqiong Mountain is made of obsidian and weighs 1,800 kilograms. Even a strong person with perfect inner strength will be crushed to pieces. Under such circumstances, if someone dares to resist a magic weapon, isn't it like seeking death? Boom! The fist shrouded in inner strength violently shook Kuinqiong Mountain. And then the 2 hidden powers exploded instantly. Woo! Yang Mucheng's body trembled, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His figure swept backwards uncontrollably, and he violently retreated for more than 10 steps. Each step struck the ground with a sonorous and powerful force, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Imprint. What? You can actually resist the magic weapon with your body! Zhang Jiyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He looked at Yang Mucheng, who had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his expression suddenly darkened. I didn't expect you, a young emperor, to have such strength. However, how many times can you resist being crushed by my Kuinqiong Mountain? When your inner strength is exhausted, I will definitely crush you into powder. Your Majesty the Protector, Ma Ping's expression changed and he shouted quickly. Immediately, a large group of guards rushed forward, forming a human wall to protect Yang Macheng. Although they were superior in numbers, the people present still trembled in their hearts when they looked at Ma Ping. This magic weapon is so powerful and amazing. Yang Macheng smiled faintly, pushed the crowd in front of him away, shook his head and said, "As expected of a low-grade spiritual weapon, it is beyond my expectation. It's a pity that this magical weapon is so useless." As soon as he finished speaking, a click was heard. On the huge Kunkiang mountain, a fist mark several inches deep was actually left. Countless cracks spread out as the fist seals spread out, like spider web-like cracks spreading out densely. The magic weapon made of obsidian actually shattered under everyone's shocked eyes. What did I see? The Holy Spirit shattered the magic weapon with one punch. One soldier was dumbfounded. You read that right. Ma Ping also swallowed his saliva at this time. Not only him, but all the soldiers present, and even Zhang Jiyuan, who was wielding the magical weapon, showed horrified looks. Is he a monster in human skin? He actually shattered the magic weapon with one punch. Zhang Jiyuan was filled with unprecedented shock and anger. Escape. With almost no hesitation, he quickly fled towards the Shuayan village. If he had planned to win over Yang Macheng before, now he didn't even have the slightest courage to face Yang Macheng. It was really terrifying to smash the magic weapon with one punch, and it was simply not something he could compete with. Doggone has such a terrible person. I must send this news back. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? At this time, a faint voice came from behind. Yang Macheng grabbed the silver snake sword, pointed it forward, and a beam of sword light came out to cut off his hamstrings. Zhang Jiyuan was still running fast. His body still maintained its inertia, and his whole body had already flown out like a gourd rolling on the ground. Catch him and torture him. I want to know where this guy came from, Yang Macheng said expressionlessly. The horror of Kunkiang Mountain was beyond his expectation. However, in order to gain authority in the army, he could only resist the magic weapon. Feeling the trembling and awed gazes of the soldiers around him, Yang Macheng suddenly felt that a slight injury was not a bad thing. At that moment, he secretly used the ancient heaven swallowing technique, and he absorbed the energy, blood, and essence of the 400 to 500 bandits in Shuayan village. Boom! At this moment, he only felt that something in his body seemed to be loose, and the momentum that had been accumulated for a long time erupted like a volcano. The Master of Inner Strength. This is the Master of Inner Energy. The soldiers around him felt the aura on Yang Macheng's body, and were so horrified that they could hardly speak. Let her go! After reaching the Neijing Grandmaster, Yang Macheng was in a good mood. He glanced around and saw the girl in green being held aside by several guards. Girl, Shuayan village has been eradicated by me. You are safe and can go back. The girl knelt on the ground with a thud and said, Your Majesty, the civilian girl Lu Yao wants to beg you to take me in. Why? Yang Macheng said calmly. He was not surprised at all by the other party's request. He is the emperor, and his woman is his concubine. The crow turning into a phoenix is something that all women dream of. The common girl wants to practice with the Holy Lord and become a warrior. Lu Yao raised her young face, full of determination. These bandits bloodbathed our village. No one except the female family members could survive. If I were a warrior, I would be able to protect our village. If I were a warrior, I would not let these innocent sisters be insulted by bandits. Lethal. How dare you? Your Majesty is the king of a country. How can he have time to teach you how to practice? Yi Wuhing shouted. A look of despair flashed across Lu Yao's face. Yang Macheng looked at Lu Yao quietly. He was a man of 2 generations, and his eyes were experienced. Although Lu Yao looked weak on the outside, he was quite decisive in his heart. He nodded immediately and said, Since you want to follow me, I agree. However, you have to know that after you follow me, your life is no longer yours, but mine. If you dare to betray me in the future, I will kill you from the bottom of Qinghuan to Biluo. Lu Yao knelt on the ground. Her delicate body trembled when she heard this, and finally said firmly, Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Macheng nodded and slowly closed his eyes. His mind was still recalling the previous battle with Zhang Jiyuan. The power of Kunkiang Mountain impressed him deeply. I still have one lucky draw opportunity that I haven't used yet. I wonder if I can win a magic weapon this time. Immediately, in his consciousness, the lottery wheel appeared. Weapons, magical weapons, martial arts, exercises, elixirs, miscellaneous items. The pointer slowly rotated. And finally, under Yang Mucheng's expectant eyes, it slowly stopped at the row of exercises. What bad luck! Yang Mucheng frowned secretly. However, the system prompt sound soon made him couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade martial arts of the Heavenly Emperor. The Emperor's Qi technique. Emperor's Qi technique. It can penetrate the authenticity and identify the origin of all things. You can even take a peek and see through thousands of flaws. Nodding secretly, Yang Mucheng said with satisfaction. Although it is not a magical weapon, this Emperor's Qi gaining technique can improve my strength a lot. No matter how many moves my opponent has, I can see through the flaws at a glance. In other words, although he has just reached the master level of inner strength, he can definitely defeat his opponents at the same level. He analyzed the martial arts skills he possessed in his mind. Cross quick sword, low-grade spirit level. Cloud turning and rain turning palm, middle grade of spiritual level. The Emperor's Qi watching technique, low-grade heaven level. Ancient heaven swallowing technique, ungraded. Just when Yang Mucheng felt that he had too few cards, Ma Ping rushed over in a panic and said, Your Majesty, Zhang Jiyuan has recruited them all. It turns out that this kid is not a bandit. He is a spy sent by Goryo. He is wreaking havoc in our country of Dakian just to destabilize our country. In addition to Zhang Jiyuan, many bandits and even some sects in Dakian have been bribed by Goryo. What? Yang Mucheng was extremely angry. This damn Goryo country. Its claws are too long. And it actually reached out to my thighs. Ding. Trigger the main mission before fighting outside. You must first settle inside. Mission introduction. The enemy forces are ready to move and want to destabilize the Dakian country. As a nation, how can we allow others to undermine the stability of the country? Eliminate all enemy forces in the country. Eradicate all bandit sects. And eliminate the Dakian culture. Mission time, 3 months. Mission successful. Reward a lottery opportunity. And let Dakian have good weather in the country for 3 years. And the country will be peaceful, and the people will be safe. Mission failed. Randomly deduct the same skills and martial arts from the host. At the same time, Qi training realm monsters appeared in the country. Yang Mucheng listened blankly to the system task. After a long time, he squeezed out 2 words between his teeth. Hack! Chapter 34 Beauty is a disaster. The punishment is too severe. Qi training realm monster. That is a big monster. Not to mention that he only has the cultivation level of a master of Ni Gene now. Even with the efforts of the whole country, he may not be able to get rid of this big monster. And then a certain skill or martial skill is deducted from the host. If the ancient heaven swallowing technique is deducted, he will be useless. The soldiers around him looked at Yang Mucheng, whose expression changed suddenly, thinking that he was angry because Gao Li extended his claws to the big trunk. They all fell to their knees in fear, and did not dare to say a word. Get up! Yang Mucheng calmed down and shook his head secretly. While the punishment is severe, the rewards are equally generous. In the past 3 years, the weather has been smooth, and the country is peaceful, and the people are safe. This can bring Dakian's national strength to a higher level. He looked at Ma Ping. How many bandits and sects are there in Dakian now? Your Majesty, there are a total of 16 bandit forces, each of which is smaller than Shuoyun village. There are even fewer sects. Only 3, Ma Ping said. Yang Mucheng nodded and said to himself, Fortunately, it's not too much. And this task is not too difficult. Moreover, after tonight's battle, these soldiers have seen blood, and they are no longer like before. The combat effectiveness of the new recruits will be increased by at least 30%. These bandits and these sects should be used as grindstones for my army. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng took the silver snake sword from his waist and handed it to Ma Ping. I give you a sword. This is a silver snake sword. It can behead powerful officials at the top and rebel soldiers at the bottom. Within 3 months, all the bandits and sects in Dakian will be wiped out without leaving a single one alive. If you can do it. If you can't come and see me. The general will obey the order. Ma Ping took the silver snake sword respectfully, feeling very excited. After Yang Mucheng put all the belongings in the cottage into storage bags, he took Lu Yaoer and set off back to the palace. Along the way, he retreated and planned to pay a private visit incognito. As an emperor, although he has great power, he does not have freedom to a certain extent. He is followed by a large group of guards wherever he goes. Therefore, During this private visit incognito, he mainly intended to understand the situation of the people and their sufferings. Your Majesty, with an emperor like you, the rise of the great Qian dynasty is just around the corner, Lu Yao said. Yang Mucheng waved his hand. Don't call me Your Majesty. Just call me young master outside. As an emperor, I don't know the sufferings of the people. How can I make the country of Daqian rich and strong? It's getting late. Let's find a wine shop to have a toothpaste. While talking, Yang Mucheng saw a Tianqiang tower. There was a lot of traffic in front of the attic. The aroma of the dishes spreads out. This Tianqiang restaurant is the largest restaurant in the imperial city, and it is said to have an extraordinary background, Lu Yao whispered. But she glanced at Yang Mucheng and smiled secretly in her heart. No matter how extraordinary the background of the boss behind Tianqiang Pavilion is, can he be bigger than the emperor? After entering Tianqiang Pavilion, Yang Mucheng chose a seat by the window and sat down, ordering some ordinary food and drinks. Lu Yao, sit down too. Yang Mucheng glanced at Lu Yao, who was helpless. Yes. Lu Yao did not dare to disobey, so she quickly sat down and poured wine and tea for Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng did not refuse and was happy to accept it. At this time, there was a commotion outside the restaurant, but I saw a young man in brocade clothes walking towards him with his hands behind his back and a proud look on his face. The attendants behind him were protecting him like a star holding the moon in his arms, and he looked very arrogant. Seeing this young man, a trace of awe and fear flashed in the eyes of many guests in the restaurant. Master, are you going to Yanshan Pavilion this afternoon? I heard that there are 2 pretty beauties in Yanshan Pavilion, with delicate voices and skin as white as snow. A man dressed as a domestic slave behind the young man said respectfully. Humph! Yanshan Pavilion? No matter how beautiful the women there are, what does it matter? They are just the stuff that can be ridden by thousands of people. With my status, is it possible that I have to go to that place to find women? This young man looked about 18 or 19 years old, but he had a sick look on his face, which was obviously the result of excessive debauchery and excessive indulgence. At this moment, he still looked very proud of himself and said, If I want to play, I have to play with a woman who has never been hacked before. Many domestic slaves nodded and applauded. However, this young man can indeed say such things. His name is Zhou Long, and his father is the owner of Tianqiang Tower. He owns many industries in the imperial city, and his business is spread all over the country. He is considered to be extremely wealthy, no matter what kind of woman he wants. There are countless women vying to get into his bed at the flick of a finger. Master! As soon as Zhou Long took a seat, the restaurant manager rushed over and said respectfully, Serve me! Zhou Long slapped the table. Master! Look! At this time, a domestic slave shouted to Zhou Long in a low voice and pointed at Lu Yao with his hand. Zhou Long's eyes lit up. He had never seen such a fresh and refined girl. This appearance is many times stronger than those women in Yanshan Pavilion. He immediately smiled and walked forward. He took out a gold ingot from his arms and threw it in front of Yang Mucheng, saying, Take the money and go away. Sell me the woman next to you. Wow! It should be noted that in Daqian, an ordinary family's annual income is only 1 tael of silver. This gold ingot weighs at least 3 or 4 taels, which is equivalent to 30 or 40 taels of silver. It would take at least 30 or 40 years of deprivation to earn so much money. This boy is so lucky. Yes, a slave fell in love with Master Zhou and actually exchanged it for so much money. The drinkers in the Tianqiang Pavilion let out a burst of exclamation and lamented how generous Zhou Long was. Yang Mucheng glanced at the gold ingot in front of him lightly, and frowned in displeasure. Do you think the money is too little? Make an offer. Seeing that Yang Mucheng was silent, Zhou Long became more and more impatient. Master, I have plenty of money. I will give you 10 gold ingots. Is that enough? This money is enough for you to buy hundreds of maids. Lu Yao looked at Zhou Long like an idiot and thought to herself, Where does this idiot dare to show off in front of the holy emperor? In a good mood, being disturbed by such a guy, Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids and looked at Zhou Long and said, The word, sex, has a knife on your head. Kneel down and apologize before I get angry. Maybe I can spare your life. Yang Mucheng's words immediately caused a commotion in Tianqiang Pavilion. Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. This kid is so bold. He actually dares to ask Master Zhou to kneel down and apologize to him? Someone onlookers asked in disbelief. That's right. Mr. Zhou is so rich that the woman he likes has never been able to escape. This guy might have been able to escape the disaster by just getting out of here after taking the money. But now he has offended Mr. Zhou to death. I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape intact. Someone sighed. As he said that, everyone quickly looked towards Zhou Long. And sure enough, the face of this wealthy young master became increasingly ugly. Chapter 35 Kill with a snap of your fingers. Zhou Long sneered, stepped forward and glared at Yang Maicheng. Boy, that's great. You are the first person in my life who dares to challenge me like this. I'll make you regret it. Yang Maicheng chuckled, raised his head and looked at the other person, and said, I really want to know. How can you make me regret it? Do you know who I am? Zhou Long laughed angrily. I am the eldest young master of the Zhou family. Zhou Long. Our Zhou family has a lot of money, and is as rich as the country. Our Zhou family's business is spread all over the Dacian kingdom. Even the emperor has to be polite when he sees my father. There are more than 100 powerful warriors in our Zhou family. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Maicheng as if he were looking at a joke and said, Now, do you still dare to provoke me? Do you still dare to ask me to kneel down and apologize? Be wise and kneel down before I get angry. Count out 3 times, and maybe I can spare your life. Horrible. After these words came out of Zhou Long's mouth, the guests present realized how huge the Zhou family's heritage was. This kind of power can really challenge the emperor. What should I do with this kid? For a while, everyone continued to cast their eyes towards Yang Maicheng. Some people think that Yang Maicheng would be so frightened that he would be paralyzed, kneel down and beg for mercy, and give the maid next to him to Zhou Long to pray for forgiveness. Some people think that Yang Maicheng will flee without saying a word. After all, except for the current emperor, no one can match the Zhou family with its great business. But what everyone didn't expect was that Yang Maicheng sat there without moving. Instead, he looked at Zhou Long as if he was looking at an idiot. No matter how rich your Zhou family is, can you be as rich as Yang Maicheng? He is the emperor of Dacian. So what if your Zhou family's business is big? Yang Maicheng's words can make it impossible for your Zhou family to survive in Dacian. What about the hundreds of powerful warriors in your Zhou family? Yang Maicheng issues an imperial edict, and his entire Zhou family can be executed. However, no matter how arrogant Zhou Long was, Yang Maicheng's answer was only one word. Get lost. Looking for death. Kill him. Zhou Long was furious. He didn't expect that this boy would be so disrespectful, and he immediately shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, a man rushed out from behind him, stretched out his right paw, and slapped Yang Maicheng on the head. This man was obviously an internal martial artist. He didn't know what kind of martial arts he practiced. The joints of his right hand were as thick as bamboo. A claw came down, and there was a roar in the void. Eagle Claw Hand Xie Sun! It's actually him! As soon as the man took action, some people exclaimed, Who is Xie Sun? Someone wondered. Xie Sun is a warrior in the late stage of Inai Jin, and his strength is terrifying. His most powerful thing is the kung fu in his hands. One pair of hands can split gold and crack rocks. Even if he holds pure steel with his hands, he will blast out 5 holes. Come! However, this person has always been extremely unruly. I heard that he had retired 4 or 5 years ago, but I didn't expect that he was recruited by the Zhou family. So smart. Didn't Yang Maicheng suffer? Many people quickly looked towards Yang Maicheng. Zhou Long's face was full of gloating. In his eyes, Yang Maicheng was already dead. There is no precedent for him not getting the woman he likes. If you dare to snatch a woman from him, you are simply seeking death. What? What happened next was even more unexpected. Facing Xie Sun's powerful claws, Yang Maicheng punched him away. Boom! Before everyone could recover, their fists and claws collided, and a loud sound erupted. Xie Sun's right arm twisted, deformed, and exploded at this moment. He felt as if he had been hit by a giant hammer. His vision went dark, and his body flew out involuntarily, hit 3 or 4 walls, and fell to the ground. When the crowd looked over, they discovered that Xie Sun was bleeding from all his orifices and was already dead. This kid! Only then did Zhou Long wake up from the shock. No wonder the other party dared to compete with him. No wonder the other party dared to challenge him. It turned out that he had such strength. However, no matter how strong the strength is, so what? Boy, do you think this is enough to compete with me? You actually dare to kill a member of my Zhou family. If I don't kill you today, I swear I will not be a human being. Zhou Long roared and shouted. Come here. Kill this kid. Tongue. 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 At this moment, More than 10 people rushed out from behind Zhou Long. These are all inner strength warriors, and their strength is comparable to Xie Sun. There are even a few people who are stronger than Xie Sun.
Huh? I didn't expect that there are so many masters among the people. If we can recruit these masters,
the strength of our country will definitely increase by 1 level,
Yang Macheng said secretly. However, he immediately shook his head.
These private masters have always been unruly and difficult to manage. Moreover, they are not loyal enough, so they are of no use to me. Are you scared?
Zhou Long couldn't help but feel proud when he saw Yang Muqing's expression of surprise for a while, and then shaking his head secretly.
However, even if you are afraid, it is too late. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy today, I will not let you go. I will cut you into pieces.
Just you? Yang Macheng smiled faintly, looked at the attacking inner strength warriors in front of him, and flicked his right hand. A stream of extremely condensed inner energy blasted out from his hand, leaving a trace of 7 to 8 feet on the ground. Boom! 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 Wherever the inner energy passed through, all the tables, chairs, and benches in the restaurant were crushed to pieces. The stone slabs paved on the ground were also cut open, spreading out from under Yang Muqing's feet and hitting the warriors who were attacking. Puff! Waves of tearing sounds resounded, and more than 10 internal energy warriors who rushed towards them were all cut off at the waist by this internal energy attack that looked like by Lianye. The severed corpses and internal organs were scattered all over the floor. Zhou Long was shocked on the spot. Hundreds of people in Tianxiang Tower were as silent as death at this moment. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the crack on the ground and at Yang Macheng, who was sitting proudly at the table.
This is the master of inner energy. No wonder he dares not to take the Zhou family seriously. Is that what he relies on? Zhou Long hit the iron plate this time. A master of internal strength kills people like dogs. I am afraid no one in the Zhou family can resist him.
Everyone murmured to themselves and widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be? Is this young man the prince of a big country? Or a disciple of a certain large sect?
What now? I told you a long time ago that sex has a knife on your head. I gave you a chance, but you didn't listen. So, you die too?
Only then did Yang Macheng slowly stand up.
No matter who comes, they can't save you.
Zhou Long's face was as white as paper, and his heart was as gray as death. He originally just wanted to get a woman. But who would have thought that he would need such a terrifying character? Chapter 36 Black Market Auction.
You can't kill me,
Zhou Long said in a panic that he was not a warrior, seeing Yang Macheng kill people with a snap of his fingers. This scene was simply shocking.
Why?
Yang Macheng asked lightly.
My Zhou family is rich. If you dare to kill me, my Zhou family will issue a wanted order and make you homeless in Daqian country. Even if you are not afraid, you always have family and people you care about.
Human!
Zhou Long looked at Yang Macheng and said hurriedly,
If you let me go, I will give you a lot of money. Money? How much can you give me?
Yang Macheng asked with a half smile.
30,000 taels of silver.
Zhou Long gritted his teeth and said,
This is the tax revenue of the Daqian kingdom for 1 year.
Oh! Yang Macheng suddenly became interested. He only knew that the Zhou family was rich, but he didn't expect to be so rich.
It seems that I have to investigate the Zhou family and find out the origin of so much money. If it is really from business, forget it. If there is black money in it, don't blame me for being rude.
Thinking of this, Yang Macheng looked at Zhou Long and shook his head.
No, I will get your Zhou family's money.
What? Zhou Long was shocked. But before he could react, he saw Yang Macheng flick his right hand again. Boom! Zhou Long's head exploded on the spot. After killing dozens of people with a snap of his fingers, Yang Macheng walked out of Tianxiang Tower with his hands behind his back as if nothing happened, leaving only a mess in Tianxiang Tower. Lu Yao was like a shadow, obediently following behind Yang Macheng. After walking out of Tianxiang Tower, Yang Macheng took out a token from his arms, handed it to Lu Yao and said,
Go back to the palace first and find Yi Wuheng with this token. Let him secretly investigate the Zhou family. I remember.
A few decades ago, our family was just an ordinary small merchant. However, in 20 or 30 years, it was able to develop to such a scale. It was possible to take out 30,000 taels of silver with just a casual opening. There is absolutely nothing weird about this. Possible. If Yi Wuheng finds out anything, let him take the Imperial Guards directly to the Zhou family. Yes, young master.
Lu Yao nodded and said,
Young man, Won't you go back to the palace with me?
Shaking his head, Yang Mucheng said,
I'm not going back. I mainly came out for a walk. I haven't fully understood the affairs of the people. How could I just go back like this?
After saying that, the two parted ways in front of Tianxiang Tower. This turn of events really made Yang Mucheng know a lot of things. For example, the Zhou family hoards grain during the harvest season, and then raises grain prices during famine to earn money. For example, the Zhou family's collusion between officials and businessmen. Another thing is the black market.
Black market? I want to see how many things your Zhou family has hidden that I don't know about.
Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng walked towards the black market. Along the way, he got a lot of news about the black market. This black market attracted not only people from the imperial city, but also other cities in the Dacian kingdom. There is an auction house here, and almost all the best treasures in the country are concentrated here. The slogan of this black market is that as long as you have money, you can live like an emperor.
With just these words, I can flatten your Zhou family. Your Excellency, I wonder if there is anything that the black market, can do for you?
A guard was in charge of the reception.
I want to participate in the auction.
Yang Mucheng said,
Sir, this is your first time at the auction. Do you have any credentials? Weapons? Martial arts? Elixirs?
The waiter said.
How about this?
Yang Mucheng took out the guando obtained by killing Zhang Jiyuan from his storage bag.
A low-grade spiritual weapon?
A trace of astonishment flashed in the waiter's eyes. In the black market, there are indeed many items that will be auctioned, but most of them are treasures that have not yet entered the grade. It's really amazing that this young man took out a low-grade spiritual weapon so easily.
Your Excellency is really generous. It just so happens that there will be a magic weapon auctioned in the black market today.
The waiter said, A magic weapon? Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. He originally just wanted to visit the black market, but he didn't expect to hear this news. This visit was indeed a worthwhile trip. I don't know what kind of magic weapon it is. The entire black market presents a ring shape, surrounding the central auction room, with rows of chairs rising up in a trapezoidal shape. As soon as Yang Mucheng found a seat and sat down, Yi Wuheng sneaked in.
Your Majesty, we found it.
Yi Wuheng whispered.
Your prediction is indeed correct. What the Zhou family did is indeed not legal. Dacian law strictly prohibits the sale of minerals to foreign countries. But the Zhou family did this. Moreover, they are also related to Korea.
Yang Mucheng asked in a deep voice.
Is the news true? Of course. There is an account book in the Prime Minister's house, which records all the transactions between Hui Yin and the Zhou family. It not only contains various heavenly and earthly treasures, but also a large number of mines. In addition, the Zhou family and many bandits also maintain quite a close relationship. The property stolen by the bandits will be laundered by the Zhou family. The entire Zhou family's profit in 1 year is equivalent to the tax revenue of the Dacian kingdom in 10 years. The Zhou family's crimes this time are quite serious. They colluded with officials and businessmen, violated the laws of Dacian, colluded with the enemy, colluded with bandits. Each of them is an unforgivable crime.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly. His unintentional private visit this time really caught a moth hiding in the dark.
Humph. It seems that the Zhou family can't stay. They eat everything inside and out. Your Majesty, 300 imperial guards are already waiting in secret. As long as you give the order, they will rush it immediately.
Yi Wuheng said.
Don't worry.
Yang Mucheng waved his hand and whispered.
I want to see what magic weapon the Zhou family has brought. After getting the magic weapon, it won't be too late to do it.
Just when Yang Mucheng and Yi Wuheng were discussing, the news of Zhou Long's death also reached Zhou Xiaming's ears.
What? Someone dares to kill my son so boldly.
Zhou Xiaming was furious.
Sir, the man who killed the young master is an internally powerful warrior. Moreover, he has already infiltrated the black market and participated in this auction.
A servant said respectfully.
Okay. How audacious. I dare to kill my son. Even if the emperor comes this time, I can't save him.
Zhou Xiaming's eyes were filled with coldness. He turned his eyes and looked at a rickety old man beside him, and said respectfully,
Master Jin Wushuang, it seems that you need to take action this time. The other party can kill Zhou Long, and even so many warriors can't stop it. I'm afraid my cultivation has reached perfection. A warrior with perfect inner strength is worthy of my master taking action. I can do it.
A young man in black said disdainfully next to the old man.
Whoever he is, kill him with one sword.
Chapter 37 The Heaven-Shaking Seal. The items on the black market were coming one after another, and Yang Mucheng was already secretly feeling a little impatient.
If I had known earlier, I should have sent troops to kill him and raid the black market. This would have saved us the time of waiting. Your Majesty, there is movement in the black market.
Yi Wuheng whispered. He glanced around and saw that there were many pedestrians walking in the dark from all directions. Although they seemed aimless, they seemed to be surrounded by targets. It's where they are.
That is?
When he saw a young man in black with a long sword in his arms, his expression couldn't help but change.
Is it those people?
Just when Yi Wuheng was about to remind Yang Mucheng, something placed on the stage made everyone almost stop breathing at this moment.
Imperial Jade Seal? Oh my god. Is that a Jade Seal? The black market is so brave. How dare you auction Jade Seals?
The exclamations resounded throughout the black market. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly. And at this moment, his Emperor's Chi-watching technique finally came into use. After just a quick glance, he showed a look of sudden realization.
The magic weapon is indeed a magic weapon. And it is also a middle-level spiritual weapon.
The voice of the auctioneer in the black market also sounded at the same time.
This is not a Jade Seal, but a medium-grade magical weapon of the spiritual level. This magical weapon is called the Heaven-Shaking Seal, and only inner-strength warriors can use it. Will the inner-level magic weapon be used?
With energy injected into it, the seal can grow to 7 or 8 meters in diameter and produce a huge force of 3,600 kilograms. Even a strong person in the Tomai realm can kill it. The starting price is 30,000 taels of silver. 50,000. 55,000.
Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the bidding started one after another. The crowd shouted repeatedly, and in a blink of an eye the price was raised to about 60,000. It was only then that the sensational crowd calmed down a little.
300,000 taels of silver,
Yang Mucheng said lightly. Boom! The crowd, which had just calmed down, became excited again. Their eyes were all directed towards where Yang Mucheng was. It should be noted that the black market is populated by prominent figures from the middle and upper echelons of the imperial city. But even so, 300,000 taels of silver is a huge amount for everyone present. Nowadays, a little-known boy actually shouted out such a high price. How could this not shock people?
Master, that's the guy who's calling the price.
At this time, a servant with sharp eyes spotted Yang Mucheng. He made a gesture of wiping his throat with his hand and asked in a low voice,
Should we do it now?
Zhou Xianming smiled faintly and shook his head.
There is no need for me to take action. Zhao Han has already gone.
The servant looked forward, and sure enough, the young man in black with the sword in his arms was slowly walking towards Yang Mucheng.
Zhao Han. This name sounds familiar,
the servant said doubtfully.
Of course it sounds familiar.
Zhou Xianming glanced at the servant lightly and said,
Wei Yan, when he was the prime minister, he came from the Qinya sect. He has been practicing in the Qinya sect since he was a child, and his talent can only be regarded as average. He is only in his 30s, entering the martial arts and becoming a warrior with inner strength. You can only become a strong inner strength at the age of 60 or 70. And this Zhao Han is the most terrifying disciple of the Qinya sect. He has already reached this level at the age of 16. His inner strength is perfect, and his swordsmanship is even more superb. His strength is far superior to that of Prime Minister Hua.
Prime Minister Hua? A trace of panic flashed in the servant's eyes. He did not expect that this young man was actually Prime Minister Hua's fellow disciple. Moreover, he has achieved this level of cultivation at such a young age. However, why did they come to Dakian country?
Are they coming?
The servant paused, and a frightening thought flashed through his mind.
Yes, they came to assassinate Yang Mucheng. 2 disciples of the Qinya sect died in Yang Mucheng's hands. How could the Qinya sect let it go? How pitiful. The young emperor passed away not long after he took over the power.
Zhou Xianming he shook his head. At this time, the black market was still shocked by Yang Mucheng's generosity. Even the auctioneer was quite shocked and glanced at Yang Mucheng in disbelief.
It seems that no one is bidding. This heaven-shaking seal is mine.
Yang Mucheng laughed loudly.
You are wrong. The heaven-turning seal will not be sold to a dead person.
At this time, Zhao Han had already arrived in front of Yang Mucheng. It was not until he was speaking that everyone in the black market realized that there was suddenly such a person beside them. He stood there calmly, but his whole body was like a sword hidden in a sheath, making people feel numb. And the aura on his body made many internally powerful warriors in the black market look shocked.
The one with perfect inner strength.
Someone shouted almost like a groan. Internal strength warriors are extremely terrifying, and cultivating one is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Not only does it require a lot of resources, but it also requires a high level of talent. It's like Prime Minister Hoa, who spent his entire life reaching the perfection of his inner strength. Now this young man has reached this level at such a young age. How terrifying must his talent and strength be?
Oh!
Yang Mucheng glanced at Zhao Han, smiling.
Why? Why? You killed Zhou Long, and now you are arrogantly sneaking into the black market. Do you think you are really invincible? I think you want to buy this heaven-shaking seal and use it against the Zhou family? Unfortunately, you don't have this opportunity,
Zhao Han said calmly.
To deal with the Zhou family, why do I need to rely on the heaven-shaking seal? I only need one sentence to completely destroy the Zhou family,
Yang Mucheng said disdainfully.
What a loud tone. I want to see how you can destroy the Zhou family with just one sentence.
Zhao Han did not draw his sword, but pointed forward with the scabbard, and immediately brought up a wave of 3 or 4 meters high and shot towards Yang Mucheng. Hit away. Yi Wuheng, who was next to him, trembled in his heart and quickly blocked the strong wind with his body. Boom! The wind and waves hit Yi Wuheng's body, and the warrior in the middle stage of internal strength flew out directly and fell heavily to the ground.
Your follower is very strong, and has actually reached the middle stage of Ni Jin,
Zhao Han said while shaking his head.
But so what? You are still no match for my sword. You don't have perfect Ni Jin, and you don't know that Ni Jin is perfect. Terrible!
Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Han's eyes shot out with murderous intent. He pointed with his right hand, and the long sword was unsheathed and flew into his palm. The next moment, the infinite sword light was already shooting towards Yang Mucheng cave. I don't know what kind of sword technique he used, but everything within a 10-meter radius was covered by a sword light. Everything around him was torn apart by this sword light. Feeling the terrifying power of this move, the expressions of the surrounding inner strength warriors changed drastically, and they retreated into the distance.
Yes! Hunter has already mastered the heavy rain sword technique to a small level.
Zhao Han's master Jian Wuxuang proudly stroked his long beard with his hand.
This sword technique is a high-grade sword technique at the spiritual level. It can blast out 7 sword rays when you first start, and it can shoot out 12 sword rays in an instant when you are finished. It took me 3 years to master this set of heavy rain sword technique. I didn't expect Hunter to enter Xiaocheng in just half a year. If we join forces, even if we don't have to attack the palace at night, even if we enter the Jinluan Palace openly, we can kill the dog emperor.
Just as Jian Wuxuang secretly thought, he looked towards Yang Mucheng. However, I saw that this young man whose whole body was almost covered by the heavy rain sword technique, instead of showing an expression of panic, shock, or fear on his face, there was a hidden disdain on his face.
How dare you act arrogantly in front of me, even if you have perfect inner strength?
Yang Mucheng raised his head slightly.
Today I will let you know that there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world.
At this moment, Yang Mucheng stood up suddenly and punched Zhao Han. Almost at the same time, Jian Wuxuang was seriously shocked and shouted quickly,
Hunter, be careful. This kid is the master of Ni Jin.
Chapter 38, He is the Emperor.
Is this the power of perfect inner strength?
Seeing Zhao Han take action, everyone present widened their eyes. There are too few people with perfect inner strength, at least in Dacian Kingdom. With just one sword strike, such as sword light and sword rain erupted, which made the powerful people present secretly sigh that they had lived most of their lives in vain, and could not even compare to a young man. However, many people secretly felt sorry for Yang Mucheng. If he could get the heaven-shaking seal, he might still be qualified to fight Zhao Han. But it was a pity that he was just one move away. However, when Yang Mucheng faced this endless sword light and sword rain, he actually punched out, which made everyone couldn't help but scream in surprise.
This kid, he actually wants to use his physical body to withstand so many sword lights? As long as Zhao Han closes the sword light, he can be torn into pieces.
Boom, boom, boom. The endless rain of swords blasted out a deep pit of several meters in the earth every time it fell on the ground. Such a terrifying attack would tear even an Iron Man apart in an instant. Seeing Yang Mucheng's weak attack, Zhao Han shook his head and sneered.
I've said before, you don't even know the power of a strong person with perfect inner strength.
He opened his eyes angrily and raised the long sword in his hand. Immediately, the endless sword rain in the void was drawn and shot towards Yang Mucheng cave. Every sword rain passed through the void, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound. Just when everyone, even Zhao Han, thought that Yang Mucheng would be completely torn into pieces in the next moment, Jian Wuxuang's shout rang out in the distance.
Han! Be careful. This boy is the master of Inai Jin.
What? Inai Jin Grandmaster? Zhao Han was stunned. After hearing these words, his whole body stiffened like a wooden stake. He looked forward with dull eyes, only to see Yang Mucheng's punch, which seemed weak and powerless, but had the terrifying power to destroy everything. With one punch, the endless rain of swords was instantly torn to pieces, and under his trembling eyes, it hit his chest hard. Puff! Zhao Han spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward 6 or 7 feet, and hit the ground hard, cracking the ground. Quiet! There was a dead silence in the black market, and everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in stunned silence. If it can be said that Zhao Han has reached the perfection of inner strength at such a young age, he can be regarded as a genius. So Yang Mucheng has reached the level of Inai Jin Grandmaster, and he can only be described as a monster.
No wonder he is so confident and has such courage. He even said boldly that he could destroy the Zhou family with just one sentence. As a master of inner strength,
he does have this ability.
Everyone nodded. When Yang Mucheng said these words before, everyone just thought he was talking big words, not knowing how high the sky was. But now, after Yang Mucheng's inner strength master's cultivation was revealed, everyone took it for granted.
Little friend, can you just stop here?
At this time, Jian Wuxuang couldn't help but speak.
Why?
Yang Mucheng looked at the old man calmly.
If I am not strong enough and I am subdued by you, will you choose to give up?
Jian Wuxuang was speechless. That's right. If Yang Mucheng was knocked to the ground and begged for mercy, he would never blink an eyelid. But Zhao Han was an unparalleled genius in his Qinya sect. If he was killed like this, he would naturally not be able to communicate with him when he returned. Thinking of this, he said again,
Little friend, if you are willing to let my disciple go, I, the Qinya sect, will owe you a favor. And at the same time, I can also make the decision to give you this heaven-shaking seal. Master Jian Wuxuang, this is the murderer of my son.
Zhou Xianming was shocked.
Shut up. This young man is a master of Inai Jin, the same level as me. I came here to assassinate the dog emperor and avenge junior brother Hui Yin. Offending a master of Inai Jin for nothing will miss the big deal. Wait for me after killing the dog emperor. Write back to Qinya sect and ask them to send the sect's strong men to kill him.
Jian Wuxuang shouted. After saying that, Jian Wuxuang looked at Yang Mucheng expectantly.
Little friend, you must not want to offend our Qinya sect, right? In addition to me, our Qinya sect has 3 Neijing masters, and the sect leader has even reached Tongmai in the early days. If you want to be an enemy of our Qinya sect, you have to think carefully.
Yang Mucheng lowered his head and remained silent, obviously thinking about it. Everyone around was whispering.
Why is the Qinya sect so powerful? In addition to this Jian Wuxuang, there are actually 4 inner strength masters, and there is also a channel powerhouse. I am afraid this young man cannot afford to offend him at all. Seeking peace is the last thing he can do. Good choice.
Some people in the crowd shook their heads. Just when everyone thought Yang Mucheng would compromise, just when everyone thought Yang Mucheng would give in, Yang Mucheng suddenly raised his head and grinned at Jian Wuxuang. Then he took a step forward, stepped down with the soles of his feet like thunder, and stepped heavily on Zhao Han's chest. Boom! A burst of explosion suddenly sounded, and Zhao Han's eyes widened, revealing a hint of disbelief. Yang Mucheng's kick directly opened a huge bloody hole in his chest.
Shu Zi, how dare you?
Jian Wu's eyes flashed with murderous intent.
I will destroy the Zhou family. I will also destroy your Qinya sect,
Yang Mucheng said with a smile. As soon as Yang Mucheng said these words, the whole place was in an uproar. But no one dared to say a word. Just looking at him was like looking at a dead person. Qinya sect has a strong master of Tongmai, for masters of internal strength, and many warriors. What qualifications does this kid have to compete with Qinya sect? And, as soon as he said this, Jian Wuxuang had no choice but to take action. Zhou Xianming is even more happy to see this situation. When the time comes, with an Inai Jin master and dozens of Inai Jin warriors on the black market, how can this kid survive? Sure enough, Jian Wuxuang's expression changed and he shouted sternly,
You are looking for death.
Zhou Xianming also shouted excitedly,
Everyone listen to the order and kill this boy.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang rushed towards Yang Maicheng. His name is Jian Wushuang, and his sword skills are naturally extremely superb. As Master Zhao Han, his cultivation and strength are even higher than Zhao Han. Clang! Jian Wushuang thrust out his sword, and a rainbow-like sword energy rushed towards Yang Maicheng like the Milky Way sweeping from the sky. This young man. At this time, someone in the crowd finally recognized Yang Maicheng. After all, he led an army to destroy Shuyan village just a few days ago, and many people had seen him. But no one could have imagined that the majestic king of a country would get involved in the black market. But at this moment, he recognized it and was shocked. He is Yang Maicheng, the current holy emperor. What? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Before he finished listening, he saw Yang Maicheng suddenly take a step forward, raised his right hand, and grabbed forward fiercely. Chapter 39 Today's Holy Emperor. This young man is actually the current sage Yang Maicheng? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they heard the other party's identity. Then looked forward, towards Yang Maicheng. His right hand slowly moved forward to grab it, as gently as taking something from a pocket. And his movements were very careful. At the same time, his inner strength surged, and he formed a big golden palm and grabbed it forward. When the sword light like the Milky Way came into contact with the golden palm, it exploded and disappeared. On the contrary, the power of the golden giant palm did not weaken at all, and it grabbed Jian Wushuang with a more terrifying attitude than before. How can it be? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He could no longer maintain his previous calmness. The sword in his hand danced rapidly, blasting out several rays of sword light, and then shattered the golden giant palm. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Yang Maicheng smiled faintly and took a step forward. This step seemed easy, but it suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang as if he was teleporting. At the same time, Yang Maicheng punched out. When his cultivation has reached the level of Yang Maicheng, just one punch and one kick is enough to explode with huge power. What's more, Yang Maicheng practices the ancient heaven swallowing technique, and his physical body is several times more powerful than a warrior of the same level. So the power of his punch is even more amazing. Boom! This punch first hit Jian Wushuang's body protecting energy. With a bang sound, the body protecting energy was directly destroyed by his punch, and it immediately turned into a strong wind and dispersed in all directions. Retreat! Jian Wu's eyes flashed with unprecedented anger, and he quickly retreated towards the rear. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to Yang Maicheng's speed. He retreated and Yang Maicheng advanced. In the depths of everyone's eyes, Yang Maicheng's white jade-like fist directly broke through numerous obstacles and directly shook Jian Wushuang's face. Jian Wushuang was like a kite with its string broken. He was sent flying, hit 7 or 8 people, and fell to the ground. Now I say that not only the Zhou family is going to be destroyed, but also your Qinya sect is going to be destroyed. Do you still believe it? Yang Maicheng put his hands behind his back, glanced across the audience, and coughed twice. At this moment, everyone around them reacted immediately, as if they were struck by lightning. The young man in front of him is not only the master of Ni Jin, but also the current emperor. Without any hesitation, everyone around them knelt down and shouted loudly. See your majesty! Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live! Everyone lowered their heads, not even daring to look at Yang Maicheng. After the cry, there was dead silence. Zhou Xianming almost stared out of his eyes, unable to believe all this. The guards around him, who had been fiercely prepared to kill Yang Maicheng, could not close their mouths, with their mouths wide open, without even realizing it. This young man is actually the emperor. The Zhou family colluded with Goryeo and collaborated with the enemy. They even ignored the laws of Dakian and sold ore to other countries. It is a capital crime. Colluding with mountain bandits and killing the people. It is a capital crime. Colluding with Prime Minister Hua. Yang Maicheng put his hands behind his back and spoke like a lotus flower. The Zhou family's crimes were announced one by one. Zhou Xianming's face turned pale with each sentence. There are more than 10 charges in total, and the guilty ones should be punished. At the end of his sentence, he shouted sharply, Where are the Imperial Guards? Boom! The closed door of the black market was suddenly knocked open, and the heavily armed guards swarmed in, directly surrounding the entire black market. Capture everyone in the Zhou family, Yang Maicheng said calmly. He glanced at the whole place and saw some warriors who were about to make a move. His voice resounded again. Everyone, please kneel down for me. If you dare to resist, you will be treated as if you are a soldier. conspired by the Zhou family.
These words immediately made those warriors, who wanted to help the Zhou family, dare not take a breath. Their foreheads were glued to the ground as if they were glued. And they did not dare to interfere anymore.
Emperor Dog. I didn't expect it was you. I killed 2 disciples of my Qianya sect. I was about to go to the palace to assassinate you. But I didn't expect you to dare to show up. In this case, I will kill you and give you 1,000 swords. Thousands of deaths. This is the price for being an enemy of our Qianya sect.
In the black market hall, dust is lingering. Along with a shout, Jian Wuxuang jumped out of the ruins and slowly landed. Under everyone's awed gaze, Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and grinned at Jian Wuxuang, showing his shining white teeth.
Who said I dare not be an enemy of Qianya sect? You should be punished for attacking me. Not only you. Along with the Qianya sect, I will also get rid of him.
Originally, Yang Mucheng secretly regretted the eradication of the 2 major sects in Daqian. If it were not a mandatory task issued by the system, he might have thought of going to Qianya sect to recruit some inner strength warriors to serve him. But now, he feels that he did the right thing. The power of the sect is outside the kingdom and does not obey discipline. He even dared to say such things as assassinating the emperor in public. And Qianya sect was only a mid-range sect among the 9th level sections. What if those big masters also learn this way? In Yang Mucheng's view, these sects are equivalent to the underworld gangs in China in the past life. And they must not be left behind. Jian Wuxuang didn't know that because of what he said in the black market today, he would suffer a lifetime of infamy. It was precisely because of his words that Yang Mucheng became more determined to destroy all sects in the future. Countless sects were razed to the ground under the iron heel of the Daqian kingdom. Of course, Jian Wuxuang has no way of knowing what will happen in the future, because he has to die today.
Want to get rid of Qianya sect? Dog Emperor. Do you think it's possible? Do you think you can survive today?
Jian Wu's pupils flashed with a hint of cold murderous intent.
I was repulsed by you earlier. It's just because I was caught off guard. If I wanted to kill you, do you think your guards can stop me? A master of inner strength? Suffer death.
Jian Wuxuang swung his right hand, and in an instant, a harsh sword sound suddenly sounded. Infinite internal energy rolled in. A huge sword with a length of 3 to 4 feet suddenly formed in the strong wind. And then he pressed towards Yang Mucheng like lightning. At this moment, a mighty wind rose.
This is the Qianya sect's unsecret sword technique, Tian Yuan sword. This is a high-grade spiritual swordsmanship. Is he really going to succeed in his assassination?
Jian Wuxuang let out a roar, stared at Yang Mucheng, and shouted loudly.
Emperor Dog. Even Zhao Han didn't teach him this Tian Yuan sword technique. Today, if you die under this move, you can rest in peace. Just because you want to kill me.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, stretched out his right hand, and Yi Wuheng immediately placed the heaven-shaking seal on the field in his palm, playing with the heaven-turning seal, which looked like gold but not gold, and looked like jade but not jade. He raised his head and smiled.
This heaven-shaking seal can be killed by a strong Talmai master. I wonder how your strength compares to a strong Talmai master.
Chapter 40. This is what men should do. A heaven-shaking seal. At this moment, everyone looked up at Yang Mucheng. The final item in this black market auction is this heaven-shaking seal, and many warriors come here for this magical weapon. If the heaven-turning seal were in the hands of others, they might be able to steal it. But if the owner of the heaven-turning seal was the current emperor, then they would just stare blankly. However, is this mid-grade spiritual level heaven-shaking seal really as capable of killing a powerful person in the Talmai realm as rumored? For a moment, everyone looked up. Even Yang Mucheng was looking forward to it, wanting to see the absolute power of this heaven-shaking seal.
Heaven-shaking seal!
Yang Mucheng gave a low shout and poured his inner energy into the seal. Buzz! The fist-sized heaven-turning seal emitted tidal ripples, and flew into the air in the next moment, rushing towards Jian Wuxuang. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly grew in size and transformed into a 10-meter mark, which shot fiercely towards the Tian Yuan sword cave that Jian Wuxuang blasted towards him. The huge internal energy contained in the attacks of both sides collided fiercely. There was a loud noise, a powerful hurricane, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye spread out and surged into the surrounding area. Even the huge auction table in the black market was blown to pieces. Feeling the impact of these two internal energies, all the warriors looked horrified and retreated towards the distance. Boom! Just as the airwaves spread, the heaven-turning seal blasted forward, directly smashing the Tian Yuan sword into pieces and hitting Jian Wuxuang heavily. This powerful master of internal strength immediately screamed and fell out.
Return.
Yang Muchung made a move with his right hand, and the heaven-turning seal suddenly transformed into an ordinary seal and flew into his palm.
Good. If I, Jian Wuxuang, were to go head-to-head, I would have to take at least 100 moves to kill him. Now with this heaven-shaking seal, I can seriously injure him with just one move. With this heaven-shaking seal, I, the Neijing Grandmaster, can realm. You can go sideways.
When the warriors around saw Jian Wuxuang knocked down and looked at the calm Yang Muchung, they were trembling with fear. This young man is the emperor. On the first day of court, he killed Prime Minister Hua. On the first day of his reign, he destroyed half of the civil and military officials. Prime Minister Hua was raided by him, and a lot of military camps were chopped down by him. What if the tyrant killed them all in a bad mood? Boom! Among the ruins, Jian Wuxuang jumped out of it in a panic. Hearing a swish sound, he ran away desperately.
Are you going to run away?
At this time, everyone had an idea. But when I thought about it again, I felt it was natural. When the two competed with each other in terms of force, Jian Wuxuang was already inferior. Now that Yang Muchung had obtained the heaven-shaking seal, there was almost no possibility of him reversing the situation. If he didn't escape at this time, would he still be waiting for death?
Want to escape?
Yang Muchung sneered.
The crime of regicide is unforgivable. I will kill you today. And in 7 days, I will crush your Qinya sect. Today, I will attack you. The master of Inai Jin.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung used the heaven-shaking seal. The next moment, the big seal shone with golden light, flew out directly, and crashed down under the shocked eyes of everyone in Jian Wuxuang's desperate eyes. Bang! As soon as the seal hit, the whole earth trembled, and a square and deep pit several feet long was directly blasted out of the flat ground. Look again. Where is Jian Wuxuang? Still there? Only a blur of flesh and blood is left. Quiet! After killing Jian Wuxuang, the black market fell silent, and all the warriors knelt on the ground without saying a word. Seeing everyone surrender, Yang Muchung nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand and said,
all the heirs of the Zhou family will be thrown into the heavenly prison and will be executed on a certain day. Zhou Xiang claimed that he had committed a heinous crime and brought it to the Meridian Gate for public display. All the property of the Zhou family will be confiscated. As for other warriors, Yang Muchung lengthened his tone, and with everyone's fearful posture, he spoke again. The rest of the people, those who do not know, are not guilty and are forgiven. However, you must remember one thing. You are the people of Dakian. As long as you do not commit adultery, I won't care about you. But if you dare to act like the Zhou family, I will not only kill you, but also destroy your whole family.
Yang Muchung's eyes were indifferent, and anyone who came into contact with his gaze couldn't help but shudder. This is the current saint. With a word and 9 cauldrons, lives can be reduced to ashes, and corpses litter the land with a wave of the hand.
Follow the holy order.
A low cry came from the crowd. Gradually, the voices gathered together and formed a chorus of shouts.
Follow the holy order.
Yang Muchung stood with his hands behind his back. For a moment, everyone present knelt down and worshipped. This is the true emperor. Countless warriors only think that men should be like this. It was not until evening that Yang Muchung returned to the palace. The Zhou family has a lot of property, and they are still counting it. Yang Muchung, who has worked hard for a day, is already soaking in the imperial pool. Xiao Rong is holding his shoulders carefully.
Rong, you are now the mother of the country and the master of the harem. Such chores should be left to the servants.
Yang Muchung opened his eyes and dragged Xiao Rong into the imperial pond. Her phoenix robe was wet with water. On the body, fair skin is faintly visible.
Your Majesty, I see you are frowning. Could it be that you have something else on your mind?
Xiao Rong's face turned red with embarrassment.
Indeed.
Yang Muchung nodded and said,
although Dakian Kingdom looks prosperous, it is internally corrupt. Prime Minister Hua and Eunuch Hai have controlled the government for many years, and the army is extremely weak. Goryeo is ready to move. Once a war breaks out, Dakian Kingdom will be very powerful. We may continue to cede territory for compensation. I will then think about how to strengthen the army. Does your Majesty have any clues?
Xiao Rong asked quickly.
Yes.
Yang Muchung nodded and said,
as the saying goes, soldiers value elites rather than numbers. There are more than 5,000 people in the army, and I am now training them to be warriors. But training a warrior is so difficult. Although I raided the Zhou family today, which greatly enriched the treasury. After deducting all other expenses, I am afraid there are still some problems in maintaining the development of an army.
This is not unfounded by Yang Macheng. It should be noted that an ordinary person may be able to live a full day with just a few bowls of rice a day. But if the inner strength warrior does not use food as an analogy, the inner strength warrior must eat at least half a cow every day. And as the cultivation level increases, the materials required will become larger and larger. Moreover, the soldiers trained in this way are all Dakyun's treasures, and Yang Macheng is naturally reluctant to let them die in the hands of the enemy. Armor, weapons, are naturally indispensable. This is equivalent to the special forces on Earth in the previous life. Only a small group of people can defeat an army.
It seems that we can only find ways to develop people's livelihood. Only when the people are rich can the country be strong.
Yang Macheng pinched his temples. He already had an idea. Chapter 41 Stimulating Potential. After a speechless night, Yang Macheng went directly to the munitions office after attending the morning court. The munitions department is the general office that coordinates the military department. This place is in charge of military pay, armor, weapons. On the school grounds, Yi Wuheng led the Imperial Guards to practice. Since the middle-level spiritual level Sanlong Qian training technique has been spread throughout the world, the strength of the 300 Imperial Guards has improved a lot. Since these people did not have a systematic practice method before, they could only rely on their own insights. Now that they have the cultivation method, most of them have improved their cultivation level by 1 level. Generally, their strength is around the late stage of inner strength, and there are even a few who have reached the peak of inner strength. Of course, this was also under the vigorous cultivation of Yang Macheng. The Imperial Guards had 3 meals a day, and almost every meal had heavenly and earthly treasures. With such supplementation, if it failed to achieve a decent effect, wouldn't Yang Macheng have to spit out a mouthful of old blood?
Although this is only a small force of 300 people. In fact, it consumes more than 30,000 soldiers. I want to train these people into the special forces of China in the previous life, proficient in assassination and fighting. Let them turn into sharp blades in my hands, so that other countries' armies will not dare to invade.
At this time, on the school field, 2 warriors were competing. One is holding an eyebrow-level iron rod, and the other is holding a pair of swords. Yang Macheng stopped and looked at the fight between the two. The monk is holding an iron rod. His stick technique is like a rushing wind, and his attacks are continuous. However, the power of this stick technique is slightly inferior. It should be an incomplete set of low-grade spiritual level stick techniques. And another middle-aged man holding 2 swords, with the cooperation of the 2 swords, shrouded him like a mountain. No matter how the opponent attacked, he was able to block all the attacks of the eyebrow-length iron rod. Come down.
Your Majesty, what you asked for is here.
At this time, an old man from the military supplies department came to Yang Macheng pushing a small cart. There was a pair of armor on the car. I saw that the armor was quite complicated, including a helmet, a cape, a breastplate, wrist guards, leg guards, and boots, a total of more than 10 parts. The old man looked at Yang Macheng with a troubled expression and said,
Your Majesty, this set of armor totals more than 300 kilograms. An ordinary soldier can hardly move when wearing it. Even a warrior's strength will drop by a notch after wearing it, and he will not be able to fight for a long time.
Yang Macheng nodded. He understood that most of the soldiers in this world wore leather armor, or else rattan armor. This kind of armor weighs only as much as a cotton-padded jacket when worn on the body. Not only can it effectively resist enemy attacks, it can also reduce a lot of damage. Even if this kind of armor was made, no one would be able to wear it.
It's okay.
Looking at the worried old man, Yang Macheng nodded. In previous lives, the most common method used by China to train special forces was to bear weights. A qualified soldier completes various trainings while carrying a weight of 30 kilograms. This ultimate exercise method can stimulate the human body's potential to the greatest extent. Once the body gets used to this kind of weight bearing for a long time, once the body relaxes, the combat effectiveness will increase several times. In the previous life of the Earth, because there were no inner strength warriors, the potential of the body was also limited. But here, it's different. Weight-bearing training will allow the guards to increase their strength to the extreme in the shortest possible time. Boom! At this moment, I saw the monk wielding an eyebrow-level iron rod. He swept out the stick and directly blasted the man with 2 swords several feet away, making a dull sound.
Peanut, come here!
Yang Macheng glanced at the monk and said loudly,
Your Majesty, greetings to the Holy One.
The Imperial Guards, who were competing in martial arts, noticed Yang Maicheng and immediately knelt down.
No need to be polite. Peanut, put on this suit of armor. Yes.
The monk named Peanut looked puzzled, but he didn't dare to have any doubts, and put on the armor with difficulty. The weight of more than 300 kilograms suddenly fell on his body, causing the Peanut to show a hint of bitterness. He couldn't help but said,
Your Majesty, this armor is too heavy. After I put it on, my speed will be reduced by at least 60 to 70%, and my physical strength consumption will increase 3 to 4 times.
Yang Maicheng smiled faintly and said,
That's right. It's not just you who have to wear it. Everyone in the Imperial Guard must wear it. This armor is not to protect you, but to enable you to stimulate your potential. If you can adapt to this wear armor, and when you fight with others in the future, your strength will shock everyone the moment you break free from the restraints.
The Imperial Guards present were stunned, and a suspicion arose in their minds. Wearing this kind of armor, you can't even move. Can you really unleash your potential? Looking at the suspicious eyes of everyone, Yang Maicheng smiled secretly. Although there are strong men in this world who can smash the stars and turn the sun and the moon upside down, but you don't have enough reasonable technological training. If you train according to my method, the strength of the Imperial Guard will be doubled within a month. However, he didn't intend to explain. He is the Emperor. He only needs to give orders. Turning his eyes, Yang Maicheng fell on the old man from the munitions department and asked,
How long does it take to make spiritual armor and weapons?
The old man smiled bitterly and said,
Your Majesty, I'm afraid it can't be done. Spirit level, yellow level, these armors have entered the first level existence. We in Dacian Kingdom cannot build them at present.
Yang Maicheng was secretly disappointed. He originally planned to spend all his efforts to build a pair of armor for the guards and arm them from head to teeth. No matter how high the price is, he is willing to do it. Who knew that the munitions department couldn't build it? The old man still said,
Holy Lord, before ordinary armor and weapons enter the first grade, there are 4 smaller grades: inferior, ordinary, sophisticated, and excellent. Ordinary soldiers can wear inferior armor, which is considered to be of high quality. That's right. Even Goryo's 50,000 strong army can only wear ordinary armor. As for the fine level armor, it is rare and can only be used by generals. The excellent level armor is like an heirloom. Exists.
Yang Maicheng nodded. There was no arsenal in this world from the previous life. All weapons and armor could be manufactured through the arsenal. The process of making a set of armor is cumbersome and expensive. In the eyes of the Emperor, human life was simply like ants. So how could he spend a lot of money to put on such high-grade armor for his soldiers?
It seems there is no other way.
Yang Maicheng sighed secretly.
Your Majesty, maybe we can join the domestic forging god sect.
The old man said quickly.
We have 2 major sects in the country. One is the Thousand Leaves sect that trains warriors, and the other is the Forging God sect that trains blacksmiths. If we can win over the Forging God sect, that would be great.
Forging the God sect? Yang Maicheng muttered the name and nodded secretly. Chapter 42 Forging the God sect. Over the next few days, the Praetorian Guards began training. The training method arranged by Yang Maicheng was completely different from the training they had experienced in the first half of their lives. Running. Besides, running is still running. Every day before dawn, they began to gather on the school grounds and wear robes around the school grounds. If you don't wear armor, you won't feel tired even if you run for a whole day. But if you run like this now and maintain a constant speed, you will be completely exhausted in less than an hour or 2. When the team stopped, the people from the munitions department immediately brought the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures to everyone. At first, the Imperial Guards were still quite dissatisfied with Yang Maicheng's training methods. But at the end of the day, they were completely impressed. Because every time they exhausted their energy, they could feel the potential in their bodies being tapped out bit by bit. The timely replenishment of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures will also quickly replenish the power they consume, making the internal energy particularly powerful.
I made a breakthrough.
At this time, a warrior shouted excitedly,
Your Majesty, this training method is indeed effective. I haven't made a breakthrough for half a month. Now, after just training for a day or 2, I have fully tapped into my potential and reached the peak of my inner strength. Humph! The Holy Master's cultivation has reached the level of a master of inner strength. Maybe not long after, he will break through the inner strength and reach the state of channel connection. There will naturally be no mistakes in his cultivation method.
Yi Wuhan said solemnly. At this time, Yang Mucheng had already left the palace early, and came to the Forging God sect. The inheritance of the Forging God sect has a history of 200 to 300 years, and it can be regarded as a force. Not only the royal family has a certain relationship with it, but also the ministers of the DPRK and the central government, important military officials, and civilian warriors have very close relationships. After all, an outstanding level weapon or armor is enough to be called a family heirloom, if it can be a spiritual level item obtained from the Forging God sect. Wouldn't it be priceless? So, in front of the Forging Shen sect, there was a huge crowd. There were many people who came to ask for weapons. Yang Mucheng looked around and saw that there were wealthy merchants, officials, and warriors here, blocking the path up the mountain.
This God Forging sect is very arrogant.
Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. He saw that some warriors seeking weapons actually performed 3 kneels and 9 bows, kneeling all the way up the mountain path.
As inner strength warriors with extraordinary power, these warriors even gave up their face in order to get a weapon.
Hush, little brother.
Are you here to ask for weapons too?
There was a young man next to Yang Mucheng. Hearing his words, he quickly made a silent gesture.
Little brother, don't talk nonsense like this. If someone from the Forging God sect hears it, you won't be able to live with it. How can the little Forging God sect do anything to me?
Yang Mucheng shook his head. The man looked at Yang Mucheng carefully and showed a look of sudden realization.
Little brother, you should be a warrior. Right. You can be arrogant to be a warrior at such a young age. However, your arrogance is unparalleled in front of the Forging God sect. Not worth mentioning.
Yang Mucheng was immediately interested. He only briefly learned about the background and origins of the God Forging sect from the military supplies department. But the rest was still confused. Moreover, he came to the Forging Shen sect this time not to ask for weapons, but to cause trouble.
Once upon a time, there were warriors who relied on their own strength to try to steal a weapon from the Forging Shen sect. That warrior's cultivation had reached the peak of internal strength. Guess what?
The man looked at Yang Mucheng.
Peak inner strength? This level of strength is not bad.
Yang Mucheng nodded secretly.
Not bad? That warrior offended the Forging God sect and was hunted down by hundreds of warriors from the Dacian kingdom. Even the Qinya sect sent people to hunt down that warrior. 3 days later, the other party's head was hung on the Forging God sect, at the foot of the mountain. From then on, no one dared to make trouble in front of the Forging God sect.
The man glanced at Yang Mucheng and asked,
How does your strength compare to the peak of inner strength? Is your power as big as the God Forging sect? If not, then just tuck your tail between your legs and be a good boy. And be careful not to annoy the people of the God Forging sect.
Yang Mucheng laughed secretly. His strength far exceeds the peak of internal strength, and he is only half a step away from reaching the realm of Tongmai. His power spreads all over the Dacian kingdom, and as long as he opens his mouth, he can completely surround the Forging God sect. At this time, there was a commotion in the distance, but I saw a group of people riding war horses coming quickly from a distance. They were led by 3 old men, followed by dozens of followers carrying long swords. Among them were men and women, of different ages, but they were all dressed in the same uniform. Serving, obviously should belong to the same force. After these people arrived at the foot of the mountain, they went directly up the mountain in a mighty manner.
Who are they?
Yang Mucheng frowned.
Those are the 3 elders of Qinya sect,
the man said. Qinya sect? Yang Mucheng laughed secretly in his heart. Hearing this man talk about the power of the Shinshin sect, he originally thought it was a bit tricky. After all, if you want to destroy a sect for no reason, even the current emperor will make people unhappy. But these Qinya sect disciples made Yang Mucheng's eyes light up.
I was worried about not being able to find a suitable crime to deal with the Forging God sect, but I didn't expect that the Thousand Leaves sect would actually show up. Is this the pig teammate?
Nodding, Yang Mucheng patted the man on the shoulder and said,
What's your name? Su Bin,
the man said.
After I get the weapons from the Forging God sect, I will give you one.
After saying that, Yang Mucheng strode towards the mountain road. The man named Su Bin turned pale with fright. Seeing that Yang Mucheng was still so bold after hearing his persuasion, he quickly shook his head and stopped him. But Yang Mucheng seemed not to hear, and instead walked quickly towards the steps. But he saw that there was a huge group of buildings on the top of the mountain. Before he reached the top of the mountain, Yang Mucheng could hear a constant banging sound. There are huge weapon racks on the huge square, with various weapons placed on them. In the corner of the square, there are piles of discarded ores and semi-finished products of armor and weapons. After just one glance, Yang Muchung nodded secretly. As expected of a sect that specializes in training blacksmiths, even these semi-finished products have reached an ordinary level, far better than the trash in the palace. Moreover, some finished weapons and armors have reached a level of sophistication, and even excellent ones are not uncommon.
It seems that this trip to the God Forging sect is indeed the right one.
Just by seeing these armors and weapons in the square, Yang Muchung had already made up his mind to get the God Forging sect.
Stop!
At this time, a disciple of the God Forging sect stepped forward, blocked Yang Muchung's path, and shouted sternly,
This is the God Forging sect, and no one else is allowed in. You dare to stop me?
Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and looked at the disciple, who stopped him with a half-smile. Chapter 43. Why don't you come out quickly to greet the Holy Master? You dare to stop me? When Yang Muchung said these words, many people present looked at him sideways. They all stared at him, as if they were looking at an idiot.
Did this kid get kicked in the head by a donkey? This is someone else's Shin Forging sect's territory. Why can't others stop him? Who does he think he is? How dare he speak like this in front of the God Forging sect? Huh?
Even the disciple of the God Forging sect, who stopped Yang Muchung, was stunned for a moment and looked at him with slightly surprised eyes. After a moment, he smiled coldly, pointed at the Qinya sect people who were walking away, and said to Yang Muchung,
Open your eyes and see clearly. The group of people who came in earlier were from the Qinya sect. The 3 leaders were the elders of the Qinya sect, and their cultivation level reached the level of the Neijin Grandmaster. Even they were in front of the Forging God sect. Put on a respectful posture and don't dare to be too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Dare to be so arrogant in front of us? Our God Forging sect has a high-grade spiritual blacksmith. We, the wealthy Forging God sect, are looking for warriors and officials from our sect from all over Dakian. This is the territory of the God Forging sect. Do you think I dare to stop you?
Seeing that the situation was not good, the crowd around him took a few steps back, for fear of getting involved with Yang Muchung. In their view, Yang Muchung was already a dead man. The last guy who dared to be so presumptuous in front of the Forging God sect has been dead for more than 10 years.
Zhao He, why are you talking to this kid again?
At this time, a sturdy middle-aged man walked over at a quick pace. He glanced at Yang Muchung, snorted coldly and said,
Drive him away.
Go. If you don't go, you will be beaten to death. Also, the mountain gate is closed. The sect master said, No one is allowed to go up the mountain today. What happened?
Zhao He asked in shock.
Big deal.
The middle-aged man had a look of worry on his brows, but he didn't say much. Zhao He was stunned. The people who came around to ask for weapons also had expressions of astonishment. What happened that actually made the Forging God sect close the mountain gate and not allow anyone to go up the mountain? Only Yang Muchung vaguely guessed that the news that he had killed Jian Wushuang in the black market and announced that he would destroy the Qinya sect came back, which had already shocked the Qinya sect. The Qinya sect came to the Forging Shin sect this time, and they must have come to ask for weapons to prepare for the confrontation with the Dakian kingdom.
Did you hear that? Get out of here. Otherwise I'll beat him to death with sticks.
Zhao He frowned and looked at Yang Muchung standing in front of him, who was so angry that he stretched out his hand to push him. Unexpectedly, this push did not push him forward. Yang Muchung stood still like a mountain, motionless. Not only that, a surging inner energy surged out of Yang Muchung's body, like a giant hammer hitting him. Immediately, the disciple didn't even let out a scream, but was knocked 7 or 8 feet away. When he fell to the ground, his internal organs were torn apart and his breath was gone. At this time, there was deathly silence outside the mountain gate, and everyone looked at Yang Muchung in stunned silence. After all, the Forging Shin sect is also a top force in the Dakian kingdom. But you actually beat someone else's disciple to death in front of their house?
Something big happened. It's over. It's over. If we anger the God Forging sect, I'm afraid those of us who seek weapons will not get any good results.
Everyone around him changed their expressions. At this time, the look he looked at Yang Muchung was no longer the previous disdain and ridicule, but turned into fear. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, smiled faintly.
You are the first and definitely the last person who dares to block my way. So what about the Forging God sect? Don't forget, you are still the subjects of the Dakian kingdom. Is there no kingdom in the world? And I have never been there? Places you can't go to. Boy, you killed someone and still dare to say such arrogant words.
The middle-aged man looked cold. As a blacksmith of the Shinshin sect, He has always had a high status. Even high-ranking officials and internal warriors must obey him when they see him. What's more, he is just a young boy. He saw Yang Muchung clasping his hands behind his back, his face full of pride, and he became more and more angry. Immediately shouted,
"You killed my disciple of Forging God sect. How can I spare you? Today I will skin you and make you into a human skin lantern and hang it in front of Forging God sect as a warning to others."
"Call!" As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's eyes opened angrily, and his big palm was already slapping Yang Muchung fiercely. Although the blacksmithing sect is a sect that trains blacksmiths, the disciples in the sect have also learned some chi and training techniques. Only by becoming a warrior can one forge better weapons and armor. And this middle-aged man's cultivation has actually reached the late stage of internal strength. After this palm fell, the strong wind roared, making some people on the narrow mountain road unsteady and rolled directly down the hillside, dying. But the middle-aged man didn't even look at it. The power of the God-forging sect is so huge that killing a few people is like trampling a few ants to death. Those who were hiding far away stared at Yang Muchung with wide eyes, laughing in their hearts that this boy didn't know how high the sky was, and he actually came to the Forging God sect to act wild. At this time, Yang Muchung took a fierce step forward and slowly pushed out with a punch. This punch seemed slow, but in fact it was like a cannonball being discharged. When it collided with the middle-aged man's fist, the terrifying power contained in it suddenly exploded at this moment. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the middle-aged man didn't even have time to scream before he flew backwards. Crack! The middle-aged man's right hand was broken off, and his whole body hit a bluestone 8 meters away. With a bang, the huge bluestone was smashed by his body into a big crater, centered on the middle-aged man's back. There were densely packed spiderweb-like cracks outwards. Killed another person! This is a big event that has never happened in the hundreds of years since the establishment of the Shinshin sect. The expressions of the disciples of the Forging God sect changed slightly, as they had already thought of something. This young man didn't come to Forge Shin sect to get weapons at all. He just came to cause trouble. Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back, standing proudly in front of the Forging God sect, his indifferent eyes scanning the crowd. This world belongs to me. There's never a place I want to go that I can't go to. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Everything is said so clearly. If they can't guess the identity of this young man, I'm afraid they will all be idiots. Yang Muchung took a step forward and shouted, "The Lord of Dakian, Yang Muchung, is here. Why don't the Forging God sect come out quickly to welcome the Holy Master?" The sound was like rolling thunder, loud and powerful, spreading throughout the entire God Forging sect. It even directly dispersed the floating clouds surrounding the Forging God sect. For a moment, the sound was like wild thunder, resounding throughout the world. Today, everyone around was stunned. At the foot of the mountain, Su Bin looked at the young man with a look of disbelief. Chapter 44 Slapped to Death. Forging Shin Sect. Central Hall. Many elders and sect leaders were having heated discussions in the palace, completely living up to their previous aloof attitude. The 3 elders of Chinya sect sat quietly aside, occasionally interjecting a word or two, but they were immediately drowned by the numerous voices. After the news came that Emperor Yang Muchung of Dakian was planning to overthrow the 2 major sects in the country, the top management of Shinshin sect was completely shaken. After all, their God-forging sect was a sect that had stood proudly for hundreds of years. How could it be trampled down like this? What nonsense is there to talk about? We, the God-forging sect, have never interfered in the trivial affairs of the world. Now that Emperor Dakian is planning to attack us, should we just stand by and watch? After the Thousand Leaves sect is wiped out, it will be our turn for the God-forging sect next. Yeah, a skinny, hot-tempered elder shouted loudly. Don't forget, the Chinya sect has a grudge against the imperial court. But we, the God-forging sect, do not. Although Hui Yin is a disciple of the Chinya sect, he has been away from the sect for many years, and even became the prime minister of the dynasty. He was killed by the emperor, and even they searched everything because he deserved it. The Chinya sect couldn't bear to swallow it, so they sent people to assassinate the emperor. This made the matter bigger. What does it have to do with our Shinshin sect? Another middle-aged man shook his head. Zhao Tianlong. Dakian's army is sweeping away the bandits all around. After destroying those bandits, do you think the dog emperor can let us go? Shouted the skinny elder. Haha. Our Shinshin sect is only a sect that trains blacksmiths, and we are not good at fighting. How can you compete with the Daqian kingdom? Yang Muchung is the current sage,
and has the cultivation of any Jin Grandmaster. How can we fight?
The middle-aged man asked in return.
Road. Okay. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to what the elders of Qinya sect have to say.
At this time, the old man sitting at the head of the table said, "He is Lin Tianjin, the leader of the Forging God sect. He controls the affairs of the sect and has a high status." So as soon as he spoke, the hall suddenly became quiet.
Sect leader Lin
Duan Jinyu, the elder of Qinya sect, said with his hands raised.
As the saying goes, if our Qinya sect is destroyed, the Dog Emperor's next target will definitely be the Forging God sect. Although the Dog Emperor has reached the level of any Jin Grandmaster, our Qinya sect is not afraid. In the Qinya sect, there are still 3 any Jin sect. Grandmaster Jin, the sect leader, has reached the state of Tongmai, and it is easy to kill the Dog Emperor. We came to Forging God sect this time just to get some spiritual weapons from Forging God sect to increase the success rate of killing the Dog Emperor. Next time, our sect master will personally take action.
A powerful person. Everyone in the hall was startled. Just lend a few weapons to the Thousand Leaf sect. You don't have to show up in person. And you don't have to be a direct enemy of the Dakian kingdom. You can preserve the central foundation of the Shinshin sect. So it's not a bad idea. Many people were secretly moved. Just when Lin Tianjin was about to speak, suddenly, a thunderous shout came from outside.
The Lord of Dakian, Yang Machung, is here. Why don't you come out quickly to greet the Holy Master? Clang.
The closed door was slammed open by the inner strength of the shout, making a muffled sound. The Qinya sect and the Forging Shin sect were stunned in the hall, dumbfounded. After a moment, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of Duan Jinyu, the elder of Qinya sect.
This Dog Emperor actually came to forge the God sect alone?
After Yang Machung shouted angrily, the momentum of the Ni Jin Grandmaster slowly released. Although he did not wear a dragon robe or a dragon crown, his royal posture was still evident. The disciples of the Shinshin sect who had previously prepared to besiege Yang Machung were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. Everyone at the foot of the mountain stared at each other. And after a moment, they all knelt down and shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" No one expected this scene. Tang! 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 In the central hall, the top leaders of Qinya sect and Forging God sect rushed out together and saw the young emperor from a distance. Duan Jinyu has the highest cultivation level and is the fastest. As soon as he left the hall, he shouted angrily,
"Emperor Dog, how dare you show up? If you were like a turtle hiding in the palace, I might not be able to do anything to you. You have thrown yourself into a trap today. This world belongs to me. I can go wherever I want."
Yang Machung said calmly with his hands behind his back.
"How dare you speak nonsense? I will let you die here today."
Duan Jinyu roared. His figure increased instead of decreasing. His speed left only a shadow in everyone's eyes, and he rushed towards Yang Machung in an instant. When he was still about 10 steps away from Yang Machung, he stepped hard with the sole of his foot, and the stone slab under him was directly blown into powder. Duan Jinyu used the power of this rush to Yang Machung in an instant and punched him. Blast out! The fist is like a crossbow.
What a strong punch.
The disciples of the Forging God sect all looked sideways. Being hit by this punch would be even more terrifying than being hit by the big hammer they used for forging.
Is this the strength of Grandmaster Ni Jin?
Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The Ni Jin Grandmaster is already a top-notch existence among the Ni Jin experts. And Duan Jinyu and the others are Qinya sect elders who rarely take action. But at this moment, he punched with all his strength, which made many people secretly frightened. I'm afraid Yang Machung, who is also the master of Ni Jin, wouldn't dare to take this move casually. Right. Everyone's eyes turned to Yang Machung. I saw Yang Machung standing there, relaxed, not paying attention to Duan Jinyu at all.
This Dog Emperor actually dares to leave the palace alone. This time he bumped into 3 of our senior brothers, which is a bloody misfortune for 8 lifetimes. Senior brother Duan's punch, even if it can't kill him, will shatter his whole body, bones and heart.
The other 2 elders of Qinya sect laughed secretly. Just when Duan Jinyu's punch hit Yang Machung moved. He took a step forward and slapped it down with one palm. This slap was like driving away flies. Extremely casual and easy. But in Duan Jinyu's view, this slap was like covering up the sky and the sun, like a mountain peak crashing down.
Not good.
The expressions of dozens of Qinya sect disciples changed greatly.
and the two elders took a breath of air. They tried to rescue him, but it was too late. Yang Mucheng slapped Duan Jinyu hard on the head before he even had time to retract his fist.
Boom!
A loud sound resounded. Duan Jinyu was like a meteorite falling from the sky and hitting the ground hard. This shocking force was so powerful that even the ground collapsed, and his whole body was knocked to the ground by this palm. Just like kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times before the Holy One.
You didn't kneel down before me, but instead stabbed me. You deserve to be killed.
Yang Mucheng took back his hand leisurely and said calmly. At this time, everyone quickly looked at Duan Jinyu, who was kneeling on the ground, and couldn't help but take a breath of air. As a master of any hygiene, Duan Jinyu was slapped to death by Yang Mucheng? Chapter 45. Why don't you kneel down when you see me? Shot to death? Quiet. There was deathly silence in the Forging Shen sect. As quiet as a cemetery. Grandmaster is like a dragon. There are very few strong people who are masters of inner strength. They are not only powerful, but also have profound knowledge. No matter in which country they are. Even the princes and princes will treat them politely when they see them. Now he was slapped to death by Yang Mucheng.
Yang Mucheng, do you dare to kill someone in our God Forging sect?
Lin Tianjin clenched his fists and opened his eyes angrily. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back, looked at the other person, and said leisurely,
Lin Tianjin, you are the master of the Shinshin sect. Right. You dare to call me by my name. Do you know what crime this is? Besides, what if I kill someone? I am a king of the country. This traitor from the Qianye clan is trying to assassinate me. Not only will I kill him, but I will also kill his entire family and destroy his sect.
If someone else said this, everyone would just think that the other person was mentally ill. But these words coming from Yang Mucheng's mouth had already announced the death of Qianye sect. Yang Mucheng, the current sage, has a golden tongue and said that if he wants to kill your whole family, he will definitely kill your whole family.
As for you,
Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he shouted angrily,
Don't kneel down when you see me.
He pressed his right hand forward. Lin Tianjin was tens of meters away from him, but he suddenly felt a crushing breath, like a mountain peak hitting his shoulder hard, making a loud crackling sound all over his bones. His knees weakened, and he knelt heavily on the ground.
The Dog Emperor.
Lin Tianjin clenched his teeth and shouted angrily. As the leader of a sect, his status is so high, and the sect is detached from the court and is not controlled by the court. Just like the immortals outside the world. Now that he was forced to kneel in front of a young man, how could he swallow this breath?
If you dare to humiliate my God Forging sect today, I will definitely.
Before Lin Tianjin finished speaking, Yang Mucheng waved his right hand. A condensed internal energy gathered together and transformed into a knife that slashed down. Just hearing a pop sound, Lin Tianjin's body trembled and his head fell to the ground. In front of him, there was a trace that was about 10 feet long. Be still. The Forging God sect was as quiet as death at this moment. Even the leader of a sect was beheaded without saying a word, which was terrible. It turned out that everyone in the Forging Shen sect wanted to swarm up and kill Yang Mucheng. But now, I don't dare to have any idea. They are just blacksmiths. No matter how strong they are not as strong as Lin Tianjin, who has the peak internal strength. How can they be Yang Mucheng's opponent? Yang Mucheng stood proudly in the Forging Shen sect school grounds, his eyes slightly raised. Although he came today to recruit the God Forging sect, it didn't mean that anyone could sit on his head and yell at him. Lin Tianjin insulted him on the spot. If he didn't kill him, wouldn't everyone dare to point his nose at him and curse? Dog Emperor?
When you see me, why don't you kneel down?
After Yang Mucheng absorbed the blood and essence of several people, he glanced at the people around him and said calmly,
See, your majesty?
A middle-aged man, who seemed to be an elder, sighed, dropped his weapon, and knelt on the ground, with the elder taking the lead. The rest of the disciples dared not disobey. They all knelt down and shouted to see the Holy One. Yang Mucheng nodded, but looked at the Qianye sect group. These people were still stuck in place like wooden stakes, with complex expressions on their faces and some hesitation.
Are you going to disobey me?
Yang Mucheng asked with a half-smile.
Your Majesty!
The two elders of Qianye sect looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. One of them took a step forward, cupped his hands and said, Our Qianye sect is willing to surrender to Dakian and be loyal to the royal family from now on. We also hope that the Holy Emperor will not attack our Qianye sect. Although our Qianye sect only has more than 300 people, but all of them are warriors.
and the sect master has the realm of connection. If a war really breaks out, I am afraid that the national line will be unstable. Are you threatening me? Threatening me with the powerful Tomai?
Yang Macheng looked at the other party. The elder shook his head and said,
No, I am just telling the Holy One a fact. If the Holy One really insists on starting a war, our Qianya sect is not afraid. The Holy One has become a master of Neijing at such a young age. But you will definitely not be strong in Tomai. The opponent.
What is this if it's not a threat? Those with strong radiance are superior to the masters of internal strength. And even those in the Imperial Palace can come and go with ease. Trying to take the head off your neck is like picking something out of a bag. The Qianya sect elder's words seemed to be submissive, but actually a demonstration. Anyone would have to think about it. But for Yang Macheng, it had no effect at all.
Is he a strong person with Tomai? I said that I will not go back on my word if I defeat the Thousand Leaves sect. Even if you are a strong person, I will kill you. Let alone a strong person. I hate threats the most. So you must die too?
As soon as Yang Macheng finished speaking, he took a step forward. His steps seemed slow, like a baby taking steps, slowly falling. But when the sole of his foot fell, the whole person had disappeared from the spot, and even appeared suddenly in front of the other party. At the same time, he punched out and hit the opponent's chest.
If you can withstand my punch, I will let you go.
Yang Macheng's voice sounded slowly.
Arrogant.
Is it possible that I can't even resist your palm? Hearing Yang Macheng's words, a trace of anger flashed in the elder's eyes. He roared loudly, and the energy in his body quickly gathered and surged through his limbs and bones like a tide. He crossed his arms across his body, trying to resist Yang Macheng's blow. But when the punch hit him, his expression changed. This power is so strong that it pours directly into his body like a surging flood, like a roaring tiger, or like a shocking thunder. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and a fist mark suddenly appeared on the elder's back. Immediately, an invisible ripple spread to his whole body with the fist mark as the center. Everyone around heard a click sound, and the elder was suddenly blasted 7 or 8 feet away like a puddle of mud and fell to the ground. When everyone looked around, they found that all his bones were broken.
Why are you so strong? They are all masters of inner energy.
Questions are like bubbles in boiling water, constantly emerging from everyone's minds.
Escape!
At this moment, the last elder of Qianya sect and the last master of Neijing let out a roar. Hearing a swish sound, he was already like an arrow and fled quickly towards the outside of the Forging God sect. Many Qianya sect disciples also came to their senses and immediately ran away desperately. He even hated his parents for giving him 2 fewer legs, which made him run slower. The elder was heartbroken. He killed 3 of the 4 Neijing masters of Qianya sect by himself. I can't resist this kind of strength at all. If the sect leader doesn't take action, I'm afraid no one in the inner strength realm can be the opponent of this dog emperor. Now that the Forging God sect has been subdued, only our Qianya sect lineage is left. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice from behind.
Escape? Do you think you can escape?
Chapter 46 Recruitment. That is, before the elder could react, he felt a mountain peak pressing down on him. It was a large seal shining with golden light, and it suddenly covered an area of several meters in radius. It was as if the 5 fingers mountain pressed down by the Buddha rolled down directly. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and the last Neijing Grandmaster of Qianya sect was also attacked and killed on the spot. The Qianya sect disciples around him were shaking like chaff. They didn't even have the strength to escape. They collapsed on the ground and looked at the emperor.
Go back!
Yang Macheng withdrew the heaven-turning seal with a move of his right hand, and said to these Qianya sect disciples,
Go back and tell your sect master that there are still 6 days. In 6 days, I will go to Qianya in person. Zong! Take his head! Won't you kill us?
The disciples of the Qianya sect looked at Yang Macheng blankly, and their hearts trembled when they saw the indifferent eyes of the other party. Only then did they realize that in the eyes of the other party, those with strong internal strength, were just ants that could be easily crushed to death. Not daring to neglect, they immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to Yang Macheng again and again. Then they helped each other to escape from the Shinshin sect with their companions, who were too frightened to stand. But, as soon as the people from the Qianya sect left, the hearts of everyone in the Forging Shin sect suddenly rose to their throats again. They have not forgotten that this tyrant came to the God Forging sect today.
Where is the main hall?
Yang Macheng didn't seem to have any intention of settling accounts, but instead asked a confused question.
Your Majesty, the main hall is here. You come with me.
The middle-aged man who was the first to kneel down and surrender bravely stood up and trotted ahead, looking like an old eunuch who had been in the palace for many years. As he walked, he kept winking at the other elders. At this time, the other elders came back to their senses and stood up quickly. Forging Shan sect. Main hall. Yang Muchung sat on the sect leader's seat as if no one else was around. A pretty and well-behaved girl carefully handed a cup of hot tea to Yang Muchung. The 4 elders of the Forging God sect knelt in front of the hall like quails, not daring to raise their heads or speak. He was afraid that the other party would directly destroy the God Forging sect in a rage.
Will you accept my killing of your sect leader?
Yang Muchung asked.
Submit,
everyone said in unison.
Okay.
Yang Muchung nodded.
I came to the Forging God sect today to give you 2 choices. First, be crushed by me like the Qinya sect. Second, disband the Forging God sect and everyone will join the imperial court. This,
everyone hesitated. Yang Muchung said again.
Dakian has internal and external troubles. After Eunuch Hai and Prime Minister who have controlled the government for many years, the country has become decayed. The army is weak and vulnerable. The old guys in the munitions department can only make some ordinary armors. I don't like this crap. I need your help from the God Forging sect. If my army wears the armor you made, it will be invincible and invincible.
It turned out to be solicitation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, if he joins the imperial court, wouldn't it mean that the Forging God sect will disappear? Many people hesitated again. Yang Muchung played with the tea bowl in his hand and said calmly,
Korea has 2 major blacksmith sects. The first is the Shinforging sect, and the second is the Tianwu sect. The Tianwu sect used Goryeo to drive your Shinforging sect to our Dakian country. Could it be that can you swallow this sigh of relief? In the future, when my soldiers wear the armor of your Forging God sect and march into Goryeo, will you feel proud? Don't forget, I am here today not to discuss with you, but to give orders. You will soon know what will happen if you disobey my orders. My patience is limited. I'll take a stick of incense to think about it. If I don't agree, I will let the God Forging sect disappear forever.
Yang Muchung said lightly. He said this easily, but he didn't hide any murderous intention at all. And everyone who heard it trembled in their hearts. Everyone looked at each other, as if they had made up their minds, slammed their heads on the ground, and shouted in unison,
See my emperor! Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live! Ping Sheng!
Yang Muchung nodded with satisfaction. This trip was finally not in vain.
Now that you have joined the court, I will tell you the rules of the court. In Dakian, you only need to follow my orders. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. Yes, your majesty, Lin Tianjin is dead. Who is in charge of affairs in the sect now? Your majesty, it's me.
The middle-aged man leading the way quickly stepped forward and said,
Villain, no. The humble minister's name is Lu Hong. Members of the Forging God sect tell me there are more than 200 people in the God Forging sect, not counting the apprentices who work as odd jobs, and more than 150 of them can forge superior grade weapons and armor, while the rest can forge excellent grade weapons and armor.
Lu Hong knew what Yang Muchung wanted to know most, so he didn't dare to hide it and directly revealed all the secrets.
The sect still has 4 elders. The 4 of us are low-grade spiritual blacksmiths, and there is a certain chance that we can forge low-grade spiritual weapons. As for the former sect leader, who was killed by the Holy Lord, he was a middle-grade spiritual blacksmith. There is a certain chance that you can create a middle-grade spiritual weapon.
Only 4 people can build spiritual weapons? Yang Muchung frowned slightly. This was far from his ideal. But then I thought about it. It was normal. If hundreds of people from any 9th level sect build spiritual weapons, wouldn't spiritual weapons become useless on the streets? After concentrating for a moment, Yang Muchung nodded and said,
I will give you 3 days. After 3 days, all the Forging Shan sect will move to the palace. At the same time, the Forging Shan sect will completely disappear. You belong to the forging department, and you only need to obey me.
Order. At the same time, I am giving you permission to recruit apprentices from 30 cities in Dakian to strengthen the forging department. I will allocate all the necessary funds to you from the national treasury. Just open the door for the materials you need for forging. However, you have a task, that is to create 5,000 sets of high-quality weapons and armor within a month.
Certainly. This is also an order, not a discussion.
I obey the order.
Lu Hong shouted. The news that the blacksmithing sect was recruited into the imperial court and established the blacksmithing department immediately swept the Dacian kingdom. This news was like a bomb hitting the deep sea, causing thousands of waves, and everyone was shocked. This has never happened before. The sect has always been detached from the imperial court and belonged to another force. What Yang Mucheng did was absolutely unprecedented and unprecedented. Some people knew that with the addition of the Forging God sect, Dacian country's national strength would surely rise to a higher level. And they clapped their hands and applauded. The country has a sage king, and the country is prosperous. But at this moment, the Qianye sect was filled with gloom and gloom. Chapter 47 The 9-5 Lord. Chaos! The Thousand Leaves sect, which was once prosperous for a while, was completely in chaos at this moment. All the disciples were as restless as ants exploding in a pot. Even the Forging God sect has defected to the imperial court. The last 3 elders were all killed, and it will be our Qianye sect's turn next. After killing 4 Neijin masters in a row, can anyone still resist this young emperor? Now, only the sect leader can stop him. Squeak. A soft sound resounded quietly. In the Qianye sect's main hall, the dusty door quietly opened, and an old man wearing a white robe and with silver hair slowly walked out. He had his hands behind his back and carried an aura of calmness and authority that made people unable to resist the feeling of surrender and kneeling at the sight of him. Metropolitan. Uh-huh. Along with the deafening shouts, hundreds of Qianye sect disciples knelt down in unison. I know everything. The old man nodded slowly, with neither sadness nor joy in his deep eyes. Yang Mucheng is the emperor of Dacian. He has dragon energy to protect his body, and he is a peerless genius in martial arts. The death of the 4 elders of Qianye sect at his hands can be regarded as his own fault. Hearing these words from the sect leader, everyone was startled and raised their heads. Could it be that the sect leader planned to stand by and watch Dacian defeat Qianye sect? However, the reputation of our Qianye sect cannot be offended. No matter who kills our Qianye sect, he must pay the price. Even if he is the emperor of Dacian, I will not let him go. Is Yang Mucheng? Very good. In 6 days, I will wait for you to come to my Qianye sect. I will kill you in front of thousands of people. Boom. A surging murderous aura soared into the sky and lingered for a long time. Yang Mucheng conquered the Forging God sect, directly killed the 3 elders of the Qianye sect, and even agreed on a time to defeat the Qianye sect. This news swept through the entire Dacian kingdom like a whirlwind, and it was impossible to stop them even if they wanted to. For a time, the entire Dacian kingdom was shocked. Nowadays, people in the country are talking about this matter in the streets and alleys. In the imperial city, a silver-haired old man in gray robe walked through the majestic buildings and finally came to a remote alley. In the middle of the alley was a simple wine shop. This wine shop had existed in the imperial city for many years. On weekdays, no one cared about it, and there was only the proprietress in the entire wine shop. Something big happened. The old man entered the wine shop and sat down directly without ordering a drink, with a solemn look on his face. What's the big deal? We have been undercover in Dagon country for more than 10 years, and we have watched this country continue to decline. After His Majesty conquers Silla, the next target will be Dagon. A middle-aged woman, that is. The landlady glanced at the old man and shook his head. These 2 men were spies from Goryeo. They hid in the imperial city on weekdays and informed the king of Goryeo about all the happenings in Dacian country. Since the death of the previous generation of emperors, the entire government has been controlled by Eunuch Hai and Prime Minister Hua. The court is in a state of chaos, and the country's power is in decline. Even outsiders like them can feel it. The silver-haired old man shook his head and said, What a big deal! Yang Mucheng ascended the throne, killed Eunuch Hai, and regained control of the palace. Killed Prime Minister Hua and took control of the government. Killed the bandits and took control of the army. Now, even the Forging Shin sect has been conquered by him. 6 days later, Yang Mucheng will personally go to defeat Qianye sect. What? The woman who had been extremely calm a moment ago was immediately dumbfounded. She said angrily, Why didn't you say something about such a big thing? The silver-haired old man smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I always thought that when Yang Mu became young, even if he ascended the throne, he was just a young emperor, a puppet controlled by Prime Minister Hua Eunuch Hai. Who knew he would actually do what he did? There were so many big things that I couldn't even react to. The middle-aged woman pondered for a moment, shook her head and said, This matter is of great importance. We must send the news back as soon as possible. No need.
The silver-haired old man waved his hand proudly.
This Yang Machung is indeed an iron-blooded king. In just over half a month, he has uprooted the corruption in Dakian. But it is a pity that he is too young after all, has a young mind, and is arrogant. Qianye Zong is something he can't deal with. The leader of Qianye Zong, Yi Tianhan, is a powerful person. This time in the battle with Qianye Zong, he is just hitting an egg against a stone. Once he dies, the Dakian kingdom will definitely be unstable. When the time comes, the Korean army can march south and defeat Dakian. In the palace, Yang Machung sat on the school grounds and leisurely watched the training of the Imperial Guards. He passed on the Songlong Chi entrainment technique, coupled with the training to stimulate potential in his previous life on Earth. In just a few days, the cultivation of more than 300 Imperial Guards has made great progress. But the one who made the most progress was Lu Yao. Although she is a daughter, Lu Yao's character, aptitude, and potential are all perfect. Now she has reached the early stage of inner strength. I was indeed right. Lu Yao will definitely be a big help to me in the future. Huh?
Yang Machung suddenly raised his head, and a sturdy figure had walked in. It was Ma Ping, who was sent to suppress the bandits earlier.
Your Majesty, you have lived up to your command. All 36 mountain strongholds in Dakian have been eradicated by our army. Wherever the army went, all the bandits were frightened and collapsed. This time, more than 7,000 people in the stronghold were killed and gold was seized. 100 taels. 80,000 taels of silver.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. Before going outside, you must first settle inside. A lucky draw opportunity will be given as a reward, and the country of Dakian will be rewarded with good weather for 3 years. Excuse me, does the host draw a lottery?
Lottery!
Yang Machung nodded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate spiritual weapon, the dragon-slaying sword. Yang Machung's consciousness flashed, and in his hand was a long sword made entirely of gold and painted with dragon patterns.
Your Majesty!
Ma Ping bowed his hands and said in a deep voice.
General, I heard that you are going to the Qianye sect in person. The leader of the Qianye sect, Yi Tianhan, is a strong man in the Tomai realm. There is no need for the Holy One to fight with him. As long as you say a word, I will finally lead the army and wipe out the Qianye sect. Do you think I am not Yi Tianhan's opponent?
Yang Machung raised his eyes slightly and asked leisurely.
This?
Ma Pian looked confused. He knew that Yang Machung's talent was different from ordinary people, and in a short period of time, he had improved his cultivation to the level of a master of internal energy. However, there is a huge gap between the inner strength master and the early stage of Tomai. Countless geniuses are stuck in this realm. It took Yi Tianhan more than 20 years to break through the inner strength master and reach the early stage of channeling. A difference in realm is a world of difference.
Ha ha!
Yang Machung laughed and stood up.
Everyone in the world thinks that I will be defeated by Yi Tianhan. They think that I am overestimating my own capabilities and challenge the strong men in the Tomai realm with my inner strength master cultivation. Countless people are waiting to see my jokes and see how I will be defeated by Tomai realm.
The person with strong pulse will be killed. But I will tell everyone in the world with the result, and I will chop off Yi Tianhan's head with a sword in my hand. This is the real 9-5 master.
Ma Ping's blood boiled when he heard these words. He just thinks that this is what a man should do. Chapter 48 My Country. In the next few days, Yang Machung taught Lu Yao how to practice except for the morning session. The training methods of the Imperial Guards were also spread to the military camp. When the weather was good, the entire Dakian kingdom gradually became stronger with a slow but steady pace. No one could predict the final development of Dakian kingdom, but there is no doubt that the rise of Dakian has been unstoppable. Another night, Yang Machung put his hands behind his back, looked at the endless starry sky above, and smiled lightly.
Tomorrow is the 7-day appointment between me and the Qianye sect.
In the early morning, it was just dawn. Qianye sect. When the first ray of sunlight shone on this century-old sect, the entire sect immediately woke up from its deep sleep. A large number of Qianye sect disciples came from all directions and gathered on the school field in the center of the sect. Not only the Qianye sect, but all the inner strength warriors in the entire Dakian country also rushed towards the Qianye sect. Today is the battle between Qianye sect and Emperor Dakian.
Regarding the Qianye sect, no one in Dakian knew it. The leader of the clan, Yi Tianhan, is a powerful person with unparalleled strength in the world, unrivaled by anyone. The 4 elders of the sect all have the cultivation of Neijing Grandmaster. and their strength is so great that they can even compete with Dakian. And the challenger of Qinya sect is an even more eye-catching one. The Emperor of the Day. Emperor Dakian. This young emperor, since the day he ascended the throne, has destroyed all obstacles in the country with thunderous power. He has achieved great success as a young man. And even the Forging God sect has been conquered by him. Become the unquestionable supreme power in Dakian country today. In the battle between the two sides, who will have the last laugh? Everyone is looking forward to it. The vast Chiba sect school grounds are already crowded with people. On one side of the school grounds, an old man with silver hair stood there. The old man was wearing a plain white robe, with his hands clasped behind his back, and his figure was as straight as a steel spear. He is the leader of Qinya sect, Yi Tianhan, a powerful person in Tomai realm. Around the school grounds, hundreds of disciples of the Qinya sect were standing. There are also some inner strength warriors, who are hidden from the world in Dakian. Whenever this inner strength warrior appears, there will be a low exclamation from the crowd.
Nandong Tianhong? He is actually here too? Nandong Tianhong has been washing his hands in the golden basin for 32 years. He has long since stopped caring about everything in the world. His cultivation level is only one step away from reaching the realm of Tomai. That one is Zhao Xiu, who is as famous as Nandong Tianhong. His swordsmanship is unparalleled. 32 years ago, a master of the imperial family raped Zhao Xiu's wife. Zhao Xiu entered the palace with one sword and killed 10 of them in anger. The 6 inner masters killed the thief and fled in the midst of an army of more than 1,000 people. Isn't that Yi Tianhan's junior brother? Bai Zhong? He left Qinya sect 13 years ago, supposedly to seek a way to break through the Tomai realm. And now he's back? Lian Xiao, Sun Fei.
One by one, the inner strength master warriors all appeared. Each of these people can represent a huge force. Obviously, they are also very concerned about today's battle between Yi Tianhan and Yang Maicheng. However, they wanted to see Yi Tianhan's strength with their own eyes. After all, the power of the Tomai master is far greater than that of the Neijing master. They are all strong men who have been stuck in the Neijing master for decades and cannot improve. If he could observe this battle with his own eyes, maybe he would be able to understand a little bit of truth from it.
Coming!
At this moment, Yi Tianhan, whose eyes had been closed, suddenly opened them. In his eyes, a gaze almost materialized at this moment. As he opened his eyes, the crowd gradually moved away, all looking towards the open door of Qinya sect. After a while, a young man wearing ordinary robes walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Lu Yao wore buns and held a sword in her arms, following Yang Maicheng closely.
Master of Inai Jin. Very young. It's hard to imagine that there is such a young master of inner energy.
Many of the warriors present saw Yang Maicheng for the first time. They only knew that Yang Maicheng was young. But now, they were shocked to see how young Yang Maicheng was.
I have traveled to various countries and passed through the Kanglin sect. The Kanglin sect is several times larger than our Qinya sect, with nearly 1,000 disciples. It is divided into an inner sect and an outer sect. Even the outer sect's disciples also have inner sections. Master Jin's cultivation.
Bai Zhong shook his head and said,
However, those disciples are not as young as Yang Maicheng. Yes, at such a young age, he has the cultivation of the Ni Jin Grandmaster. No wonder he dares to boast about defeating the Thousand Leaves sect with one person's power. It's a pity that he doesn't know that the journey of martial arts is not as simple as he imagined. The Ni Jin Grandmaster, and although there is only one step left between those who are strong in Tomai,
their strength is vastly different.
Said another Ni Jin master?
That's right. Now under the management of Yang Maicheng, Dakian is in good order and the national power is prosperous, which is several times stronger than before. If he can be his own emperor with peace of mind, he will definitely be able to become a wise king in the future. But it is a pity that he wants to cause trouble for Qinya sect.
A master of Ni Jin shook his head slowly. Obviously, almost no one in the room was optimistic about Yang Maicheng, the realm of cultivation, and the foundation of martial arts. The two of them are almost worlds apart. This battle started from the moment Yang Maicheng announced it, and almost everyone in the world had already anticipated the final outcome. Are you here? Yi Tianhan raised his eyes slightly, and landed on Yang Maicheng on the other side of the school field.
You are so courageous. You dare to kill the 4 elders of our Qinya sect, and even flatten our Qinya sect with bold words. Do you really think that I, a powerful meridian, will not kill you? What if I want to kill you? One person and one sword are enough to take your dog's head in the Golden Palace.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly, waved his hand, and pointed towards the outside of Qinya sect.
Yi Tianhan, standing on the top of Qinya sect. What do you see? The country. The country is picturesque.
Yi Tianhan said.
Wrong.
Yang Muchung shook his head and said loudly.
This is my country. It is my picturesque country. If I want to kill you, no one in the world can stop you. I am the Emperor. The Emperor of Dakian. You are thousands of people. Yi Zong occupies the Dakian side. Not only does he not contribute to the people, but also fails to serve the country. He has cultivated a generation of powerful officials like Hui Yin, and has brought disaster to the entire Dakian country, and has disturbed the families of countless people. As the leader of the Qinya sect, instead of cleaning up the sect, you are helping the evil tyrants. This is the first crime. The disciples of Qinya sect tried to assassinate me, but instead of strictly controlling them, you secretly fueled the situation. This is the second crime. In the presence of the king, instead of kneeling down and paying homage, he insults him. This is the third crime. 3 crimes will be punished at the same time. If I crush your Qinya sect, who else dares to say anything?
Yi Tianhan's eyes widened angrily, unable to hide the anger in his heart.
Emperor dog, if you dare to act boldly, let's see how I destroy you today.
After saying this, he waved his right hand, and in an instant, a powerful wind surged within the Qinya sect. Chapter 49, The Strongman with Tomai. There is a giant cauldron on the grounds of the Qinya sect. This huge cauldron is made of pure copper. It is as tall as a person and extremely heavy. It is placed in the center of the school grounds for the purpose of suppressing feng shui. Every disciple who joins the Qinya sect will bow 3 times to the bronze tripod before entering. Ordinary disciples can't push it at all. Even if Grandmaster Ni Jin wants to lift the bronze tripod, it will take a lot of effort. However, Yi Tianhan waved his right hand, and the mighty wind rolled towards the giant cauldron. There was a muffled sound, and a deep palm print was forcibly blasted out of the copper cauldron, which weighed nearly 10,000 kilograms.
Exerting internal energy to such an extent makes you worthy of being a strong meridian.
The Ni Jin masters around him stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They can do it if they put their inner strength outside. But like Yi Tianhan, it's simply not possible. After the internal energy is released for 3 or 4 meters, it will be unable to condense and completely dissipate. How could he be like Yi Tianhan, who blasted out a palm and smashed the copper cauldron more than 10 meters away to seal his palm?
Boom.
After receiving this palm, the bronze tripod suddenly flew past the ground like a violent rhinoceros. The surrounding rocks peeled off inch by inch and turned into dust, rushing towards Yang Muchung. The ground around him trembled, as if there was an earthquake. The disciples around were stunned, and some of the weaker warriors were so frightened that their legs trembled.
If you were hit by this bronze tripod, even the Ni Jin Grandmaster would have to vomit blood. How should Yang Muchung take over this bronze tripod?
You are worthy of being called a strong meridian.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly, and with a flick of his finger, a surge of inner energy came out. The intensity of this inner energy is slightly inferior to Yi Tianhan, but its degree of concentration is several times higher than that of Yi Tianhan. Everyone saw a ball of white light hitting the bronze tripod, and heard a boom sound, and the bronze tripod fell apart 10 steps away from Yang Muchung. The broken tripod exploded in all directions, and everyone was so shocked that they couldn't dodge. One of the fragments smashed into the Qinya sect's main hall, and there was a burst of crackling explosions, which crushed most of the entire room, causing a huge explosion. Dust.
Yang Muchung, I heard that all the 4 great internal energy masters of Qinya sect were killed by you. I didn't believe it before. Now that I see you taking action, it's true. But it's a pity. No matter how strong you are, it doesn't matter. You are only an internal energy master, and I am a powerful person. So what if you are the current emperor? I will kill you.
Yi Tianhan laughed loudly.
Since I reached the Tomai realm more than 30 years ago, I have never made a move with all my strength. In the entire Dakian, no one is my rival. Today you are lucky enough to see me in this superior body. You Neijing Grandmaster's cultivation. I hope you can withstand my 3 moves.
Hearing Yi Tianhan's words, the hearts of everyone around him were filled with chills. Blasting open the 10,000 kilogram copper cauldron with one palm was actually not Yi Tianhan's full strength. Is the Tomai expert really so powerful that no one can match him? Yang Muchung smiled faintly.
If you want to kill me, you must have this ability. Today, if you lose, I will wash out the Qinya sect with blood. Court death.
Yi Tianhan suddenly suppressed his smile, and his eyes flashed coldly.
Take my first punch.
After saying that, Yi Tianhan took a step forward and punched slowly at the same time. When Yi Tianhan raised his foot, his body was still in place. When the soles of his feet fell, the whole person appeared next to Yang Mucheng as if teleporting. When he punched out, it was like a crossbow arrow that was ready to go. It shattered all the surrounding obstacles and struck out with a seemingly slow but actually fast attitude. As a powerful person with Tomai, there is no need for any martial arts. Each punch and kick can unleash the most terrifying power.
Break!
Yang Mucheng's pupils narrowed slightly, and he also punched out. The strength of the Tomai expert did not allow him to hesitate at all, and his inner energy suddenly burst out, condensing on his right fist like a volcano, and hit Yi Tianhan's fist hard. But the power contained in the opponent's fist was so strong that it tore apart Yang Mucheng's inner strength at that moment, causing his body to tremble and explode towards the rear. At this time, Yi Tianhan's second blow had arrived. He spread out his hands and flew up like an eagle, quickly approaching Yang Mucheng and striking at him with one leg. This leg was chopped down like a giant axe. Before the attack could arrive, the aura of the Tomai expert was already crushing him, like a huge mountain falling on Yang Mucheng, making him unable to move. Just as Yang Mucheng raised his hands to block, Yi Tianhan's leg suddenly came down. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and the invisible sound wave brought up a wave of air visible to the naked eye, with Yang Mu as the center and spreading in all directions. This wave of air blew away the disciples who had gathered around them and carried them tens of meters away. Even those with strong inner strength had slightly changed expressions, and they all retreated backwards in shock. But they saw Yang Mucheng standing there. The ground beneath his feet completely exploded, and cracks spread along his body to most of the school grounds.
The last punch!
Yi Tianhan snorted, and used his moves freely. A powerful blow had already hit Yang Mucheng's chest. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and under everyone's shocked eyes, Yang Mucheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was shot backwards like an arrow from the string, and crashed into a main hall of Qinya sect. Just hearing the sound of click, 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 the hall collapsed completely, collapsed heavily, and turned into ashes. At this time, Yi Tianhan slowly landed on the ground with his hands behind his back, completely unlike someone who had experienced a battle before.
Is this how scary Tomai warriors are? Simply unbeatable.
There was a sound of gasping all around. In the distance, several Ni Jin masters were also stunned.
How many moves can you catch?
Bai Zhong asked after a moment.
Although there is only one step difference between the initial stage of Tomai and the master of Neijing, their strength is worlds apart. Yi Tianhan's strength has reached the extreme. If I were to play, I might not be able to defeat him with 3 moves.
Nandong Tianhong shook his head and said,
I should be able to barely catch 3 moves, but taking these 3 moves must be exhausting my inner energy. Any ordinary person can kill me.
Zhao Xiao said with a bitter smile.
I'm even worse. I only have 2 moves.
The Ni Jin grandmasters all around were secretly frightened. In the entire Dakian kingdom, no one could resist Yi Tianhan's 3 moves.
Little girl, take the body of your dog emperor and leave our Qinya sect. Warn those in the court that if anyone dares to provoke our Qinya sect in the future, they will end up like this dog emperor.
Yi Tianhan looked at it proudly. To Lu Yaoer. Lu Yaoer held a dragon-slaying sword in her arms, but stood like a flagpole. When she heard Yi Tianhan's words, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she said,
How can the strength of the Holy Lord be understood by ordinary people like you? Let alone 3 moves. Even if it is 30 moves or 300 moves, you can't even think of defeating him. You're right.
At this time, a burst of laughter came from the ruins of the main hall. A gust of wind danced, and Yang Mucheng walked out slowly.
You took 3 moves from me, and you didn't die?
Yi Tianhan narrowed his eyes. Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said,
Yi Tianhan, since you have made so many moves, it's time to see how powerful I am.
Before he finished speaking, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he had already used the heaven-shaking seal. Chapter 50 The Sword is Coming. With the internal energy poured in, the heaven-turning seal rose up when it saw the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a small mountain and rolled towards Yi Tianhan. As soon as the seal was pressed down, the strong wind shook it. There was only a loud crackling sound. And at this moment, the stone slabs on the school field exploded from near to far, turning into powder and sweeping around. The heaven-turning seal fell too fast, and the crushing power was too strong. By the time Yi Tianhan responded, the heaven-turning seal had already hit the top of his head.
Get out of my way!
He roared loudly and punched the heaven-turning seal. Suddenly golden light surged and his inner energy exploded.
Too strong!
Yang Mucheng and Yi Tianhan fought, and the warriors around them were shocked. It seems that these two people are like gods who turn the rivers and seas upside down and turn the sun, moon and stars upside down. With each punch and kick, the strong wind surged, making people feel like a bright moon without light. The school ground with a radius of more than 100 meters has been completely razed to the ground, and the once magnificent Qianya sect has also been reduced to ruins.
The cultivation level of the Tomai expert is almost as high as the sky. Every punch and kick can burst out with supreme power. But what is even more terrifying is Yang Mucheng. His cultivation level is obviously only that of the Ni Jin Grandmaster. But he is enough to compete with Yi Tianhan. With physical strength alone, they are evenly matched. With the heaven-turning seal, they are able to suppress Yi Tianhan. It is still unknown who will win in this battle.
Zhao Xiu sighed. The warriors around all nodded. In their opinion, Yang Mucheng, who is the only master of Ni Jin, would definitely be suppressed and beaten by Yi Tianhan. But who would have expected that it would end like this? There were even several times when even Yi Tianhan was forced into danger by Liang Xiao.
Although Yang Mucheng is the current emperor, he is a prodigy in martial arts. At such a young age, he has reached the level of master of inner energy. If he is given a few more years, he might as well become a powerful Tomai master.
Bai Zhong shook his head and praised.
Brother Bai is right.
Nandong Tianhong nodded.
But unfortunately, Yang Mucheng is only a master of internal energy after all. And there is a big gap between him and the powerful Tomai. And he can only suppress Yi Tianhan with the help of the heaven-turning seal. If Yi Tianhan will if the heaven-shaking seal is blasted away, Yang Mucheng will definitely be defeated. That's right.
Several inner strength masters around him all nodded. They could all see that Yang Mucheng's inner strength and physical foundation were inferior to Yi Tianhan's. If it hadn't been for Fan Tianyan's strange moves to change the situation of the battle, Yang Mucheng would have been defeated. Boom! At this time, a loud noise pulled everyone back to the battlefield. A burst of golden light burst out, and Yi Tianhan punched the heaven-turning seal again. With this punch, although he blasted out the heaven-shaking seal, he also suffered the blow, and his body involuntarily flew backwards. But the heaven-turning seal shrank suddenly, and turned around in the sky before returning to Yang Mucheng's palm.
Tai!
Seeing the two separated, such an idea rose in the minds of everyone around them.
Why not?
Yi Tianhan couldn't do anything about this heaven-shaking seal, so there was no way he could kill Yang Mucheng. And Yang Mucheng was naturally unable to kill Yi Tianhan. Could it be that this pinnacle battle within the Qianya sect would end in a draw?
No wonder you have the guts to kill our Qianya sect. It turns out you have this heaven-shaking seal.
Yi Tianhan exhaled a rainbow-like turbid air and looked at Yang Mucheng.
But, do you think you are the only one who has magic weapons? Ha ha. Senior brother is going to use that magic weapon.
Bai Zhong heard this, and immediately clapped his hands and shouted. At this time, everyone looked towards Bai Zhong. Bai Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Yi Tianhan and said,
There is a high-grade spiritual weapon in the Qianya sect, called the Red Flame True Dragon. It is made of fire spirit wood and white dragon bones. This magic weapon belongs to the Qianya sect. The treasure of the sect is a magical weapon that only the sect master can possess. The heaven-turning seal in Yang Mucheng's hand is only a middle-grade spiritual level. But the Red Flame True Dragon is a high-grade spiritual level. Hee hee. It seems that this battle is won.
Does the Qianya sect still have such magical weapons? Everyone looked at Yi Tianhan in surprise. Yi Tianhan shook his head and said,
I originally thought that with my own cultivation, I could kill you. But I didn't expect that your heaven-shaking seal made it impossible for me to do anything to you. I originally didn't plan to use this magic. It's a weapon, but it has to be used for the sake of Qianya sect's century-old foundation.
He looked at Yang Mucheng and said,
Yang Mucheng, you are today's emperor and a wise king. It is a pity to kill you like this. If you give up here and swear never to be an enemy of our Qianya sect, I can let you live. Leave.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyes slightly, smiled faintly, and said,
Yi Tianhan, based on your words, if I win, I can let Qianya sect go. Of course, the premise is that Qianya sect disciples must join our band.
Inside the guards. It seems that you are stubborn?
Yi Tianhan said angrily.
As soon as my red flame true dragon emerges, there will be no blood, and it will not stop. When the time comes, I will burn you alive into charcoal. If you have no time to admit defeat now, you will have to admit defeat again after I sacrifice the red flame true dragon. It's too late. Really? I want to learn about your red flame true dragon,
Yang Mucheng said leisurely.
Since you are seeking death, I won't let you live.
Yi Tianhan roared and took out something from under his wrist. The object looked like a bracelet, but it was made of wood. It looked like a wooden dragon, but it had the dragon's head biting its tail. He sacrificed the wooden bracelet, and in an instant, a shocking dragon roar resounded over Qinya sect,
and a steaming flame flashed with a bang. In everyone's eyes, the wooden bracelet turned into a head with a length of 12 mi. The mad dragon whose whole body is burning with flames. Roar! The red flame true dragon let out a roar. The flames rose, and the temperature in Qinya sect suddenly increased. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were in a blazing furnace, as if they would be burned to ashes at any time.
Is that a high-grade spiritual weapon?
Countless people inside and outside Qinya sect looked shocked. This kind of magic weapon is enough to kill a strong person in the Tomai realm. Right? At the same time that the red flame true dragon was formed, it was already blasting out like an arrow from the string, rushing towards Yang Mucheng. Even the heaven-shaking seal that Yang Mucheng sacrificed could not stop the footsteps of the red flame true dragon. Instead, it was swept away by the red flame true dragon's tail and hit the ground hard, making a dull sound.
Yang Mucheng, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. If you die today under my red flame dragon, you can rest in peace,
Yi Tianhan said angrily. However, when he looked at Yang Mucheng, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his back, without any fear in his eyes, but with a faint smile.
Why are you laughing?
Yi Tianhan yelled.
I laugh at your ignorance.
Yang Mucheng shook his head leisurely.
Is Red Flame a real dragon? I will kill you. A real dragon. In front of everyone in the world today.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng reached towards the void with his right hand and shouted at the same time.
Here comes the sword!
Clang! In an instant, the sword light shined. A sound of swords resounded over the Qinya sect. Hearing the sound of swords, Yi Tianhan's eyes became solemn, and an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Chapter 51: The Death of the Strong Man in Talmai.
The little Qinya sect is like a firefly in front of me. De Qian, you are just a channeling warrior, but you also want to compete with Hao Yue? Today, I will kill the fire dragon with my sword.
The dragon-slaying sword flew out of Lu Yaoer's arms and fell into Yang Mucheng's hands. At this moment, his aura changed, and he was like a god standing tall, making people want to kneel down and worship him. The surging fighting spirit also burst out from his body.
Xu Zi, how dare you speak so arrogantly?
Yi Tianhan shouted angrily and bluffed with his right hand. At this moment, he was wearing a white robe, dancing in the wind, his silver hair rising, and his aura billowing. He formed a seal with both hands, and the energy in his body surged out and poured into the red flame true dragon. A shocking roar was heard, and the red flame dragon's body suddenly grew several times under the surge of fire, and then it rushed towards Yang Mucheng. At this moment, the sky seemed to be completely burned. The gazes that everyone looked at Yang Mucheng even became distorted and blurred at this moment.
Oh! The victory or defeat has been decided.
In the crowd, Bai Zhong secretly sighed.
Yang Mucheng has been able to fight against senior brother Yi Tianhan for so long with his inner strength master cultivation. If he is given a few more years, he will definitely be able to defeat senior brother. It's a pity that he can't count. One wrong step. Our Qinya sect still has a high-grade spiritual weapon. If a few more years pass, Yang Mucheng will definitely be able to become a strong man. Unfortunately, he is young and vigorous. Although he is a wise king of a generation, he will eventually fall like this. After Yang Mucheng's death, Dakian, who finally rose up. Will we have to break up from now on?
Zhao Shou shook his head secretly.
What?
He? At this moment, there was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. However, when facing the attack of the red flame dragon, Yang Mucheng not only had no intention of dodge, but instead slowly closed his eyes.
Is he giving up?
Someone asked. But when I thought about it, it was natural. Yang Mucheng's biggest reliance is nothing more than the heaven-shaking seal. Now, the heaven-turning seal has been blasted away by the red flame true dragon.
and he no longer has a life-saving trump card in his hand. Even if he withstood the attack of this red flame dragon, how much energy would he have left to face a covetous Meridians? Just when everyone looked at Yang Mucheng. Just when the red flame true dragon rushed towards Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng suddenly opened his eyes. He took a step forward and slashed with his sword at the same time. At this moment, it seemed as if the heaven and earth stopped, and all sound seemed to disappear. There is only this one sword in the sky and on the earth. This sword was like Lu Qinsheng's force splitting Mount Hua, and like a giant spirit god turning over Mount Sumeru. With his indomitable sword intent, he slashed out a lightning-like sword light, slashing at the rushing red flame dragon. Silently, the body of the red flame true dragon was split into two and chopped into two pieces. After this moment, the whole world resumed its operation. What? Under Yi Tianhan's ashen look, Yang Mucheng slashed the real dragon with his sword, and the arrogant red flame real dragon crashed to the ground. This high-grade spiritual weapon could not withstand the opponent's sword. Yang Mucheng slowly fell down and exhaled a breath of turbid air like an arrow. Yi Tianhan, I will kill your real dragon with this sword. Do you accept it? Yang Mucheng held the dragon-slaying sword and looked at Yi Tianhan. Yi Tianhan is very strong. As a strong person in the Tomai realm, both physically and internally, he is far superior to those with strong inner strength. Coupled with the red flame true dragon, his strength is almost unbeatable. Unfortunately, he met Yang Mucheng. He met Yang Mucheng, who had practiced the ancient heaven-swallowing technique and possessed the best spiritual weapons. Yang Mucheng crushed all his pride into pieces and trampled on it severely. Now, he has no means or any trump card. This is impossible! Yi Tianhan felt like he was mourning the exam and couldn't believe it. Using this red flame true dragon, not to mention the inner strength master Yang Mucheng, even hundreds of inner strength masters will be torn apart in an instant. But now, he was chopped off with a sword. Sword kills the real dragon! Not only Yi Tianhan, but everyone around him was stunned. Previously, when Yang Mucheng said that he wanted to slay a real dragon with a sword, everyone just thought that he would still be stubborn even when he was about to die. But now it seems that he does have this ability. Some timid warriors were almost unsteady on their feet, watching this scene helplessly, and even the weapons in their hands fell to the ground without knowing it. The red flame true dragon was almost invincible in their eyes, but now it was killed by this sword, which was simply shocking. Escape! A trace of fear flashed in Yi Tianhan's eyes. No matter what, if he stayed any longer, there would be only death. He wanted to kill Yang Mucheng with all his moves. And why didn't Yang Mucheng want to kill him? Just a little tip of Yi Tianhan's toes, and his whole body was swept away by a strong gust of wind. The speed was extremely fast, like an arrow leaving the string, and he escaped from the school grounds in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for anyone present to catch it with the naked eye. Yi Tianhan, do you think you can leave alive today? Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. Boom! As soon as he stepped on the sole of his foot, his inner energy suddenly exploded. Under this shocking inner energy, the entire school ground sank into a deep pit several meters in diameter. A wave of air visible to the naked eye swept out at this moment, causing the surrounding winds to turmoil and violently blowing away more than 100 disciples outside the school grounds. And Yang Mucheng rushed away quickly, catching up with Yi Tianhan in an instant. No! Yi Tianhan felt this overwhelming murderous intention, and at the last moment, he actually had the idea of dying together. He slapped his right hand forward, like Buddha's five-finger mountain, hitting Yang Mucheng's face hard. But it's too late. Yang Mucheng's sword was too fast and too fierce. There was just a pop sound, and the dragon-slaying sword penetrated Yi Tianhan's right hand. Under Yi Tianhan's shocked gaze, the speed did not slow down, and it rushed out quickly, penetrating Yi Tianhan's throat. Boom! At the same time, this shocking sword nailed Yi Tianhan's body to the Qianya sect's plaque of Century Sect. The blood spurted out was scattered all over the plaque. Yang Mucheng slowly landed, and at the same time, he waved his right hand. The dragon-slaying sword inserted into Yi Tianhan's throat made a clanging sound, and returned to Lu Yaoer's arms as if it was spiritual. At this moment, there was silence in the Qianya sect. Only the sound of the dragon-slaying sword being sheathed. Boom! It wasn't until Yi Tianhan's lifeless body was smashed to the ground with a muffled sound that everyone regained their attention. Yi Tianhan is dead? Bai Zhong said this tremblingly. A strong person in the Tong'ai realm died like this? Died! Countless eyes were all focused on Yang Mucheng. With the death of Yi Tianhan,
A legend in the past of Dacian Kingdom has fallen, and a new era has slowly begun. However, what shocked everyone more was yet to come. Boom! As soon as Yi Tian'an died, Yang Muqing's aura, which was originally a master of inner energy, increased crazily. The huge internal energy is like a rainbow rising into the sky. Chapter 52 Breaking Through the Tomai Realm. Boom! At this moment, the aura that reached the sky was condensed and never dispersed. After reaching its peak, it slowly disappeared into Yang Muqing's body. If it could be said that Yang Muqing's killing of Yi Tian'an was a shock before, then now it was equivalent to a thunderbolt.
Tomai! He broke through. After today, no one in Dacian will dare to offend Tian Wei.
After sensing that Yang Muqing had reached the Tomai realm, some of the Neijin masters, who originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to swarm up and kill Yang Muqing, had a trace of fear in their eyes. 15-year-old powerful person with Tomai. This is simply astonishing. Call. Yang Muqing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The strength of the qi, blood and essence in Yi Tian'an's body simply exceeded his imagination. This directly caused his cultivation to break through the Neijin Grandmaster and reach the realm of Tomai.
I wonder if killing these Neijin masters will allow me to further my cultivation and reach the middle stage of Tomai.
Yang Muqing glanced lightly and looked at the more than 10 Neijin masters inside and outside the school. All the powerful masters, who were stared at by his eyes, trembled at this moment, and cold sweat broke out. The other party's eyes were so terrifying, as if they were aloof gods, and they unknowingly turned into ants that could be crushed to death at will.
Forget it. Grandmaster Neijin's energy and blood are too thin for me now. Even if I kill him, it won't improve much.
These inner strength people don't know that they have gone back and forth in the gate of H.L. After a while, someone finally came to his senses, dropped his weapons, slammed his knees to the ground, and shouted,
"Congratulations, Your Majesty, for your breakthrough."
At first, there were only 2 or 3 sounds, but gradually, the sounds gathered into a shocking torrent, almost overturning the entire sky. Everyone's heart is filled with sadness. Too strong. Even though Yang Muqing had previously killed 4 Neijin masters of the Qinya sect, many Neijin warriors were still dissatisfied, thinking that he was only able to do all this with the help of magic weapons. But now, he killed Yi Tian'an, and his cultivation reached the early stage of channeling. Just relying on this record is enough to intimidate many internal warriors throughout Dacian.
I broke through my internal energy and reached the channel. To show my magnanimity, I let go of the Qinya sect disciples present. But
Yang Muqing's words immediately made many people breathe a sigh of relief. But his protracted tone made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Just listen to him continue.
You warriors are my subjects. As citizens, you naturally have to share the country's worries. Today, all the warriors present have joined my Imperial Guards. What do you think?
What an appetite! In addition to Qinya sect, there are more than 200 Neijin warriors here. Does this young emperor want to swallow all the Neijin warriors?
As for you Neijin Grandmasters, I will appoint you as the chief instructors of the Imperial Guard. Do you have any objections?
Yang Muqing put his hands behind his back. Although it was a question, there was an unquestionable tone in the words.
No comment.
Everyone shook their heads. They didn't dare to have any opinions. Even a powerful person like Yi Tian'an couldn't stand a chance against the opponent's sword. What's more, what about them? At this point in the battle, Yang Muqing won a complete victory. Not only did he follow his instructions to defeat the Qinya sect, but he also subdued more than 300 warriors and a dozen inner strength masters. He incorporated these warriors into the Imperial Guard and participated in daily training. As for the several Neijin masters, they only taught the Imperial Guard how to fight and manage the Dacian army by the way. Within Dogon, the 2 major sects were completely destroyed. At this point, the internal worries are completely relieved. In the harem, Yang Muqing soaked quietly in the imperial pool. Xiao Rong held her shoulders, and the palace maid on the side fed the peeled fruit into his mouth. Yang Muqing couldn't help feeling satisfied. According to the original plan, if he could conquer 30% of the more than 300 warriors, he could secretly enjoy themselves. But in the end, he made a breakthrough in cultivation and reached the Tomai realm. Not only did he subdue all the warriors, but even the dozen Neijin masters were killed in one fell swoop. Today, the national power of Dacian has reached its peak level, far exceeding that of previous emperors.
In this era, a warrior with inner strength is equivalent to an accomplished master and is not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. As for the sect, it is more like a gangster. It is simply impossible to expect him to help. If the imperial court is weak, the sect may still rebel. Come and bully the imperial court. Only some warriors, who have deviations in cultivation or are desperate, will seek refuge in the imperial court. Therefore, the number of warriors in the imperial court is very rare. Now my imperial guards have 600 warriors, the lowest of which are in the middle stage of internal strength. There are more than 10. The strength of the remaining NEI Gene Masters is evident. The 5,000 Black Flag Army has also broken through and become warriors. Such military power is simply unmatched in this world. Yang Macheng thought secretly. Certainly, Yang Macheng also understood that continuous development of military strength would not make the country strong. As the saying goes, only when the people are rich can the country be strong. Therefore, during this period, he issued many imperial edicts. First, urban renewal. The buildings in this world are not as orderly as those in China in the previous life. Instead, they appear disorganized. This makes management very inconvenient. Yang Macheng plans to build a huge urban area. A city can accommodate hundreds of thousands, or even nearly 1 million people. Unlike the current city, which only has 30,000 or 40,000 people. Second, open up fields. Food is the most important thing for the people. If the people cannot fill their bellies, there will be a lot of riots and unrest. Outside the imperial city, there were many abandoned fields, and Yang Macheng provided some free reclamation tools to the civilians for them to plant. Third, popularize cultivation and education. Cultivation is easy to understand. It is to pass on the basic Qi and training technique to the people and let them practice it on their own. If you meet someone with talent, you can recruit them into the army to enhance national strength. As for education, it is about enlightening people's wisdom. However, these are a relatively long process and cannot be effective in a short period of time. It can take as little as 3 to 5 years, or as many as decades. Yang Macheng just issued the order, and the lower-level officials would publicize the rest. Your Majesty, the Qianya sect's assets have been inventoried. At this time, Xiao Rong's voice slowly sounded. 72 low-grade spiritual martial arts. 6 middle-grade spiritual martial arts. 1 high-grade spiritual martial art. As for the spiritual weapon, there is only 1 low-grade broken blade. As for the magic weapon, it is not a single thing. So poor. Yang Macheng shook his head. A century-old sect only had this little knowledge. I know all this. Is there any other news? There is also a treasure map. Then show me. Yang Macheng took it and took a look. It was indeed a treasure map, but it was very simple and obviously dated. Moreover, the location marked on this map is not in Dagon, but in Silla. I don't know if this map is real or fake. Yang Macheng thought to himself. At this moment, a burst of shouting came from outside. Zhang Weisher of Silla. The eldest princess Guanjing asks to see you. Chapter 53 Blazing Lion. After a while, the two sides met at Qianqing Palace. How are we discussing the matter? Yang Macheng looked at Zhang Weisher calmly. After going back and forth to Silla for a month or two, Zhang Weisher was definitely not just hanging out, but definitely discussing reinforcements with the Silla Emperor. So Yang Macheng didn't beat around the bush and asked straight to the point. Our Majesty has agreed to His Majesty's request, Zhang Weisher said. Zhang Weisher smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he had hopes in his heart that if Guanjing could climb onto Yang Muqing's bed, he might be able to make the young emperor relent. However, it was a pity that Guanjing stayed in Dakian these days, and Yang Macheng did not even give him a chance to enter the palace. Your Majesty, our Majesty has a condition. If you can defeat the Goryeo army, we are willing to return 6 cities to you. If you cannot defeat them, we will not be able to deliver any of them. Zhang Weisher looked at Yang Macheng and said cautiously. Yang Macheng nodded. Transactions at the national level are not as easy to bargain as buying vegetables at the wet market. He had known for a long time that it was not that simple to recover the several cities that had been occupied from Silla. I really didn't expect that the other party would actually repel the Goryeo army at the expense. Okay, I agree. However, I will say the ugly things first. If you, Silla, dare to go back on your word, I will take back what belongs to me from Silla 10-fold and 100-fold. Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Weisher. Of course, Zhang Weisher felt his whole body hairy at the sight of Yang Macheng, and couldn't help but said bravely. Yang Macheng continued. There are so many military orders, I will first tidy up and arrange the matters in the palace. And then I will go to Silla with you.
After saying that, Yang Mucheng left Jianqing Palace.
Zhang Weisher, do you have any plans to give the city to Daqian?
Guan Jing asked quickly. Zhang Weisher laughed and said,
Do you think Dagon's 5,000 troops are capable of blocking the 50,000 troops of Goryeo? Even if they defeated the Goryeo army, Dagon must have been seriously injured. Do you think that at that time, his vitality was seriously injured? Dagon, is he still capable of asking for 6 cities from us? I don't believe that Yang Mucheng has the courage to attack our Silla.
Guan Jing said anxiously.
Zhang Weisher, aren't you cheating?
Zhang Weisher shook his head and said with a smile,
Your Highness, Princess, this is not a lie, but a strategy. But, no need to but.
Zhang Weisher interrupted Guan Jing's words and said with a smile,
Between countries, the big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimp. Goryeo wants to swallow up our Silla, but our Silla don't want to swallow the big stem?
Yang Mucheng made simple arrangements. Naturally, he would not mobilize the 500 imperial guards, but would stay in Dagon to prevent rebellion. In his absence, Shirong took charge. Everything can be done first and later without his permission. The 5,000 Black Flag army was the main force in this battle. However, the armor and weapons have not been completely built yet, so we cannot set off yet. As for his entourage, he only planned to bring 2 people with him. One is Baizhong, and the other is Lu Yao. In the afternoon of that day, Yang Mucheng followed Zhang Weisher and his party out of the imperial city and rushed to Silla. A few days later, the motorcade arrived at the Silla imperial city in a mighty manner.
Your Majesty, please rest for a while at the inn. I will go and report to your Majesty.
Zhang Weisher cupped his hands and left with Guan Jing.
What are you doing? Aren't you asking for help and troops from our Daqian? The Holy Emperor has come in person, and the King of Silla didn't come out to greet you?
Baizhong was vaguely unhappy. Yang Mucheng smiled and said,
You are a person from the world and don't understand the rules of the court. The etiquette of interactions between countries is complicated and cumbersome, especially when the emperors of 2 countries meet. It is not as simple as ordinary people meeting for dinner. Now that we are here, Silla, let's go for a walk and see the customs here.
At that moment, a group of 3 people wandered around the imperial city. Daqian and Xinluo are neighboring countries, and the difference between them and the imperial cities is not too big.
Get out of the way! Get out of the way!
At this moment, a roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came from behind, followed immediately by a rapid trampling sound of beasts' hooves from behind. Apparently a large number of troops were approaching. Hearing this strange movement, pedestrians on the road quickly moved out of the way, and Yang Mucheng also quickly stepped aside and looked back. I saw a group of people galloping towards the end of the street. The leader of this group of people is a 16 or 17-year-old boy. This boy wears a feather crown on his head, a jade belt around his waist, and is gorgeously dressed. He is obviously not an ordinary rich man. What surprised Yang Mucheng was the young man's mount. This is a lion-like monster that is more than 3 meters long. The hair on this monster's body is extremely red. From a distance, it looks like a ball of fire running wildly. What surprised him even more was that this lion-like monster actually had a cultivation level equivalent to the late stage of Ni Jin.
Your Majesty, this is a low-grade monster?
Baizhong reminded in a low voice.
Monster beasts correspond to warriors.
Low-level monster beasts correspond to inner-strength warriors. Medium monster beasts correspond to Tonghai realm warriors. And high-grade monster beasts correspond to horizontal refining realm warriors. I heard that monsters are generally wild and difficult to tame. How can this young man ride a monster?
Yang Mucheng asked.
Holy Lord, you don't know anything. When the monster beast is born, it is not yet ferocious. You only need to take the monster's cub out of the nest and feed it carefully, and it will be as loyal as a mastiff. The strength of the monster beast is generally strong. Compared to warriors of the same level, they are not only physically stronger, but also fearless of life and death, like this flaming lion. Although it only has the strength of the late stage of internal energy, it can defeat the warriors at the peak of internal energy.
Baizhong continued. I see. Only after hearing Baizhong's explanation did he understand. I have wanted to form a cavalry unit for a long time, but it's a pity that I can't find suitable mounts. Ordinary war horses, although gentle in temperament, are easy to tame, but they are not strong enough to fight for a long time. If they can cultivate a cavalry unit composed entirely of monsters, they can come and go like the wind. Today's blazing lion reminded me that I can do this in the future. At this moment, the flaming mad lion had already arrived in front of the three of them. Ah! After all, it was the first time for Lu Yao to see a monster. So she was inevitably nervous. Especially when the flaming lion passed by, like a ball of flames, and she suddenly screamed in surprise. But he didn't expect that this scream would anger the flaming lion. Roar! The flaming mad lion let out a roar, and deviated directly from its original route. Its 4 gleaming claws stepped on the ground, making a big hole in the ground. At the same time, he jumped up quickly and rushed towards Lu Yao. At this moment, Lu Yao's eyes widened, and she was stunned by the unexpected scene. Chapter 54 Prince. Roar! The roar of the blazing lion was like a sound-killing attack, shaking the wind and sand in a radius of several meters. Some passers-by were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Although the flaming mad lion was not rushing towards them, they could still feel the tremendous pressure at this moment. Baizhong. Yang Maicheng frowned and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Baizhong pounced forward, rushing forward like a whirlwind. Just when the flaming lion's claws were less than half an inch away from Lu Yao's head, Baizhong's palm had already been slapped out, hitting the flaming lion's claws hard. As a master of inner strength, Baizhong's palm is so powerful that it can break mountains, crack rocks, break gold and jade, which is an understatement. There was only a clicking sound of bones breaking, and then the flaming lion let out a mournful cry, and the 3-meter-long flaming lion flew directly towards the street. Boom! However, the young man on the back of the blazing lion flew backwards. Presumptuous. When the guards in the front and rear team saw this scene, they immediately shouted loudly, and the long team gathered into one and immediately surrounded the 3 people. One of the strong men, who looked like a leader, held a riding whip and swept it towards Yang Maicheng. Snapped. This whip seems to be an understatement, but when the whip is struck, the air seems to burst. A strong wind swept across, causing the surrounding ground to be spotless. This strong man is actually an internally powerful warrior. Yang Maicheng snorted coldly and grabbed the riding whip with his backhand. You want to grab my whip? The strong man sneered, and with a flick of his wrist, the long whip in his hand immediately swung in the air, and dozens of phantoms suddenly appeared. It was more like a poisonous snake making a hissing sound, as if the air had been sucked away. At the same time, the strong man shouted coldly, These 3 people are assassins sent by Goryo to attack the prince. They will be killed in the street. Court death. Yang Maicheng frowned slightly. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Before the strong man finished speaking, he had already swept away his sleeve. An inner energy burst out, causing the whip to fly away. At the same time, this inner energy shook the strong man's chest. Just hearing a dong sound, the strong man's chest dented with a slap mark. At the same time, a piece of his back bulged out at the opposite position. All the bones in his body made a crackling sound at this moment. Everyone was watching under the shocked gaze. He flew out like a kite with its strings broken, and fell hard to the ground. When everyone looked at it, he was already dead. Master! The pupils of everyone around them shrank, but they understood that these 3 people were definitely warriors. The soldiers who were originally planning to continue attacking the 3 men hesitated. Wow! At this moment, a sound came from the ruins. The young man who had fallen down earlier jumped up angrily. He glanced at the flaming lion with a broken claw and couldn't hide the anger in his heart. Where are you bastards who dare to be so arrogant in front of this prince? If you dare to hurt my prince's flaming lion, I will arrest you all and kill you. Prince. Everyone around them was shocked. They only knew that this young man had a noble status, but they didn't expect him to be so unusual. They all looked at Yang Maicheng and the others with sympathy. I didn't expect it to be the current crown prince. Someone exclaimed in surprise. It's over. It's over. I've offended the crown prince. These 3 people won't be able to live anymore no matter how powerful they are. Someone shook his head and said to himself. What did you say? Baizhong said angrily. It was clearly your flaming lion that attacked our companion. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have died under the claws of the flaming lion. And I was just trying to save people. What kind of status do I have? How noble is I? You untouchables are just like ants. Just kill me. How dare you talk back to this prince? The young man clasped his hands behind his back, his face full of pride. Although the passers-by around him were dissatisfied, they were helpless. How noble is the status of a prince? It can even be said that he is already the next emperor.
Now it is even lower than 1 person, and above 10,000 people. He can kill whoever he wants. Even Baizhong was frightened. Even though he was a strong master of internal energy, he did not dare to offend a prince.
Baizhong, slap your mouth,
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
Yes.
Baizhong was shocked when he heard this. What about the prince? Standing behind him is Emperor Daqian, a powerful man in Tamai. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through his whole body, and he rushed in front of the prince. This prince is not uneducated. He still has some abilities, and he has actually reached the middle stage of internal strength. He saw Baizhong rushing toward him, shouted, "Protect," and at the same time struck Baizhong with a palm. But he was not Baizhong's opponent. Baizhong neutralized the prince's attack with a simple grab, and approached the opponent. At the same time, he opened his bow with his left and right hands, and slapped him with more than a dozen slaps in a row, and a crackling sound was heard. After the fight, he turned into a force of wind and returned behind Yang Mucheng. Dozens of guards around him were unable to intercept him. Look at the other person again. This Silla prince's cheeks were swollen. His eyes were almost bulging out. Blood was flowing wildly, and a few teeth were missing. How could he have the same luxurious appearance as before? The people around him all swallowed their saliva.
You're so brave.
Someone shook his head.
Even the current prince dares to beat him. If the prince just says a word, his head will be lost.
Many people already had a premonition that they were in big trouble.
You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?
The prince's eyes almost burst into flames.
I am the current crown prince. I've killed more people than you've ever seen. I can mobilize more than 100 powerful warriors. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't survive.
He looked at Yang Mucheng with a cannibalistic look.
How dare you hit me? So what if I beat you?
Yang Mucheng said calmly.
If you were not the Prince of Silla, I could kill you just by relying on what you said before.
Boom. Everyone around was shocked.
Who is this kid? I thought the prince was bold enough, but I didn't expect this kid to be even bolder,
someone said in surprise.
Yes. If you dare to talk to the prince like this, no one in the whole world can save him.
Some people shook their heads and sighed secretly.
You are?
The prince's pupils closed, and he remembered that the emperor of Daqian Kingdom would come to their Silla today. The young man in front of me looks exactly like what John Weisher said. Could it be that he is the emperor of Daqian Kingdom?
Are you Yang Mucheng? Yes.
Yang Mucheng nodded lightly.
Ha 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 ha.
As soon as he finished speaking, the prince burst out laughing wildly. He looked at Yang Mucheng with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice,
Yang Mucheng, you are the emperor of Daqian, and you are the absolute emperor in Daqian Kingdom. But don't forget, here it's our Silla. In Silla, even if you are a dragon, you must lie down for me. In my age, I have taught the prime minister a lesson and beaten the general, but I have never beaten the king of a country. Today, I will try it on you.
The prince's eyes narrowed slightly and fell on Yang Mucheng.
Come here. Arrest him. I will teach him a lesson and let him know whose territory Silla Kingdom is.
Chapter 55. What a big deal. These two are at loggerheads. After hearing the prince's words, the expressions of passers-by around him changed. This is going to provoke a dispute between the two countries. No matter how high Yang Mucheng's status is, he is only the emperor of Daqian. He only brought one entourage and one maid. If the prince really wanted to kill him, he would never be able to leave the imperial city alive.
Yes.
At this moment, the guards all around shouted and surrounded Yang Mucheng and the three of them. Far away, the archers also loaded their bows and aimed their arrows at this side. As long as the prince gave the order, these three people would definitely be able to pierce the heart with thousands of arrows. The faces of the people around him changed dramatically, and they retreated into the distance. The fight between the prince and the emperor was like a fight between gods to them.
Yang Mucheng, so what if you are the emperor? At this time, in our Silla Kingdom, even if you are the emperor, I still have to kneel down.
The prince crossed his arms and looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile.
If you beg for mercy now, it may still be too late. I can consider letting you go. However, if you offended my prince today, you must at least give up the land to compensate. Just you?
Yang Mucheng said leisurely.
How can you still laugh when you are about to die?
The prince asked angrily. Yang Mucheng flicked his fingers, and a burst of inner energy shot out. Everyone around saw a white light passing before their eyes. This white light was like a whirlpool that spread tens of meters from Yang Mucheng's feet and spanned the entire street.
The 3 leading guards were immediately chopped into. The flaming lion lying on the ground groaning was killed on the spot before he could escape. The white light continued unabated and blasted into a house. A loud roaring sound was heard, and the house was razed to the ground in an instant. In the center of the street, a deep ravine was blasted out.
Oh my God!
The weapons in the hands of the surrounding guards clanged to the ground, but they did not notice it at all. Instead, they stared at Yang Mucheng with wide eyes. The power of this finger has simply reached the level of heaven.
What would you look like if I hit you with this finger?
Yang Mucheng glanced at the prince lightly. The arrogant prince's face was as white as a sheet of paper, and he was so frightened that he trembled all over. Yang Mucheng's finger not only killed a low-level monster, but also killed 7 or 8 people. It even split the entire street into 2. If it hit him, wouldn't there be no bones left?
I came to Silla for the alliance against Goryo. But you, as the Prince of Silla, have repeatedly provoked me. You may be exempted from death penalty, but you cannot escape from living crime,
Yang Mucheng said calmly. If Yang Mucheng had said these words before, everyone would have thought that he would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. But after seeing the power of this finger, everyone took it for granted. Not only is he the king of a country, he is also a powerful person with strong connections. You are chasing after you so fiercely, but he did not cut you into pieces, which is already a favor to the king of Silla.
Holy, holy!
The prince swallowed, his intestines almost turning green. He saw that Yang Mucheng came alone with 3 people, and that Silla asked Dakian for help. But the young emperor actually added insult to injury and asked for 6 cities. So he had misconceptions. But who would have thought that the opponent's strength could be so terrifying?
Your Majesty, I am the Crown Prince of Silla. If you teach me a lesson, it will be tantamount to offending Silla's national prestige. If things get serious, the 2 countries may go to war,
the Crown Prince said hurriedly. Yes. Everyone around them nodded secretly. You gave the prince a good beating, even though you vented your anger. But what if the king of Silla is angered and Silla forces abroad send troops to attack you at all costs? Dagon's national power was inferior to Silla, and Dagon's army was inferior to Silla. If you insist on making things worse, you, the emperor, may become the last emperor at any moment.
Well,
Baizhong shook his head secretly. He had not followed Yang Mucheng for a long time, but he also understood the young emperor's character. If the prince had knelt in front of him and begged for mercy, Yang Mucheng might have spared him. But you actually use Silla Kingdom to suppress Yang Mucheng in this kind of matter. If he doesn't deal with you, who else can he deal with? When the prince saw that Yang Mucheng was silent, he thought that his words had an effect, and he suddenly looked down upon Yang Mucheng. He hurriedly said,
presumably the Holy One doesn't want the 2 countries to go to war and waste money and people. Right. So today's matter should be reduced to a big one and a trivial matter. How about it?
At this time, everyone's eyes were looking at Yang Mucheng. Does he really want to swallow this resentment? The prince's behavior today can be considered provocative, as long as he didn't poop or pee on your head. Offending Yang Mucheng was tantamount to offending the national prestige of Dakian Kingdom. When it comes to the Dakian Kingdom in the future, no matter who it is, they will say that the Dakian Emperor Yang Mucheng was provoked by a prince in Silla, and in the end, he could only swallow his anger.
It seems that this young emperor is at his wit's end.
Someone in the crowd chuckled.
Yes, although he is the king of a country, he is now in our Silla. Just like what the prince said. If it is a dragon, it will cover me. And if it is a tiger, it will lie down for me. So what if I bully you?
Some people feel that the prince of his own country has publicly humiliated the emperor of another country and made them, the common people, look bad.
People have to bow their heads when they are under the eaves.
Someone shook his head. Just when everyone thought that this matter was likely to end here, Yang Mucheng suddenly raised his head, smiled at the prince, showing his white teeth, and said,
let's start a war. Who have I been afraid of? I am the emperor, and I have a golden tongue. I have said that death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be escaped. Don't say that you are the Prince of Silla. Even you, the Jade Emperor, will not be able to escape today.
Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mu waved his sleeves. There was only a muffled sound of bang, and a deep palm print was immediately dented on the prince's chest. Immediately, the prince felt an unstoppable force pouring into his limbs. All the bones in his body were shattered at this moment, and his whole body hit the ground heavily.
Prince! Prince!
There were shouts, and the guards around him rushed towards the prince in panic, trying to help him up.
But when he touched it, he was shocked to realize that the prince was like mud, and all the bones in his body had been shattered by the previous palm. Seeing this scene, the guards around him felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Although the prince was not dead, he was worse off than dead. There was dead silence in the field. Everyone was speaking, and everyone was watching all this in stunned silence.
Something big happened.
Everyone's eyes were focused on the young emperor who struck without mercy. No one thought that he would dare to directly beat the crown prince of Silla into a disability in the Silla imperial city. It's not a big deal. This is a big deal. Chapter 56, National Protector. Silla. The Royal Palace. The Meeting Hall.
Your Majesty. It's not good.
At this time, a eunuch hurried in.
The prince was beaten.
Silla King Guanchungo raised his eyebrows and said angrily,
"Which unruly citizen dares to beat the current prince? Bring the imperial guards. Capture him, and throw him into the sky prison."
The eunuch said,
"Your Majesty, the person who injured the crown prince was none other than Yang Maicheng, the Emperor of Dakian."
Immediately, the eunuch told him exactly what happened on the street, especially after Yang Maicheng struck out with his palm and shattered all the bones in the prince's body. Guanchengzhou's complexion suddenly turned livid.
This Yang Maicheng is so courageous. He actually dares to commit murder in the imperial city of Silla, at the feet of the emperor. Come here. Give me an order to bring 300 imperial guards and capture Yang Maicheng. Your Majesty. No.
At this time, Zhang Weisher said quickly,
"Are you going to let me let the murderer who injured the prince go without dealing with him?"
Guanchengzhou shouted angrily. Zhang Weisher shook his head and said cautiously,
"Your Majesty, please listen to what I have to say. Now, Silla is facing the army of Goryeo, and it is not suitable for a war. If we kill Yang Maicheng, Dakian will definitely attack our Silla. Attack from both sides. This is very disadvantageous for us in Silla. Then what do you think we should do?"
Guanchengzhou asked.
"Suppress this matter first. Yang Maicheng led the troops this time to resist the Goryeo army for us. After Dakian and Goryeo fight, both sides will lose, and then we will step forward. One can defeat the Goryeo army, and the other we can also deal with this little emperor. If we are lucky, we might be able to swallow up the remaining 30 cities of Dakian Kingdom."
Hearing this, Guanchengzhou's eyes lit up. As an emperor, although the prince is his favorite son, a son is nothing compared to the interests of the country. Besides, the prince's revenge will not go unrequited, but he will push it back and let Yang Maicheng, the little emperor, repay him 100 times or 1,000 times.
"His Majesty."
At this moment, a dull sound came from outside the meeting hall. I saw a middle-aged Confucian scholar wearing a blue robe, walking with his hands behind his back as if he was in a deserted place. He was dressed in majestic equipment and carried a sword at his belt. Instead of blocking him, the guards guarding the door looked at him with awe.
"Master Chen."
Guanchengzhou stood up quickly.
"I have already seen the prince's injuries. The person who took action has extremely high cultivation level, definitely above the inner strength grandmaster."
The middle-aged Confucian scholar said calmly,
"I know that His Majesty cannot attack Yang Maicheng now because of important national affairs. But the prince is my disciple. He was so seriously injured. But I, the master, have to come forward. Master Chen, if you take action, it will be great. Just in time. You can also kill the little emperor with enough momentum."
Guanchengzhou was overjoyed. This Master Chen's original name is Chen Fan. He is a powerful person who can connect the meridians. Naturally, a small country like Silla cannot raise a great god like the powerful person who can connect the meridians. But luckily, Guanchengzhou accidentally made friends with Chen Fan before he ascended the throne. So Chen Fan stayed in Silla, taught the prince how to practice, and became the protector of Silla. Palace. Dinner. All civil and military officials gathered together, and a temporary chair was added to the dragon throne in the court hall to show that the two emperors were sitting on equal footing. As attendants, Lu Yaoer and Bai Zhong were not qualified to sit on this occasion and could only stand quietly behind Yang Maicheng. The huge palace was filled with banquets. In the central hall, there are silk and bamboo orchestras, dancing girls and singers.
The merchant girl doesn't know the hatred of the country's subjugation, but she still sings the flowers in the backyard across the river.
Yang Maicheng shook his head slowly. The army of Goryeo has almost pushed to the city. Is the Silla kingdom still in the mood to hold a banquet here? If it were him, he would have already marched in person, led his soldiers directly out of the city, and completely killed all the enemy invaders.
Brother Machung, this is our best dancer and singer in Silla. What do you think?
Although Guan Chengzhou wanted to tear Yang Machung into pieces 1,000 times, he still had a smile on his face at this moment.
General!
Yang Machung shook his head lightly. What kind of dancers and singers he has never seen. These women would only be treated as treasures in Silla. In his opinion, they were not even shit. Guan Cheng was speechless on Monday, not knowing how to answer the question. He knocked on the table gently and looked towards Zhang Weisher. Zhang Weisher nodded slightly, put down the wine glass in his hand, and said loudly,
Yang Maicheng is the great Qian Sheng. He wore a yellow robe when he was a teenager and vowed to launch a great cause. Moreover, he is also an internally powerful warrior. Such a little girl, how can he continue to look at such a shy posture? Your Majesty, why don't you invite 2 warriors to compete in the main hall to help us enjoy it? This is a very good plan,
Guan Chengzhou said with a smile. Yang Macheng snorted coldly and secretly watched the 2 people acting. Guan Chengzhou looked at Yang Macheng and said,
Brother Mu Cheng, how about this? You and I will each send a warrior to fight in this hall. If you win, how about I give you a city?
Want to set a trap on me? Yang Mucheng's eyes moved slightly, and he thought to himself, even if you set a trap on me, so what? Is it possible that I can still be afraid of you? With this in his mind, he nodded and said,
Okay, I agree.
Guan Chengzhou was overjoyed, with a trace of ridicule flashing deep in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a Confucian scholar in blue shirt slowly walked out of the banquet in the court hall. He stood proudly in the hall with his hands behind his back.
Chun Fan, I want to compete with the masters of Daqian Kingdom. Multi-connecting warrior?
Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed, and then he understood why Guan Chengzhou was so confident. He smiled faintly, nodded to Bai Zhong, and said,
Bai Zhong, go ahead. Yes, Your Majesty.
Immediately, the 2 stood in the main hall.
Please.
Bai Zhong raised his fists and saluted Chen Fan. But Chen Fan still stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. This made Bai Zhong frown secretly and feel displeased. No matter what, he is also a master of inner strength. But now he is so despised by the other party. How can he bear it? Guan Chengzhou slowly said,
Bai Zhong, Chen Fan is our national protector of Silla, and he is very powerful. You have to be careful.
At the same time, he said to Chen Fan,
Master Imperial Master, stop here and don't hurt Bai Zhong.
What? Don't hurt yourself? Hearing this, Bai Zhong became more and more angry. Boom! Following the shout, he rushed out in one stride, rushing towards Chen Fan like an arrow from a string. He stepped hard with the sole of his foot, crushing the ground to pieces. And then he flew into the air, approaching Chen Fan like a dragon wagging its tail. He raised his foot high and slammed it down like a giant axe. Crackling. Before the kick even came, a mighty strong wind was already stirred up, and even the surrounding ground was blasted with traces of knives and axes. The civil and military officials around him felt the horror of this blow, and they all looked horrified. Chen Fan, however, stood on the same spot, making no move to dodge. Chapter 57: A Shocking Gamble.
Still not hiding?
A trace of anger flashed in Bai Zhong's eyes.
You just want me to hide away. You're not qualified enough.
Chen Fan shook his head in disdain.
In this case, then you must defeat me.
Boom! Bai Zhong's eyes widened in anger, and his inner energy suddenly burst out. The giant axe-like foot had already slammed down, shaking Chen Fan's shoulders heavily. Hearing a deafening explosion, Chen Fan remained motionless, but his feet were smashed into the ground by this huge force. Circles of cracks spread densely all around like spider webs, sweeping almost half of the palace.
What?
Bai Zhong was extremely shocked. This middle-aged man actually used his physical body to withstand his full blow? Could it be that he is also a powerful person with Tong Mai?
I do not believe.
Bai Zhong roared angrily, stood still, and attacked Chen Fan like a downpour. For a moment, it felt like a storm was falling in the hall. Each punch and kick caused a shocking roar. Many civil and military officials were shocked by the terrifying screams, and their blood boiled and boiled. But they all opened their eyes wide and looked forward without blinking. Bai Zhong's attack was so terrifying that it almost set off a tornado around Chen Fan. Extreme footsteps. Every time they collapse, they will leave a footprint half a foot deep on the ground. This shows how powerful his attack is. However, Chen Fan just used one hand to block all Bai Zhong's attacks.
Bai Zhong is going to lose.
At this time, even the civil servants, who did not understand warriors at all, knew that the strength gap between the two people was too big.
Ha ha. Brother Mu Chung. It seems that the masters of your Deqian kingdom are not very good. Not even as good as my national protector.
Guan Cheng'o laughed. In name, he said that Bai Zhong was no better than Qin Fan. But secretly he belittled Dagon.
How can it be? Could it be that he is really a strong meridian?
Bai Zhong became more and more frightened as he fought. With so many fists and kicks, even a bronze statue would be broken by him. But this Qin Fan still behaves in an understatement. If he is not a strong meridian, what else can he be?
Bai Zhong, come back.
At this moment, Yang Mucheng suddenly spoke.
Tongue.
Without any hesitation, Bai Zhong quickly withdrew from the battlefield and returned to Yang Mucheng.
Your Majesty, I am not your opponent. Please punish me. The opponent is a powerful Tomai expert. It's normal that you are not my opponent.
Yang Mucheng nodded. At this time, he suddenly looked at Guan Cheng'o and asked,
Brother Chengzhou, how many cities does your Silla kingdom have in total? 36.
Guan Chengzhou replied subconsciously. Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold and he said,
Why don't we make another bet? I will personally compete with the protector of the country. If I lose, the 30 cities of Dacian kingdom will be lost to you. If I win, 36 cities of Silla kingdom were lost to me.
Wow. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the hall. Bets between emperors were very common. But their bets not only included gold and silver jewelry used by ordinary people, but also included beauties, fields, and even cities. Guan Chengzhou once made a bet with a previous generation of Emperor Dacian. So he lost a city to Dacian. But for people like Yang Mucheng, who could overwhelm all the cities in the country at once, this was something even the most stupid emperor could not do.
Emperor Dacian, want to compete with the national protector? The protector of the country is a powerful person with strong connections. What is he? And he bets all the cities? If he loses, the emperor will be done with it. This is too courageous.
All the civil and military officials in the court were talking about it. This is a big gamble. Whoever loses will not be the emperor.
Brother Mucheng, you are really good at joking,
Guan Chengzhou said with a smile. Unless he was crazy, he would agree to Yang Mucheng.
I'm not joking.
Yang Mucheng stood up slowly and said,
You are the emperor, and I am also the emperor. We all know that a word is worth its weight in gold. What you say must be fulfilled. I have said that I will do a lot of work for 30 years. I'll bet against you in this city. I only ask you, do you dare?
Do you dare? As soon as Yang Mucheng said these words, the whole hall was silent. No one thought he was joking anymore. But the stakes were too great. For a moment, Guan Chengzhou also fell into hesitation and hesitation. If he wins, he will be able to swallow up the entire Dagon kingdom without any bloodshed. If he loses, he will become the last emperor.
Your Majesty, since the Holy Emperor of Dacian Kingdom is so interested, just agree to it.
At this time, Qin Fan said leisurely, Yes. Guan Chengzhou's eyes lit up. What was he afraid of? Qin Fan, the protector of the country, is a powerful person in the Tomai realm. A person with this kind of strength is almost invincible. Although Yang Mucheng is also a warrior, how strong can he be? Could it be that he could be Qin Fan's opponent?
Okay, I'm betting,
Guan Chengzhou shouted. Call. At this moment, the whole hall was completely silent, except for the sound of people gasping for air. All the civil and military officials present had seen gambling games in which huge sums of money were thrown, and gambling games in which wealth and life were used as bets. However, none of those huge bets were a thing today. These two emperors actually gambled on their thrones. It was simply too much. Terrible.
If I win, the 36 cities of Dacian will belong to me.
Guan Chengzhou said one word at a time.
If I lose, the 36 cities of Silla will belong to you. That's right.
Yang Mucheng nodded. After saying that, Yang Mucheng stood up with his hands behind his hands and walked toward the center of the hall. Behind the scenes, Guan Chengzhou's voice still sounded quietly.
Brother Mucheng, it's too late for you to regret it now. When the two sides fight, the sword must have no eyes. You are the Emperor of Dacian. If I hurt you, I will own no. This battle will determine victory or defeat, as well as life and death.
Yang Mucheng replied without looking back. Even if it determines victory or defeat, it also determines life and death? In other words, this is a fight to the death? Ding. Trigger the main quest Grand Dominance. Task Introduction. As the king of a country,
If you want to leave eternal praise, you will never be able to do it just by sticking to it. If you want to expand your ambition and hegemony, you must expand the country's territory. Mission time, 1 year. The mission is successful. The Scylla Kingdom will be included in the territory of Dacian, and 2 lucky draw opportunities will be awarded. Mission failed. Dacian Kingdom was wiped out forever. The host wiped out all cultivation skills and became a prisoner. At the same time, the system prompts also sounded here. At this time, Yang Maicheng had slowly arrived in front of Chen Fan.
Yang Maicheng, I am a strong meridian. You shouldn't fight me.
Chen Fan shook his head, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Yang Maicheng put his hands behind his back and smiled with his white teeth exposed.
What about those who are strong in Talmai realm?
Chapter 58, I am also a strong meridian. What about those who are strong in Talmai realm? Yang Muqing's words made a trace of anger flash in Chen Fan's eyes. It should be noted that Talmai experts are almost at the top of these countries, even above the emperor. As long as he wants, he can kill the emperors of these small countries at will. Now, this kid actually dares to look down on a strong person in Talmai realm like this?
In that case, I will let you know how powerful a Talmai realm expert is.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan waved his sleeve lightly. The power of the powerful Talmai master was so terrifying that the entire hall was like a strong wind passing by. Those dancers and singers with no cultivation were directly thrown away by the strong wind, shot backwards, and hit the ground. All the civil and military officials present also changed their colors one after another.
Is this a strong person in the Talmai realm? The power of just one sleeve is already comparable to Baizhong's previous heavy rain attack. It is really terrifying. Is this still a human being? With the power of a single sleeve, he can activate such terrifying power. It is not an exaggeration to call him a god. With this kind of strength, it seems that our Scylla has 30 more cities to fight without blood.
All the civil and military officials present laughed secretly. Guan Chengzhou even sat proudly on the dragon throne, looking leisurely and contented. He also didn't expect that Yang Maicheng would actually propose this huge bet. In this way, it can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can he avenge his seriously injured son, but he can also engulf Dagon.
Hee. It seems that I have a high regard for this little emperor. After all, he is a young man, still in his prime of life. As long as he is a little provoked, he will be completely hooked,
Guan Chengzhou said with a proud smile. Lu Yaoer held the dragon-slaying sword in her arms with cold disdain. Bai Zhong crossed his arms with mockery in his eyes. At this time, facing Chen Fan's sleeve, Yang Maicheng punched it lightly. This punch was slow, seemingly slow but actually fast. Amidst the laughter of everyone, he directly hit the qi gang hanging from the sleeve. With a bang, this terrible qi gang was directly shattered.
What?
The calmness on Chen Fan's face suddenly turned into extreme horror. I saw that fist as white as jade, attacking in an instant. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and punched away at the same time. Boom! The fists collided, and a terrible loud sound suddenly erupted. At the same time, behind the fist, the 2 forces that emerged suddenly burst out at this moment. Chen Fan only felt an unstoppable force pouring into his body at this moment. This force was so strong that he didn't even have time to react. He had already lost his balance and headed toward shooting out from behind. It hit a beam supporting the main hall and blasted through 2 walls. The whole person was buried directly under the rubble.
This? How can it be? The Imperial Master was actually knocked back by a punch?
Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at Yang Maicheng in disbelief. Boom! Amidst the roar, Chen Fan jumped out from the ruins. With a gray face, he no longer had the slightest trace of his previous carefree attitude, and he looked even more embarrassed. Until then, Yang Muqing's leisurely voice came slowly.
How about a strong person in the Talmai realm? I am also a strong person in the Talmai realm.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Maicheng took a step forward, and the aura that had been contracting and condensing on his body spewed out like a volcano at this moment. At the same time, a wave of air visible to the naked eye swept around with his body as the center. Yang Mu grew up and flourished. His robes rustled, and his momentum was like a rainbow at this moment.
What?
Chen Fan couldn't help but cast his gaze over with an unprecedented shock and anger. A strong person in Talmai realm. It should be noted that everyone present does not know how terrifying the powerful people in the Talmai realm are. But at the same time, what is needed to reach the realm of Talmai is not just diligent practice, but both skills and talent are indispensable. Anyone who can become a strong person in the arteries and veins,
who is not a person with great perseverance. But now, Yang Mucheng is already a strong master at such a young age. How can he not be shocked? Guan Chengzhou couldn't help but take action. All of them were laughing at Yang Mucheng, who dared to challenge a powerful Tongmai master because he didn't know whether to live or die. Facing a powerful Tongmai person, even if you use the army, you can't take him down. If you want to defeat a Tongmai powerhouse, there is only one other Tongmai powerhouse. Those civil and military officials, who had previously thought that the Silla kingdom would be able to double its land without losing any blood, were all dumbfounded at this moment.
How could you also be a strong Meridian?
Qin Fan couldn't help but ask in surprise. He became a powerful Tongmai expert at the age of 56, and thought that he was superior to everyone. But today, he did not expect that a 15 or 16-year-old Tongmai powerhouse would appear. The confidence and pride he had always had were completely torn to pieces.
There should be only one powerful person like Yi Tianhan in Dacian Kingdom,
Qin Fan said.
Compared with you and Yi Tianhan, who is stronger?
Yang Mucheng asked lightly.
Of course it's me,
Qin Fan said proudly.
20 years ago, when he broke through the Tongmai realm, I fought with him. I defeated him within 100 moves. Could it be that you also fought with Yi Tianhan? Can't make it?
Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said,
Yes.
Yi Tianhan died in my hands.
What? Even Qin Fan couldn't help but gasp when he heard these words. The Tongmai expert is so powerful that if he wants to escape, almost no one can stop him. This kid actually killed Yi Tianhan. How could Qin Fan not be shocked? How could he not be shocked?
Humph. Although Yi Tianhan has broken through the Tongmai realm, he is over 60 years old, and his energy and blood are not as strong as when he was young. Moreover, when he fought with you, he must have underestimated the enemy. Otherwise he would never die in your hands,
Qin Fan said loudly. As a powerful Tongmai expert, he was extremely arrogant. How could he admit that he was weaker than a young man now?
Yi Tianhan will be defeated by you. But that doesn't mean I will too.
Qin Fan opened his eyes angrily, shouted loudly, and rushed forward quickly. Since the other party is a strong Meridian and has killed Yi Tianhan, he will naturally not take it lightly. So he used all his strength when he took action. He grabbed his right hand forward, as if tearing the air apart, and reached directly towards Yang Mucheng. This strong wind swept over and cracked the ground.
That punch before was because I underestimated the enemy. But this time, I won't do it. I have been a powerful person in Tongmai for longer than you. My internal energy is stronger than you, and my body is stronger than you. If you and I fight head-on, it will only take 10 years.
If you recruit me, I can knock you down.
Facing Qin Fan's counterattack, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. Even though Qin Fan's attacks had thousands of variations, he only needed one slap in the end. Call! With a wave of his palm, a powerful wind stirred up in the hall. Chapter 59 Juggernaut. This palm is like a strong wind passing by. All the civil and military officials hiding in the distance looked at the two fighting in the field with wide eyes. Guan Chengzhou, who was sitting on the dragon throne, clenched his fists and dug his nails into his palms without realizing it. Is this the powerful person who connects the meridians? A casual blow can shake up the wind and clouds. Is this still a human being? It is not an exaggeration to call him an immortal.
Boom!
The claws and palms clashed, causing a muffled sound.
How can it be?
Qin Fan was filled with unprecedented shock and anger, and his body shot backwards. He originally thought that he was defeated by Yang Mucheng because he underestimated the enemy. But this time, in a head-on confrontation, Yang Mucheng's careless slap completely shattered his confidence. In fact, the power contained in this palm was so shocking that his right arm couldn't help but numb.
It seems that the protector of the Silla kingdom is nothing more than this.
Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. Previously, Baijing lost to Qin Fan, and the king of Silla took the opportunity to ridicule Dacian for not having a master. Nowadays, the situation has changed. This figure, who was regarded as a land god by all the civil and military officials of Silla, was repelled by Yang Mucheng twice in a row. Even people who don't understand martial arts know the huge gap between the two sides. Boom! 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 Qin Fan took more than 10 steps back before stopping. The ground in front of him was covered with deep footprints. His face was as gloomy as water, and his expression was extremely solemn.
It seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you have such terrifying strength at such a young age. But do you think you can defeat me just now?
As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fan pointed his right hand in the air. He only heard a crisp sword cry, and a sharp sword flew out from nowhere and flew quickly, and was caught in his hand. With a sword in hand, I have the world. At this moment, Chen Fan's demeanor suddenly changed, like a god who cannot be offended. Then, he stepped forward, his long hair dancing in the wind, and his whole person's aura surged, as if he was an unsheathed divine sword. When Chen Fan's momentum reached the limit, he took a step forward. In an instant, the entire palace was shaken by hurricanes, and there was even a faint sound of thunder from all around.
Juggernaut!
All civil and military officials exclaimed. Guan Chengzhou couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes.
I didn't expect that I would still be able to see Chen Fan draw his sword in my lifetime. The last time Chen Fan drew his sword was 17 years ago. At that time, I was not the Emperor of Silla. Chen Fan acted in anger and slaughtered 3 mountain strongholds, and even killed 2 powerful men in a row. It was in that battle that Chen Fan was honored as the sword master by Silla. In the past 17 years, he had not used a sword, and his momentum had not diminished, but had increased by 1 level. What a terrifying sword intent!
A hint of fear flashed in Baizhong's eyes. Lu Yao felt that she couldn't even breathe under this power.
Yang Macheng. 17 years ago, I used this sword to kill 2 powerful men. Today, you will become the 3rd soul of a strong meridian under my sword. It's all over.
Chen Fan looked at the sword in his hand, and after 3 breaths, he finally raised his head. Then, the sword in his hand, as well as his whole body, transformed into a hurricane at this moment, blasting towards Yang Macheng.
One chop!
Chen Fan moved his sword forward and slashed downward gently. At this moment, a formidable sword energy emerged, and a ba sound was heard. The carpet on the palace's stone slab was split open by this sword, and the stone slab was also split into 2. A shocking sword mark spread out from Chen Fan's feet and rushed toward Yang Macheng, which was 11 feet long. Retreat! Yang Macheng tiptoed and swept back quickly. Cut again! Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan swung his sword again. 2 rays of sword energy shot out, running across the ground like a wild python, tearing open a sword mark that was a palm wide and half a meter deep, and went straight towards Yang Macheng. The entire palace was in chaos at this moment. Countless dust, sweeping hurricanes, terrifying sounds, and surging internal energy made the palace a mess.
Ha ha! You are worthy of being a sword master,
the civil and military officials exclaimed excitedly.
With this national guardian, we, Silla, will be safe for 100 years. Even if the Goryeo army invades, just 1 person and 1 sword from the national advisor can defeat an army of 10,000 people.
The Minister of War nodded in admiration.
Although Yang Macheng has become a strong man in the Tongmai realm, so what? Under the sword of our country's national protector, he can only flee in embarrassment. It seems that after today, I, Silla, will be able to kill the entire Dakian without even a single blow. Swallow it, and you will gain 30 more cities,
the Minister of Right said excitedly. Guan Chengzhou clenched his fists, unable to hide the excitement on his face.
Yang Macheng, this young emperor of yours is about to end. Don't worry. I won't let the Imperial Master kill you. I will destroy your cultivation, cut off your hands and feet, and make you live a life worse than a pig or a dog. Only in this way can I feel happy. I can avenge you for hurting the prince.
After finishing the 7-sword strike, Chen Fan slowly stood still. He looked at Yang Macheng, who had been forced into a corner, and said proudly,
Yang Macheng, persisting for so long is enough for you to be proud of yourself. Now, you have been forced into a corner by me, and there is no way out. If you are willing to surrender, I can also give you a decent way to die.
At this time, everyone's eyes were looking towards Yang Macheng. But, when everyone looked at Yang Macheng, they were shocked to find that the young emperor still looked calm and showed no signs of panic. Yang Macheng raised his head, looked at Chen Fan, and laughed loudly.
National Protector, is this all your strength? If this is all you have, then your death will be next. You struck 7 times in a row, and there was no injury. You haven't touched me at all, and I have already seen your true identity. All I need to kill you is 1 sword. Act recklessly.
Chen Fan was furious. As a powerful person in Tongmai and a protector of the country, how could he bear it when he was repeatedly scorned and ridiculed by Yang Macheng?
Okay, since you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, then I will give you a ride and go to H.L.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan had already struck out his 8th sword. With this sword, He gathered all his inner strength and blasted out a burst of sword energy. If the previous sword energy was like a wild python, then this sword energy is like a shocking dragon. The surging and terrifying sword energy roared crazily, like a celestial dragon traveling in the mountains, rivers and seas. Wherever it passed, the rocks cracked and turned into powder, tearing apart all obstacles. Immediately afterwards, the mad dragon transformed by the sword energy was already tumbling into the sky and blasting towards Yang Macheng. This scene is like a ferocious beast hiding in the wilderness that is choosing people to devour. At this moment, any strong person in the Tonmai realm would be torn into pieces in an instant when faced with this terrifying sword energy.
Yang Macheng, I want to see how you kill me with one sword,
Chen Fan shouted sternly.
It's a pity that you can't do it at all, is it?
Yang Macheng looked at Chen Fan and shook his head slowly.
How can a frog at the bottom of a well know how huge this world is? Forget it. In that case, I will let you see what it means to be a true powerhouse in the Tonmai realm.
Amid the shocked and confused gazes of countless people, Yang Macheng raised his eyes slightly. He pointed his right hand in the air. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of swords resounded. The sword light shone, and the whole hall was filled with daylight. Chapter 60. Sword kills the strong man who opens the meridians. A flying sword slashed. Yang Macheng's sword was like a downpour, or like the Milky Way falling from the sky. Unstoppable. This sword actually cut out a 20-meter-long sword energy, directly tearing Chen Fan's sword light into pieces. Puff. A sound of flesh tearing quietly resounded. In the depths of countless people's eyes, Chen Fan, the national protector of Silla, the sword master respected by thousands of people, and equal to the emperor, was split in two by this sword. The broken corpse and blood suddenly fell down and hit the ground. Yang Macheng retracted his right hand, and the dragon-slaying sword turned into a spiritual light and flew back to Lu Yao's arms. Everyone looked around. Yang Macheng was seen with his hands behind his back, and not a drop of blood on his body. Quiet. There was dead silence in the palace hall. Everyone looked at this thin young man, who always had a smile on his face. But no one expected that it was this young emperor who killed Silla's national protector with one sword. Bang. Guan Chengzhou felt as if he had no bones in his body. He suddenly lost his strength and fell down on the dragon chair. He was speechless for a long time.
Guan Chengzhou, remember the bet you made with me earlier? I will take over the 36 cities of Xinlua Kingdom. If you are willing, I can allocate you a few acres of fertile land and let you be a native. The rich man will live in peace for the rest of his life. If he doesn't want to, our Black Flag army will definitely break through the Silla Imperial City, attack the palace, and conquer our territory.
After glancing at the pale-faced Guan Chengzhou, and at the stunned and speechless civil and military officials around him, Yang Macheng took all the energy and blood from Chen Fan's body into his body without any scruples.
Baizheng, Lu Yao, let's go. Rush to the border of Silla and fight back the Korean army. Yes, Your Majesty.
Bai Zhong felt heroic in his heart. From beginning to end, he never felt that he belonged to any country. Even if Yang Macheng killed Yi Tianhan and used force to make them surrender, deep in Bai Zhong's heart, there was still a trace of unwillingness. But today, he was completely impressed by Yang Macheng. Lu Yao could not hide her excitement. Watching your country grow stronger and prouder in front of everyone. This is probably the greatest pleasure in the world. It wasn't until Yang Macheng's figure completely disappeared in the palace that all the civil and military officials in the hall came to their senses. Everyone seemed to have exploded.
The protector of the country was actually killed with a sword. It's over. 36 cities, our Silla is going to perish. This bet shouldn't be made at all.
Guan Chengzhou collapsed on the dragon chair, and he could not forget the scene where Yang Macheng killed Chen Fan with a sword. The protector of the country is gone, and their biggest support for Silla is completely gone. What should they do now?
His Majesty!
Zhang Weisher came to his senses and immediately knelt down in the center of the hall. He shouted sternly.
While Yang Macheng has not yet left the palace, we should directly send out the Imperial Guards to kill him now. Even if he is a powerful person in Tonmai, he can kill one for 100. I don't believe that he can kill him.
Thousands of people. 10,000 people.
The words have not yet finished. A guard ran in a panic.
Report, Your Majesty. Emperor Yang Macheng of Dakian has left the palace.
After all, Guan Chengzhou was the emperor, so he quickly calmed down. He looked at the palace, which was noisy like a vegetable market, and couldn't help shouting,
Shut up, everyone. Today's situation is already clear to all my dear friends. Continue. How should we deal with it? Your Majesty, the top priority is that we should strictly control Yang Muqing's whereabouts. Next, he should go to Bayou City to lead the Black Flag Army to fight against the Goryeo Army. We should immediately send an order to Zhu Chongwang, the general of the Bayou City garrison, and let him sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. After the Black Flag Army and the Goryeo Army fight to the death, send troops directly to crush them completely.
Okay. Guan Qingzhou's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He stood up and said,
John Weisher, I will immediately write down a secret order. You take my handwriting and rush to Bayou City immediately. Once you have the chance, kill him completely. Yang Muqing. If you want to see someone alive, you want to see a corpse if you die? Father.
Guan Jing hid in the dark, watching this scene secretly, with an ominous premonition in her heart.
After absorbing Chen Fan's energy, blood and essence, my cultivation level is now closer to the first level. I am still a little bit short of reaching the middle stage of the Tongmai realm. Even the Tongmai realm is so terrifying. What kind of strength does Lianjing have? Internal strength, channel opening, and horizontal training are just 3 small realms of the body tempering realm. What if it is the Qi training realm?
Yang Muqing thought secretly. Opening his eyes, Yang Muqing saw Bai Zhong looking like he wanted to speak. He smiled faintly and said,
What do you want to say? Your Majesty, why didn't you kill Guan Cheng'o in the palace?
Bai Zhong asked.
There are 3,000 Imperial Guards stationed outside the Silla Palace, and there are more than 100 Neijing warriors in the Imperial City. If I directly kill Guan Chengzhou, what will happen if these Imperial Guards and Neijing warriors swarm up? They are so far away from the Imperial City. 30 miles away is the military camp, and there are not even 10,000 newly recruited soldiers. But I can't kill them all even if I'm weak.
Yang Muqing said.
If the Holy One wants to leave, no matter how many people there are, they can't stop you.
Bai Zhong said hurriedly.
If I want to leave, of course no one can keep me. But what will you do once I leave?
Yang Muqing smiled faintly.
Since you have followed me, I will not abandon you.
Bai Zhong and Lu Yao were shocked. They did not expect that Yang Muqing did not directly kill Guan Cheng'o in the palace because he was worried about them. And he admired Yang Muqing in his heart.
As for Silla, in my eyes, it is just a small country. In 1 year, I will definitely flatten it. No matter how much he resists, he will never be able to stop the cavalry of my Black Flag Army. Today, he dares to those who mock me in the palace will be completely razed to the ground in the future.
Destroy a country within a year? If these words had been spoken by others, Bai Zhang would have ridiculed him unceremoniously. It should be noted that the 2 countries were at war, with their armies fighting, for as long as 3 to 5 months, and as long as 2 or 3 years. How difficult is it to conquer Silla? But, after Yang Muqing said these words, Bai Zhong took it for granted. It seems that he can do just that. It would be shocking if it couldn't be done. Your Majesty's grand plans and wishes will definitely be realized,
Bai Zhong said sincerely.
Conquering Silla. Can it be considered a grand plan? Wrong. This is just the first step.
Yang Muqing shook his head. He looked forward, and his eyes shot out an unimaginable light.
I want Dakian's flag to fly across the entire Kyushu.
Chapter 61 General Zhu Chongwang. 3 days later. By the time the secret message from the Emperor of Silla was delivered to Zhu Chongwang, the general who defended the city, Yang Muqing and his party had already arrived at Bayou City. Zhu Chongwang was a rough man who had led troops in wars for decades and had a hot temper. After reading the secret letter, he almost mobilized the city's officers and soldiers to strangle Yang Muqing directly in the city. Zhang Weisher tried to dissuade him in every possible way, but then he stopped.
Congratulations, General. You must act in accordance with His Majesty's secret order. As long as Dakian and Goryeo are both defeated, the next step will be for us, Silla Kingdom, to gain the upper hand. Good.
Zhu Chongwang gritted his teeth and nodded heavily.
Report, Emperor Dakian. Yang Muqing has arrived.
At this time, a messenger quickly rushed into the military tent.
General, I want to see what the little Emperor of Dakian Kingdom is capable of.
Zhu Chongwang snorted coldly and hooked his right hand. Immediately, the 4 personal guards in the tent followed him and walked outside to meet Yang Muqing and his party. People, from a distance, Zhu Chongwang saw Yang Muqing approaching. Without the slightest respect or awe from his courtiers, he directly shouted loudly,
Hey, are you the Emperor of Dakian? Yang Muqing? Presumptuous.
Lu Yao couldn't help but yelled angrily when she heard Zhu Chongwang calling Yang Macheng by his name. Zhu Chongwang looked along the sound, and when he saw Lu Yao, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. It should be noted that no matter which country's military officers are, it is strictly prohibited to engage in sexual intercourse with women. And this is especially true for him, as a general of the armed forces. Tens of thousands of Goryeo troops came, and he guarded Bayou City for several months without even touching the woman's hand. Now that he saw Lu Yao, a trace of fire suddenly rose in his lower abdomen. However, he did not forget about the business, but turned his eyes and looked at Yang Macheng and the others. He sneered and said,
Yang Macheng, didn't you say that Deqian was going to send troops to help us defeat the Goryeo army? Why are you three here?
Yang Macheng raised his eyes slightly and did not answer. He just said lightly,
Palm mouth.
Baizhong had long been very skilled at this trick. As soon as Yang Macheng finished speaking, he stepped forward and slapped Zhu Chongwang hard on the face. Snapped. With a loud slap, Zhu Chongwang flew 7 or 8 meters backwards and hit the ground heavily.
You bastard! You dare to hit me! Let me deal with him!
How could Zhu Chongwang swallow this breath? When he saw Yang Macheng and 3 people coming, he originally wanted to give the young emperor a blow. But who would have thought that instead of achieving his power, he was slapped in the face in public? He fell to the ground and immediately started shouting, Tang! Immediately, Zhu Chongwang's 4 personal guards rushed out quickly. These 4 people were wearing sophisticated armor. Their temples were bulging high, and their breathing was steady and powerful. At first glance, they were accomplished inner-strength warriors. While rushing out, the steps of these 4 guards followed a mysterious pattern, like some kind of combined attack formation. Zhu Chongwang covered his face and looked at Yang Macheng secretly, thinking,
Your Majesty is really cautious, and he actually asked me to serve this young emperor carefully. In my opinion, it is better to capture him and take his life.
To threaten the Black Flag army to attack Goryeo.
Clang! At this moment, a crisp sound of the long sword being unsheathed and resheathed was heard at the same time. Zhu Chongwang closed his eyes, and he just saw a sword light passing by. His 4 personal guards, who rushed towards Yang Macheng, suddenly froze in place, as if they had been cast on a body-holding technique. Their eyes almost bulged out, looking ahead in disbelief. His hands grabbed his throat tightly, but blood still spurted out uncontrollably. Boom! 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 A dull sound resounded, and the 4 personal guards smashed to the ground like wooden stakes, splashing a cloud of dust. General Zhu, what did you say before? I didn't hear you.
Yang Macheng killed 4 people with 1 sword, as if he had crushed insignificant ants, and looked at Zhu Chongwang with a smile. The look in his eyes made Zhu Chongwang tremble all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He knows. Not only did his aggressive move fail, but he was actually challenged by the other party, just relying on Yang Macheng's stance of killing 4 people with 1 sword. He didn't have the slightest power to fight back. Boom! His knees weakened, and Zhu Chongwang still had the same demeanor as the previous general at this moment. He hit the ground heavily and shouted,
I have seen the Holy One! Long live the Holy One!
Yang Macheng didn't respond, just looked at him quietly. Just when Zhu Chongwang thought that he would be killed in the next moment, Yang Macheng said calmly,
Get up! I will spare you this time. But if you dare to offend me next time, I will make your life worse than death. Yes!
Zhu Chongwang no longer dared to speak nonsense and nodded quickly. He was afraid that after angering the other party, he would be killed the next moment.
This Zhu Chongwang is such an idiot. He actually dares to use his power against the Holy One.
Baizhong looked at the pale Zhu Chongwang and sneered secretly. Yang Macheng stood with his hands behind his back and walked onto the city wall. Wherever you go, the generals and soldiers guarding the city looked sideways, especially when he saw Zhu Chongwang's pig-headed face. He was even more frightened. Zhu Chongwang's strength is not bad, and his cultivation has reached the perfection of internal strength. Even he was beaten like this. Who else dares to be blind?
Is there the Korean army ahead?
Yang Macheng looked forward, only to see densely packed tents stationed 10 miles away, with countless figures swarming like ants in a nest. The soldiers patrolling back and forth in an orderly manner are obviously a powerful force.
Your Majesty, this is Goryeo's 100,000 strong army. What strategies do you have to defeat them?
Zhu Chongwang asked. At this moment, the soldiers on the city wall all looked towards Yang Macheng. Everyone knew that the Dacian emperor came to help them defeat the Goryeo army, but they all knew that he came with only 2 attendants. Moreover, They had previously killed 4 of Zhu Chengwang's personal guards, scaring him so much that he did not dare to resist. They know it too. This young emperor is a powerful warrior. However, he may not be able to do it when it comes to leading troops to fight. You see, even Zhu Chengwang, a general with an army of 50,000, could not defeat the Goryeo army. So for a while, many people who were looking at the joke looked towards Yang Mucheng at this moment. Even Zhu Chengwang sneered secretly in his heart.
Yang Mucheng, you made me look embarrassed before. Now it depends on how I make you look embarrassed.
Yang Mucheng said calmly.
No need for a plan. Just join the army directly.
What? At this moment, there was silence on the city wall, and everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. Chapter 62. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Idiot! When Yang Mucheng said these words, almost everyone had such an idea in their minds. No strategy was needed to directly attack the Goryeo army, which would require at least 100,000 troops. Moreover, Goryeo had strong soldiers and horses, and well-equipped equipment. Even with the same number of troops, Zhu Chengwang would not dare to say such big words. But he really didn't expect that the young emperor would actually say such idiotic words. Many soldiers in the distance almost laughed. Even Zhu Chengwang sneered secretly.
Sure enough, you kid doesn't know how to lead an army in a war.
He glanced at Yang Mucheng and said,
Your Majesty, are you kidding me? Are you kidding?
Yang Mucheng shook his head and said,
Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't do it.
Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. These words fell in Zhu Chengwang's ears, and his expression suddenly darkened. So far, no one has dared to say such words to him. Notice, in Silla, he is the god of war. He has fought hundreds of battles, large and small, and has never failed in any of them. Moreover, there were many times when the weak defeated the strong and the few defeated the many. And he led the army and defeated Dakian's army many times. Now, the Dakian emperor actually said such words in front of him. This is equivalent to a beggar telling a millionaire, You don't have as much money as me. The pride in his heart made him unbearable.
Your Majesty, as far as I know, after the disarmament of the Dakian kingdom, there are now only 5,000 soldiers left. Most of these soldiers are newcomers who have never killed anyone and have seen blood. You know, this kind of rookie recruits? After entering the battlefield, you basically don't have much fighting power. Maybe your legs will be weak and your hands will be shaking before you attack. And you won't even be able to pick up weapons. How can you talk about fighting? Could it be that, Your Majesty, you want to use these 5,000 new soldiers to defeat Goryeo's 100,000 army?
After saying that, Zhu Chengwang regretted it. His words were tantamount to questioning an emperor who was decisive in killing. And they were tantamount to slapping the young emperor in the face in public. Embarrassing him in public. And embarrassing him in public. If you offend the other party, you will definitely lose your head. However, Yang Mucheng was not as angry as he imagined. Instead, he sneered and shook his head, saying,
I said that just because you can't do it, it doesn't mean that I can't do it. That's why I'm the emperor, and you are just in general. You have offended me enough times today. Originally, when you said those words, I should have killed you. However, since you don't believe me, then I will let you see how I fought back these 100,000 people. Army!
Boom! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, there was a terrible roar in the distance. When this sound sounded, it was like thousands of troops galloping. Zhu Chengwang was stunned and looked into the distance. I just saw a group of cavalry rushing out from the distance, stretching into a black line. Amid the flying dust, a large flag was raised high with the word Gone embroidered on it. Obviously, this was Dagon's Black Flag Army.
An elegant embroidered pillow.
Zhu Chengwang's heart trembled. But he did not expect that the black cavalry was so powerful. However, when he thought that these black flag soldiers were all newcomers who had never seen blood, he suddenly sneered secretly. However, before he could stop laughing, he heard an exclamation from the city wall.
Oh my God! How can this be? Their armor!
I saw. These 5,000 black flag troops all wore excellent level armor. From head to toe, almost all the soldiers were covered tightly. From a distance, the 5,000 soldiers of the Black Flag Army looked like a billowing black cloud. Zhu Chengwang almost suffocated. As a general of Silla, the Emperor of Silla rewarded him with a set of outstanding armor in order to reward his great military exploits. This armor was enshrined by him as a family heirloom. He did not expect that everyone in the Black Flag army could now wear this level of armor. 5,000 iron cavalry, mighty and powerful, rushed straight to the gate of Bayou City. At this moment, it suddenly stopped. The army pressed forward, and a fierce fighting spirit emanated from the Black Flag army, almost frightening Zhu Chenghuang to the point where he sat down on the ground. He looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. He couldn't understand why this young emperor had trained this army to be so terrifying in just a few months. The leader of the army, Ma Ping, turned over and dismounted, knelt down in front of Yang Mucheng, and shouted, "General Ma Ping, lead the Black Flag army to see your majesty. Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live! Long live my emperor!" At this moment, the shouts were overwhelming. Yang Mucheng glanced at the pale-faced Zhu Chenghuang, smiled faintly and said, "Let's see how I can take the head of a general among the three armies." After saying that, Yang Mucheng grabbed the dragon-slaying sword, laughed loudly, and joined the Black Flag army. "Kill!" With a roar, the Black Flag army swept out like wolves and tigers like the wind. Zhu Chenghuang's eyelids jumped when he saw this scene. He has been a general for so many years, but he has never seen an emperor lead a military expedition in person. Even if the imperial commander personally marched, he would just stand on the city wall and show off. How could he dare to join the army and fight into the enemy camp together like Yang Mucheng? You know, that's an army of 100,000 people. That's fine. Zhu Chenghuang thought about it again and felt much relieved. Goryeu's 100,000 strong army will definitely be enough for this young emperor to drink a cup of. When the time comes, he will be killed with weak hands and feet, and he will be captured alive by the opponent. And I, taking advantage of that moment, will lead my troops to rush out, and I will definitely be able to defeat him. Goryeo army! The Black Flag army's aggressive attitude had already attracted the attention of the Goryeo army. Boom! 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 A dull drumbeat sounded, and countless soldiers quickly gathered. At that moment, infantrymen wearing heavy armor worked together in pairs to carry a shield half a man high, and quickly gathered. The edges of these shields are also serrated. When they are clasped together, they form a shield array. The archers at the rear also quickly formed a neat formation under the sound of drums. Just hearing a squeaking sound of bowstrings, the crossbow arrows were already being pulled up quickly. Boom! Immediately, there was a sudden sound of bowstrings that was almost full of sound and penetrated the soul. The rain of arrows, like raindrops of locusts, has already enveloped the Black Flag army. As for Yang Mucheng, the young emperor, he was dressed in casual clothes and led the way on a tall horse. It was obvious at a glance that he had an extraordinary status. So at that moment, dozens of feather arrows directly surrounded it. Seeing this scene, Zhu Chenghuang on the city wall was frightened. Just with this round of arrows, half of the Black Flag army could be killed or injured. It seems that I think too highly of this young emperor, Zhu Chenghuang sneered. However, before the smile on his face faded, he was completely shocked. Chapter 63: Burning the Camp. Why would Yang Mucheng conquer the God-forging sect at all costs? The purpose is of course armaments. Although excellent level armor and weapons are not as good as spiritual weapons and mysterious weapons that have reached the highest level, they are at least hard to find in the world. For the armaments of the Black Flag army, Yang Mucheng spent almost half of the money in the treasury. Now the effect is finally reflected. Ding! 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 This terrible rain of arrows is enough to turn an elephant into a hedgehog. But it cannot penetrate the armor of excellence. Sharp arrow clusters hit the armor, blasting out a continuous stream of sparks that immediately disintegrated. What? At this moment, there was a cry of surprise from the Goryeo army. Apparently they were also shocked that this wave of arrow rain had no effect at all. Rush! Yang Mucheng sneered. He crossed his legs, and the warhorse under his crotch was in pain, neighing, and swept out like a hurricane. Ma Ping, you go burn the grain and grass, and I'll kill the general. Yes, your majesty. Ma Ping gave a loud shout and followed closely behind with his horse racing. Although Yang Mucheng, who was born in modern times, has never led an army in a war, he is already familiar with Sun Tzu's Art of War and Six Tao from his previous life in China. He is even more aware of the principle of, before the three armies are moved, food and grass go first. Once the food and grass are burned, an army of 100,000 people will not have any rations, and even an army with strict military discipline will be defeated. In the famous Battle of Guandu in history, Yuan Shao's 100,000 strong army collapsed precisely because their food and grass were burned.
Shield array!
At this moment, the sound of drinking sounded, facing the cavalry charge. Large swathes of shield walls suddenly rose at this moment. If it were an ordinary cavalry, hitting this shield wall would be like hitting a stone with an egg. But for the Black Flag Army, it was exactly the opposite. Clang! With a wave of the dragon-slaying sword, the power of the Tomai Realm expert suddenly exploded, and a sword beam more than 20 meters long swept out. Every huge shield in its path was cut in half under the sword beam, and countless people raised it high. All the spears were broken at this moment. Heads rolled down one after another, and blood fountains gushed out one by one.
Where did the little thief come from? Dare to break into our army's tent?
At this time, a roar like a roaring bell came from the Goryeo army. I saw a burly middle-aged man rushing out quickly. He glanced around and saw Yang Muchung rushing towards him on horseback. He stretched out his hand and grabbed an iron bow as tall as a person. It was as thick as a thumb. The arrow was already on the string. As the bowstring was pulled up, a condensed inner energy was poured into the arrow. He is actually a powerful inner strength master.
Bang!
As soon as the bowstring was loosened, a heart-piercing whistling sound suddenly sounded, and the arrows flew, bringing up a roaring wind that blew the surrounding flags. And the surrounding soldiers were even severely blown away by this strong wind. Got out.
So fast!
Yang Muchung was slightly shocked. Puff! Immediately, a piercing sound was heard. But when he saw the angry arrow blasting into the horse's head, it continued to shoot out with a stream of hot blood from the back of the horse's head, pointing directly at Yang Muchung's heart. The soldiers around him couldn't help but cheered when they saw the power of the general's arrow. General Su Xiang also sneered. His iron bow was a reward from the Emperor of Goryeo, Wang Jinghu, and it was a high-grade spiritual weapon. He once used this iron bow to kill 6 or 7 powerful meridians, and he even pierced a low-level monster, a blue-eyed white tiger, with one arrow.
Su Xiang takes action.
On the city wall, Zhu Chongwang's eyelids twitched slightly.
Who is Su Xiang?
Zhang Weisher asked quickly.
The leader of the Goryeo army this time is named Xingxia. He is the #1 warrior in the Goryeo kingdom and has the cultivation level of Tomai realm. Xingxia's status in the Goryeo kingdom is comparable to that of our Silla protector, Chun Fan, and he has 3 generals, one of whom is Su Xiang. Who is stronger between Xingxia and Chun Fan?
Zhang Weisher asked again.
Of course it's Xingxia,
Zhu Zhongwang said with a solemn expression.
Xingxia can defeat Chun Fan with one move, and each of his 3 generals has hunted and killed strong men in the Tomai realm. Especially this Su Xiang possesses a high-grade spiritual weapon, the Iron Tire Bow, and even Chun Fan can't do anything to him. Even if the little Emperor Yang Muchung formed a Black Flag army all wearing excellent level armor, what would happen to the Goryeo army? Not only can he not be able to chew hard bones, he will actually break his teeth. Look, with this blow, Yang Muchung will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die,
Zhu Chongwang affirmed. Immediately, everyone's eyes looked forward. Just when the feather arrow was about to penetrate Yang Muchung's heart, Yang Muchung swung the dragon-slaying sword quickly, and with a clang sound, the feather arrow that was enough to blast through the steel plate was cut off at this moment.
A strong man in the Tomai realm.
Su Xiang's eyes narrowed sharply. Even if he overestimated Yang Muchung, he never expected that Yang Muchung could block this arrow.
Come again!
He shouted angrily, grabbed 3 feather arrows in his right hand, put them on the string, and with a bang, the 3 angry arrows shot towards Yang Muchung in no particular order. A flurry of arrows. This kind of superb archery skill can only be used by the master of Neijing. Each angry arrow has a lot of internal energy poured into it, and even a strong person in the Tomai realm would not dare to blunt its edge and confront it head-on. After the continuous explosion, even Su Xiang had to stop and take a breath. He looked around and saw Yang Muchung standing on the spot, swinging the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and easily cutting down all the angry arrows.
What?
At this time, the crowd's cheers had long since stopped, and everyone looked at this scene in horror.
I don't believe it.
Su Xiang gritted his teeth, grabbed another angry arrow, and poured his inner energy into it. There was just a bang sound, and the angry arrows blasted out like lightning. The speed was so fast that it left an overlapping afterimage in front of everyone's eyes.
Su Xiang's arrow is enough to kill a strong person in the Tomai realm.
Zhu Chongwang looked at this scene in horror. Zhang Weisher was even more stunned. This arrow was more terrifying than the blow Yang Muchung used to kill Chun Fan in the palace. But a scene that no one expected happened.
Yang Muchung gently pinched his index and middle fingers in midair, and actually caught an arrow that was enough to kill the powerful Talmai expert in the air with 2 fingers. Silence. Deathly silence. Even Su Xiang himself did not expect that he had killed countless Talmai realm masters with this arrow. But now, he would be intercepted in front of this kid. A terrible sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart. The soldiers present all widened their eyes, and looked forward in disbelief, even trying to determine whether the scene in front of them was a dream. Back to you! Yang Muchung flicked his right hand, and saw the angry arrow at his fingertips shooting forward in an astonishing manner, even several times faster than Su Xiang's blast. There was just a pop sound, and under the eyes of countless people who couldn't believe it, the angry arrow pierced Su Xiang's forehead and penetrated the back of his head. The huge force directly killed this powerful man. On fire! At this moment, a burst of panic shouts rang out. The food and fodder that supplied Goryo's 100,000-strong army was already burning in a raging fire at this moment. The fire spread rapidly with the wind, sweeping 7 or 8 miles in an instant, and countless human-shaped fireballs fled in the military camp. At this time, on the wall of Bayou City, Zhu Chongwang was stunned. In shock, his pupils closed and he shouted, Xia! Chapter 64 One-Hit Kill. I saw. At the same time as Zhu Chongwang's shouts rang out, a thin man slowly walked out of the Chinese army's tent. Behind him, there were 2 generals, who were both masters of inner strength. Obviously, he is Marshal Xia of Goryo. Marshal, the food and grass have been burned. It's okay. Xia's eyes flashed coldly, and she said calmly, Organize people to put out the fire. In addition, inform all the soldiers to eat and drink well and attack Bayou City at night. This is the true demeanor of a general, remaining calm in the face of danger. After capturing Bayou City, the problem of food and grass will naturally be solved. Your Excellency is so skilled that you were able to kill Su Xiang. Xia put her hands behind her back, and her whole body was turbulent with an unwavering killing intent. If you dare to lead 5,000 soldiers to attack my Goryo military camp and burn my food and grass, you must be the commander-in-chief this time. If you choose to surrender and submit to me, I can ignore the past grudges. I will make you a general. Among the 3 armies, you are the only one below me. You? Yang Muchung smiled and shook his head. You are not worthy yet. If you are willing to submit to me, I can make you a general. Who are you? And you are qualified to test us? A general behind Xia shouted angrily. Marshal Xia was personally canonized by His Majesty our country, and his status is transcendent. What is your identity and status? Kid? Yes. Are you qualified to recruit us? I am the Emperor of Dakian. Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung said lightly. Dakian Emperor. At this time, the soldiers all around were shocked, and even Xia showed a hint of astonishment. He saw that Yang Muchung had extraordinary bearing and strength, and was actually sent to fight with them. He thought that this boy was a newcomer who was excluded in the Silla army, but he did not expect that the other party's status was so high. As an emperor, he actually dared to lead a military expedition in person, which made Xia even more admirable. However, as shocking as it was, Xia would not hold back at all. He sneered and said, In my life, I have killed corrupt officials and beheaded powerful officials, but I have never killed the emperor. The tent of my 3 armies is like a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Once you come, don't even think about leaving. Just stay with me. Mo Shan. Cripple him. After I capture Bayou City, I will take the emperor's son directly into the Qian kingdom. Xia shouted. Xia, these people are not worthy of my taking action. Yang Muchung said lightly. When the general named Mo Shan heard Yang Muchung speak like this, his eyes suddenly bulged out, and he shouted sternly. You are worthy of marshalling Xia taking action. I can kill you with one hand. Mo Shan didn't see Yang Muchung kill Su Xiang with a snap of his fingers, so he naturally didn't know how terrifying he was. I don't know whether to live or die. Xia sneered and shook her head. Mo Shan, what are you talking about with him? Since he doesn't believe it, beat him until he does. I think this little emperor is as smooth and tender as a little girl. Once he is captured, he can relieve the anger of the brothers in the army. Another general laughed. Good. As soon as Mo Shan finished speaking, he shouted loudly. When he shouted, it was like a roaring lion, shaking the surroundings, and a circular air wave followed, rolling up large swaths of wind and sand. As for him, he stepped hard with the sole of his foot, causing a half-meter depression in the entire ground. With the help of this terrifying explosive force, Emoshan shot towards Yangmachung Cave like a bunch of angry arrows.
What a terrible punch!
When the soldiers around him saw this scene, their faces turned pale.
The power of this punch is probably several times more powerful than Su Xiang's previous full-strength arrow,
someone said.
However, this young emperor can easily catch even Su Xiang's fierce arrow with his hands. This punch must not be a problem for him,
someone speculated. How should he answer it? Everyone's eyes looked forward. I saw Yangmachung standing there, loose and unprepared.
Emoshan, don't kill this kid with one punch. If you kill him, we won't have any fun.
Another general shouted loudly with a smile on his face. However, before he finished speaking, this smile was completely solidified. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Yangmachung slowly waved his sleeve. This sleeve is as casual as repelling flies and mosquitoes, but it whipped up a terrifying strong wind, like a roaring tornado.
Not good.
Seeing Xiao was shocked and widened her eyes in disbelief. Yangmachung waved his sleeve, and Emoshan couldn't even react at all. He just saw the strong wind that swept in and shook his chest heavily. Boom! There was a muffled sound. A huge palm print was directly sunken into Emoshan's chest, and at the same time, a palm print was raised at the corresponding position on his back. There was only a
clicking
sound, and all the bones in Emoshan's body were shattered.
Wow!
Emoshan spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with broken internal organs. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, his whole body flew out like a kite with its string broken, and hit the ground heavily. Everyone looked and saw that Emoshan no longer had any breath at all.
A strong man in the Tomai realm.
Seeing Xia clenched her fists. If he had known that Yangmachung was a strong person in the Tomai realm, he would definitely not have let Emoshan come forward. Now! The 3 tiger generals under his command actually directly killed 2 of them, which made his heart bleed secretly.
He's actually a powerful Tomai master. How is this possible?
Another general yelled. There is no one who is strong enough to connect the meridians, and no one who is not over 50 years old. But for someone as young as Yangmachung, who had already become a strong meridian under the age of 20, it was simply unheard of and unseen. No one would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. But now, they couldn't help but not believe it. With an understatement, he killed an inner strength master. What else could he be if he wasn't a powerful meridian?
It seems that I underestimated you.
Seeing Xia frowned slightly and sneered.
However, you are indeed worthy of my attack. Only the Tomai realm can kill strong Tomai people. I will use your blood to sacrifice my sword. At this time, Seeing Xia no longer had the idea of capturing Yangmachung alive. A strong man in the Tomai realm is so terrifying. Like a time bomb. If you don't kill him, the power he will unleash will definitely be unimaginable.
That's what Chen Fan said at the beginning.
Yangmachung shook his head.
Oh, have you met Chen Fan?
Seeing Xia said with a smile.
That's right. He was killed by my sword.
Yangmachung said calmly. These words immediately caused the calmness on Seeing Xia's face to disappear, replaced by deep fear. Even Chen Fan was killed by his sword. Doesn't it mean that the strength of this young emperor is equal to his own? Seeing Xia screamed in her heart. Where did this monster come from? Chapter 65. Kill the powerful Tomai again.
Seeing Xia, if you are willing to surrender to me, I can make you a general and command the 3 armies in Dakian.
Yangmachung was moved by his love for talents. After all, there are now more than a dozen NEI gene masters in Dakian. But there was always a lack of a strong Tomai person who could control the appearance. And he could not handle all the domestic affairs by himself. So he had the idea of conquering Seeing Xia.
Yangmachung, do you think I will be afraid of you?
Seeing Xia raised her eyes slightly, staring at Yangmachung.
A 16-year-old Tomai realm expert is certainly terrifying. But you are not worthy of my submission. You are indeed a genius. But it is a pity that a dead person is not worthy of being called a genius.
Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Seeing Xia punched out. This punch was launched slowly, but with great force. I saw a hurricane suddenly set off, rushing in all directions. The surrounding crowds were all lifted dozens of feet away by the powerful wind and fell heavily to the ground. These people didn't bother to get up and immediately looked forward. I saw dust floating on the military camp campus, and under the shocked eyes of everyone, the wind and rocks and sand quickly transformed into a fist several feet long, crushing towards Yangmachung.
I gave you a chance.
Yangmachung shook his head slowly. If you don't say a word a second time,
If you don't want to surrender, just kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, facing this inner fist that was bigger than his whole body, he slowly raised his fist and blasted forward. Just hearing a bang sound, the fist of inner energy was shattered on the spot. At the same time, Yang Mucheng took a step forward and landed in front of Xingxia as if shrinking to an inch, and slowly slapped a palm. What? Xingxia's eyelids twitched wildly. He is not afraid of Yang Mucheng because he has been in the Tongmai realm for a long time and has greater internal energy than Yang Mucheng. But he didn't expect that Yang Mucheng's strength had exceeded that of ordinary Tongmai realm experts. The power of this punch is enough to reach the middle stage of Tongmai. Facing this palm, he crossed his hands in front of him like a cross, and forcefully accepted the palm. Boom! In an instant, a muffled sound resounded, and Xingxia quickly retreated. How is it possible? How does this little emperor's strength reach such a level? Xingxia's heart was trembling, and her arms that were hid by Yang Mucheng trembled slightly. He is only 16 years old. 16 years old? How can he have such terrifying strength? Xingxia was trembling in her heart and felt incredible. Even if he trained from his mother's womb, he wouldn't have such strength. Moreover, he even discovered that Yang Mucheng's cultivation was slowly improving at this moment. But at this moment, he had no time to think about the reason, because Yang Mucheng was already approaching him. Blood Shadow's sword! Xingxia didn't dare to hide at all. She just saw him clasp his right hand and unsheath his long sword. The sword was blood red, and I didn't know what it was made of. But it was obviously a high-grade spiritual weapon. Just hearing the sound of clang, countless sword rays, like intertwining rain of blood, completely enveloped Yang Mucheng in an instant. Blood Shadow Tangled Silk. The remaining general named Lu Tianfeng had a hint of joy in his eyes. The marshal once used this Blood Shadow Silk sword technique to chop a warrior in the middle stage of Tongmai realm to pieces. This Blood Shadow seems to be easy to break free. But every Blood Shadow is a sword light. If you don't hide, you will be entangled by the Blood Shadow. If you avoid it, hey, there will be more and more Blood Shadows. Look at how you, the little emperor, can resist this move now. Lu Tianfeng sneered and looked towards Yang Mucheng. Gale Wind Sword Technique. Yang Mucheng swung his right hand and shot out the dragon-slaying sword quickly. He defeated the Qianye sect and subdued the Forging God sect, and gained many martial arts skills from these two major sections. Nowadays, he has mastered 4 or 5 sets of high-level spiritual level martial arts, and the Gale Sword Technique is one of them. Use internal energy to drive the strong wind to form an attack. I saw him blast out with his sword, and a wave of air 7 or 8 meters high immediately became turbulent and spread forward. Terror. Within a few feet of the radius, all the endless blood shadows were torn to pieces in an instant. Even those soldiers who could not escape were crushed by the air wave. And this air wave, after shattering the blood shadow and silk sword technique, remained unabated and hit Xingxia heavily. Just hearing a muffled sound of bang, Xingxia felt like she was hit by a running rhinoceros at full speed, as if all her internal organs were displaced. She spit out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. I don't believe it. Xingxia shouted loudly, slapped the ground with her right palm, and her whole body flew into the air. Her whole body and the blood shadow sword were connected in a straight line. All the inner energy in his body burst out fiercely at this moment, and a wave of turbulent air rose up. The blood shadow sword in Xingxia's hand was actually like a roaring blood snake at this moment, rushing towards Yang Mucheng with a shocking attitude. Hiss. The blood snake almost turned into reality. When it charged, it even crushed the ground, leaving a mark that looked like a python. At this moment, everyone around them retreated back, looking at the scene in front of them in horror. My sword is called the Dragon-Slaying Sword. It can kill even the red flame fire dragon. How can I be afraid of a blood snake like you? Kill it for me. Faced with the blood snake's attack, Yang Mucheng advanced instead of retreating, and swung the dragon-slaying sword forward in his hand. Call. At this moment, a sword light that was more than 20 meters long slashed down with a shocking gesture. As if the air was torn apart, there was a scream that made everyone tremble. What? Xingxia retreated quickly, her heart beating wildly as an unprecedented crisis came over her. His intuition told him that he could not resist this sword at all. Once he was struck down, he would be killed directly by this sword. Boom. With one strike of the sword, the entire land seemed to be torn into 2 halves by the sword. A sword mark several meters deep and 20 to 30 meters long spanned most of the school grounds. Everyone was stunned. Not to mention killing Xingxia with this sword. Even if there were 7 or 8 Xingxia in front of Yang Maicheng, it was not enough for him to kill. Xingxia's soul was shattered, and she quickly retreated towards the rear. While retreating, she quickly shouted, Yang Maicheng, Your Majesty, I am willing to surrender to you. I am willing to submit to Dakian. I am willing. Late. Yang Maicheng looked at Xingxia, who was running away quickly, shook his head and said, I gave you a chance, but I didn't cherish it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Maicheng struck down with his sword again. Phew! A sound of sword blades and flesh being torn apart resounded. The head of Xingxia flew up with a roar, and blood gushed out from the broken neck. Chapter 66 Successful Retirement. Quiet! There was complete silence in the huge military camp. Apart from the faint sound of Xingxia's headless corpse spurting blood, there was no sound. In the Goryeo military camp, countless soldiers stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Kill him! At this time, Lu Tianfeng, the last of the 3 tiger generals of Goryeo, suddenly came to his senses. He raised his crazy sword and shouted sternly, Kill this little emperor. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and will be granted the title of general. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. The soldiers around him started to move, and it looked like they couldn't help but want to take action. Clang! At this time, Yang Maicheng swung his right hand. With just a pop sound, a huge head flew up into the air, and blood like a spring gushes out crazily from the broken neck. Boom! Then, Lu Tianfeng's head and his body crashed to the ground. Whoever dares to take a step forward will die. Boom! Yang Maicheng's faint words suddenly caused the expressions of the thousands of people around him to change, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. What a domineering emperor! Everyone looked at Yang Mucidi, who remained calm in the face of tens of thousands of troops and easily killed the generalissimo of the Goryeo army and the 3 tiger general Yang Mucidi. In Yang Maicheng's faint voice, there was a sense of Ling Ran's dominance that everyone could feel. Although there were many soldiers around, they had no doubt that as long as they took a step forward, they would definitely die. Boom! At this time, the Black Flag Army had already killed a lot of the Goryeo army, and their bodies were covered in blood. Even though they are far apart, you can still smell the strong and overwhelming smell of blood on their bodies. Your Majesty! Ma Ping got off his horse and knelt on one knee in front of Yang Maicheng. Fortunately, the last general has lived up to his command and has burned all the food and fodder of the 100,000-strong Goryeo army. Yang Maicheng nodded lightly and glanced at the Goryeo soldiers in front of him. Now, who has the highest rank among the Goryeo army? It's me! In the crowd, a middle-aged man spoke timidly. When he saw Yang Maicheng's gaze, his face turned pale with fright, and he almost fell to his knees. I give you 3 days to retreat. Otherwise, I will lead the Black Flag Army to destroy your camp again in 3 days. After saying that, Yang Maicheng got on his horse. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the Black Flag Army slowly walked out from the Goryeo army and advanced slowly. Especially the leader, Yang Maicheng, exuded a terrifying fighting spirit. This fighting spirit did not slowly fade away, but became stronger and stronger. In this way, the Black Flag Army returned to Bayou City. During the entire process, the entire Goryeo army was completely silent. No one said a word, as if everyone was intimidated by the shocking fighting spirit. Among thousands of troops, taking the head of a general is like searching for something from a bag. On Bayou City, Zhu Chongwang's face turned as pale as paper as he looked at the Black Flag Army approaching slowly. Who else can defeat such a terrifying Black Flag Army? The generals who had previously laughed at Yang Maicheng for not knowing how to lead troops in battle were dumbfounded. He really did it. Xingxia, Lu Tianfeng, Su Xiang, these people are all generals in the Goryeo military. He killed almost half of Goryeo's country today. When did such an emperor come out of Dagon? Zhang Weisher stood stunned on the top of the city. He came to Bayou City with the secret decree of Emperor Guanchen of Silla in order to kill Yang Maicheng. But in today's situation, he no longer dared to talk about the secret decree in his hand. Boom! At this time, there was a commotion among the Goryeo army, as if a pot had exploded. The soldiers, without any hesitation, quickly abandoned their helmets and armor and fled. They were defeated like a mountain, and the densely packed heads were receding like the tide. Return! Really quit! At this time, the Black Flag Army was also full of pride. They all heard Yang Maicheng's words asking the Goryeo army to retreat.
But they did not think that these people would retreat obediently just because of these words. After all, the Goryeo army suffered only 10% casualties in the previous battle, and it still had the strength to fight. But they didn't expect that the Goryeo army really retreated. But after thinking about it, they also understood. Now that the food and fodder of the Goryeo army have been completely burned, the marshals of the three armies and the three tigers will be killed in front of their faces. Now that the three armies have no commander, they are like a pile of loose sand. If they don't retreat, they will only be cannibalized by them.
Fire the arrow!
At this moment, Zhu Chongwang suddenly came back to his senses. He shouted loudly,
According to His Majesty's imperial decree, Emperor Yang Machun of Dakian must be killed.
Poof! As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhong's eyes flashed coldly on the city wall, and he swatted away Zhu Chongwang with a palm. Zhu Chongwang was directly killed on the spot, and Yang Machun, who was under Baiyu City, could see the scene clearly. In this battle, the reason why he did not take Bai Zhong with him was to prevent Zhu Chongwang from crossing the river and burning the bridge. Sure enough, he guessed the final outcome. That night, the Black Flag Army captured the entire White Feather City without bloodshed. In fact, it should be said that no one dared to resist. The soldiers of Silla witnessed the collapse of the Goryeo army on the city wall. Although the Black Flag Army only contained 5,000 people, they did not dare to resist at all. City Lord's Mansion.
Your Majesty, the entire City Lord's Mansion has been completely controlled by the Black Flag Army. It is absolutely safe here.
Ma Ping hugged him with both hands.
We have also taken control of the Silla military camp. Once there is any trouble, we can get the news as soon as possible.
Yang Machun drank tea and said with a faint smile,
I didn't kill the chicken to scare the monkey. I was kind enough.
He glanced at Ma Ping and said,
What are the casualties of the Black Flag Army? Your Majesty, 231 people were killed, and more than 400 others were slightly injured. But we defeated the Goryeo army, which can definitely be regarded as a great victory.
Ma Ping said excitedly. Yang Machun pondered for a moment and did not speak, although he knew that there would be casualties in fighting. And at the cost of more than 200 people, they killed nearly 20,000 Goryeo troops. This kind of achievement is unique. However, he was not satisfied. He also observed a lot during this battle. The armor and weapons of the Black Flag Army had an absolute advantage, and this was why they were able to achieve such a successful record. However, the Black Flag Army only uses ordinary war horses, which are unable to carry out high-intensity combat and are also somewhat lacking in charging speed. If everyone in the Black Flag Army could have a monster as a mount, it might not be a problem to achieve 0 casualties in a battle.
However, if you want to implement this, I'm afraid you have to wait until the entire Silla kingdom is completely swallowed up.
Thinking of this, Yang Machun raised his head and looked at Ma Ping and said,
What did Zhang Weisher say?
Ma Ping said with a smile.
That old guy Zhang Weisher is quite tough-talking. The general just used some tricks, and he has already used them all. As you expected, Guan Chengzhou was unwilling to fulfill his bet, and the new General Luo's 36 cities were lost to you. So he sent Zhang Weisher to Baiyu City with a secret message, hoping to take the opportunity to assassinate him.
A cold light flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes, and he sneered.
Yang Machun, can't let go of my bet so easily. Since you are not willing to give it to me, I will take it back with my own hands. 3 days later, I will attack the Silla Imperial City with my army.
Chapter 67. I give you 2 choices. Silla Royal Palace. At this time, about half a month had passed since the last battle between Yang Machun and Chen Fan. Although the palace has undergone major renovations, the power that erupted after the battle that day can still be vaguely felt. The traces of sword marks and the marks of cutting and axe-making made every civil and military official who came to court tremble uncontrollably.
Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live!
When Guan Chengzhou stepped into the palace, all the civil and military officials immediately knelt down and shouted loudly.
Everyone loves you!
Guan Chengzhou had a look of worry on his face. As soon as he sat down on the dragon chair, he couldn't wait to ask,
Has the news come back from Baiyu City?
The civil and military officials showed a wry smile. These days, regardless of whether it was going to court or what time, Guan Chengzhou would ask questions almost 7 or 8 times an hour. But after thinking about it, this is normal. It was obvious that Dakian was only the weakest among the 9-tier countries. But who knew that such a terrifying emperor would suddenly appear? A shocking gamble not only killed Chen Fan, the protector of the country, but also caused Silla to lose 36 cities. If Yang Mucheng turned around and came to the imperial city and asked Guan Chengzhou to ask for these cities, no one would be able to stop him. Now, everyone is looking forward to the good news coming back from Bayou City. If Xu Chongwang can kill the young emperor, then everyone will feel at ease.
Your Majesty, there is no news from Bayou City yet.
The Prime Minister smiled bitterly and said,
Your Majesty, there is no need to worry too much. The spies have already sent back the news a few days ago. Dakian's 5,000 Black Flag army is in Yang Mucheng, led directly into the Goryeo army.
Boom! The Prime Minister's words immediately caused an explosion in the palace.
Ha ha! This Yang Mucheng is an idiot. Does he think that because he is a strong person in the Tomai realm, he can run amok?
The Minister of War couldn't help laughing.
I wonder if Yang Mucheng is an idiot if he dares to lead 5,000 people into the Goryeo army. Real.
When Guan Chengzhou heard this, he patted the dragon chair and almost jumped up with excitement. He laughed and said,
The Generalissimo of Goryeo, Xing Xia, is a peerless strongman, whose cultivation has reached the Tomai realm. His strength is not even matched by our national protector Chen Fan, and the 3 tiger generals of Goryeo, Su Aldo Xiang, Lu Tianfeng, and Mo Shan are all masters of Inai Jin. They all have the ability to kill powerful people in the Tomai realm. No matter how strong Yang Mucheng is, he will never survive in the hands of these 4 people.
Upon hearing this, all the civil and military officials breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Yes, you, Yang Mucheng, are considered a young genius, even if you are a peerless expert. So what? Can you defeat these 4 people? Moreover, Goryeo still has an army of 100,000 people. How many can you kill? Even if you are a strong person in the Tomai realm. If these 100,000 people do not resist and stand still, you may not be able to finish them off even if you kill them until you are weak. A Black Flag army of 5,000 men. Hee hee. Even a single spit from the Goryeo army can drown you.
Ha ha. I can finally have a good night's sleep.
Guan Chengzhou laughed and lay down on the dragon chair proudly.
Your Majesty.
At this time, the Prime Minister took a step forward and said,
Since Yang Mucheng is dead, the Dakian kingdom must be leaderless now. We can take advantage of this period to send an army to attack Dakian. 30 of Dakian will be killed. We will seize a city, so that our Silla kingdom will have a total of 76 cities. When the time comes to recruit troops, even the Goryeo kingdom will not dare to compete with us. That's right.
When Guan Chengzhou heard this, he almost jumped up. Xinluo Kingdom was only a small country from beginning to end. When it had the most cities, it did not have more than 40 cities. Now, in his hands, it actually has 76 cities at once. How can this not make Guan Chengzhou happy? He couldn't hide his excitement and continued.
When I annex all Yang Mucheng's children's countries, we will definitely have stronger troops and horses. Although we may not be able to compete with Goryeo, there is no problem in destroying those small countries. Wei Feng country, Tuyu country, one by then if you conquer it, my Silla kingdom will become an 8th level great country.
Guan Chengzhou became more and more excited as he talked.
My Silla kingdom will have a territory of hundreds of millions in the future, and my people will be countless. Really? Guan Chengzhou, are you daydreaming?
At this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Guan Chengzhou, who was interrupted, had a trace of anger in his eyes. He shouted angrily,
How dare you? Who dares to make noise outside the palace? Where are the Imperial Guards? The Imperial Guards dragged a noisy person up to me. I want to see who is this brave guy who dares to make noise in my palace.
Presumptuous in front of me. At this time, all civil and military officials were looking outside the hall. They could only vaguely see a young man walking slowly towards them.
Who is it?
Because the distance was too far, no one could see clearly.
Humph. No matter who dares to say such things in front of His Majesty, they will be saved. Even the prince will probably be deposed.
The Prime Minister snorted coldly. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nodded. Guan Chengzhou finally felt happy. But he was throwing cold water on him like this. Can he not be angry?
Guan Chengzhou, you are so courageous. Not only are you unwilling to fulfill your bet and give me the 36 cities of Silla, you actually dare to send someone to deliver a message to Bayou City and ask Xu Chongguang to ambush me. You said, Are you going to kill the 9 clans or slaughter the Imperial City?
Yang Mucheng walked over slowly.
How dare you call His Majesty by his first name?
When Yang Mucheng opened his mouth, the Prime Minister immediately shouted angrily. However,
When he saw that the person coming was Yang Mucheng, he suddenly trembled with fear, especially when Yang Mucheng glanced at him. His face turned pale, and he fell to his knees, trembling all over. The civil and military officials in the palace also looked extremely ugly. This fierce god is actually back? The Minister of War slapped himself hard twice. His face was burning with pain. The Minister of Rights squeezed his thigh quietly, and he grimaced in pain. This is all real. Not a dream. This young emperor who dared to lead 5,000 Black Flag troops into the Goryeo army was not only not surrounded by the Goryeo army, nor was he killed by Zhu Chengwang, but he walked to the palace of Silla in such a swagger. And where are the 10,000 imperial troops defending the city? Where are the 3,000 imperial guards? Where are the 500 experts? Why were Yang Mucheng let in? Under everyone's confused and shocked eyes, Yang Mucheng separated from the civil and military officials and walked towards the dragon throne. Guan Chengzhou looked at Yang Mucheng walking towards him. His legs were shaking with fear, and he could hardly stand still. At this moment, he didn't have the courage to scold Fang Qiu and pointed the country, and he rolled and crawled away from the dragon chair. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, sat down on the dragon chair and looked at Guan Chengzhou with squinted eyes.
Half a month ago, you made a bet with me and lost the Silla kingdom to me. It's not that easy to blame me. Now you have two choices. Either get out of the palace, and I can reward you a little money, let you live your life as a rich man, or I will destroy the palace.
Chapter 68 Money can communicate with gods. Choose? What choice is there? Guan Chengzhou didn't speak, but kept looking to one side. The little eunuch standing at the door of the main hall was shocked and hurriedly ran out of the palace, obviously preparing to notify the masters in the palace to come to the rescue. Seeing this scene, Guan Chengzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He sneered and said,
Yang Mucheng, what qualifications do you have to let me choose? This is my country. This is my territory. You came to Silla country. I will let you die without any body left.
Guan Chengzhou put his hands behind his back and resumed his imperial appearance. He looked at Yang Mucheng with a condescending attitude and said,
I have sent people to inform the masters inside. In a short time, you will not be able to fly even if you have wings. If you kneel down and beg me for mercy now, maybe I will be merciful and give you some money to make you a rich man.
The situation turned around quietly. The civil and military officials, who had been timid before, straightened their backs when they saw Guan Chengzhou's confident attitude.
Humph! You are so brave. He actually dared to break into our Silla palace. After coming here, is there any chance for him to survive? When the Master Aoki arrives, it will be too late to make him cry.
At this time, a heroic man stepped forward and looked at Yang Mucheng.
Your Majesty has an order. Didn't you hear it? The only way for you to survive is to kneel down and beg for mercy.
Yang Mucheng looked at the other person and asked lightly,
Who are you? Ning Tianqing is the strong man in Tomai realm.
The man said proudly with his hands behind his back.
Don't dare to ignore everything because you think you are a warrior. In the Silla Palace, there are 500 masters, all of whom have reached the peak of internal strength. The 3,000 imperial guards in the palace are all warriors. There are no, it's so presumptuous of you.
As soon as he finished speaking, the young eunuch who ran out earlier came back with a group of masters. Guan Chengzhou pointed with his right hand, and all the masters in the field gathered around him at this moment, surrounding Yang Mucheng who was sitting on the dragon throne. Official Chengzhou could not hide his proud look. Money can lead to the gods. A country cannot survive without a strong person in the Tomai realm. Therefore, Guan Chengzhou directly invited a strong person in the Tomai realm to sit in the palace to guard against Yang Mucheng. He laughed loudly, and his expression suddenly became grim.
Yang Mucheng, it's true that if you don't take the road to heaven, you will have to throw yourself into H.L. without any door. Today, my palace will be your burial place. Quack!
Yang Mucheng frowned, then waved his hand gently. Snapped. Guan Chengzhou seemed to have been hit by an invisible slap, and he flew backwards. The crown on his head also fell off, and he flew out in a panic, flying more than 10 meters, with deep red marks on his face.
You dare to hit me?
Guan Chengzhou touched his face tremblingly, pointed at Yang Mucheng and said tremblingly, As the leader of a country, he has always been aloof and respected by the people, and he has never been beaten by anyone. And in his opinion, Yang Mucheng at this moment has become a turtle in the urn. How dare he be so arrogant?
Ning Tianqing, kill him! Master Aoki, come on!
Guan Chengzhou's words were like poking a hornet's nest. and the whole palace suddenly became chaotic and boiling. Countless alchemy masters rushed over, waving weapons in their hands, and displayed martial arts skills on Yang Maicheng. Guan Cheng-o, I have given you a choice, but you forced me to bloodbath the palace. Yang Maicheng lightly shook his head. He was sitting on the dragon chair and did nothing. An invisible force surged out like a wave, instantly knocking the oncoming alchemy masters off their feet. The entire radius of tens of meters with Yang Mu, as the center, was empty. A strong man in the Tomai realm. Ning Tianqiang closed his eyes and said coldly. He didn't expect that this young emperor would turn out to be a strong man in the Tomai realm who could unleash his inner strength and outward energy. Moreover, the other party is only 15 or 16 years old, which is simply appalling. But Ning Tianqiang is not afraid. He knows that Yang Maicheng once killed Chen Fan and dared to come to Silla Kingdom to take charge. He must have his own trump card. He sneered, stretched out his hands as white as jade, and his fingers flew up and down, like butterflies shuttled among the flowers. The condensed inner energy was like the intertwining of spring rain, quickly condensed and formed in the void, and even more transformed. It turned into pieces of silk thread and shot towards Yang Maicheng cave. Spirit level high-grade martial arts. 1000 machine binding. Yang Maicheng raised his eyelids slightly, flicked his right hand, and the heaven-shaking seal flew out. Snort! Ning Tianqiang snorted disdainfully, and laughed loudly. Magical weapon? So, you relied on this despicable method to kill Chen Fan? What a pity. You met me! Call. As soon as Ning Tianqiang finished speaking, he swung his right hand quickly, as if his fingers were swiping violently on the pipa. Countless threads transformed by internal energy were swept away, and they were quickly wrapped around the heaven-turning seal. At first, the heaven-turning seal was able to break many silk threads, but the inner-strength silk threads were like continuous spring rain. Just after this piece was broken, that piece condensed again. The huge heaven-shaking seal, under the shocked gazes of everyone, was tightly entangled, lost its strength, and fell to the ground. Huh? Seeing this scene, Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of surprise. Yang Maicheng, if you have any other skills, show them to the manager. Ning Tianqiang put his hands behind his back and looked at Yang Maicheng proudly. He is indeed the capital of this kind of pride. 1000 machine binding is his self-created martial skill. When used, it is like a continuous drizzle that cannot be cut off. On the contrary, the more he cuts, the more he cuts. Even a strong man in the Tomai realm cannot break free from the shackles of his 1000 machine binding. So far, dozens of Tomai experts have died in his hands. The most famous among them is Duan Zhengchun, one of the 4 evil men. This evil man travels around the country and likes to kill people in dreams, and he specially picks the emperor to kill. In the end, Ning Tianqiang locked him with 1000 machine bindings and killed him with one sword. At that time, Ning Tianqiang was only a master of Inai Jin, and 1000 machine binding had not yet been perfected. Now that his cultivation has reached the level of Tomai, 1000 machine binding has given rise to various changes. Killing a strong Tomai is like killing a chicken but a dog. Yang Maicheng, today is the day of your death. Why don't you kneel down quickly and apologize to our emperor? Seeing that Ning Tianqiang had the upper hand, the prime minister shouted showily. Before he finished speaking, Yang Maicheng flicked out his finger, and a burst of extremely condensed inner energy killed him. The corpse flew backward 7 to 8 feet and hit the ground heavily. You still dare to kill someone? Ning Tianqiang's anger boiled, and the fierce light in his eyes could not be concealed. So what if I kill someone? Yang Maicheng raised his head lightly, and his eyes fell on Ning Tianqiang. Ning Tianqiang, you aided the tyrants and blocked my path to Daqian's rise, and you should have been punished with death. But you are also a strong person in the Tomai realm. So be it. If you can block my 3 moves, I will let you go. You left. Arrogant! Ning Tianqiang roared angrily, and 1000 machine binding blasted out again. At this moment, the inner energy in his body surged rapidly, and suddenly 9 ropes, like long snakes, condensed and shot towards Yang Maicheng cave. 9 dragons locking heaven formation. This is the first change of 1000 machine binding, and also the most difficult one. At first, Ning Tianqiang, who was a master of Inai Jin, relied on this move to kill powerful men and became famous. Chapter 69, Controlling the Goryeo Palace. Shiverin Ning is angry. All civil and military officials were shocked. This ability to strengthen rope binding in one hand is really terrifying. Previously, with a gentle twist, it was possible to twist the heaven-shaking seal into a cocoon. Now if the restraints are gone, Yang Macheng will be able to be tightly entangled and unable to move.
Humph. Arrogant!
Guan Cheng'o sneered with his hands behind his back. The civil and military officials all around also looked at him mockingly. But they didn't know that since Yang Macheng dared to say those words, he naturally had the capital to kill Ning Tianqing. Outside Baiyu City, Yang Macheng killed Xing Xia and Su Xiang, the 3 tiger generals. With the addition of the blood and essence of 20,000 people, his cultivation had already reached the middle stage of Tomai. Otherwise, he would not have come to the palace alone.
It seems that you still don't know the gap between us.
Yang Macheng slowly shook his head, flicked his fingertips, and saw his inner energy transformed into a terrifying sword energy and shot toward the hole in front. A crackling sound erupted in midair, and the 3 chains that were as strong as steel bars were actually pierced by him with one finger.
What?
Ning Tianqing's expression changed slightly. The powerful sword energy roared in, and its momentum continued. The 9 ropes only blocked half a breath of time. But this half breath is enough for Ning Tianqing, who is a powerful Tomai expert, to do many things. He waved his right hand and quickly took out a tortoise SH.L from his arms. The tortoise SH.I was slightly yellow and covered with moss. When Ning Tianqing took it out, it grew rapidly and changed to the size of a basin. Boom! The inner sword energy hit the tortoise SH.L and exploded immediately. The huge force shook Ning Tianqing's body as he was hit, and he took several steps backward.
Middle stage of Tomai.
Ning Tianqing gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Macheng. Even he himself couldn't believe that the young man in front of him had reached such terrifying strength, and even had a higher level of cultivation than himself. Moreover, his cultivation was not accumulated through the accumulation of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. It was several times more terrifying than the average Tomai realm warrior.
However, even if you are in the middle stage of Tomai, so what?
Ning Tianqing sneered.
My tortoise SH.L is a high-grade spiritual weapon, which can withstand all attacks. I heard that you once killed Shinshin with a sword. Fan, I think your most powerful skill is swordsmanship.
Does he really want to draw his sword? At this time, all the civil and military officials in the palace looked over. Yang Muqing's shocking sword strike that day left an almost indelible impression in their minds. Now it's time to face Ning Tianqing. He should show his trump card.
Right?
However, Yang Macheng slowly shook his head and said,
You alone are not worthy of letting me draw my sword. Is it a high-grade spiritual weapon? See how I smash it!
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Macheng took a step forward. At this moment, his body was as tight as a bow, and the fist in his hand was like a crossbow ready to go. The ground was completely cracked by his foot, and it was surrounded by dense cracks. Before anyone could react, they saw Yang Macheng turn into a strong wind and rush towards Ning Tianqing. The punch was so fast that Ning Tianqing could only lift the tortoise SH.L in his hand and ate Yang Muqing's punch.
Boom!
There was a loud noise. The tortoise SH.L cracked with a click, and with Yang Muqing's fist as the center, large cracks spread out, almost covering the entire tortoise SH.L at the same time. This surging and unstoppable force poured into Ning Tianqing's arms, and Ning Tianqing's arms holding the tortoise SH.L broke in response. With unprecedented shock and fury, Ning Tianqing spit out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out like an arrow from a string, hitting the ground heavily. The palace was filled with astonishing silence at this moment. Everyone looked at Ning Tianqing in stunned silence.
Turtle SH.L?
Ning Tianqing stared at the shattered tortoise SH.L. This tortoise SH.I had helped him kill dozens of powerful meridians and could block various attacks. However, he did not expect that even Yang Muqing's punch could not stop him.
Escape!
Without any hesitation, Ning Tianqing quickly fled out of the palace. He's running away? Ning Tianqing naturally wanted to escape. The Qianji bin that he was so proud of was ineffective against Yang Macheng. The tortoise SH.L used to protect his life was also shattered by a punch. Even if his broken hands are replaced in the future, his strength will be greatly reduced. If he doesn't escape, will he still be waiting to be killed? Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with contempt. But he did not pursue him, and sat back on the dragon chair leisurely. The surrounding masters were silent. Their highest strength is only at the peak of their inner strength. Now that a strong man like Ning Tianqing can't even block Yang Muqing's 2 moves, what qualifications do they have to challenge him?
Guan Chengzhou, I gave you a choice before. I don't like talking nonsense, and I will bloodbath the palace next.
Yang Macheng said calmly.
Yang Macheng.
Guan gritted his teeth and smashed the jar. Are you the only one who wants to bloodbath the palace? My people have already gone to notify the Imperial Guards. It won't be long before the Imperial Guards come to kill me. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape alive. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of orderly footsteps outside the palace. Guan Qingzhou's pale face showed a hint of joy. He stared at Yang Mucheng and shouted, "Listen, my army is already here. Don't let us capture you without mercy." "Really? You really can't shed tears until you see the coffin." Yang Mucheng shook his head. All the civil and military officials present sneered in their hearts, laughing at Yang Mucheng for being such a tough talker. There were also some imperial guards, who secretly shook their heads. The young emperor was too arrogant. When the imperial guards arrived, he would not be able to fly even if he had wings. Boom. At this time, there was a muffled sound. I saw a figure flying out of the hall, and hitting the ground heavily in front of everyone. Who is it? All civil and military officials looked at it. It didn't matter at this glance. But after seeing it, they all gasped. The person who flew in was actually Ning Tiancheng, who had escaped earlier. At this moment, Ning Tiancheng doesn't look like the strong man in the Tomai realm before. His whole body is covered with scars. Ning Tiancheng struggled to get up, but was immediately kicked out by a middle-aged man and hit the ground heavily. Immediately afterwards, the man in black armor quickly passed through the civil and military officials, rushed to the dragon chair, and knelt down on one knee in front of Yang Mucheng. "General Ma Ping, please pay homage to our emperor. Long live my emperor. Long live. Long live. How is the fighting outside the city?" Yang Mucheng asked calmly. "Your Majesty, the 3,000 imperial guards outside the city have been completely killed, and no one is left alive. Now, the Black Flag Army has taken control of the entire palace. With just one order from you, the entire palace can be destroyed immediately," Ma Ping said respectfully. Hearing this, Yang Mucheng nodded with satisfaction, raised his eyelids slightly, and looked at Guan Qingzhou. This moment, Guan Qingzhou's face was as white as paper, and he even lost the courage to stand. He knelt on the ground with a thud, like mud. Chapter 70: The Immortal on the Valley. Quiet. Inside the palace, it was as quiet as death. "Your Majesty, I am willing to give up the Silla Kingdom." Guan Qingzhou fell to his knees heavily, with fear and trembling in his eyes. But he could only bow his head to Yang Mucheng. The terror of this young emperor has exceeded his imagination. The 3,000 imperial guards were his last resort. 500 internal guards are his last trump card. But in Yang Mucheng's eyes, he was vulnerable. If it happened again, he would never resist. "What about you?" Yang Mucheng's gaze fell on the civil and military officials. "We are willing to surrender to the Holy Lord." The civil and military officials were too frightened to say anything and quickly fell to their knees. Even the Emperor of Xiluo could only bow his head and submit to the throne. So what could these ministers do? Yang Mucheng glanced again. The Aoki guards did not dare to speak nonsense, and they all knelt on the ground and declared their submission. Yang Mucheng's eyes were indifferent, and anyone who came into contact with his eyes could not help but shudder. Guan Qingzhou smiled bitterly. "Perhaps this is the true image of an emperor, with unrivaled domineering power." When the emperor was angry, he laid down millions of corpses and bled for thousands of miles. Goryeo. In the palace, all the civil and military officials were waiting eagerly, all looking towards the outside of the hall. Even the emperor of Goryeo, Wang Jinghu, said nothing and looked outside the main hall. Ever since Xi Yingxiu was beheaded, there has never been peace in the Goryeo palace. Even Wang Jinghu didn't go to court for many days. But today, he suddenly called on all civil and military officials to gather in the main hall. Looking at him, he looked like he was waiting for someone. "Prime Minister, you are His Majesty's confidant. Your Majesty is so uneasy today. Who else is he waiting for?" An official asked in a low voice. "I don't know either. But he is a big shot anyway." The Prime Minister shook his head. "With the emergence of such a young emperor in the Dacian kingdom, his rise is inevitable. If we don't try our best to get rid of him, we in Korea will also be devoured by this tiger in the future." "Big shot?" The official looked confused. "But is there any big shot who can deal with Yang Mucheng? Could it be him?" This official seemed to have guessed something. His eyes couldn't help but light up, and his face showed reverence. If it was really that immortal, Yang Mucheng could be killed thousands of miles away. His thoughts had just arisen, and at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the distant void like a ferocious and turbulent tide. Everyone felt that a terrifying aura was crushing them.
It seems that the person coming is like a wild beast.
Welcome to the Immortal Valley.
Wang Jinghu, the Emperor of Goryeo, felt this aura and couldn't help but trembled in his heart. He knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Where are the people?" Everyone looked outside the hall, but found nothing. It wasn't until a moment later that he saw an old man with a stooped back and white hair and beard walking slowly. Every step he took was fast and slow. What was even more surprising was that he was not walking on the ground, but walking alone in the void, as if there were an invisible staircase under his feet. Every step on the ground stirred up a turbulence like water. Ripple.
The Immortal on the Valley.
All the civil and military officials present couldn't help but kneel to the ground. This method of stepping in the air is beyond the imagination of others, and in their hearts they are like gods. This old man is named Gu Shitong. He is 168 years old this year. He is the founding master of Taekwondo, the Korean national religion. His cultivation reached the level of Tongmai 100 years ago.
I am just a master of Tongmai, not an immortal.
Gu Shitong glanced at Wang Jinghu indifferently, walked straight to the dragon chair, sat down and said,
"Little Emperor, I have stopped caring about worldly affairs for a long time, and has been retired for many years. Tell me, why did you ask me to come forward this time?" "Seeing Xiao was killed,"
Wang Jinghu said.
"When the two armies fight, casualties are inevitable. Seeing Xiao is a strong Tongmai expert, but he cannot be defeated by 10,000 people."
Gu Shitong shook his head. There are many disciples of Gu Shitong. Seeing Xiao is just one of them, and he is not too outstanding. Moreover, even if you die in battle while defending your country, it is not a shame but an honor.
He was not surrounded and killed by the army. The person who killed him was a 16-year-old boy.
Wang Jinghu said again.
"Oh."
Gu Shitong showed a hint of interest.
"Who is it?" "It's the Emperor of Dakian, Yang Macheng. This son is only 16 years old, but he has the cultivation level of Tongmai realm. He has killed Yi Tianan, Chun Fan, Ning Tiancheng."
Since Seeing Xiao was killed, he sent spies to find out about Yang Macheng. All of the Tongmai realm masters who died at his hands were already famous for a long time.
This son is extremely talented and is the Emperor of Dakian. Today, he has annexed the capital of Silla. The national power is almost the same as that of Goryeo. If Yang Macheng is not restrained and suppressed, he will wait until Yang Macheng arrives with his army in the future. We in Korea are invincible."
Gu Shitong narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he has no interest in world affairs, he is still a subject of the kingdom of Goryeo. Naturally, it is impossible for him to watch Goryeo being annexed by the wolf and tiger army.
"Please take action from Gu Shangxian."
Wang Jinghu knelt on the ground.
"Please take action from Gu Shangxian."
All civil and military officials fell to their knees. Gu Shitong nodded lightly and said,
"Although Yang Macheng is an emperor, he is not greedy for pleasure. Instead, he has achieved the cultivation of meridians. At such a young age, he can achieve such hegemony. If he is allowed to grow up, what will happen in the future? Maybe we can unify Jiuzhou. Now that I have left the mountain, I promise you to kill Yang Macheng, the Immortal on the Valley."
Wang Jinghu knelt down and worshipped.
"However, even if he is a young prodigy, so what? He is only in the Tongmai realm, and it is not worthy of my personal action. I will send 3 of my disciples to Dakian Kingdom to take Yang Macheng's head. Wang Jinghu, just be your emperor in peace."
Gu Shitong stood up from the dragon chair, put his hands behind his back, and stepped into the air. His voice lingered over the palace for a long time. Wang Jinghu raised his head sharply, his eyes full of joy.
Even if Gu Shangxian doesn't take action, his 3 disciples who are like gods and demons are enough to kill Yang Macheng.
Mentioned Yang Macheng. Wang Jinghu secretly resented that this young emperor had dismissed his 100,000-strong Goryeo army with one word, causing Goryeo to lose all face. Now, take his head and wash away the shame of this defeated army. Chapter 71. Get out of here.
Shin wants and offers 60,000 taels of gold. The Zhao family presented me with 10,000 taels of gold and 3 spiritual level mid-level martial arts. The masters from the inner circle pledge their allegiance and surrender.
Guanjing reported all the congratulatory gifts sent by the major families in the imperial city. Now that Yang Macheng has become their emperor, he has to choose his allegiance with fear and fear. Even Guan Chengzhou was sent away with only a little money and rushed to a remote place to become a rich man. How could they think of resisting?
Do you blame me?
Yang Macheng squinted and looked at Guanjing.
Don't complain.
Guanjing shook her head and said,
When dynasties change, the winner is king. Besides, The Holy One did not kill my father, but let him live a long life. I am grateful to you before it is too late. Besides, my father has already passed away. I promise you, whether it is to be a maid in the palace or a concubine, it is up to you.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, took out a treasure map from his arms, handed it to Guanjing and said,
I found this treasure map in Qinya sect. Unfortunately, it was so old that the words marked on it are no longer clear. Do you know where it points? Near Yumingshan.
Guanjing frowned slightly and said,
Your Majesty, our royal family also has this map. But you can't go there. Why? Yiming Mountain is a mountain of monsters. The center of this treasure map points to a black dragon pond, with a dragon more than 10 meters long in it. The reason why Qin Fan, the protector of the country, is willing to be in Silla country is for this reason. Make it a treasure. But that dragon can control the wind and rain, and its cultivation is so powerful that it is simply not something that human beings can resist. Qin Fan can't do it. Doesn't mean I can't do it.
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
I will leave the palace for about a month, and I will leave all the affairs here to you. Aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of your absence to collude with the old Silla troops and completely erode your Black Flag army?
Guanjing asked.
You are a smart person and know the consequences of doing this.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. This is natural. If Guanjing dares to do this, Yang Mucheng's next step will be to bloodbath the imperial city. As an emperor, he means what he says. And he is definitely not joking.
I will do my best.
Guanjing agreed with a low eyebrow.
If you do a good job, I will make you a noble concubine.
Yang Mucheng laughed loudly and ordered the eunuch to prepare a carriage for him. He left almost the same day. He didn't bring Bai Zhong with him on this trip. Only Lu Yaoer. Along the way, Lu Yaoer drove there, while Yang Mucheng leaned in the car and closed his eyes in deep thought. After swallowing Silla, Home to Hegemony's mission has been completed, and the system also rewarded him with 2 lottery opportunities.
Lottery!
After entering the system space, Yang Mucheng looked at the huge turntable in front of him and spoke without hesitation. Ding ding ding. The sound of a slot machine turning slowly resounded. Under Yang Mucheng's gaze, the pointer stopped at the miscellaneous items.
Miscellaneous items? I've only drawn martial arts. Martial arts and weapons in my draws so far. What are the miscellaneous items? They shouldn't be useless. Right.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the top quality spiritual level architectural drawings. Drawing? What the H.L. Yang Mucheng picked up the blueprint and looked at it carefully. Fortunately, there was a note next to the blueprint. The practice of a warrior is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body for absorption and refining. In the practice tower, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be gathered 5 times that of the outside world.
Good stuff.
Yang Mucheng laughed. Although this training tower cannot improve his cultivation, it can improve the national strength of the entire country.
The spiritual energy in the tower is 5 times that of the outside world, which is equivalent to a 5-fold increase in the speed of cultivation. Although there are many internal energy masters in Dakian,
there is still a lack of strong ones in the Tomai realm. After the tower is built, can produce strong meridians in large quantities. This is just a construction drawing for the spiritual level. What will the drawings for the yellow and black levels look like?
Originally, Yang Mucheng thought that this miscellaneous treasure was of little use. But now it seems that this miscellaneous treasure is really extraordinary.
There is another chance to draw a lottery. I don't know what I can get this time.
Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and continued to draw the lottery. Ding! This time, the pointer fell on the magic weapon category. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the yellow level low-grade defensive magic weapon 9 Dragon Supreme Robe.
A low-grade yellow level magic weapon. This is a level higher than the Heaven Turning Seal. It's also a defensive magic weapon.
Yang Mucheng directly put on the 9 Dragon Supreme Robe. What he lacks now is the defensive magic weapon. Magic weapon. After putting on this 9 Dragon Supreme Robe, not even a Tomai Realm Master can hurt him. I feel extremely happy. In these 2 draws, we got good treasures. Unfortunately, after completing the mission of Hong to Hegemony, there are no other main missions or side missions. 3 or 4 days later, the carriage has arrived near Yumingshan.
Why are there so many people?
Yang Mucheng heard the roar of people, opened the curtains and looked outside. In his opinion, Yiming Mountain is a place where monsters live, so it must be sparsely populated. But a small town has actually formed at the foot of Yiming Mountain.
Master, Although there are many monsters and beasts in Yiming Mountain, ordinary people cannot enter. But the warriors are different. Many warriors from the sect will come here to practice their cultivation.
Lu Yao said respectfully.
Find an inn, have something to eat, and then go into the mountains.
As soon as Yang Macheng entered the town, he attracted many people's attention. A luxurious carriage and a beautiful maid. Although it is not like a member of a big family traveling with great ostentation, Lu Yao, the maid, has attracted the attention of many people. The two of them arrived at the inn and just sat down. At this time, rows of motorcades stopped outside, led by a super luxurious carriage, surrounded by gilt. On top of the carriage, a young girl came down, and from the carriage that followed, more boys and girls came down one after another. Moreover, these people all have at least one or two powerful internal warriors with them.
This is even bigger. With so many people here, they must be princesses from some country.
Right? Someone couldn't help but exclaimed.
You are indeed right. That girl is the princess of the Great Xia Kingdom. Following her are the sons of the Prime Minister of the Great Xia Kingdom, as well as the sons of other ministers of rights and generals. How can it not be luxurious?
The person who knew the girl's identity whispered.
We'd better stay away from these little ancestors. Otherwise, if we get targeted by them, we'll have to shed our skin even if we don't die.
I saw this group of people arriving at the inn in a mighty manner. Ren Lu, the son of the Prime Minister of Great Xia, stepped forward first, took out a stack of banknotes from his arms, and sprinkled them on the ground, saying,
Get out of here. Let me clear the inn.
Suddenly, the guests in the inn, who had never seen so much money, rushed up to grab it noisily, took the money and left.
Your Highness, the place has been cleared.
Renly looked at the empty inn, turned to Princess Xia with a smile and said,
How can these untouchables deserve to dine with your Highness? Please come in.
The leading girl nodded with satisfaction. When she walked into the inn, she suddenly frowned. Because, she discovered, in the corner of the inn, Yang Maicheng and Lu Yao were still sitting there, calm and motionless.
Your Highness Princess, please don't be angry. I'll drive these untouchables away.
A trace of anger flashed in Ren Sui's eyes, and he strode forward towards Yang Maicheng. The Prime Minister's son was quite wealthy. He took out a stack of banknotes from his arms, and threw them directly on Yang Muqing's table. He shouted angrily,
Untouchable. Get out of here. I booked the inn. Presumptuous.
Lu Yao frowned and shouted angrily. Yang Maicheng lowered his head to eat, and seemed not to hear. Chapter 72. You are not worthy yet.
Forget it. I, the princess, will show mercy and allow them to eat here.
Just when Renly was about to chase the people away, the leading girl spoke leisurely. Now that the princess has already spoken, the princes and grandsons like Renlu can only give up. However, the son of the Prime Minister glanced at Yang Maicheng with secret hatred. But Lu Yao, who had scolded him before, made Ren Sui's eyes light up.
This untouchable must have some status. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to have such a maid. Humph. But no matter how much status he has, can he still be able to compare with me?
Renly thought to himself. Two groups of people. The water in the well does not interfere with the water in the river. But Renli's eyes were constantly aimed at Lu Yao. As the son of the Prime Minister, he had played with many women, but he had never seen a beauty like Lu Yao. If he wasn't worried about the princess' important affairs, he was already ready to rob someone.
Xiaogua. What's the origin?
Yang Maicheng asked calmly after finishing his meal.
Master, the Xia Kingdom is one of the parliamentary countries. Among the 9-level countries, the 8 most powerful countries form a parliament. The emperors of the 8 countries are the most powerful people in the world today. The Xia Kingdom is one of them.
Lu Yao said.
Moreover, the 8-nation offensive and defensive alliance is like an iron plate. Parliamentary state.
Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows lightly.
Daxia is hundreds of miles away from us. Why do these people come to Yimingshan?
At this time, suddenly, someone among the princes and nobles exclaimed,
My glazed night pearl is missing.
The speaker was a 28-year-old girl, wearing gorgeous clothes and gold and silver. She must be a child of a high-ranking family.
Zhu Ruhan. Is this the glazed luminous pearl that His Majesty rewarded?
Renly asked quickly.
Call.
Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This glazed night pearl was given by the Emperor of Xia Kingdom. In addition to being extremely valuable, it is also of extraordinary significance.
I've been wearing it. Why did it suddenly disappear?
The girl named Zhu Ruhan was so anxious that she almost shed tears. Ren Sui's eyes rolled around and landed on Yang Maicheng and Lu Yao in the corner. He said,
There are no outsiders in this inn. If something is stolen, they are the most suspicious.
Many people nodded repeatedly. If the princess hadn't spoken and allowed these two people to eat here, these untouchables wouldn't even be qualified to look at them. He still dares to steal things now, which is simply an unforgivable crime.
Boy, are you the troublemaker?
Renly strode towards Yang Maicheng, sneering again and again.
If you dare to steal our things, you are simply seeking death.
While he was talking, Renlu slapped him away with a rude palm. As the son of the Prime Minister, Xianke has psychic powers. He has taken countless heavenly and earthly treasures since he was a child. And coupled with the teachings of warriors, he also has considerable strength. This palm seems to be slapped lightly, but it contains infinite inner strength. If it is slapped on an ordinary person, there is no chance of survival.
Be bold.
Lu Yao raised her eyebrows and immediately slapped her away with her palm. Renly was feeling proud in his heart. If Yang Maicheng was killed with one palm, he would have thousands of excuses to kidnap Lu Yao into his house and play with her. But Lu Yao's slap was so fast that he was shocked. He quickly raised his hands in front of him and took the slap forcefully. Click! Just listen to a crisp sound. Rensu's arms were all broken, and at the same time a huge force surged in, causing his body to tremble, while spitting out a mouthful of blood. His figure was involuntarily shot backwards, hitting the ground heavily. It even cracked the ground.
Presumptuous. How dare you hurt people? How dare you do it?
When the princes and nobles saw this scene, they all shouted angrily. In their status,
killing people is commonplace. They have always been the only ones to bully others, and no one else has been able to bully them. Now in a remote mountain ravine, the son of a prime minister was directly beaten to a disability. How could they endure this?
A late-stage warrior with little inner strength dares to commit murder.
At this time, among the crowd, an old man with a majestic appearance walked out. His beard and hair are all white, but he looks like he is in his 30s or 40s. He is obviously good at looking good.
Mr. He, catch this woman. I want her to die.
Renli's face turned pale with pain, and he roared angrily.
Yes.
As soon as he finished speaking, another old man in black robe walked out of the crowd. The aura on this old man's body was even scarier than that of the previous old man. Zhu Ruhan wiped away his tears, pointed at Yang Maicheng and said,
Mr. Zhao, these two people must be the ones who stole my glazed night pearl. Arrest them.
The crowd pushed aside, and another old man walked up. Only then did Yang Maicheng raise his head. Previously, Lu Yao said that Xia State was one of the parliamentary states. He only knew that Xia State was powerful, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. The descendants of the Wansun nobles went out to play, and they actually brought 3 powerful people in the Tongmai realm with them. Boom! The 3 powerful men in the Tongmai realm almost coincidentally burst out the aura in their bodies, immediately setting off an extreme hurricane. I saw a wave of air visible to the naked eye, overflowing and tearing apart the tables, chairs and benches in the inn. In fact, these 3 terrifying internal forces, combined together, almost tore the entire inn apart. Phew! Although Lu Yao's strength is not bad, she is only in the late stage of internal strength after all. She is no match for these 3 Tongmai realm experts. Just this aura makes her feel like she has been hit hard, as if she has been hit by a running rhinoceros. On the body, all the internal organs seem to be displaced by the bombardment. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground.
Huh?
At this time, in front of Princess Xia, a skinny old man showed a look of surprise.
I can't see through this young man's strength. Could it be that he is also a strong person in the Tongmai realm? No. Absolutely impossible. How can there be such a young, strong person in the Tongmai realm?
At this time, the 3 Tongmai old men also realized that something was wrong. Lu Yao, who was in the late stage of internal strength, was injured by their breath. But Yang Maicheng sat there as calm as a mountain, motionless, as if the pressure of the passing wind was like an insignificant breeze to him.
Humph. Boy, you have the guts.
A man named He Lao, who was wearing a black robe, stepped forward.
It turns out you are also a warrior, being able to resist the aura of a powerful Tongmai master. You must have reached the cultivation level of a master of internal energy. You can reach this level at such a young age. In a few decades, you may also be able to reach my level. Such a realm. But unfortunately, you don't have a chance.
Mr. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Yang Macheng with confidence.
Hand over the glazed luminous pearl, and cut off your hands and feet. I can spare your life. Who are you?
Yang Macheng raised his eyelids slightly.
He Yutian, am in the early stage of cultivating Tongmai. I am enshrined in the Prime Minister's mansion of the Xia Kingdom. You stole the Night Pearl and injured the Prime Minister's son. But I think it is not easy for you to practice. So I will spare your life.
Mr. He said, and stepped lightly on his feet. There was only a click, and a large crack spread out with the sole of his foot as the center. These cracks spread for 17 or 8 meters.
If you don't want to, if I step on you, your bones will be broken and your muscles will be broken. You will be like mud for the rest of your life. And your life will be worse than death. Just you?
Yang Macheng sneered and shook his head.
You don't deserve it.
Chapter 73. Get out of here. You don't deserve it. These words made He Yuntian's eyes flash with murderous intent.
Okay. You are so arrogant.
I want to ask you, if I am not worthy, who else is worthy?
He Yuntian shouted angrily.
He Lao. Don't be angry.
At this time, the old man with gray hair and childish face stepped forward, looked at Yang Macheng with a smile and said,
I am Yin Tianqing, enshrined in the general's mansion, in the early stage of Tongmai. I don't know if I am worthy of you. What about cutting off your hands and feet?
As Yin Tianqing spoke, he flicked his right hand, only to hear a whistling sound like a sharp arrow, and a surge of extremely condensed inner energy blasted out. It hit the wall behind Yang Macheng, blasting a hole the size of a wash basin. The internal energy remained unabated, and he hit a blue stone 20 to 30 meters high, piercing it directly. Seeing this scene, many of the princes and nobles present took a deep breath. They have rarely seen powerful people in the Tongmai realm take action, and they didn't know how terrifying they were. But now after seeing them take action, they now know how terrifying these people are.
My move is called God-Killing Finger. Even a strong person in the middle stage of Tongmai will be seriously injured if he takes this move from me. Is I worthy?
Yin Tianqing looked at Yang Macheng with a smile, but his eyes were cold. A flash of light.
You don't deserve it either.
Yang Macheng shook his head. The worshipper named Mr. Zhao, who was called out by Zhu Ruhan, sneered and said,
Even a strong person in the Pulse realm is not worthy of letting you cut off your hands. So who of us here has such qualifications?
Yang Macheng glanced around. It landed on the skinny old man next to Princess Xia. But it only stayed for a moment. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, he shook his head and said,
No one among you has such qualifications. How brave.
Yin Tianqing was furious.
Since you don't want to, I will do it myself.
Although they are not emperors, they are powerful men and women who speak the truth. How could they endure being despised by a boy now? Yin Tianqing had the hottest temper and couldn't bear the insult. He shouted angrily and pointed at Yang Macheng. Call! When he blasted out with one finger, he only saw an extremely condensed internal energy, like a white lightning, which flew out in an instant. This finger seemed to penetrate the void and blast away the surrounding air. Average. It blasted directly towards Yang Macheng.
Since this kid is unwilling to cut off his hands and feet, there is no harm in killing him.
Mr. Zhao sneered.
Yes, I guess he is just a tough talker. If he cuts off his hands, there is still a way to survive. But now it is difficult to escape intact.
He Yuntian's eyes were indifferent. Renlu's eyes widened, and he looked at Yang Macheng. I saw Yang Macheng sitting at the table, motionless, as if he didn't notice Yin Tianqing's strike of the God-Killing Finger at all.
This kid is dead,
Renlu thought to himself. Just when Yin Tianqing's finger was about to hit Yang Macheng, when everyone's eyes were looking at Yang Macheng moved. Like Yin Tianqing, he could only flick his fingers. Before anyone could react, they saw an inner energy that was several times more condensed and more powerful than Yin Tianqing's shot out of the hole. Just hearing a bang sound, the inner energy blasted out by the God-Killing Finger was shattered in an instant. At the same time, Yang Macheng's inner energy shot out without losing its momentum, and directly hit Yin Tianqing's head under the shocked gaze.
Not good.
Mr. Zhao and He Yutian took a breath of air and tried to save them, but it was already too late. Yang Macheng's finger was like an arrow leaving the string. Yin Tianqing only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes. He had no time to even make the slightest defense, and then suffered Yang Macheng's blow alive. Just hearing a bang sound, Yin Tianqing's head was directly penetrated. The inner energy blasted in from between his eyebrows, and then blasted out from the back of his head. and blood spilled out crazily. As for him, he was directly blasted out of the inn by this shocking blow. When everyone looked around, they only saw that Yin Tiancheng was already dead.
I told you. You are not qualified yet.
Yang Maicheng took back his hand and said calmly.
Quiet. There was dead silence in the inn, and everyone looked at Yang Maicheng in disbelief. When Yang Maicheng said this before, everyone just felt that he didn't know the heights of the sky and the terror of a powerful Tongmai person. Now that I see him killing a strong person in the Tongmai realm with one finger, I feel how terrifying the opponent is.
Is this guy very strong?
Princess Xia frowned slightly when she saw this scene.
Strong.
The skinny old man nodded and said,
His strength is at least equal to mine, and he has reached the middle stage of channeling. Even if I want to deal with him, I'm afraid it won't be too easy.
Mr. Zhao and Yu Tian looked horrified. They previously only thought that Yang Maicheng was the master of Inai Jin. But now that they saw him take action, they realized that the other party was actually hiding his secrets, and his cultivation had already reached the middle stage of Tongmai. Holding back the shock in his heart, Yu Tian raised his hands to Yang Maicheng and said,
Senior, please forgive me for being rude.
In the martial arts journey, there is no distinction between young and old. Those who have mastered it come first. Yang Mu's cultivation level is higher than that of Zhao, and it is not an exaggeration for them to call Yang Mu a senior.
My glazed night pearl,
Zhu Ruhan shouted. Mr. Zhao cupped his hands in front of Zhu Ruhan and said,
Miss Zhu, this senior is a powerful person in the arteries and veins. With his identity and status, even the Emperor of Xia Kingdom will give him whatever he wants. A glazed night pearl is beyond the reach of this senior's discernment.
Even the two powerful men in the Tongmai realm were so groveling. Only then did the surrounding nobles realize that they had stepped on the iron plate and provoked a role they could not afford to offend. Princess Xia's eyes lit up as she looked at Yang Maicheng. She is a little princess. Countless people fawned over her, and they were used to meeting all kinds of princes and nobles. But those people were all playboys like Ren Sui, and they couldn't put themselves on the stage with Yang Maicheng's magnanimity and strength. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Ren Lu also knew that he was wrong this time, and did not dare to threaten to retaliate against Yang Maicheng. After what happened, everyone in Xia Kingdom had no idea of eating, so they packed up and prepared to leave.
I'm afraid it's not that easy to leave. Right.
At this time, Yang Maicheng stood up.
You injured my maid and didn't even apologize. Do you want to use this to expose her? What do you want?
Ren Su couldn't help but his expression changed. They have already paid the price. Even the strong men in the Tongmai realm are dead, and they don't dare to speak out. But this kid is still holding on. Yang Maicheng said calmly.
You framed me for stealing, and then injured my maid. I don't need the others. Yu Tian and Mr. Zhao, two strong men in the Tongmai realm, have to stay. Yang Maicheng, am not a character who can be bullied at will. Cut off your hands and feet and get out.
Chapter 74 Huang Level Low Grade Martial Arts. Pointing star finger. As soon as Yang Maicheng said this, the expressions of everyone present changed.
It's too much.
Ren Su shouted sharply. Although the Xia Kingdom is prosperous, the Tongmai realm masters are not just cabbages on the street. If these two Tongmai masters cut off their hands and feet, it is equivalent to becoming a useless person. Who is Yang Maicheng? Emperor Dakian is a powerful person who can connect the meridians. He is showing mercy by not killing your whole family.
Little friend, do you want to enmity with our Daxia Kingdom?
The skinny old man next to the princess spoke slowly, his eyes full of ferocious murderous intent.
So what?
Yang Maicheng slowly stood up and said slowly.
In this case, I have to take action.
The skinny old man broke through the crowd and walked towards Yang Maicheng. Seeing the skinny old man take action, everyone in the Xia Kingdom was excited. The skinny old man's name is Xiao Zhongmu. Although he is older, he is a real strong man in the middle stage of Tongmai. He is the chief instructor of the previous generation of Xia Kingdom's Imperial Guard. Although it has been said that he has not taken action for many years, his power still remains. If he takes action, he will be able to kill Yang Maicheng with his sword. Seeing this, Ren Li clapped his hands and shouted,
Mr. Mu, destroy this arrogant boy.
Princess Xia's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Yang Maicheng without blinking. As a little princess, she has never seen any outstanding people. Princes, grandsons, generals, ministers, princes, no matter how outstanding these people are, compared with Yang Mu, they are like dust and not worth mentioning.
Take action.
Yang Maicheng put his hands behind his back and stared at Zhao Zhongmu. A trace of anger flashed in Zhao Zhongmu's eyes. He originally just wanted to teach Yang Mucheng a lesson, but the other party's indifferent attitude was an insult to him.
Take the move!
Zhao Zhongmu stepped on the sole of his foot, and his inner energy exploded. With his right foot as the center, the earth was torn apart inch by inch, and stone slabs were lifted up. And Zhao Zhongmu, already relying on this explosive force, shot toward Yang Mucheng's cave like a crossbow arrow. This punch was so fierce that the strong wind it brought directly crushed it, and everything in everyone's field of vision was crushed to pieces. Even the surrounding space seemed to have been penetrated by Zhao Zhongmu's punch.
Master, be careful!
Lu Yaoer couldn't help but scream. Zhao Zhongmu's strength was much stronger than that of Mr. Zhao, He Yutian, and Yin Tianqing before. With just one simple blow, he had such terrifying strength that even Lu Yaoer couldn't help but worry. You are worthy of being the chief instructor of the Imperial Guard. I can unleash such power with one punch and one kick. I have seen it in this life, and it is enough to die without any regrets. Mr. Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zhao Zhongmu. Mulao is too old and his strength is no longer at its peak. But even so, it is enough to stand out from the crowd. He Yutian sighed in his heart. The princes and grandsons present were already dumbfounded. To them, a strong person in the Talmai realm is like a divine dragon in the sky. He will never take action unless it is a matter of life and death. Previously, when Yin Tianqing was killed by Yang Mucheng with one finger, they thought that a powerful person in the Talmai realm was nothing more than this. But now that Zhao Zhongmu has taken action, they understand the horror of a strong person in the Talmai realm.
This kid is dead!
Renlu shouted angrily in a low voice.
That's natural. With Mu Lao's strength, wouldn't it be easy to kill him?
Zhu Ruhan said with a smile. As everyone said this, they looked at Yang Mucheng with a playful expression of,
let's see how you die.
However, the next scene was surprising. Faced with Zhao Zhongmu's powerful punch, Yang Mucheng advanced instead of retreating, and slowly slapped him away with his palm. When everyone saw it, they couldn't help but laugh to themselves. How could Yang Mucheng's white jade-like, delicate hands, like a woman's delicate hands, compare with the head coach Zhao Zhongmu? Who wins, and who loses will be determined in one blow. Boom! The two fists shrouded in internal energy collided head-on. And then the two forces hidden in them exploded in an instant.
What?
When his fists collided with Yang Mucheng's, Zhao Zhongmu's expression changed because he could feel the extremely heart-stopping power coming from Yang Mucheng's fists. This strength and inner strength are far stronger than him.
How can it be?
With an unprecedented shock, Zhao Zhongmu made a muffled sound, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure exploded out in a panic, flying directly out of the inn and hitting the deserted street hard. But Yang Mucheng stood there, motionless. Inside the inn, it was astonishingly silent. No one expected that even if Zhao Zhongmu took action, he would not be the enemy of the other party.
Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy.
Zhao Zhongmu slowly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and had no idea of continuing to fight. He glanced at He Yutian and Mr. Zhao and said,
You two just follow the instructions of the senior and cut off your hands and feet.
After hearing his words, Zhao Zhongmu smiled bitterly, and his inner strength was released, breaking his hands and feet. With a snap, it fell down like mud. Mr. Zhao turned pale, glanced at Yang Mucheng resentfully, and fled out of the inn with a whoosh.
Want to escape? How can it be that easy?
Yang Mucheng sneered and waved his right hand forward. Everyone in the inn felt a strong wind coming, and soon they saw a gust of wind being compressed into a wind blade by the internal force, whizzing towards the front. Mr. Zhao had already escaped from the inn. He was like a dexterous cheetah and rushed up to the house. However, before he could escape into the distance, the wind blade had already chopped off his head. In an understatement, he killed a powerful meridian. This scene almost made everyone's eyes almost bulge.
Senior, are you satisfied with this explanation?
Zhao Zhongmu looked at Yang Mucheng with a wry smile. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said,
I gave you a chance before, but you didn't know what to do and insisted on fighting me. How can it be so easy to leave?
Zhao Zhongmu laughed miserably. How dare he bargain with Yang Mucheng again? He used almost all his strength in the previous punch, and hitting Yang Mucheng's fist was like hitting a copper mountain, unable to shake the opponent at all. Even the force of that punch shattered the bones in his right hand. With this kind of strength, it was easy to kill them. Everyone else in the inn also kept silent and shut up. Even people like Zhao Zhongmu did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Yang Mucheng. If people like them dared to speak nonsense, wouldn't they be easily crushed to death?
Senior, I have a low-grade yellow-level martial arts here. Please accept it.
Zhao Zhongmu respectfully handed a handwritten secret book to Yang Maicheng.
We, the juniors, are too blind to see the mountains. So please, sir, let us go!
Yang Maicheng squinted his eyes and took a look. Huang-level low-grade martial arts, pointing star finger. Chapter 75 Yin Snake.
Mr. Lao.
When Zhao Zhongmu took out this secret book, even Princess Xia couldn't help being shocked. Even the Xia Kingdom's royal family only has 36 yellow-level low-grade martial arts. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Zhongmu's contribution was great enough. So the royal family rewarded him with this technique. Now he handed over this technique to Yang Maicheng in order to save his life. How could they not be shocked?
Get out!
Yang Maicheng waved his hand, as if to ward off a fly. Zhao Zhongmu did not dare to speak nonsense, and quickly motioned for everyone to leave. This group of princes and grandsons were arrogant when they arrived, but were extremely embarrassed when they left. Only Princess Xia's beautiful eyes kept wandering over Yang Mucheng's body.
Princess, this young man is a divine dragon in the sky, and is not so easy to control.
Zhao Zhongmu guessed what Princess Xia was thinking, and couldn't help but remind him.
But only he can be worthy of me.
Princess Xia shook her head, and said with a smile.
Send someone to find out his identity. When I get back, I will ask my father to come and propose marriage. Marry a strong man. It is indeed much better than marrying those playboys.
Starfinger. Yang Maicheng looked through the secret book, and a piece of information automatically appeared in his mind. This was the secret method of running the Starfinger. The reason why Zhao Zhongmu handed over the pointing Starfinger to Yang Maicheng was firstly to save his life, and secondly because the pointing Starfinger was the most difficult one to learn among the low-grade Huang-level exercises. He studied hard for 12 years, but still failed to understand its secrets. But he didn't know that Yang Maicheng had a system, and he could learn any secrets immediately after just one glance.
Master, I've embarrassed you,
Lu Yaoer said with a pale face when she saw everyone leaving.
Your cultivation time is too short. Being able to reach the late stage of inner strength within this period of time is already considered to be an extraordinary talent. The opponent is a strong meridian, and you will not lose it all.
Yang Maicheng shook his head.
Have a good rest. Fan, we will go to Yimingshan tomorrow. Yes.
Although she was not blamed, Lu Yaoer secretly resented her lack of strength, and a strong desire to become stronger arose from this. A night of silence. At dawn the next day, the two of them walked straight towards the mountains. This Yimyang mountain, with a radius of dozens of miles, can be regarded as the only big mountain in the Silla Kingdom. Of course, it used to be the Silla Kingdom, but now it has become the Dagon Kingdom. The entire mountain peak is like an undeveloped virgin forest, and from time to time, there are roars of monsters in the distance. Yang Maicheng put his hands behind his back and looked towards the mountain. He has the art of looking at the Emperor's energy and can observe the world. I saw a black cloud shrouding one side of the mountain, which seemed to be the aura of some powerful monster.
Presumably, that's where the Black Dragon Pond is. Right.
Yang Maicheng quickened his pace. Just when they were approaching the Black Dragon Pond, they heard a lively noise, as if there were many people there.
Huh? Did someone get there first?
Yang Maicheng walked over doubtfully. Black Dragon Pond is located in a valley with a radius of about 100 meters. It is steep on all sides and has only one entrance. After walking into the valley, Yang Maicheng found the group of people yesterday. Zhao Zhongmu was arranging something on the ground, and his right hand that had been shattered by the blast had recovered.
Senior!
Zhao Zhongmu looked at Yang Maicheng in surprise. The rest of the royal family and nobles also looked at this uninvited guest with vigilance.
Senior, are you here because of this sinister snake?
Zhao Zhongmu pointed at the Black Dragon Pond with a wry smile on his face.
If Senior also wants this sinister snake, then let's just give up.
Yang Maicheng nodded secretly, thinking that these people were also trying to hide the treasure in the treasure map. He immediately shook his head and said,
My target is not this sinister snake.
Hearing this, Princess Xia also breathed a sigh of relief. She came with a smile on her face and said to Yang Maicheng,
Senior, in 3 months, it will be my father's 60th birthday. I heard it is said that the blood of the Yin snake has the effect of prolonging life, so I plan to bring some of it to my father for his birthday.
Seeing Yang Maicheng looking at her, Princess Xia smiled and said,
I am Xia Li. Senior, just call me Lear.
Hearing Princess Xia's words, Renli and other nobles present looked at Yang Maicheng with jealous eyes. It should be noted that Xiao Li is extremely cold and arrogant, and has always been stern towards people like them. But he is so passionate about this young man. How can he not be jealous? If Yang Mucheng was an ordinary person, they would have ordered his subordinates to beat him to death. But after seeing the terrifying strength of the other party, they could only swallow their anger.
Lear?
Yang Mucheng said slowly.
You just deal with this sinister snake. I won't interfere. If you can't deal with it, I can also help. Ha ha. There's no need for this.
Renly sneered and said,
This time Mu Lao took action personally. And he also brought 36 gold-wrapped stones. No matter how high the Yin snake's cultivation level was, it would be difficult for him to do it.
Escape to death. If you say one more thing, I will kill you.
Yang Mucheng said lightly. Rensu's face turned pale and red, and he suppressed his anger but did not dare to explode. As the son of the Prime Minister, he had never been humiliated like this before. Now he was like a dog in front of his peers, and he was not even qualified to speak.
Thank you very much.
Xiao Li smiled sweetly, then looked at Zhao Zhongmu and said,
Mr. Mu, let's do it.
Zhao Zhongmu nodded, feeling relieved. After all, a strong man of Yang Mucheng's level would never go back on his words. If he says he won't interfere, he definitely won't interfere. Immediately, he asked his servants to pile up a strange herb and start burning it, and then secretly used his inner strength to blow the smoke from the herb towards the Black Dragon Pond. Yang Mucheng took Lu Yao and watched quietly. He chose to wait and see, mainly because he wanted to take a look at all the trump cards of Xiaoguqiang. According to Guanjing, this dragon's cultivation has reached the late stage of Tongmai. Even if you send an army,
you can't defeat a monster of this level. Ordinary weapons are useless against it, and only warriors can deal with it. This Zhao Zhongmu is no match for him. So how can he have the ability to face this sinister snake? Moreover, the gold-wrapped stone mentioned by Renly also made Yang Mucheng very concerned. Gudu. At this moment, bubbles suddenly billowed in the calm Black Dragon Pond.
It's coming out!
Zhao Zhongmu shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sound of water was heard, and a huge creature emerged from the Black Dragon Pond. It was completely black, with scales as big as a palm, and its body was as thick as a bucket. Under the huge triangular head, a pair of blue lantern-like eyes kept scanning the shore. Yin Snake. The monsters in the Black Dragon Pond are exactly what Princess Xiao Li of the Xia Kingdom is hunting this time. The monsters in the late stage of the Tongmai realm. At the same time, it is also a monster guarding the treasure house. Chapter 76. Please take action. In the valley, everyone looked at the Yin Snake emerging from the Black Dragon Pond, and their expressions were slightly shocked.
Force this sinister snake out of the Black Dragon Pond!
Zhao Zhongmu's eyes were filled with brilliance, and he shouted loudly. The guard threw a large pile of herbs into the fire, and with a boom sound, thick gray smoke rolled from the herbs towards the Black Dragon Pond. This gray smoke seemed to have a strong irritation to the Yin Snake. When the gray smoke floated to the Black Dragon Pond, the Yin Snake exploded.
Roar!
With a shocking roar, the Yin Snake's huge body suddenly jumped out of the water, and its body of 15 or 6 meters shot out like a dragon.
Is this the Yin Snake?
Yang Mucheng looked at this monster beast, feeling slightly horrified. In the Jiuzhou continent, there are many monsters and beasts. Some demon kings and demon emperors can even turn into human forms and blend into humans. Daji is a 9-tailed fox whose cultivation has reached the level of the demon king. Because of her bewitchment, the Dali dynasty fell apart. This Yin Snake is as tall as 3 or 4 stories high and looks very frightening. The tail like a giant stick swept directly towards the fire. The fire with thick gray smoke was completely wiped out in a single stroke.
Do it!
Zhao Zhongmu shouted lowly. Immediately, the guards in the valley shot arrows one after another, and a swarm of arrows, like locusts, shot out from densely packed holes. But how could a monster in the late stage of Tongmai realm be injured by such a mortal soldier? Numerous feather arrows blasted out pieces of sparks on the Yin Snake's scales, which fell to the ground like rain.
Is this going to start using the golden stone?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly. While Yin Shi was being restrained, Zhao Zhongmu was already striding out. When he came into the formation, he shouted loudly, and a huge amount of inner energy swept out. When the 36 gold-encrusted stones came into contact with the inner energy, the reaction was extremely intense, like the meeting of sulfuric acid in water. Whoosh! 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 Rays of golden light rose into the sky from the gold-wrapped stone, and shot toward the Yin Snake cave. This golden light almost condensed into substance, like golden ropes, directly wrapping the Yin snake under the nervous eyes of everyone.
Roar!
The Yin snake's body writhed and struggled wildly. But no matter what, 36 gold-encrusted stones bound it tightly, and it was unable to break free.
There is such a magic weapon.
Yang Mucheng was slightly stunned.
The Xia Kingdom deserves to be one of the parliamentary countries. If it were a small country like Dagon and Silla, just this Yin snake could destroy a country. Why not?
This Yin snake is more than 10 meters long, invulnerable to weapons, water and fire. It is the late stage of Tomai again, and it is easy to destroy a country.
Senior, we have caught this evil snake. You don't need to take action.
Zhao Xiongmu laughed loudly, feeling extremely proud in his heart. Previously at the inn, their group was mercilessly crushed by Yang Mucheng. Rua finally regained 10%.
Is it?
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and asked with a half-smile.
Senior, why did you say this? This Yin snake has been controlled by me. No matter how high it is, it can't break free from the shackles of the gold-wrapped stone.
Zhao Xiongmu was stunned.
You damn duck has a tough mouth.
Rensu also sneered.
Senior?
Xiaoli looked over in confusion. Everyone present looked at Yang Mucheng strangely. At this moment, Yin snake couldn't even move. It was obvious that he knew that he could not break free and accepted his fate of being captured. Is there anything else that could happen? Boom! At this time, there was a sudden explosion. Zhao Zhongmu's proud smile froze on his face before it dissipated. A gold-encrusted stone shattered. Almost at the same time, the remaining gold-encrusted stones exploded from near to far, as if they were infected. 36 gold-wrapped ropes were directly broken, and the Yin snake escaped from the restraints.
Roar!
While everyone was stunned, the Yin snake was furious. As the owner of the Black Dragon Pond, it was almost captured by a group of humans. How could it swallow its breath? With a sudden sweep of his tail, the guards standing at the edge of the Black Dragon Pond were directly hit. The monsters in the late stage of Tomai are so terrifying. Although these 20 or so guards are all inner strength warriors, they have no effect. The body made a crackling sound on the spot, as if all the bones and internal organs in the body were smashed, and it flew out like a kite with a broken string. When it hit the ground, there was no breath left.
Princess, run away!
A trace of panic flashed in Zhao Zhongmu's eyes. He didn't expect that even the golden stone could not catch the sinister snake. Instead, it was forcibly shattered by the opponent. Now the situation was beyond their control. Xiao Li's face turned pale with fright, and the other nobles almost collapsed to the ground. Rensu was the most unbearable, and was so frightened that he peed and excreted.
Master, what's going on?
Lu Yao couldn't help but ask.
Theoretically speaking, 36 gold-wrapped stones should be able to trap this Yin snake. However, there is a strange power in this Yin snake. The strength is far beyond the ordinary late-stage Tomai realm. At this time, think again, it's not that easy to control it with the golden stone.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Yin, she who was fighting with Zhao Zhongmu.
If I'm not wrong, the mutation of this Yin snake should be related to the treasure. What is it that can cause a monster in the late stage of the Tomai realm to mutate? Evil creature!
Zhao Zhongmu shouted angrily, and rushed towards Yin snake like an arrow from a string. He clasped his 5 fingers like an eagle's claws, and clasped them fiercely on Yin snake's body. Roar! The Yin snake let out an earth-shattering roar, and everyone looked forward in surprise. They saw that Zhao Zhongmu had caught him, and a wound the size of a wash basin was made, and even the scales and flesh were torn open. Everyone's spirits were shaken. As expected of the head coach of the Imperial Guard, Yin snake was injured with one move. It seemed that they were not completely hopeless.
Come on!
Xiao Li's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and shouted. Only Zhao Zhongmu secretly smiled bitterly. With that claw, he had almost condensed all his inner energy. If it had hit an ordinary person, he would have torn him apart by the waist. But on Yin snake's body, it only opened a wound the size of a wash basin. This Yin snake is more than 10 meters long. Even if there are 7 or 8 of him, it won't be enough. But at this time, Zhao Zhongmu could only bite the bullet and try again. However, the Yin snake would not passively be beaten. Under the pain, its head hit Zhao Zhongmu's body. With a boom sound, Zhao Zhongmu spurted out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs and flew backwards, hitting the rock wall heavily. Most of the bones in his body were shattered, and he couldn't even move. Without Zhao Zhongmu, the Yin snake was like a tiger among sheep. It opened its mouth that was bigger than a human, biting left and right. A guard who couldn't dodge was bitten to pieces. Even his armor. There was a click, click, click sound. Was swallowed alive. Xiao Shongmu was lying on the ground, smiling bitterly as he looked at the sinister snake that was killing everyone. This time, maybe all of them will die in the Black Dragon Pond. Just when he was desperate, Xiao Shongmu suddenly caught sight of a delicate figure from the corner of his eyes.
Senior, please take action.
Chapter 77 Killing the Ian Snake with One Finger. Senior, please take action. Xiao Shongmu shouted with almost the last bit of strength in his body. Only then did everyone in the valley realize that there was also Yang Maicheng. But many people were smiling bitterly in their hearts. Yes, Yang Maicheng's strength is indeed not bad. But can he defeat this sinister snake?
I agreed to take action for you earlier, but you refused. Now it's not that easy for me to take action.
Yang Maicheng stood there and said slowly. You rejected his kindness, and now you come to ask him again. He is neither your subordinate nor your subject. So why should he agree to you?
Boy, don't go too far.
Rensu couldn't help shouting. Too much? Yang Maicheng put his hands behind his back, smiled faintly, and watched helplessly as the Ian snake slaughtered everyone. These people were not his subjects. So why should he save them? Xiao Zhongmu smiled bitterly. He knew that it was impossible for the opponent to take action without some blood. He gritted his teeth and said,
Senior, if you are willing to take action, I will give you another yellow-level low-grade martial arts book. One book is not enough.
Yang Maicheng shook his head.
3 copies.
Xiao Zhongmu's heart was bleeding. There are only 36 one-level low-grade martial arts in the entire Xia Kingdom. And this young man got 4 of them at once.
Okay, I agree.
Yang Maicheng nodded.
Senior, you don't need to fight against this evil snake. You just need to rescue everyone.
Xiao Zhongmu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Maicheng agree. But before he finished speaking, he saw Yang Maicheng taking the dragon-slaying sword from Lu Yao's arms and walking towards Ian Snake.
Senior?
Xiao Zhongmu was stunned and asked in disbelief.
What do you want to do? Kill it!
Yang Maicheng said calmly, with a calm tone as if he was not facing an Ian Snake in the late stage of Tongmai, but a chicken, duck and goose. The surrounding nobles all stared at Yang Maicheng in disbelief. With every step Yang Maicheng took, the aura on his body suddenly grew stronger. After taking 3 steps, his cultivation in the middle stage of Tongmai realm was undoubtedly revealed. Ian Snake also felt this astonishing fighting spirit, and spat out the Unchi guard in his mouth like spitting foam, and looked at Yang Maicheng warily. Obviously, in its view, this human being is a powerful enemy.
Mr. Lao!
Xiao Li rushed to Xiao Zhongmu in a panic and carefully stuffed a pill into his mouth. I don't know what kind of elixir this is. After taking it, Xiao Zhongmu's pale face turned a little rosy.
Princess, take everyone away quickly,
Xiao Zhongmu said quickly.
Although the senior is not bad in strength, he is only in the middle stage of Tongmai. He can resist Ian Snake for a while, but he is definitely not Ian Snake's opponent. If we all stay here, we will be completely annihilated. Really?
Lu Yao, who was in the distance, shook her head and said,
You don't know how powerful my young master is.
Xiao Zhongmu smiled bitterly. The master was arrogant. Even his maid was arrogant. Looking at Lu Yao, he said,
Little girl, you don't know how scary this Ian Snake is. In the previous blow, I almost used all my inner strength, and even the copper skin and iron bones would be blown into 2 pieces by me. This Ian Snake, the body of a snake, is harder than copper and tougher than iron. Please advise your young master not to fight too hard.
Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking roar suddenly sounded. The Ian Snake's huge body trembled violently, and its giant tail swept towards it like a giant stick. This attack is so powerful that even if the opponent is a copper mountain, it will be smashed into copper cakes. But Yang Maicheng smiled faintly. Clang! The clear and piercing sound of swords suddenly resounded. The dragon-slaying sword was unsheathed, and the long sword flew into Yang Maicheng's hand. The next moment, sword rain holes filled the sky and shot out. Suddenly, a man and a snake were fighting together. The burst of inner energy and the surge of sword energy even blasted holes several meters deep into the surrounding ground. In the sky, internal energy exploded, and the earth tore apart crazily. In the violent battle, everyone looked at this scene in stunned silence. In the battle between Yang Maicheng and this sinister snake, he did not lose at all. This, Xiao Shongmu's eyes widened. The princes, Grandsons and nobles were all horrified. Xiao Li's beautiful eyes twinkled. Lu Yao's face was calm. Boom! At this time, Yang Macheng and Yin Shi suddenly separated during the battle. Yin Snake landed in one place, and Yang Macheng also landed in another place. At this time, the Yin Snake no longer lived up to its previous terrifying appearance. Its whole body was covered with sword marks. Its scales were almost all broken, and streams of blood gush out. On the other hand, Yang Macheng was as stable as in the previous fight. Even his aura was particularly stable. Obviously, Yang Macheng had the absolute upper hand in this fight.
There is such a monster genius!
Zhao Shengmu was dumbfounded.
Mr. Mu, can he kill this sinister snake?
Xiao Li asked hurriedly.
Difficult.
After condensing for a moment, Zhao Zhongmu shook his head and said,
This Yin snake is a monster with strong vitality and terrifying body. Although it looks extremely miserable. In fact, it is not injured. Basically, it would be difficult to kill this sinister snake without giving him a fatal blow.
What? Before Zhao Zhongmu finished speaking, he saw Yang Muqing's right hand pointing forward slowly. A trace of golden light flashed across the sharp whistling sound, like a meteor flashing away. His Yin snake sensed an extreme crisis, and the huge snake pupils reflected the light that struck like lightning. Roar! The intense crisis made Yin snake feel the approach of death. It let out a roar, and all the scales on its body stood up at this moment. The surging internal energy surged out at this moment, and the water in the Black Dragon Pond rolled up at this moment, rushing towards Yang Macheng. This terrifying huge wave even turned a bluestone more than 10 meters high into powder. Wherever it passed, the wind roared as loud as thunder, and the rocks in the valley peeled off layer by layer, sweeping in all directions. Boom! No one can describe the power of this finger. This finger blasted out, as if it penetrated the entire void. The huge wave that was set off by the Yin snake was pierced by this finger in an instant, and directly hit the Yin snake's head. The Yin snake's hard scales and copper-skinned and iron bone-like body were easily penetrated like window paper under the power of this finger. A hole the size of a fist appeared directly on the huge head, and a fountain of blood gushes out of the hole. The body of 15 or 6 meters was like mud, and crashed into the Black Dragon Pond, creating thousands of waves. This Yin snake, which had occupied Yumingshan for decades and had reached the late stage of Tomai, and was wanted to be hunted by countless strongmen, was actually killed by Yang Macheng with one finger. Call. Yang Macheng exhaled a breath and glanced at Zhao Zhongmu.
Remember, I will go to Xia Kingdom to get the 3 low-grade Huang-level martial arts skills in person when the time comes.
Zhao Zhongmu trembled all over. His eyes were in awe, as if he were looking at another god. Chapter 78 Dragon? Xiao Li and others left. After taking a little bit of the Yin snake's blood, he didn't even dare to stay in the valley for a moment longer. In their opinion, Yang Macheng was already several times more terrifying than Yin snake, and was superior to them. When Xiao Li left, she kept looking at Yang Macheng, which made many princes and nobles secretly jealous.
Humph. This kid can only be blamed for showing off his power in such a remote area. If he dares to come to our Xia Kingdom, he will definitely be allowed to come in standing up and leave lying down,
Renly said angrily.
If it's not just a cultivation level in the middle stage of Tomai Realm, what's so great about it?
Zhao Ruhan snorted.
My father invited me to offer him sacrifices.
But he also has a cultivation level in the middle stage of Tomai Realm.
Another young master also said unfairly. When have they ever suffered this kind of injustice? In front of Yang Macheng, he naturally did not dare to get angry. Only after leaving the valley did he speak harshly. Zhao Zhongmu sighed secretly and smiled bitterly. You young men, how do you know how terrible others are? Although the senior is only in the middle stage of the Tomai Realm, there are differences between those who are in the Tomai Realm. He can kill Yin Snake in the late stage of Tomai Realm with one finger, and he will not be afraid even if he encounters warriors in the late stage of Tomai stage. To deal with him, I'm afraid only someone at the pinnacle of Tomai perfection, or even a master level can take action. The pointing star finger I gave him before was a low-grade Huang-level martial art. I have been studying it for decades, but I still can't learn it. He was able to master it in just one night. His talent is not terrible. This kind of boy the strong can only win over, not offend. Previously, Zhao Zhongmu only thought the Yang Macheng was adding insult to injury by asking him for 3 exercises. But because the situation was critical at the time, I had to agree. Originally, Zhao Zhongmu was still thinking secretly. The mountain is high and the emperor is far away. When we leave Yumingshan and return to Xia Kingdom, what else can you do to me? If you rob someone by force, do you have the courage? There are many experts in the Xia Kingdom, and there are many strong ones. If you dare to cause trouble, your blood will be splashed 5 steps away. But Yang Muchu's finger to kill the Yin snake made Zhao Zhengmu completely stop thinking. Only he understands the horror of this young man.
Master, are you going to let them go? Didn't they say that they would give you 3 low-grade yellow-level martial arts skills?
Lu Yaoer looked at Yang Mucheng, then at the Yin snake floating on the Black Dragon Pond, and couldn't help but speak.
Road. They don't seem to be willing to do it.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and used the ancient heaven-swallowing technique. At this moment, all the huge blood and essence in Yin Snake's body were poured into his body. At this moment, he felt as if there was an extra force of dragon and snake in his body, and his body seemed to be extremely strong. At a certain moment, the power of the dragon and snake suddenly broke out, sweeping through all the limbs and bones. Late stage of Tomai realm. Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. This sinister snake finally allowed him to break through the shackles, and his cultivation level increased by another level. Hearing Lu Yaoer's words, Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said,
"How can it be so easy to let go of my debt? Since he used these 3 skills in exchange for his own life. If he dares to go back on his word, I will take back their lives for him. However, if he waits until if I take action, I'm afraid the clan will be exterminated. I saved them from dying at the mouth of the Yin snake, and at the same time, they lived for so long. The interest will naturally be recovered from other people in their family."
Lu Yaoer was shocked. But at this moment, Yang Mucheng had taken off his shirt, revealing his thin and well-proportioned upper body. He glanced at Lu Yaoer and said,
"You stay here, and the location of the treasure map points to the Black Dragon Pond. I'll go down and find out first." Plop.
Yang Mucheng jumped into the Black Dragon Pond. The mouth of this pool is about 100 meters in diameter, but the area below the pool is more than 10 times the size. The water in the pool was clear and transparent, and Yang Mucheng could see with his eyes. At a glance, Yang Mucheng saw a deep cave. Without doubting his presence, Yang Mucheng immediately sneaked into it. Not long after, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw that the Black Dragon Pond led to another paradise. The place where he appeared was on a floating island. There is an egg half a man's height on the floating island. I don't know what kind of monster left it behind.
Is this the treasure?
Yang Mucheng searched the area carefully, and there was no picture of magic weapons everywhere, and a house full of gold and silver as he had imagined. The only strange thing was this egg. Such a big egg should be left behind by a monster. However, this egg has turned into a fossil, so the being hatched inside must have died long ago. Right.
The giant egg is completely wrapped in stone, just like a dinosaur egg fossil. There were no marks around it, and even Yang Mucheng couldn't guess what level of monster this giant egg was left behind.
Huh?
Yang Mucheng patted the dome casually, and suddenly a surging suction force was generated on the dome, sucking the palm of his hand directly. A terrifying black hole seemed to have formed inside the egg, constantly devouring the inner energy in his body. At this moment, the inner energy was like a flood that burst a dam, pouring out crazily. Buzz. At the same time, the dome trembled, and a burst of golden light erupted. When the golden light was turbulent, a picture slowly appeared. The terrifying monster bird with wings that can cover the sky and the sun. The giant turtle swimming in the sea that can carry a mountain on its back. The giant that can stand upright enough to touch the earth with its feet in the sky above its head.
Are these all monsters? Terrible!
Yang Mucheng looked at the picture that appeared, and his heart trembled. Roar. A faint dragon roar suddenly came, and in the 9 days, a golden dragon shuttled through the clouds. All creatures worshipped, and all creatures trembled. At this time, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and shot through the golden dragon's head. The golden dragon let out a wail, and its huge body suddenly fell to the ground. At the critical moment, the golden dragon spoke dragon language, and the inexplicable talisman flew up, wrapping the golden dragon's body. In Yang Mucheng's surprised eyes, it transformed into a dragon egg half a man's height and smashed into the ground. Boom! At this point, the scene is completely interrupted. At the same time, the suction power of the dome also stopped. Yang Mucheng stared at the giant egg in front of him with wide eyes.
Is this the dragon egg in the illusion?
Click. A crisp tearing sound resounded at the same time, and the dragon egg was covered with cracks and suddenly shattered, and a dragon-shaped creature crawled out.
The newly born little dragon held the broken dragon egg and chewed it 3 times. Then he happily jumped on Yang Mucheng's body and rubbed his head affectionately. Before Yang Mucheng could react, the little dragon turned into a golden light and reflected on his back. This scene is a long story. It only happened in a flash of lightning. And Yang Mucheng didn't even react. He quickly looked at his back. It was a small golden dragon with a snake body, bull's head, antlers, and eagle claws. It was almost exactly the same as the 5-clawed golden dragon in the illusion. And Xiaolong was like a tattoo, attached to Yang Mucheng's back, without any feeling to the touch, as if it was integrated with him.
What on earth is it?
Yang Mucheng was extremely shocked. Just when Yang Mucheng was in the Black Dragon Pond, there were 3 more uninvited guests outside Scylla's palace. Chapter 79 Guyu Town. The Scylla kingdom was destroyed and completely merged into Dacian. 36 cities are still being handed over, and domestic policies are constantly being adjusted. Although Guanjing is a girl, she has an iron-blooded approach and will kill anyone who is unwilling to submit. In just half a month, the people of Scylla have completely accepted the fate of annihilation. Of course, there are still some Scylla ministers who are unwilling to let Scylla be destroyed like this. And there are still assassins coming in and out to deal with Guanjing. 5,000 Black Flag troops guarded the palace, and not even a fly or mouse could get in. At this time, outside the palace gate, 3 people came, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was extremely tall, shirtless, and his muscles were like rocks. He looked very intimidating. One of the women was wearing a veil. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, she slowly exuded a gentle and jade-like aura. The last one was a young man with an ordinary appearance, but the man and woman seemed to be headed by him. After these 3 people arrived at the Scylla palace, they were ready to break in.
Stop! The palace is an important place. No one can enter.
A guard shouted.
Master, do you want me to kill them?
The veiled girl's eyes showed a cold light. The young man shook his head and smiled proudly.
Father asked us to kill Yang Mucheng, not to deal with these ordinary soldiers. Don't commit random killings. Hong Man, carry that stone tablet and let them know our strength. Yes, Master.
The man named Hong Man, with a voice as loud as a bell, agreed angrily and walked towards a stone tablet in front of the palace. This stone tablet is half a man tall, but weighs tens of thousands of kilograms. When the first emperor of Scylla founded the country, it was made of basalt, which was 7 or 8 times heavier than ordinary rocks. The only person who could lift this stone tablet was the first emperor of Scylla. The Xuanwu stone tablet has been placed here for hundreds of years, but no one has been able to move it. Now these 3 weirdos want to carry the stone monument.
Drink!
Hong Man shouted low and held the stone tablet with both hands. The veins on his arms and forehead floated like earthworms, under the shocked gazes of all the guards. Hong Man was carrying this tens of thousands of kilograms of stone tablets on his shoulders. Boom! 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 It's not just Hong Man carrying it on his shoulders. It's like a giant spirit god carrying a stone tablet straight into the palace. Every step he took on the ground was able to leave a half-hand deep footprint in the earth. The eyes of the guards around him almost bulged out. For a moment, the weapon in the guard's hand clattered to the ground without realizing it. Looking at these terrifying 3 people, the guards were trembling and did not dare to stop them at all. That's it. The 3 of them broke through the palace gate. The young man smiled faintly, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly,
Where is Yang Mucheng? Get out and die!
The sound was like rolling thunder, loud and powerful, resounding throughout the palace of Scylla. The originally silent palace came to life at this moment, and at the next moment countless troops jumped out of the palace. They were all stunned after seeing these 3 people.
Be bold! Who dares to call the Holy One by his name?
Baizhong broke through the army and came slowly. If anyone else dared to be so rude, he would have ordered an army attack. Thousands of arrows fired in Yidazan would definitely be able to shoot these 3 people into a hornet's nest. When he saw the basalt stone tablet that Hong Man carried on his shoulders, a flash of shock flashed in his eyes, and his expression suddenly turned ugly.
Baizhong, do you know me?
The young man asked with a smile on his hands.
Your Excellency?
Baizhong's eyes narrowed. He looked at the young man carefully and felt that the young man's appearance was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before.
My father is the god of Gu,
the young man said with a smile. Boom! Hearing this name, Baizhong trembled all over, as if he had been struck by lightning. He could hardly stand still anymore and fell to his knees directly. Gu magical power. He is a master. And he... Baizhong,
is also a master. However, Gu Shitong is a master of Tongmai. But he is the master of inner strength. For Baizhong, Gu Shitong is equivalent to the dragon in the sky. Even he can only look up to him. And his son Gu Yuzhen is even more of a generational genius, having reached the Tongmai realm before he was 20 years old. Now these three people are coming with bad intentions.
Senior Gu, why are you here?
Baizhong said with a bitter smile. Baizhong's face was full of fear. He, a strong master of internal strength in his 40s or 50s, made such a gesture. And the hundreds of soldiers around him looked horrified. Even the Ni-Jin Grandmaster is afraid of becoming like this. What qualifications do they have to compete with such a person? Gu Yuzhen clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly,
Emperor Yang Macheng of Daqian killed my senior brother Xingxia. My father loved his disciples as his sons. So naturally, he could not just sit idly by. Today my father asked me to come and take his head. Baizhong, hurry up and let the emperor's son come out and die.
Facing thousands of troops and 500 internal experts, he didn't have the slightest fear. Gu Yuzhen's attitude is definitely not fake. Baizhong also knew how terrifying these three people were. And he couldn't even raise the slightest resistance in his heart. He just wanted to delay time and send someone to tell Yang Macheng.
Senior Gu, His Majesty is not in the palace. He has gone out and has not come back for half a month. Master, did the emperor know that we were coming? So he ran away in fear?
Hongman carried the stone tablet and said with a smile,
In my opinion, it is better to kill everyone here.
The veiled girl took out a dagger from her arms and looked at Gu Yuzhen. As long as Gu Yuzhen nods, she will take action without hesitation. Gu Yuzhen shook his head and said,
Father asked us not to commit murder again. Since Yang Macheng has gone out, we will wait here. He will come back sooner or later. Even if he can escape for a while, he will not be able to escape forever. Unless he doesn't want to be the emperor anymore. What if he really doesn't show up?
Hongman asked.
Not showing up.
Gu Yuzhen narrowed his eyes slightly and landed on Guanjing at the rear of the army. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he waved his right hand fiercely. Suddenly a powerful wind blew up, and the hundreds of troops in front of them felt like they were being hit by a tornado. And they were all swept away. At the same time, he clasped the 5 fingers of his right hand forward, and a golden palm shot out, grabbing Guanjing and sweeping her in front of him. Seeing this, Baizhong and the Aoqi masters were all shocked and wanted to rescue them. But the gusting wind brought by the golden palm blast blew them around, and they were unable to get close at all. By the time he came to his senses, Guanjing was already in Gu Yuzhen's hands.
If Yang Macheng doesn't show up, I will kill his woman. If he doesn't show up for one day, I will kill one of them. I want to see how long he can endure it.
Gu Yuzhen sneered.
Yang Macheng? Emperor? If you dare to confront our Goryeo, today I will let them know how terrifying my Goryeo Taekwondo is. Even without my father taking action, I can destroy a country by myself.
Chapter 80 The Holy Lord arrives. At the same time, Yang Macheng swam out of the Black Dragon Pond in a daze. Lu Yao glanced at the 5-clawed golden dragon statue behind him and didn't notice anything unusual. She only felt that Yang Macheng was becoming more and more domineering.
The strength of this 5-clawed golden dragon is probably greater than that of the entire Kyushu. Who was the person who killed him?
Yang Macheng secretly condensed. After pondering hard, Yang Macheng discovered that this matter was just a clueless clue. And no matter how many random guesses he made, he could not find the root cause. Pushing these miscellaneous thoughts out of his mind, he took Lu Yao down the mountain with him.
I originally thought that in this treasure map, at least there would be a house full of gold and jewelry everywhere. But I didn't expect that there was only one dragon egg. The treasury is empty.
After occupying Silla Kingdom, Dagon's territory almost doubled. The Black Flag Army will inevitably be insufficient in number according to its previous establishment. Whether it is expansion of recruitment or armor building, this will require a lot of money. In the past, emperors had no choice but to increase taxes when their treasury was empty. But Yang Macheng would not do this. The heavier the tax, the more difficult it will be for the people to make a living. If some corrupt officials withhold part of the tax revenue, they will receive even less tax revenue.
We have to find an opportunity to start a war with other countries.
Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes. What to do if you have no money? Rob, leading the Black Flag Army into the palace. They couldn't believe that their emperor couldn't come up with the money. Just when this idea just came up, the long-lost system sounded again. Ding trigger the mission to rise. Task introduction. 1 hero has 3 gangs. One fence has 3 stakes. If people are like this, so should the country. Dacian is located among other countries, and is isolated and helpless. How can it not have tributary countries? Conquered 3 subjects. Current number, 0 of 3 foot. Mission successful. 1 lottery draw will be awarded. Mission failed. The 36-nation coalition invaded the Dacian dynasty. Subject country? After carefully examining the contents of the task, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He understood that among these 9 states, some small countries were seeking protection from some big countries because they were too weak. Small countries will also pay corresponding property and taxes, making big countries stronger and stronger. Therefore, the more powerful a country is, the more dependent countries it has. As for the vassal states, to put it bluntly, they are nothing more than bastards and subordinates. Herodis. At this moment, the neighing sound of a war horse suddenly sounded, pulling Yang Muchung back from the condensation.
What happened? Your Majesty. It's the Black Flag Army,
Liu Yaor said. Yang Muchung looked into the distance in surprise, only to see a group of Black Flag troops approaching quickly from a distance. There were not many people. About 10 or so. They were all lightly armed and looked like they were in a hurry. And at this time, the Black Flag Army also discovered Yang Muchung and rushed here immediately.
Your Majesty!
A Black Flag Army soldier came to the carriage, quickly dismounted, knelt down on one knee, and said loudly,
Your Majesty, please run away. Escape?
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly and said,
What's going on? Holy Lord, after you left, a group of people came from the kingdom of Koryo. It is said that they are members of the Koryo state religion. They are powerful and very scary. The Aoki Guards, Imperial Guards, and Black Flag Army are no match for them. Now the gang has taken control of the Silla Palace and even arrested Guan Jing,
the soldier said.
Koryo?
Yang Muchung's eyes shone coldly. After a moment, he raised his head and said calmly,
Liu Yaor, drive back to the Silla Palace. I want to see who dares to make trouble in my country. Who dares to arrest my woman? Your Majesty.
Several soldiers of the Black Flag Army quickly tried to dissuade him. But at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Yang Muchung's body and swept across him crazily. This was not only the coercion of the late stage of Tongmai realm, but a faint sound of dragon roaring seemed to resound in their ears.
What should I do? The Holy One has returned to the palace? Those 3 people who are like gods and demons are simply not something that the Holy One can compete with.
Several soldiers of the Black Flag Army. You look at me. I look at you. I don't know what to do. One of the sergeants gritted his teeth and said,
We are the Black Flag Army. We are born as Dogon people and die as Dogon ghosts. Even the Holy One is not afraid of the 3 of them. Are we still afraid? With the Holy One here, how can we be afraid again?
I don't believe that we can't kill them if we mobilize the Inner Masters and Imperial Guards.
Silla Royal Palace. Gu Yuzhen, Hong Man, and Qing Ming were sitting there arrogantly. Guan Jing was imprisoned aside. Although there were thousands of troops outside the palace, they didn't take it seriously at all.
Hong Man, do you think the Emperor's son will really come back?
The woman wearing a veil, with only one pair of eyes exposed, carefully wiped the dagger in her hand. Her dagger is about half a palm long, shaped like a snake, and the tip of the dagger is more like the fangs of a poisonous snake.
Maybe he has escaped long ago.
Hong Man glanced at Gu Yuzhen, who was sitting on the dragon chair in awe, and said with a smile,
If the young master takes action, the Emperor's child will be scared to death. When the time comes, look, how could I let that little Emperor kneel in front of me? I can't help but get excited when I think of the Emperor of Dacian kneeling at our feet.
Qing Ming said with a smile. Laugh. Suddenly, Gu Yuzhen opened his eyes.
Master, what's going on?
Qing Ming and Hong Man asked quickly.
The time is coming. Yang Muchung hasn't come back yet.
Gu Yuzhen stood up, glanced at the pale-faced Guan Jing and said,
Bring this woman out. I said in public during the day that if Yang Muchung doesn't come back, I'll give it a day.
Kill him, a woman. Start with this woman. Yes.
Hong Man grinned and roughly grabbed Guan Jing. A group of 4 people walked out of the palace and arrived outside the square. Gu Yuzhen put his hands behind his back and watched the time passing by bit by bit. The patience in his heart was also being worn away bit by bit at this moment.
I originally thought that this little emperor still had some courage. But now it seems that he is nothing more than that. When his woman was killed, he didn't dare to show up or take the lead. just like a turtle with its head shrinking. Forget it. He doesn't know how. Come back, kill him. Hee hee. Such a beautiful little girl is going to die soon.
Hong Man looked at Guanjing. At this time, a burst of loud shouting suddenly resounded, soaring into the sky.
The Holy One has arrived.
The surrounding Imperial Guards, Black Flag Army, and Alki Masters all looked towards where the sound came from. I saw Lu Yaoer driving a carriage slowly driving from outside the palace. The carriage is extremely luxurious with a gilded carriage and a 4-horse horse. If this carriage is not Yang Muqing's, who else could it be?
Why don't you kneel down when you see me?
In the carriage, Yang Muqing's voice sounded slowly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Uh-huh. At this moment, thousands of people knelt down in unison.
See my emperor. Long live my emperor. Long live. Long live. Finally come.
Gu Yuzhen stared at the carriage and sneered.